Why isn't he moving yet? It's time to go on stage. Is that person asleep? Hey, he can fall asleep at a time like this. He's really carefree. Lin Yu felt dizzy, struggled to open his eyes, and the harsh glare forced him to squint instinctively. Mango's dad, it's your turn to go on stage. A beautiful host in a gown made a gesture inviting Lin Yu. Who? Who's dad? Daddy, it's your turn to perform. Lin Yu's head buzzed. He turned his neck stiffly and saw a little girl with huge sparkling eyes as cute as an anime character pushing him with her chubby little hands, her pink cheeks puffed up in anger. Who are you calling daddy? Whose child is this calling me daddy randomly? Mango's dad, go for it. Mango's dad, don't be nervous. Go on, Mango's dad. Several people nearby enthusiastically cheered him on. Lin Yu's mind went blank. He struggled to recall. He graduated from Kyoto Film Academy, and becoming an excellent actor had been his childhood dream. Right after graduation, an entertainment company approached him because he had participated in many singing competitions during school. They hoped he would debut as a singer, dancer, appear on variety shows to gain popularity, and then gradually transition to acting. Lin Yu, fresh out of school, agreed. But little did he know that the entertainment industry was a deep ocean. To get resources, he had to give up many things. Unwilling to compromise, he was gradually marginalized by the company. 10 years passed in a flash. He was no longer the young man he used to be. Though his looks remained, the awkwardness of age meant he could no longer compete with those under 20. Just yesterday, the role that Lin Yu had earned through his own audition was taken by another artist from the same company simply because that person had the backing of a company executive. Lin Yu understood the rules of the game. He could only let out a hem and walk away pretending to be carefree, but it was impossible not to feel hurt. Last night he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Lin Yu finally sorted out his thoughts. So was he supposed to be drinking on the sofa in his rented apartment now? Instinctively he wanted to explain that they must have mistaken him for someone else. You? Lin Yu didn't finish his sentence. His peripheral vision accidentally caught the big screen. On the center of the screen was a face so handsome it could only be described with a 4-character idiom filled with shock, panic, and confusion. In front of him stood the beautiful hostess, and beside him sat a little girl with big anime eyes. He raised his hand, and the handsome man on the screen also raised his hand. He touched his ear, and the handsome man on the screen also touched his ear. Lin Yu's body went stiff, his scalp tingling. Everyone was watching Lin Yu's strange actions on the big screen, including Lin Yu himself. On the tree of confusion grows the fruit of confusion, under the tree of confusion you and me. Was he dead drunk and had his soul transported here? Ah. Behind Lin Yu a soft sweet voice came again. Daddy, what's wrong? He turned around indignantly, and the cute anime girl with sparkling big eyes looked at him with a helpless expression. Lin Yu's heart softened involuntarily. The host made another inviting gesture. Already standing, Lin Yu had no choice but to steel himself and follow the host toward the stage. Memories of the original owner kept flooding into his mind. He was also named Lin Yu, 25 years old, and had dropped out of Yangjing Film Academy. In the second semester of his freshman year, he participated in an activity and got drunk with a senior, sparking a tiny flame of love. After she graduated, they lost contact. Unexpectedly, a year later, the senior's family came to him holding a baby girl, saying it was his child, and told him that the senior had died in a car accident and they couldn't afford to raise the child. So they returned the child to the original owner, who was only 19 and still a sophomore. It was a thunderbolt out of the blue. Initially, the original owner didn't believe it and took the baby for a paternity test. The moment the results came out, he was completely stunned. The following difficult life of being both father and mother flashed before Lin Yu's eyes like a movie. In the blink of an eye, the little one was almost 6 years old. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. His career was similar to the original owner's. Back then he was just frustrated and complained about the world's injustice, but he didn't have it as hard as the original owner, who had to raise a child and bear so much pressure. Although the walk was only a dozen seconds, it felt like traversing a lifetime of hardships. Standing on the stage, Lin Yu cast a deep look at the little one in the audience, who was full of anticipation. For some reason, that glance made this unfamiliar world feel warm. It was a love that sprouted from the depths of his heart. Lin Yu suddenly realized that the original owner's selfless, deep love for his daughter had completely merged with his own emotions. He inexplicably developed a profound affection for that distant yet familiar child. Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips into a gentle smile. At the back of the venue hung a huge banner warmly celebrating the 10th anniversary of My Bay International Kindergarten. Lin Yu silently exhaled a breath of stale air. He had no choice. Since he was now the new owner of this body, he had to continue walking his life. Lin Yu glanced at the stage and whispered something to the host. Moments later, the host returned from backstage holding a guitar. In his past life, singing, dancing, and acting were his profession. Playing musical instruments was child's play for him, and not only the guitar but also the piano came easily to him. Especially during these 10 years of wasted time, having no work allowed him to focus more on learning. From Lin Yu sitting dazed in his seat, refusing to stand up, to reluctantly walking onto the stage, it took a while. By now the audience had begun to murmur and stir. "Honey, is this the parent from our child's class?" "Yeah." If his daughter hadn't boasted, he wouldn't have qualified to be the finale act. "Who? Isn't there a backing track? Why did he ask for a guitar? It's just a song, why make such a big deal? I heard he graduated from Yangjing Film Academy. He's quite young. What's the use of good looks? There are plenty of good-looking people now. Can they all become stars? I heard he dropped out, never graduated. Why hasn't the performance started yet? Just showing off. Probably not as good a singer as I am." Lin Yu couldn't hear the audience's murmurs. The memories and emotions of the two had perfectly intertwined. The bond between the original owner and his daughter was cultivated through the bits and pieces of these years. Due to their age, their relationship was more like friends than father and daughter. He worked day and night desperately just to give his daughter the best life. Although he never said it, he wanted his daughter to have face in kindergarten, especially when the little one had already bragged to her classmates that her dad was a top student from a film academy and would be a big star. He scolded her for boasting in front of her classmates, but secretly prepared a performance. Yet sometimes life turns out contrary to one's wishes. Until the day before the performance, he still didn't have a satisfactory program. Helplessly, he just gave the kindergarten a backing track. The kindergarten knew he was a film academy graduate and thought he must be truly versatile, so they specially arranged his act as the finale. On one hand his beloved daughter, on the other the kindergarten's expectations. This put immense dual pressure on the original owner, who had been overworked and sleep-deprived for years. For over 20 years he struggled, felt lost, ran with his ideals, but was repeatedly tripped by reality. Time and again he asked himself what kind of person he wanted to become. He asked himself again and again whether he could give up something for a better life. He asked himself over and over, was he going to live his whole life like this? After countless breakdowns from reality's blows, crying in anguish countless times, hiding in a corner to drown his sorrows in alcohol, yet no matter how cruel reality was, the sun would still rise the next day, because there was someone waiting for him in the brilliant sunlight, to take her hand and walk the familiar path to school every day. Through the memories, Lin Yu discovered that this world was completely different from his original one. Neither the songs nor the films and TV works had ever existed. After silently paying tribute to Mao Bui, Lin Yu took a deep breath. The next song is dedicated to everyone, someone like me. Someone as outstanding as me should have lived a brilliant life. How is it that after more than 20 years I'm still adrift in the crowd? This was a thought from Lin Yu's heart. He harbored dreams, believing he could carve out a career with his abilities, but after all these years he remained unsuccessful. He and the original owner had similar circumstances, the only difference being that the original owner was no longer young while this current body was still in its prime. Lin Yu's self-accompanied singing voice spread through the speakers to every corner of the venue. "Hey honey, have you heard this song?" "Shut up, I'm listening." The audience, which had been slightly restless from the long wait, suddenly fell silent. The host hurriedly ran to the kindergarten director's position, then anxiously found Chen Jiao, the teacher of the senior class. I don't know what happened either." Chen Jiao tried to explain, but the director waved her hand, signaling her to return to her seat. "The director doesn't want you to talk and disturb her listening." Assistant teacher Liu Ying whispered. "Shut up, I want to listen too." Chen Jiao returned to her seat and gazed at the stage in admiration. Lin Yu always believed that everyone singing this song would have different emotions, because everyone sang their own life, their own most beautiful 20+ years. The original owner's voice was excellent, clear and clean, with a hint of melancholy and magnetism. Combined with Lin Yu's skilled singing and guitar playing, it was like a tiger with wings. "Someone as confused as me, someone as searching as me, someone as mediocre as me, how many have you seen?" Lin Yu's thoughts were swirling. How many people were like him, struggling in mediocrity? Those ordinary people had fantasized countless times about slapping their resignation letters on their bosses' faces, but looking at the happy smiles of their wives and children on their phone screens, they silently swallowed all their humiliation and pressed on with heavy burdens. Lin Yu sang the song skillfully, using his original memories, but the corners of his eyes became moist. This was not the first time he had sung this song. Every time he felt lost, he would ask himself what kind of person he really was and what kind of life he was supposed to live. But at this moment, after merging all the original owner's past experiences and emotions, Lin Yu's eyes became moist. "Someone as lonely as me, someone as foolish as me, someone as unwilling to be ordinary as me, how many people are there in the world? Yes, how many people are there in the world?" In two different parallel worlds, in the 996 high-rise buildings, in the crowded and hurried crowds of subways and buses. "Someone as inexplicable as me, would anyone feel heartache?" Lin Yu singing echoed in the air above the venue, lingering. "Egg tarts are best eaten fresh, and a child couldn't eat so many." The little one lowered her head, her pink little hands rubbing together. There is? I feel heartache. Chen Xiao. Lin Yu singing stopped. He took half a step back and the audience below snapped out of it, erupting into thunderous applause. So good I almost cried. And the more you savor it, the more flavor it has. Why can't I find this song online? Someone like me. There's no such song online? Really? Could it be Let's search again, maybe we're doing it wrong. Hes from Yangjing Film Academy and Hes an acting major. Oh, I was so absorbed in the song I forgot to record the video. Me too, unfortunately I only recorded the latter half. After Lin Yu finished singing he looked around the stage. Singing this song was both a desperate move forced by circumstances and a way to fulfill the last wish of the original owner. For him singing was just singing, no need to take it too seriously. He didn't notice the reactions of others. Please stay, Mango's dad. The hostess blocked Lin Yu, who was about to go off stage. Lin Yu looked at her in confusion. None of us have heard this song before. Can I ask Mango's dad a question on behalf of the audience? This question was actually what she wanted to ask, but she believed she wasn't the only one curious. Lin Yu silently apologized to Mao Buli in his heart. Yes, it's my original song. Although everyone had guessed it, they still burst into an uproar when they heard the news. It really is original. No wonder I haven't heard it. Cheng Xia did not react at all as he approached, still with her eyes closed and a smile on her lips. Wei Zi anxiously asked Xia, what's wrong? Oh, that's true, it was too good. Below the stage, after a moment of clamor, warm applause resounded again. Lin Yu didn't take it seriously, nodded slightly to the audience and returned to Little Mango's side. His song was the last performance, concluding the kindergarten's 10th anniversary celebration on a high note. Lin Yu felt an uncontrollable fondness upon seeing Little Mango, an emotion from the original owner deeply imprinted in his heart. Surrounding gazes were full of admiration and parents from the same class came over to greet him proactively. Lin Yu, drawing on his memories, returned polite and graceful smiles. Leaving the venue, the original owner's memories filled Lin Yu's mind in fragments. Lin Yu couldn't help sighing. He didn't expect that living a second life he was still broke. He needed to work hard to earn money. Although this performance had brought honor to the little one, the rent for next month and this month's living expenses were still not settled. Little one? Lin Yu couldn't help but connect his own life with this both familiar and unfamiliar little burden, and his heart filled with fatherly love. He subconsciously looked at Little Mango. Little Mango's chubby little hand tightly held her delicate face with big lively eyes. A warmth surged in Lin Yu's heart. Daddy. Lin Yu answered naturally. Can you buy me 27 egg tarts? The little one avoided her father's gaze. Lin Yu didn't have much money now, but buying 27 egg tarts was barely enough. In the original owner's memories, Little Mango was very sensible and never made unreasonable requests. If the child liked to eat, he'd buy them, but why 27? Can you tell Daddy why you want so many egg tarts? Egg tarts are best eaten fresh and a child couldn't eat so many. The little one lowered her head, her pink little hands rubbing together. Lin Yu couldn't help reaching out and ruffling Little Mango's hair. The little one, whose hair was messed up by her father, bit her lip and mustered up courage. Because I promised the kids that if Daddy performed well, I'd treat them to egg tarts. Lin Yu thought this request was quite reasonable. Although it was just a kindergarten senior class, it was still a small group. Treating them to a small snack was no problem. Why did Little Mango act like she had done something wrong? Hey, that's not right. Your class has 28 kids, so why buy 27? Daddy doesn't need to buy for me, I won't eat. This way we can save some money. Lin Yu's body stiffened, a wave of heat stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. He picked up Little Mango. Well, buy whatever you want today, don't worry about saving money for Daddy. Lin Yu had failed countless times and the whole world didn't believe in him, but only his daughter silently stood behind him, firmly believing in everything he had said. He could imagine a delicate and stubborn little girl standing in front of the whole class boasting about her father's greatness, lonely and stubbornly believing that her father would shine on stage. Maybe it was because her classmates egged her on, or maybe it was a momentary impulse to make her boast more convincing that she had made this grand promise to treat everyone. But afterwards she felt guilty about her impulsive behavior. Lin Yu's nose stung. The original owner's memories came flooding back. Every time he promised Little Mango that he would succeed in an audition and take her for a big meal, he ended up breaking his word because his auditions never succeeded. Even the recent promise to take Little Mango for a seafood buffet was broken because he had overspent again that month, and in the end he only took her for a bowl of seafood noodles. Lin Yu slowly raised his hand, touched Little Mango's head. Daddy will never let you down again. Little Mango's face, which had been sad from guilt, instantly broke into a brilliant smile. Daddy has never let Mango down. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. Two little arms wrapped around Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu coughed lightly. Tell me whatever you want to eat today, Daddy will buy it. Little Mango suddenly lifted her head, wiped her still teary eyes with her hand, and her pink little face instantly turned from rain to sunshine. Can we have the walnut cookies from Suhiji? Let's go buy them. Little Mango's starry eyes sparkled and she nodded like a pecking chick. The consequence of buying whatever she wanted was severe. After paying, Lin Yu glanced at the balance reminder and a cold splash of water poured over his heart. He needed to earn money. The little one's wish had been fulfilled. Watching the child's rosy, adorable smile, Lin Yu felt a warmth spread through him. After all, the original was still young and prone to letting the frustrations of work show on his face. From a young age, Xiao Mango had been keenly observant. When he saw his father in low spirits, he would deliberately try to cheer him, acting with cautious care for fear of provoking his father's displeasure again. But Lin Yu would not let the pain of being short on living expenses show upon his face. Having lived through his 30s in his previous life, his psychological resilience was far greater. As long as he was alive, money was a lesser concern. Yet there was an added responsibility now, a father's love. This feeling had already taken deep root along with the original's memories. Xiao Mango was so sensible. Perhaps, as the saying goes, children from poor families learn to take on responsibilities early. She always thought her father worked very hard, so she resolved to work diligently as well. But her father told her, Xiao Mango, you are still small and cannot earn money yet, you still have work to do. Xiao Mango's work was to study. Thus studying hard was the same as working properly. The little one, upon returning home, went straight to her small room, opened her math workbook and began doing mental arithmetic. Lin Yu watched the child sitting at the desk diligently solving problems, his heart swelling with both pride and sorrow. He did not want someone so small to shoulder pressures that belonged to adults. Lin Yu wanted to say something to Xiao Mango, but in the end he held his tongue. No amount of preaching would matter now. It was more practical to give the child better living conditions. Lin Yu began to analyze their current situation. This was Langsing, a realm utterly different from the world he had known before. Based on the 10+ years he had scraped through the entertainment industry in his previous life, perhaps in this new world he could truly make a mark. Because of his past he had little passion for fame, earning money would be enough. But first he needed an opening. Langsing placed great importance on cultural and entertainment pursuits. The entertainment industry was in a phase of rapid development, and the Huaguo, where the original came from, was the most prosperous nation for entertainment in the world. Huaguo's cultural scene was vibrant with many voices, yet at the very top only 5 major entertainment companies dominated. Those 5 controlled 90% of the market, leaving smaller firms to scrape for whatever opportunities remained. Even so, the smaller companies were far from starving, which spoke to the flourishing nature of the industry. To truly enter the entertainment circle, one had to get into one of the 5 giants. This had been the original's lifelong dream, a dream unfulfilled when his life ended. Lin Yu had weathered too many storms in show business in his former life and was reluctant to expose himself now. At that moment his phone emitted a flurry of urgent notifications. Lin Yu picked up his phone. It was the parents' group chat. Normally the class group was quiet because the teacher was in charge. Messages only appeared when the teacher assigned tasks or when online payments were required. Usually it was just sign-up chains or a string of received messages. There was little real conversation. Lin Yu assumed the teacher had posted a notice and glanced at the chat. It turned out a parent had filmed a short clip of Lin Yu singing and forwarded it to the group, promptly igniting animated discussion among the other parents. Chen-Chen's dad: I never expected there to be such talent among the parents in our class. La Julius mom: yes, it's a pity I was so busy watching Mango's father sing that I forgot to record. How's dad? Chen-Chen's dad: do you have the full version of the video? Chen-Chen's dad's: no, I don't. I only remembered to record later, so there's only a short segment from the back. What a pity. Yudian's mom: Mango's dad is so talented, why has he been so low-key these past 2 years? Yudian's dad: people with real ability often keep a low profile. Ranan's mom: the melody is still ringing in my head. Does anyone have the full video? I really want to hear it again. How's mom: I also want to hear it again, the song is so well written. I searched all the music apps and couldn't find Song Wo for daughter.Lin. Yuanbao's mom: everyone says it's Mango's father's original song, of course it wouldn't be on music services. Now we can only hope someone at the kindergarten recorded the full version. Yuan's mom: I asked parents in other classes I know, no one has the full version. They only filmed a short later segment and none are as long as Chen-Chen's dad's. The chat filled with sighs and lamentations. Chen Jiao exhaled deeply. She had asked the teachers of other classes and indeed no one had the complete video. In truth, it was easy to understand, no one had agreed in advance to help film, so who would have recorded another class parent's performance? Everyone had simply thought it sounded lovely and on impulse taken out their phones to record a clip to post on social platforms. It was natural that no complete recording existed. Besides teaching at the kindergarten, Chen Jiao made short videos in her spare time and posted them on the Weiyin short video platform. She currently had around 100,000 followers, making her a modest internet celebrity. Neither the parents nor the school knew of this other side of her. Chen Jiao uploaded the clip containing only the latter half of the song to her personal account. Lin Yu watched the parents group for a while. Everyone's display name was something like XX Dad or XX Mom. It felt oddly fresh, as if having a child had given everyone an additional name. The group continued to discuss Song Wo for daughter.Lin. The song was indeed beautiful and easily struck a chord, especially with those who had already been beaten down by society. People liked the song. Lin Yu was not surprised. After glancing at the screen for a while, he ceased to follow it. No sooner had he put his phone down than it rang again. A stranger's number flashed on the screen. Lin Yu answered on impulse. Is this Mango's father? Hello, I'm Xiao Qi, the director Xiao. Lin Yu did not have the director's number. Parents rarely had cause to contact the director directly. Matters concerning children were usually handled with the homeroom teacher. Hello? Once she confirmed she was speaking to Mango's father, there was a trace of delight in Xiao Qi's voice. Mango's father, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. The kindergarten has an important event. We'd like to invite you to help with. Xiao Qi paused and continued. Next week is the Yangjing Yue Xixing competition. Besides children's performances, there will be showcases featuring outstanding parents, so we would like to ask you to represent our kindergarten at the city-level competition. Although Xiao Qi was the director, she was not the kindergarten's owner. Competition among private kindergartens was fierce. Owners cared only about enrollment figures, and any event the kindergarten took part in could be used as promotional capital. Especially large municipal events, they demonstrated a kindergarten's concrete strengths. My Bay International Kindergarten had experienced declining enrollment for 3 consecutive years. The group's owners were displeased with her. If she could not produce results, her position as director would be unstable. Children's performances could be expertly choreographed by hired professionals, but arranging parents' acts was far more difficult. Ordinary parents rarely possessed the artistic training to stand out in a citywide competition. Lin Yu had become Xiao Qi's last straw. Yet on the other end of the line, Lin Yu's thoughts were entirely different. His instinct was to refuse. He had sung Song Wo for daughter.Lin on the kindergarten's anniversary stage for Xiao Mango. That had been an event the child had long hoped for, a chance for the child to gain face. Now that the child's wish had been fulfilled and she had face within the class, Lin Yu did not want to waste time joining more events organized by the kindergarten. After all, his primary task now was to make money. I'm terribly sorry, Director Xiao, I can't. Xiao Mango's 3 years tuition in total is 78,000 yuan. I can refund the full amount. Xiao Qi interrupted. I can participate. Principal Xiao's efficiency was remarkable. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Lin Yu received a text message notification: a deposit of 78,000 yuan. Bank account balance 78,435 yuan. Although Lin Yu had never been wealthy before, having no job, his main issue was emotional depression. He hadn't yet reached the point of being unable to pay rent. But now Lin Yu was truly at the end of his rope. Fortunately, with this 7,000 plus yuan, he could cover rent and living expenses and also satisfy the little one's desires for things they wanted. Lin Yu turned on his computer. Wai Langsing had strict copyright awareness. The song he had just performed needed to be encrypted and registered on the official website immediately. If a songwriter was signed to a company, the company would handle this, but for an independent like Lin Yu, he had to apply on his own. The website was divided into 2 parts. One part was for song copyright registration, which was fully encrypted. The other part was public, where independent screenwriters and novelists could upload their works. If lucky enough to catch the eye of a producer or director, they might soar to success. But this possibility was extremely low. Soaring to fame was difficult, but still many authors could earn a little money on the website. Copyright sales varied widely depending on the author's fame, the quality of the work, and its suitability for adaptation into film or television, etc. Most authors who could produce high copyright works were backed by signed companies. Independent authors uploading works on the website without fame or company could hardly fetch high prices. The highest could reach over 100,000, but that was rare. Most fell within the range of 10 to 50,000. Big directors and major productions had professional screenwriting teams and wouldn't look for scripts on the website. Nevertheless, regardless of the final transaction price, the website would take a 50% commission as its management fee. In other words, those who uploaded their own works to the website were definitely not even entry-level screenwriters. They had no other way to submit their work and had to settle for this. Without the website platform, there would be even less chance for others to see their works. Charging a 50% management fee was considered reasonable. Many independent authors would upload their works to the website. It was a process of sifting through the masses, relying on luck. Even so, there were still thresholds for uploading works. The website had 5 tiers. From low to high, level 1 to level 5. Authors could level up through points. A level 5 authors were rare, and those who reached it could usually find a stable company. Lin Yu browsed the website carefully and roughly understood the submission process. He knew clearly that Principal Xiao was willing to return the full 78,000 yuan tuition fee because of the charm of the song Someone Like Me. There were so many outstanding film and television works in his past life, simply copying one would become a classic. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to make money? With that thought, Lin Yu decided to write a work to earn his first pot of gold. Subconsciously, Lin Yu glanced at little Mango's room. A soft glow emanated from the small room. What a pure and innocent child. Suddenly Lin Yu thought of an animation he had seen before. Yes, this one. He hoped it would be bought by a reliable animation studio and turned into an excellent animated work, a gift for little Mango. The story is about a 10-year-old girl moving with her parents to a new city. To take a shortcut, her parents drove and got lost on a country road, accidentally entering a mysterious tunnel and ending up in a strange world. Her parents were attracted by delicious food and ate uncontrollably, only to turn into pigs. The girl fled in panic, and a white dragon named Xiao saved her, giving her medicine that prevented her body from disappearing. He also told her how to find Grandpa Boiler to take her in and find a job at Granny Tang's place, because here one must have a job to avoid being turned into something else by magic. The girl obtained a menial job at Granny Tang's. Xiao told her that she must remember her name. If she forgot it, she would never be able to return home. Xiao constantly protected and encouraged the little girl. During a mission for Granny Tang, Xiao was accidentally injured. To save Xiao, the girl embarked on a new adventure. This was one of Lin Yu's favorite animations. Besides the hidden allegory, there was another wonderful part. It turned out the girl and Xiao had known each other long ago. Back when Xiao was still the white dragon of Amber River, he had saved the girl. And with the little girl's help, he remembered his own name and recalled everything from the past. The little girl finally saved her parents as well. Things that once happened cannot be forgotten, they are just temporarily unremembered. This animation was not only a gift for children but also suitable for adults to savor the truths within. To upload a manuscript, one needed to register an account and choose a pen name. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Let it be Ari Mang. A week passed quickly. Lin Yu found the competition venue using the address sent by Principal Xiao. Although he knew it was a competition in Yangjing City, the crowd was huge, truly a sea of people. The competition consisted of two parts. One was the talent show of children from various kindergartens, and the other was the fierce competition among parents. The children's performances had ended in the morning. The afternoon was for the parents' competition. Lin Yu arrived in the afternoon. Just as he got near the competition venue, his phone rang. Mango's dad, are you here? Xiao Qi's nerves were about to shatter. The competition had won first prize, 2 second prizes, and 3 third prizes. The rest were just participants. Originally she thought they would at least secure third place and strive for second, bringing back a trophy. But unexpectedly the children's morning performance was a disaster, and now looking at the scores, they were barely clinging to the tail of third place, at any moment falling into the participant group. Just then Li Hui, the administrative principal of Xingqian Bilingual Kindergarten, dealt a heavy blow to Xiao Qi, who was already anxious and under immense pressure. Xingqian Bilingual Kindergarten had always been a fierce rival of Maibei International Kindergarten. The two kindergartens were of similar grade and not far apart, often compared by parents. Just because they invited a parent who is a solo singer from the Yangjing song and dance troupe, big deal. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Xiao Qi rolled her eyes in the direction Li Hui had just left. Winning an award or winning nothing, it all depended on Mango's dad in the afternoon. Yes, I've arrived. Hearing this, Xiao Qi felt a little relieved. I'm under our kindergarten's promotional board, raising my hand. Can you see me? Xiao Qi stood on tiptoe, raised her arm high above her head and waved, scanning the crowd. Despite the crowd, Maibei International Kindergarten's board was large, and Lin Yu immediately spotted Xiao Qi waving. His tall and handsome figure threaded through the crowded masses and came before Xiao Qi. Seeing Lin Yu, Xiao Qi felt her confidence boost a bit more. They must hold on to third place. Mango's dad, just perform as usual. Our current score is 6th place. As long as we maintain this rank, we'll get third prize. Lin Yu nodded. Principal, I'm here. Chen Jiao, carrying filming equipment, ran over, panting. The competition is about to start. Find a good spot. Xiao Qi's expression switched back to a serious mode, the previous gentleness toward Lin Yu vanishing. Chen Jiao nodded vigorously. After Principal Xiao left, she waved vigorously at Lin Yu, who was heading backstage to prepare. Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Why was Chen Jiao who should be teaching at the competition? But he didn't ask. Chen Jiao clenched her little fists excitedly. This was a filming opportunity she had fought hard to obtain. Principal Xiao had initially refused, but she pleaded for a whole week and promised to do her best to persuade Mango's dad to participate in all future kindergarten activities, thus securing the chance. It wasn't that she loved filming. Rather, she desperately needed the full version of Someone Like Me. Because last week the short video she uploaded to her personal account exploded. Chen Jiao initially thought Lin Yu's song was beautiful, and with a sharing mentality she uploaded a 1-minute song to her personal account. With over 100,000 followers, her short videos usually received a good number of likes and shares. However, she never anticipated that this particular video would go viral. Within a day of uploading, fans were eagerly sharing the video. She also gained a wave of casual fans. The number of likes and shares was astonishing. Now she didn't dare to open the Douyin app, as doing so would surely lead to requests for updates about people like me. Hurry up and release the full video. I'm going crazy waiting. If you don't post it soon, I'll report you. Yes, reporting. It's just a tactic to attract attention by withholding the full video from us, and such behavior must be firmly resisted. It's more like people like us than people like me. I've searched all audio sites and couldn't find this song. I'm begging for the full version. I've seen this video 3 times today. I thought there would be a full version from another uploader, but it turns out everything is just linked back here. So when Chen Jiao heard that Lin Yu would participate in the competition, she immediately followed him. She must upload the full version to Douyin today, otherwise she might really get reported and lose followers. Chen Jiao squeezed through the crowd, securing an excellent position. The competition was about to begin and all the principals were gathering at the podium to draw lots. Before long, Xiao Qi returned dejectedly. My luck is terrible, I got the last number. Lin Yu didn't care much about the order of appearance, but he understood Xiao Yuan's frustration. Xiao Yuan firmly believed in Lin Yu's abilities, otherwise he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble personally calling to invite him and refunding 3 years of tuition just to have him compete. However, based on Xiao Qi's past experiences, the judges tended to be more patient with performances before halftime, but their fairness in scoring significantly decreased after halftime. Thus everyone hoped not to draw a later spot. Xiao Qi not only drew a later spot but ended up being the last performer. At the moment of drawing lots, the principals nearby cast her sympathetic glances. Xiao Yuan, what number did you draw? Li Hui walked over with a cheerful smile, followed by a formally dressed male parent. Xiao Qi felt guilty for drawing such a bad number and momentarily forgot to manage her expression, quickly restoring her official smile. The last one. Although she felt displeased, she had to maintain her composure. Oh dear, why is my luck so bad? It seems this year my bay. Li Hui intentionally trailed off, covering his mouth with a chuckle. Who laughs last is still uncertain. Xiao Qi was not willing to back down. Xingqian International Kindergarten was ranked 7th. If the parent scores in the afternoon outperformed Meibei, they could push them away from the edge of 3rd place. Outwardly confident, Xiao Qi felt less secure inside, as there were too many uncontrollable factors in the competition. The contest officially began. The parents' competition was even more intense than the children's. The children's efforts were for themselves, but in the adult world beyond their own reputation, it was more for their children. They could do many crazy things for their children, including dressing in dinosaur costumes and singing and dancing on stage or belting high notes. There were also skits performed deliberately acting ugly to make people laugh. However, most remained at an amateur level. The parents' performances did not cause any disruptive waves, they basically just slightly shook the foundation established by the children's performances in the morning. Li Hui was very confident in the parents from his kindergarten. Qiu's father, as long as we perform normally, not to mention 2nd place, even 1st place is possible. Rest assured, Principal Li'll do my best. Qiu was very mischievous in kindergarten, often fighting with other kids and frequently causing parents to be called in. The child was only in the lower grades and still had 3 years to spend in kindergarten. This was a rare opportunity to showcase himself, which he had to seize. Qiu's father's eyes deepened. He needed to perform not just normally but exceptionally, which was even more worthy of his attention than the group performances. Qiu's father took the stage to perform on behalf of Xingqian Bilingual Kindergarten. Indeed, very professional, Xiao Qi genuinely praised. Previously, Li Hui had come over with an air of superiority to make his presence known, which annoyed Xiao Qi, but she didn't take it to heart. However, seeing the performance on stage now, in terms of vocal range, breath control and stability of live performance, he was impeccable. Even as someone who knew little about singing, she could tell it was truly excellent. If the rankings of the other kindergartens remained unchanged and Xingqian Bilingual Kindergarten made it into the top 6, then Meibei would not even win a 3rd prize. Qiu's father's performance earned enthusiastic applause from the audience, igniting their excitement. The judges nodded repeatedly, their markers swiftly scoring on the scoring board. After the vote counting, Qiu's father received the highest score in the entire event so far, a 9.78 points. Xiao Qi felt a chill in her heart. She had heard Lin Yu sing before. His guitar and singing version of People Like Me on stage had amazed her. But could he really compete with a professional soloist from the Yangjing Song and Dance Troupe? Xiao Qi felt uncertain. Qiu's father not only had professional singing skills but also chose a powerful song. The most striking aspect was the stage effect, as the accompaniment was a symphony, making it particularly grand. Having likely performed this piece many times before, Qiu's father's performance was also very natural. Xiao Qi sighed softly. Parents were taking the stage one after another. Xiao Qi's worries were not unfounded. The judges were becoming increasingly impatient, and the parents who took the stage later due to the long wait frequently performed poorly. There's basically no suspense now. Wishing Qian's parents will definitely be first in the afternoon session. It seems my Bei is just there for the ride this year. It will be even harder to recruit next year. Their enrollment has already been declining. Yes, previously the lower and upper classes could recruit 8 classes, but last year it seemed only 7 were recruited. The principals whispered among themselves in the viewing area. These comments drifted into the ears of Xiao Qi and Li Hui, stirring completely opposite emotions within them. Confident Li Hui was too lazy to watch the remaining performances and stood up to go to the restroom. The sequentialist performance had just concluded. Xiao Qi silently prayed in her heart that as long as they could maintain 6th place she would be satisfied with any award. Lin Yu had submitted the accompaniment to the staff in advance. His agreement to participate in the competition was entirely because of the refund of 78,000, who would refuse money. However, since it was a competition, Lin Yu would certainly not treat it carelessly. He didn't care about the outcome, but working diligently was his consistent style. Previously, when he sang at the garden celebration, it was a sudden occurrence and he could only borrow a guitar for accompaniment. This time, with a week to prepare for the competition, Lin Yu created an accompaniment at home. Over the years of ups and downs in the original world, he had mastered various skills. Arranging music was definitely basic for him. The harmonica part of the song's introduction and the piano accompaniment were completed independently by Lin Yu. This time he came with the accompaniment rather than a simple guitar performance. Lin Yu stood on stage briefly introducing himself. The sound of the harmonica began to play. This person looks a bit familiar. He resembles the one who played guitar in the short video you shared earlier. Indeed, he looks quite similar. The judges finally awaited the last parent to take the stage so they could quickly finish scoring and go home. Some judges had already placed their pens on the paper. If they scored before the person sang, they worried about being called out, so they waited for a line or two of singing before marking quickly. I, a person as excellent as I am, should have shined throughout my life. How come after over 20 years, I am still adrift in the sea of people? Upon hearing the voice, the judges became agitated. They all knew each other and had previously seen the judge who shared the short video. Isn't this that song? No wonder I thought he looked familiar. Not just similar, this is the real person. Didn't they say there wasn't a full version before? That time was just a guitar performance, now he's come with accompaniment. Finally we can hear the full version. Record it. It's too late to record now, I just listen carefully. After a brief stir in the judges' area, it fell silent. All the audience members were immersed in the song. Some had previously stumbled upon the incomplete video while others were hearing it for the first time. The song echoed through the airwaves. Xiao Qi's eyes widened as she became completely enchanted by the beautiful melody. If she was initially attracted to the song by Lin Yu's deep magnetic voice and poignant lyrics, now aside from those factors she was also drawn in by the captivating melody. The accompaniment made people like me even more full-bodied, with a better auditory experience and more completeness. Qiu's father was originally texting his wife to inform her they were in first place, but the half-composed message abruptly halted. Honey, we can only aim for second place at most. What's wrong? Just a while ago Principal Li was saying in the parents' committee group that you were securely in first place today. Haha, just now we were first because he hadn't sung yet. The venue was filled with parents, all of whom had been battered by society countless times. Upon hearing Lin Yu's song, many had tears welling in their eyes. The stage for the Young Stars competition in Yangjing City had significantly better sound quality than the stage used for kindergarten celebrations, and the lighting and stage design were of a much higher standard. Lin Yu's voice was now deep and magnetic, reminiscent of his original voice. However, this body was younger, with a wider vocal range and the ability to handle more types of songs. This was something Lin Yu had discovered over the past few days. If his previous performance was based on technique, it was because he had just arrived in this world, just acquired another identity, and just met the most important person in this world, Xiao Mango. In this performance, Lin Yu sang with heartfelt sincerity, pouring his soul into the song. He recalled a line from a book he had once read. The hallmark of an immature person is their willingness to die dramatically for a reason. In contrast, a mature person is marked by their willingness to live humbly for a reason. At this moment, Xiao Mango was his reason to live humbly. When reality strikes you twice, the first thought is not to retaliate. Rather, it is to consider the consequences of retaliation. If retaliation meant depriving Xiao Mango of a stable source of livelihood, Lin Yu would now choose to endure. This is why his second rendition of People Like Me was even more captivating. Previously he lived for himself. Now, in addition to living for himself, he bore a sweet burden. Will there be someone who cares for a person as inexplicable as me? As the final note of the song lingered, the entire competition venue was enveloped in silence. Everyone was lost in the melody, immersed in their own stories. It was not until Lin Yu bowed in gratitude to the audience that everyone came back to their senses. The performance had actually concluded. I am already 60 years old, still drifting in the sea of people. We old folks are just a bunch of inexplicable people. It has been a long time since a song moved me like this. This performance was even better than the short video. Lao Liu, hand me a tissue. I already gave the tissue to John Laosha. The judges who had been in the cultural scene of Yangjing City for half their lives felt even deeper resonance and had a more profound understanding of the song. Unlike the previous performances where judges immediately raised their scorecards, this time they seemed to forget their responsibilities in their seats. It took several reminders from the host for the judges to snap out of their emotional reverie. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. All were perfect scores, 10 points. The audience erupted into cheers. Li Hui had just come out of the restroom and witnessed this uproar. When she left, the secontalist performance had just ended, and calculating the time, the final performance should have also finished. Everyone was standing and applauding. Had the competition results already been announced? With this thought, Li Hui quickened her pace. Those who had ranked 7th in the morning and made a comeback in the afternoon would definitely be interviewed. This opportunity could not be wasted if it would generate promotional photos seen across the entire kindergarten community. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she couldn't help but jog. Just as she squeezed into the crowd, she quickly glanced at the stage where a leader from the city's education bureau responsible for kindergarten education was speaking. Li Hui was puzzled. Why hadn't the award ceremony started yet? Why did everyone stand and applaud? From her years of experience, she knew the leader from the education bureau had no such charisma. Li Hui walked over to Chukia's father. I have already informed the kindergarten about our highest score this afternoon. Chukia's father looked at Li Hui with a strange expression and put his phone back into his pocket. Principal, you spoke too soon. Li Hui waved her hand with a smile. Chukia's father, I know you prefer to keep a low profile, but now is really not the time for modesty. The kindergarten is waiting for our good news. The results from my Bay kindergarten are out. Chukia's father exhaled sharply and shook his head helplessly. Their scores don't matter to us. Their scores won't affect our ranking. Li Hui was a bit confused. Why was Chukia's father speaking in such a roundabout way? Before she went to the restroom, he had been all smiles, yet now he seemed oddly off. It truly doesn't matter because the gap is too vast. Chukia's father smiled bitterly. Yes, they are still far from us. No, you have it wrong. Chukia's father, what are you talking about? We are the ones who are far behind them. Li Hui couldn't understand what Chukia's father meant. He had scored 9.78, the highest score in the room. Even considering the slight deficit compared to my Bay in the morning, the afternoon scores would definitely allow for a comeback. Chukia's father was no longer looking at Li Hui but had shifted his gaze to the center of the stage. They made a comeback. It's them. Ah. The leader concluded his speech holding a small card handed to him by the host. Now I will announce the results of the afternoon parent talent show competition. My Bay International Kindergarten performing People Like Me, 10 points. 10 points. Li Hui's head buzzed, unable to utter a word, while her phone continued to beep with messages in the group discussing the victory celebration. Chen Jiao, who had insisted on coming along with the principal, was determined to record a complete version of People Like Me. She believed that the audience present would, like last time, not immediately record videos, so there would be no more complete versions than hers. As soon as Lin Yu finished singing, Chen Jiao uploaded the recorded video to the short video platform. The unedited performance was even more authentic and original. She already had a fan base, and with the popularity generated from the latter half of People Like Me, Chen Jiao's fans were highly enthusiastic. For the past few days her fans had been eagerly awaiting the complete version. As soon as the video was released, it was like a stone thrown into the sea, creating huge waves. Wow, the complete version is finally here. Okay, I won't report it. I almost went into despair, finally waited for it. Without further ado, I'll hit that triple like. Stop talking, just listen, okay? This time with accompaniment, it's richer and more flavorful than just guitar and vocals. Demon Fire begging for the deity's IP. Regardless of the song or singing level, it's definitely professional. Why can't I find any information about him? Brothers, I'm about to put this on repeat. Farewell. Damn, you made me cry again. Chen Jiao looked at the fans' comments. This was just the traffic from her original fans. After the second wave of shares, the video's popularity would be unimaginable. Chen Jiao refreshed the page a couple of times, watching her followers' likes and shares grow at a visibly rapid pace. She couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. This speed far exceeded her expectations. Yangjing City's little star of early childhood competition has concluded perfectly. In the morning, the children's performances did not create a wide gap in scores. Each kindergarten's program was standardized, meticulously choreographed by the teachers and earnestly performed by the children. Apart from some unforeseen incidents that might cause slight fluctuations, the overall disparity was not precipitous. It was precisely for this reason that the afternoon's parental competition became so fierce, as the instability among parents was far too great. With Lin Yu's explosive perfect score of 10, My Bay International Kindergarten successfully overturned the standings with a total score of 19.58, securing first place by a margin of 0.03 points. This was Xiao Qi's first time achieving first place since becoming the administrative director, and she was so excited that she forgot to compose her expression. She also seized the opportunity to flaunt her victory in front of Li Hui, who had won second prize. Li Hui, having won second prize, would normally have boasted about it, but he was thoroughly suppressed by Xiao Qi. Moreover, since he had prematurely claimed to his kindergarten that he would take first place, he had to explain the second place result, which left him fuming. He didn't utter a word until all the kindergarten directors had dispersed, his face ashen with anger. Xiao Qi, not only basking in the glory of the award, also managed to vent all the grievances she had previously suffered at Li Hui's hands, feeling immensely satisfied. Lin Yu, who earned the only perfect score and was the decisive factor in the competition's outcome, remained the calmest of all. For him, once it was over, it was truly over. Declining Xiao Qi's celebratory banquet, Lin Yu went to the kindergarten as usual to pick up the little one. Already a long line had formed at the kindergarten gate. Although My Bay International Kindergarten faced enrollment pressure, it was only a matter of comparison with itself. When compared to other kindergartens, it was still overwhelmingly superior. To avoid congestion and unnecessary accidents due to the large number of children, the kindergarten adopted a staggered pickup schedule. The younger and nursery classes were dismissed first, followed by the middle class and finally the senior class. The middle class children had already been picked up and the senior class parents were queuing in a long line outside the gate yet to enter. Mango's dad. Hey, it really is Mango's dad. Before Lin Yu could approach, several parents in the line waved and greeted. Your video has gone viral, Chen Chen's dad said with a smile. Lin Yu had no idea which video he was referring to. You really don't know? It's the song you sang at our kindergarten's anniversary celebration. Someone posted it online and now it's hugely popular. You can scroll a few times without seeing a repost. Chen Chen's dad waved his phone in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at it. It was indeed him, less than a minute long. Hey, look, there's a full version today. Yuan Yuan's mom exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I've seen it too, really. Chen Chen's dad found the video and opened it. Short video platforms recommend content based on each user's personal preferences. For example, if you like cute kids, you'll get endless videos of children. If you like cooking, you'll see cooking videos. If you want to lose weight, you'll be bombarded with workout routines promising 3 pounds lost in a week. If you want to watch curly-haired beauties, the same logic applies. Wait, let me put on my earphones. Wow, the instrumental version sounds even better. Buddy, you'd better give me some autograph photos now so I won't have to work anymore. Mango's dad, don't forget us either, we've given up on striving. Everyone joked back and forth, all centered around the full version of Someone Like Me. When the time came, the senior class parents filed into the kindergarten in order and the chatter ceased. Daddy! The little one sprinted toward Lin Yu. Slow down, don't fall, Lin Yu said, scooping her up in one smooth motion. Little Mango excitedly rested on her father's shoulder, looking down at her classmates behind her, a small sense of achievement swelling in her heart. In the past, her father rarely carried her. Being a sensible child, she thought her father was tired from work and that she was already grown up, so she never asked to be held. But since the kindergarten anniversary, she felt her father had changed. Once while crossing the street, she held his hand a little tighter out of fear, and he actually picked her up. Now when he picked her up from school, he would actively ask if she was tired from walking. If she hesitated even for a moment, he would carry her. Little Mango had grown accustomed to being held, and every day after school she would sprint 100 meters to her father. And each time her father cooperatively lifted her into his arms. Although Little Mango longed for hugs, she was even more concerned about her father. She knew his work was hard. In the past, when he came to pick her up, his face was always etched with exhaustion. Though in recent days he no longer wore that tired look, she felt even more for him, believing he was deliberately hiding it. Daddy, I want to walk by myself. Lin Yu found it strange that the child always wanted to be put down after a short while. Whenever he picked up Little Mango, he saw some children rolling on the ground demanding to be carried, so he assumed all kids loved being held. Lin Yu gently set Little Mango down, waiting until her little feet were firmly planted before letting go. Daddy, before school ended today, Teacher Liu said you were amazing and won first place for the kindergarten. The little one raised her chin, her pink cheeks practically written with the words pride. Teacher Liu was Little Mango's assistant class teacher Liu Ying. Today Chen Jiao was away filming a video, so only Liu Ying and the life teacher were in the classroom. Although she hadn't been at the competition venue as Chen Jiao's partner, she had already obtained first-hand information about the event's excitement. Lin Yu gently tousled the little one's hair. Is Little Mango happy? In the week he had spent with her, he noticed a strange phenomenon. His own emotions followed hers. What he initially considered an insignificant competition had become profoundly meaningful because of Little Mango's radiant smile and brimming pride. Little Mango, her hair must by her father, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Happy, happy. Of course I'm happy. I hope Daddy always comes first. All right then, Daddy will always be first. After school on the noisy street amidst the bustling crowd, a big hand held a small hand as golden sunlight cast their long shadow. At Shenkong Entertainment's office building, haven't you found the person I asked for yet? Oh, Yu Xiao Wan demanded in her usual domineering tone. No, not yet, Chen Yu answered in a low voice, scarcely daring to breathe. Oh, Yu Xiao Wan had been irritable lately, and her anger was not solely directed at Chen Yu, it was mainly the pressure from the higher-ups in the company. Chen Yu understood Yu Xiaohuan's predicament and felt guilty for not fulfilling his duties well, so he kept his head down waiting for the inevitable roar. But as time ticked by, the thunderous roar never came. Instead he heard a faint "You may leave." Chen Yu, relieved, scurried away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Yu Xiaohuan collapsed into her chair, the computer screen frozen on a person singing while holding a guitar. In the rapidly developing entertainment industry chain of Huaxia, only 5 entertainment companies occupied the pinnacle of the pyramid, while smaller ones could merely scrape by below. These 5 companies were universally acknowledged as industry leaders: Shenkong Entertainment, Minaqian Entertainment, Huating Stars, Xinglan High Arts and Mording Fruits. These 5 entertainment giants virtually monopolized the top spots on all music charts and major film and television awards. For instance, in various song award rankings, such as the Rising Star chart and the monthly new song charts, the top 5 positions were invariably claimed by these 5 companies, leaving only the remainder to the whims of smaller companies' strength and fortune. Consequently, the competition among these 5 companies grew increasingly fierce. Whether in music or film, rising talents became the prime targets for their recruitment. As the chief agent of the performance department at Shenkong Entertainment, Yu Xiaohuan bore immense pressure. The music department was responsible for creating outstanding songs. The film and television department was tasked with producing excellent works. But who ultimately presented these masterpieces to the audience? It was the artists of the performance department who fought on the front lines alongside the agents who guided them. Although Shenkong consistently secured a place in the top 5 of the annual music charts, the difference between first and fifth was significant. Moreover, for 3 consecutive years the newcomers of Shenkong had failed to impress. Whether in the Rising Star chart battles or TV drama ratings, their performance was mediocre. Last year only 2 newcomers from Shenkong managed to break into the top 10 of the Rising Star chart. One secured 5th place, the other 10th. The one who achieved 5th place had been pushed into the top 5 through a massive investment in paid recommendations and publicity, a feat impossible for smaller companies due to budget constraints. Yet what was the point of a result manufactured by money? Everyone knew it was merely a facade for the big companies, a self-deception. Thus Yu Xiaohuan felt tremendous pressure. She urgently needed a remarkable voice, one that could carry the next Rising Star chart. Resting her chin on her hand, she stared blankly at the young man on the screen, lost in thought. Where could he be? Finding a person wasn't difficult for Shenkong with so many agents at their disposal. They could dig him out if necessary. But the key was that the other 4 companies were undoubtedly engaged in the same pursuit. They all had keen noses, constantly casting their nets, hoping to land a big fish that would knock their rivals down. That day, while scrolling through short videos, Yu Xiaohuan stumbled upon a clip of a young man playing guitar and singing on stage. His magnetic low voice captivated her. She was completely conquered, moved by his voice, the melody, and the story the song conveyed. Letting out a long sigh, she pressed her temples firmly. The latest batch of newcomers wasn't bad, but they weren't better. They could debut individually, but none could carry the entire weight. There were too many good-looking faces. Pretty faces were a dime a dozen, but interesting souls were rare. Some could rise to fame on looks alone, but they faded as quickly as they blazed. What truly locked in fans was the work itself, an eternal truth. Finding herself unable to focus, Yu Xiaohuan glanced at the time. It had been a while since she went home for a meal. She decided to visit her father. Yu Xiaohuan came from an artistic family. Her father was a professor at a music conservatory, her mother a dancer. She also had a younger sister who, according to their parents, was far less trouble. She followed the conventional life path. Study hard when it was time to study, work diligently when it was time to work, marry and have children when it was time. Compared to Yu Xiaojuan, her sister was a true winner in life. A few years ago, Yu Xiaohuan was happy to return home for meals. The home-cooked food was delicious. But in the past 2 years she had grown reluctant to go back. Every time she did, her father would repeat the same lines, still not seeing anyone. You're not young anymore. Look at your sister. Yu Xiaohuan wasn't that old, just over 30, in the prime of her career. But compared to her sister, who was also over 30, her life was drastically behind. Your career is good enough. At this age a woman's main theme is marriage and children. HMPH nonsense. Yu Xiaohuan's car came to a steady stop downstairs. This was the staff quarters of the Yangjing Conservatory of Music. Yu Xiaohuan had grown up in the courtyard. Though it had undergone several renovations, it still retained its original charm, holding countless memories of her childhood. She used her key to open the door. The aroma of home-cooked food greeted her. "What's Dad up to?" she asked, placing her high heels on the rack and slipping into her slippers. Xia, hearing her daughter's voice, poked her head out from the kitchen. "What can he be doing?" "Scrolling on his phone, of course." Xiao smiled without responding. Lately, in phone calls with her mother, the most frequent complaint was that her father had become addicted to scrolling through short videos. Every day he would sit alone giggling at the videos. Xiao always tried to smooth things over for her father. She understood him. After retiring, he had little to do at home except occasionally serve as a judge for events. Without scrolling through videos to enrich his leisure time, life would be even more boring. But when her father evolved from merely watching to eagerly sharing videos, Xiao fully sided with her mother. Every day she received several clips from him. "Xiao, look at how adorable this baby is. You should have one too. Xiao, look at that baby's chubby cheeks. So cute. Hurry up and have one. Xiao, look at these triplet girls in the video, aren't they fun? You should have one too." Every time she saw such videos and messages from her father, she had 1,000 complaints. For starters, there was the issue of with whom to have a child. And children weren't toys, they couldn't be born on a whim. They needed to be raised and educated properly. Besides, her mind was solely on her career, and no babies in sight. Xiao. As she quietly slipped into the house, Jongwo caught her. Wearing reading glasses, old Ou was happily scrolling through his phone. Seeing his daughter, he quickly looked up. "Come and watch this video," he beckoned. Xiaohuan's face darkened. "Dad, can you stop showing me baby videos? If you like them, watch them yourself. I don't want to." "How can you talk to your father like that? I'm sharing excellent videos with you to encourage your progress." Xiao. "Besides, this video isn't about a baby. Come and see, it's really well sung." Xiao rolled her eyes inwardly but dared not show it. Her father had mellowed with age and retirement, but when he was younger he had been quite imposing. Though she was the big sister of Shenkong in the outside world, at home she was still the little girl in her parents' eyes. Seeing her unmoved, Jongwo pretended to hide his phone. "Fine, don't watch. I was going to share a promising talent with you, but forget it. I'll watch it myself. Oh, there's a full version now." He deliberately turned up the volume and the song began to play through the phone's speaker. "Like me, an outstanding Xiao froze. In a flash she rushed to her father and snatched the phone from his hand. Xiaohuan's eyes widened with excitement, her already beautiful eyes sparkling with light. It had been a long time since she had seen a newcomer so enthusiastic. In the company, agents of Xiaohuan's level no longer needed to personally mentor newcomers. All artists were under her responsibility, but the actual mentoring was done by other artists under her. She was only responsible for strategizing from behind the scenes. The few artists she currently managed were all top-tier stars, along with a few veterans who had always been with her. "Dad, you finally watched something worthwhile." "What do you mean? When has your father ever watched anything worthless?" Jongwo felt pleased for receiving his daughter's praise for the first time. "They actually released a full version." Xiao exclaimed sincerely. The full version was richer and more melodious than the previous guitar cover, indirectly confirming a guess Xiao had. This young man not only sang well but also composed and arranged music independently. She had never seen any information about him before. What a perfect newcomer. If Shenkong could sign him, this year's newcomer list would be secure. Even if he lacked inspiration in the future, with so many top music producers in the company, his voice and looks alone could help him carve a niche in the entertainment industry. Suddenly Xiao felt a chill run down her back. However, where could she find him? Such an outstanding talent would not go unnoticed unless other companies were blind, foolish or deaf. Xiao let out a long sigh. Seeing his daughter sigh, Jongwo smiled slightly and picked up a cup from the coffee table, blowing on the tea leaves. "I had seen this young man's video before, the same song, but only a short clip, and it was the guitar cover version." Xiao had also seen that version, which was why she was so excited to see the full version. Her father's words did not catch her attention. Noticing his daughter's lack of response, Jongwo set the teacup down and continued speaking leisurely. "So I paid special attention to him, but there is almost no other information about his works online, not even this song was released. I speculate that this must be his original work." Xiao certainly knew this already, otherwise she wouldn't have been searching for him. Jongwo paused. "Today I participated as a judge in an event, the Yangjing City Children's Star Competition." Xiao knew about this event. It wasn't for fame, but because after her father retired he attended this event every year. Aside from being a judge, her father had nothing else to do. In the morning the children competed and in the afternoon it was the parents' turn. Xiao Wan really did not want to hear it. Her heart was filled with disappointment. It was okay not seeing the perfect version before, but now that she had seen it, it was even more distressing. Every moment could give other companies time to act, and perhaps in the next second, apart from Shinkong, some other company would announce that they had signed this year's heavyweight newcomer. Yu Jongwo noticed his daughter's frustration but had no intention of stopping. The morning competition was standard, nothing surprising. However, the afternoon competition was exceptionally fierce. Not only was it intense, but there was also someone who received a perfect score. Your father has been a judge for many years and has never given anyone a perfect score. Not just me, but all the judges present gave this person a perfect score. Yu Xiaohuan's expression shifted slightly after hearing her father talk so much. She had a bold guess, but it seemed too absurd, too ridiculous, too unbelievable. Yu Jongwo kept a smile on his face, deliberately dragging his words. Oh, isn't it coincidental? This person looks very familiar to me. Who could he be? Who do you think it is? Yu Xiaohuan's heart raced, staring blankly at her father. For the first time she felt her father's words were so captivating that she wished he would reveal it quickly. Isn't this the young man I saw in a short video before, the one who played guitar and sang? He sang that same song accompanied by a band and performed well. The lyrics and music were excellent and the arrangement was good too. Yu Xiaowan stepped forward, pressing down on the teacup her father was about to lift. Which kindergarten is he a parent of? How can I contact the principal? Yu Jongwo shook off his daughter's hand, continuing to sip his tea leisurely. Whenever he mentioned something, his daughter would have a look that said, "Stop talking," him so annoyed. Well, this time let her feel it. Now you want to hear your father's words, right? But father wanted to speak slowly. Yu Xiaowan had no way to deal with her father watching him take a sip of tea, then another. Dad, stop drinking and say it quickly. Yu Xiaowan snatched the teacup away, grasping it in her hand. Yu Jongwo felt his pride restored, laughing heartily. What kind of person is your father? A child this good? Of course I recognized him at first glance. I must take the initiative. The phone is here. As soon as the competition ends, I will ask the principal for his number. I'm a judge asking for a number from the principal. They will surely oblige. Although I support your work, your personal issues. Dad, I'm not having dinner at home today. There are still matters at the company. I have to leave first. Yu Xiaowan interrupted her father's words, rushing to the door with the phone number, putting on her high heels and running away. Yu Jongwo's unfinished word stuck in his throat. I haven't finished my sentence. Why did she leave? This child is really something. After hearing the door slam, Qi Caixia angrily walked out of the kitchen. Old Yu, are you idle? The girl finally came home to have dinner. Why do you keep saying useless things? The girl wants to strive for her career now, not to get married. Just let her be. Why do you keep meddling? After all this time you chased her away again. Yu Jongwo was confused by his wife's scolding. I just showed her a video? A video, another video? The girl doesn't want to watch it, yet you keep showing her. Is it annoying? It's not. Old Yu felt he had no way to defend himself. It's not. I wasted a whole table of food today. There's still Mia. How could it be wasted? Feeding you is a waste. This month's allowance is gone. After saying that, Qi Caixia angrily returned to the kitchen. Yu Jongwo stood there in a daze. What was going on? How could the allowance just disappear? Yu Xiaowan drove back to the company. He made 3 calls, the first to Chen Yu, instructing him to immediately draft a contract and send it to her. The second call was to his mother, because during the drive old Yu had sent her countless voice messages complaining that it was her fault the allowance was gone. So Yu Xiaowan had to explain to her mother why she suddenly left, or she would be annoyed by her father. The third call. Yu Xiaowan took a deep breath and dialed the number on the paper. Lin Yu hung up the phone and opened the 5th contract. Since dinner he had received calls from 5 talent agencies, each one placed personally by the top-tier agent of the company. Lin Yu understood what this meant. He needed a stable income, no matter which world he was in. Going it alone was impossible. A large tree provides good shade. With a company there would be many conveniences. At least he wouldn't have to worry about many things and could treat it purely as a job. However, he hadn't expected that the top 5 entertainment companies in Huagua would all extend an olive branch to him simultaneously. Lin Yu searched online for information about the 5 companies. What caught his attention most were 2 of these companies. Modern Guesha was now the hottest entertainment company in Huagua, as they had produced several top-tier singers in recent years. Their songs were widely sung and consistently topped major charts. Their TV dramas were also very popular, and their newly emerging young idols were regular guests on various variety shows. They had a unique approach to promoting newcomers and managed public opinion well. The few newcomers they heavily promoted last year were all doing decently with no flops. The other company that attracted Lin Yu was Shinkong. Shinkong was the most senior among the 5 top entertainment companies, yet it was currently the worst off. It had flopped on the new talent chart for 3 consecutive years, relying entirely on veteran singers to keep the company afloat. None of the new singers could shoulder the burden. In terms of film and TV, although the works were well received, the actors had not become famous. This indicated that the company had some issues in promoting newcomers and urgently needed fresh talent who could take the lead. Lin Yu fell into deep thought. "Daddy, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Mango, wearing bunny slippers, pattered over to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and patted the little one's head. "Daddy is making a multiple choice question." "Multiple choice question?" The little one's big eyes sparkled. Mango loves multiple choice questions. "Can I help Daddy?" The little one's big eyes began searching for the question on Daddy's desk. Lin Yu pinched the little one's nose. "Sure, Mango can help Daddy choose." Xiao Mango nodded vigorously. Lin Yu organized his thoughts. Although Xiao Mango was sensible, she was only 6 years old and had only a partial understanding of the adult world. Suppose there are 5 classmates, each with their own problems and difficulties. They all want you to help, but you can only help one. Who would you help? Lin Yu tried to put it in a way that Xiao Mango could understand. The little one puffed out her cheeks, thinking, listening very seriously to Daddy's question. This was the first time Daddy had asked her to help with a problem. She had thought it would be a very difficult question, but it was so simple. As soon as Daddy finished speaking, the little one answered. "This question is very easy. If it were me, I would definitely choose to help the friend with the most problems and the greatest difficulties, because she needs my help the most." The little one tilted her head, looking at Daddy with a puzzled expression, wondering how Daddy could be stumped by such a simple question. Lin Yu smiled knowingly and rubbed Xiao Mango's head. In the entertainment industry, without keen senses, one could not survive. A powerful agent must be alert to all directions, seeing and hearing everything. Modern Guisha office building. "Brother Zhong, you personally called, so why are you still so worried?" Zhong Huaqiang couldn't help frowning. "Do you think only our company wants to sign him? How can others compare with our Modern Guisha? Mina Huating and Xinglan are nowhere near as capable as we are at promoting newcomers. Anyone with a bit of sense who wants to make it in the entertainment industry would choose Modern with their eyes closed." Zhong Huaqiang shook his head. "You forgot to mention Shenkong Yule. Haha, if the other 3 are weak at promoting newcomers, then Shenkong is simply incapable. Ou Xiaowan is not to be underestimated." Zhong Huaqiang was older than Ou Xiaowan and had watched her enter the industry and rise step by step to the top. Although their companies were competitors, he still admired her as a person. "Brother Zhong, don't worry. At worst, we can offer him a little more. No one turns down money." Zhong Huaqiang nodded thoughtfully. For a newcomer with creative talent, appropriately increasing the offer was a normal practice in the industry. Moreover, Shenkong had not produced any outstanding newcomers in the past 2 years. All talented newcomers would think that Shenkong was incapable of promoting newcomers and would be unwilling to go there. Keep an eye on that side and feel out their intentions. Zhong Huaqiang was determined to win. "Shenkong Yule," Chen Yu said anxiously. Chen Yu's college roommate worked at Modern Guisha. He had just called his roommate, who said that the company was indeed contacting Lin Yu, but they didn't know the follow-up yet. Chen Yu also asked around about the other major agencies. The situation was similar, all were in contact but hadn't formally discussed contracts. Ou Xiaowan fell silent. She had long expected that they wouldn't be the only company wanting to sign Lin Yu, but she hadn't expected that all 5 leading companies would be competing. Thinking carefully, Lin Yu indeed deserved such a profile. A person with no company backing, without even marketing himself, just a video of him singing taken by a passerby, could become so popular online. Such a newcomer with built-in popularity, who wouldn't want him? As the video's popularity continued to rise on short video platforms, related topics like "looking for such a person" and "we will feel sorry" remained high on the trending list. At this moment, whoever could find Lin Yu and sign him would become a major online news story. What puzzled Ou Xiaowan most was that Lin Yu was completely unaware that his video had gone viral. "I'll go to his house myself." Ou Xiaowan grabbed her bag and rushed out of the office. After getting Lin Yu's phone number from her father, she also asked her father to use his connections to have the kindergarten provide the address where Lin Yu registered his child. Ou Xiaowan parked the car at the entrance of the residential area. It was an ordinary, unremarkable neighborhood. Precisely because it was a community for ordinary people, it exuded the breath of life and felt more human. She liked such living environments, which was why she loved her parents' old staff dormitory building. If her father didn't always nag her, she would love to move back there. Ou Xiaowan had no time to reminisce. She hurriedly looked for the address in the photo she had been sent. If another company got there first, she might lose her chance. The conditions that each company could offer were probably similar. They would all give their best. What would it come down to in the end? Luck. Building First Unit 2, 10th floor. This was it. Ou Xiaowan took a deep breath. The doorbell rang. Lin Yu opened the door. Xiao Wan was stunned. She had seen the full video and even the incomplete version countless times. She knew what Lin Yu looked like. Although the videos were shot from a distance and not as clear as professional footage, one could still see that the singer had excellent physical appearance. However, Xiao, who was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women, still couldn't help admiring Lin Yu's exquisite features. Xiao Wan quickly introduced herself. I am Xiao Wan from Shenkong Yule. Daddy, is this auntie also a friend who needs help? Xiaohuan's gaze lowered and she saw a little girl with 2 pigtails, delicate and exquisite like a porcelain doll. Lin Yu smiled gently and rubbed Xiao Mango's head. Please come in. Lin Yu stepped aside. Xiaohuan's gaze followed the space created by Lin Yu's movement. She couldn't help widening her eyes, utterly shocked. Xiao Wan was stunned. In the not-so-large living room of Lin Yu's home there were 4 other people sitting neatly on the sofa besides her. They were all familiar faces, agents from Modern Fruit, Mina Qianyu, Huating Xingchen and Xinglan Hei. The other 4 people showed subtle changes in expression upon seeing Xiaojuan, but quickly regained their professionalism and greeted each other. Xiaohuan did not expect that everyone would find Lin Yu's house so quickly. For contracts were lined up on the coffee table, one in front of each person. Xiaohuan initially wanted to take out her own contract but hesitated and ultimately gave up. The contract she had was no better than those from other companies, so there was no point in presenting it. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that although representatives from the 5 major entertainment companies were present, she was the only chief agent while the others were all top agents. In entertainment companies, just like artists have different ranks, agents also have levels. Every entertainment company has a chief agent in charge and typically there is only one. The chief agent oversees all agent affairs, ruling the department with an iron fist. Next are the top agents, usually 3 to 5 in a company. Each company has different standards for evaluation, but reaching the level of a top agent means one has basically reached the pinnacle of their career, managing artists who, even if not top tier, are definitely popular. Below them are senior agents who usually reach this standard after a few years in the industry, representing the largest group. At the very bottom of the hierarchy are the newly entered assistant agents, typically fresh graduates or newcomers who need guidance and cannot manage on their own, primarily assisting the higher level agents and learning industry rules and experience. At this moment Lin Yu closed the door and returned to the living room, followed closely by Xiao Mango. He casually moved a chair over and sat down. What I just mentioned is the highest price our company can offer you. On top of the previously discussed share, we can give you an additional 10%. This is already the best newcomer contract available, and I believe no one else would dare take such a big risk, especially since you haven't debuted yet. Although your future looks promising, that is still merely a possibility and our company will be taking on the risk. The speaker was Wei Zi, a top agent from Modern Fruit trained by their chief agent Zhong Huaqiang, who had developed several promising newcomers in the last 2 years. Xiao Wan was relieved that she had not presented her contract, otherwise she would have been ridiculed. Offering an additional 10% share was indeed the highest price given to newcomers in the industry. It must be said that Modern Fruit was indeed wealthy and willing to spend money. Wei Zi was right. During the newcomer phase, the first 2 years for an artist are basically the company's selfless investment, requiring money for packaging and training. Once a fully packaged artist is pushed to the market, if they develop well, the company will only start making money in the following 2 years. If they do not develop well, the initial investment is wasted. This is why contracts from major entertainment companies for newcomers are often quite harsh. Because there are too many uncertainties regarding an artist's future, a single piece of negative news can completely ruin a rising star, rendering years of training futile. Thus the company bears a significant amount of risk. Typically, contracts signed by entertainment companies with newcomers have the company taking the larger share and the artist receiving the smaller portion. Once the initial contract is fulfilled and the artist begins to earn, the contract will tilt in favor of the artist. Companies will offer attractive conditions to artists who achieve success to prevent them from switching agencies. But that is a matter for later. In Xiaohuan's view, whoever has more money has more confidence because they can afford to lose. Modern Fruit's willingness to offer such a significant deal for Lin Yu left Xiaohuan feeling somewhat ashamed, as she could not match that. She could at most offer a 50-50 split. Although Lin Yu had a song, it was only shared in short videos and was not on par with officially released songs. This did not count as a historical achievement. From the perspective of the company's upper management, various internet celebrities emerge every day, rising to fame quickly but fading just as fast, making them not worth a significant investment. Additionally, the company had to allocate more budget to first-tier artists. In the past 2 years, the company had not performed well, and many artists who had been painstakingly cultivated chose to seek other opportunities. The executives were unwilling to gamble on a newcomer and preferred to retain established artists. Xiaohuan sat on the single sofa at the edge, her gaze sweeping over the other 4 agents. Although she felt she had no chance, it was their first meeting and there was no emotional leverage. Among the 5 major entertainment companies, whether in terms of their current development status or the attractiveness of their contracts, Shenkong had little competitiveness. However, the word retreater was not in Ouyou Xiaohuan's dictionary. She wanted to fight for her company and herself. Even if Lin Yu chose modern fruit and became an artist under them, she would still support his works. Please allow me to say a few words. Firstly, Lin Yu, I really like your songs. It has been a long time since a song has moved me so much. Shenkong has strict regulations and budgets regarding newcomer contracts, so I truly cannot offer you a 60% share. The highest I can give is 50%. However, I can responsibly say that if your market value reaches a certain standard, the company can grant you an additional 10%, and if your value increases further, we can offer you even more. Until you have your own studio. I hope you will also consider Shenkong Entertainment and consider me. Lin Yu said nothing, simply listening quietly. Ouyou Xiaohuan's heart raced. She had always been assertive in the company, dealing with top-tier artists without hesitation, adhering to standards and never lowering her head to anyone. Yet today she found her last sentence surprisingly gentle, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. Wei Zi smirked. He had initially thought Ouyou Xiaohuan from Shenkong personally coming over meant she would offer a high price and he would have to engage in a fierce verbal battle. However, he did not expect that despite her personal visit she could only offer a 50-50 split. No wonder Shenkong's newcomers have been of such poor quality in recent years. How could they sign quality artists if they couldn't afford to pay? This creates a vicious cycle. Wherever you go, the wealthy are in control. This time it was certain. When for agencies sent agents over at the same time, Lin Yu knew Shenkong would also come. He had long researched the situations of various agencies online and was well aware of their agent structures. Among these, for people only, Ouyou Xiaohuan was a chief agent. Shenkong Entertainment was currently in a slump and urgently needed a promising newcomer to take the lead. Although the share offered by Shenkong was lower, Lin Yu was confident he could gradually recover the share. Although Lin Yu appeared to be in his early 20s, his psychological age was already in his mid-30s. He had experienced life's storms, navigated through challenges, stumbled, fought and felt lost. He had gained clarity. He could easily discern which agents were profit-driven and which were genuinely sincere. The little one stood beside her father, her long eyelashes fluttering, seriously observing the 5 friends who needed help. Seeing that her father had not yet spoken about which friend he would help, the little one became a bit anxious. She leaned over to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, "Daddy hasn't Xiao Mango already helped you choose? You need to help the friend who needs help the most." The little one thought she was whispering, but the living room was small and her voice was sharp and clear, her words reaching the ears of the 5 agents perfectly. What? They chose Shenkong. Why? How could that be? Are you certain? Were you there? Zhong Huiqing hurled the questions as if roaring. Wise's head still swam. He had believed victory was in his grasp, yet never imagined that Lin Yu would in the end choose Shenkong. Absolutely, I was on site. Besides Shenkong's Ouyou Xiaojuan, Mi Na Hua, Ting Xingshan and Xinglan Hei all sent representatives. You didn't tell Yi Cheng to give it to him. Zhong Huiqing had prepared everything, even paid for trending promotion. He had been waiting for Wei Zi to return with a signed contract, and this outcome was simply unbearable. Wei Zi sighed heavily and said helplessly, I've told them. Ouyou Xiaohuan offered 60% too. Zhong Huiqing admired Ouyou Xiaojuan's ability but could not fathom Shenkong giving 60%. Recalling the scene left Wei Zi speechless. Here is the crux, she only offered 50%. Tell me everything, she said after bringing Ouyou Xiaohuan into the room, and everything Lin Yu said as well. Wei Zi did not grasp exactly what the boss meant, but he recounted everything word for word. Zhong Huiqing curled a smile and said, I know why you lost. Since Lin Yu's full version of A Person Like Me swept the internet, the conversation about him has never ceased. It began with fans acting on their own, out of love and the inability to find Lin Yu himself. They scoured every channel online, spawning countless trending topics. The moment Shenkong Entertainment announced it had signed Lin Yu, the entire web exploded. His name is Lin Yu. So the mysterious singer is called Lin Yu. Thank you Shenkong for telling us his name. Can he release a single? Why not publish a solo photo book for Lin Yu? I used to never care who sang a song. This is the first time I so desperately want to see a singer. I'm so curious too. The video isn't very clear. So excited, can't wait. Shenkong Entertainment's office building. Sister Xiaojuan, I didn't expect Lin Yu to generate such heat. As soon as the news broke, he was already trending at number 10. This is the first time our company has a new signee reach the trending list. Chen Yu stared dumbfounded at the surging trending numbers. That's because you haven't signed a newcomer with this kind of vision and ability. Ouyou Xiaohuan still remembered the scene at Lin Yu's home, the little girl leaning by his ear and whispering, help the friends who need help the most. She decided she would personally manage Lin Yu. Popularity is fleeting, one must strike while the iron is hot, and the only way to preserve momentum is through tangible work, new releases. She dialed Lin Yu. Can you come record now? Do you need me to pick you up? Now that he was signed, he had to work diligently. Lin Yu understood that a viral video is ephemeral. For a song to endure, it must be sung widely and formally released. "I'll be there in half an hour, no need to pick me up." Hanging up, Lin Yu took the little one to the kindergarten's aftercare. My Bay International Kindergarten was not the most expensive nearby, but it was far from cheap. Given Lin Yu's former precarious circumstances, he might once have chosen a cheaper kindergarten. He chose My Bay because it offered aftercare until 8:30, accepted children on weekends and school breaks for an extra fee, convenient for irregular schedules. This arrangement suited families whose work hours were unpredictable. Because his child already attended the school, there was no problem of adaptation. The supervising teachers rotated among the class head teachers and assistants. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived beneath the Shenkong Entertainment Tower, a 40-story edifice wholly owned by Shenkong. They handled music, film and variety shows in an all-inclusive operation. No wonder they ranked among Huagua's top 5 entertainment companies. Lin Yu had never been to the other 4, but Shenkong's magnificence alone impressed him. After calling Lin Yu, Xiao Wan hurried up to the 20th floor. Floors 20 through 30 belonged entirely to the music department. Here were the nation's top composers, lyricists and arrangers, and the finest recording equipment. Xiao Wan had long felt that Shenkong lacked not excellent teams, but artists worthy of carrying those teams. "Sister Xiajuan, we've reserved the studio. It's Mr. Shue's domain. With Shui Kai there you can be at ease," Qian Yu said with a smile. Xiao Wan checked the time. An emergency meeting with the executives was about to begin, so it seemed she could not wait for Lin Yu. She had planned to accompany him into the studio, but the meeting had come on too suddenly. She detested meetings with upper management, yet there was no avoiding them. Qian Yu, who had worked with Xiao Wan for years, saw her treat an artist with unprecedented seriousness. No matter how big a star once was in front of Xiao Wan, they all addressed her as Sister Xiao Wan. For newly signed artists it was even more intimidating. Qian Yu realized Xiao Wan had wanted to sign Lin Yu because of his songs and his talent. What truly secured Lin Yu's special treatment, however, happened after Xiao Wan met him. No one knew exactly what transpired during the signing, but it was clear Lin Yu could not be crossed. Better go downstairs to fetch him, Qian Yu thought as he stepped into the elevator. At the same moment, Lin Yu's elevator reached the 20th floor and he emerged from another bank of lifts. Before the meeting, Xiao Wan had sent him the studio address S2008. This was the place. At that moment a phone rang and Lin Yu answered at the door. "I'm already at the studio door." It was Qian Yu on the line. He had reached the entrance and called, surprised to find Lin Yu had already gone up on his own. "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right up," Qian Yu said before returning into the building. Since he had been sidelined in the past, Lin Yu had rarely had access to the company's premier recording rooms. He recalled fragments of the past with a faint, fleeting emotion. "Who are you?" someone demanded. Newcomers in other studios were not expected when a session was imminent. Lin Yu froze for a moment, then checked Xiao Huan's message again. It did say S2008. Shui Kai wore a goatee and had long hair tied carelessly into a bun at the nape. He looked world-weary, though he was only 35, Shenkong's top mixing engineer. Talented people often have peculiar temperaments, and Shui Kai was no exception. He despised slick cosmetic appearances that lacked any trace of manliness. Don't talk about being fresh and sunny, that's not a man's look. A man should be rough. Seeing Lin Yu showed no sign of leaving, Shui Kai grew impatient. "If you don't know the situation, call your manager and confirm it," he said curtly. Seeing Lin Yu admire the studio gear, Shui Kai snorted. "If you want the best recording opportunities, you must let your ability speak. I've seen plenty of pretty-faced youths, looks won't cut it, you need real talent." Lin Yu thought Shui Kai was right. Beauty alone carried no weight, one must rely on skill. He nodded slightly. Seeing Lin Yu unruffled and in agreement, Shui Kai nodded in approval, thinking the young man steadier than many so-called idols, and added, "Faces grow tiresome, they age. But a beautiful song only deepens with each listen." Lin Yu found the remark sensible and nodded again. Rarely did Shui Kai encounter a young person who accepted admonition without anger. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder. "He'll be recording a newly signed powerhouse for the company soon. The lyrics, composition, arrangement and performance are all his own. Such an extraordinary artist is a figure. If you want to make a career in music, learn from your seniors. If you have nothing pressing, stay and listen. He'll be here shortly." Qian Yu, who had just returned, happened to overhear Shui Kai's words and his flattering tone toward Lin Yu. Qian Yu walked over with a peculiar expression. He had seen Lin Yu's photos and together with Xiaojuan had watched Lin Yu's videos countless times. Teacher Shui has the newly signed powerhouse for the company. Lin Yu genuinely felt that Shui Kai's words were correct, which is why he kept nodding in agreement. Shui Kai widened his eyes awkwardly, his goat beard trembling slightly. He never expected that the person who could write a person like me would be so young. Those who truly engage in music actually pay more attention to the lyricists and composers of a good song rather than the singers. So when Xiao Wan showed him the video, he merely opened it to listen to the song, completely ignoring the person in the video. Sorry brother, I thought you were a newcomer. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. You're not wrong, I am a newcomer. Shui Kai laughed heartily. If today's newcomers had your level of sophistication and talent, Shen Kong wouldn't have to spend 2 years throwing money at the newcomer charts. Qian Yu cleared his throat and made a significant glance at Shui Kai. Although Lin Yu was already part of the company, he had just joined, and discussing certain matters in front of him felt a bit inappropriate, as it could potentially embarrass the company. Seeing Qian Yu making gestures beside him, Shui Kai laughed again. Forget I said anything. Let's start recording the song. The recording went very smoothly. Normally when a singer records a song, the lyricist and composer would also be present to guide the singer's performance, as the emotions expressed in the song needed to be conveyed by the singer. However, since Lin Yu had written the lyrics and composed the music himself, and he was now also the singer, Shui Kai was only responsible for the basic recording. Lin Yu was already a professional, plus his vocal conditions were excellent, so pitch was not an issue. Shui Kai rubbed his chin. If Shen Kong singers could all reach Lin Lao's standard, our work would be so much easier. The vocal coach might as well be out of a job. Qian Yu, encountering a singer who recorded so smoothly for the first time, admired Oyu Xiaohuan's insight, as such newcomers were rare in the entertainment industry. Oyu Xiaojuan, having just finished a meeting, hurriedly arrived on the 20th floor and happened to see Lin Yu, Qian Yu and Shui Kai chatting outside the recording studio. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. I'm glad I made it. She rushed down specifically to see Lin Yu record the song. Upon seeing Oyu Xiaojuan, Qian Yu quickly approached to greet her. I'm glad I got down here in time. You're still on a break. Recording a song is inherently time-consuming and labor-intensive, and many singers experience off days, which can lead to delays extending over several days. Shui Kai burst into hearty laughter. Qian Yu also wore a peculiar expression. Oyu Xiaohuan looked at them curiously. What's going on? We're not on a break, the competition has already ended. Shui Kai said casually. Ended? Oyu Xiaohuan could hardly believe her ears. Although there hadn't been a tractor meeting at the higher levels, the time surely couldn't have been short. How could it possibly be over so quickly? Although Shui Kai held no official position, he had been with the company for a long time and was of similar age to her, so he never held back in conversation and often joked. Oyu Xiaohuan was skeptical of what he said and turned questioningly to Qian Yu. Xiaohuan Jia, we really finished recording. You arrived late. Seeing my boss' shocked expression is quite amusing, Qian Yu thought, but lacking Shui Kai's boldness, he didn't dare to laugh at his superior's face. Oyu Xiaohuan felt a bit disappointed but was also very pleased. Her judgment hadn't been wrong. Every decision she made previously was right, and she was growing to admire Lin Yu even more. This child is surely going to develop in the future. It's important to note that while Shui Kai may seem whimsical on the surface, he is very strict when it comes to recording songs. Many top-tier singers he has worked with have struggled, and he would make them retry repeatedly without giving them any leeway. The only reason Lin Yu was able to finish recording the song so quickly could only be one. Lin Yu is truly exceptional. Once the song was recorded, it was time to enter the contract phase. Previously, the contract was for Lin Yu as an artist. The so-called 50-50 split pertains to all future commercial activities. However, each song requires a separate contract, as all copyright revenues after a song is released, including those for the lyricist, composer and singer, need to be divided. Therefore, a separate contract also needs to be signed. Oyu Xiaohuan made 2 phone calls. Colleagues from the finance and legal departments quickly arrived on the 20th floor. Here's the contract. What needs to be clarified is that 80% of the song's earnings belong to your company, as post-production, promotion and distribution require manpower and resources. 20% belongs to the lyricist, composer and singer. Lin Yu was aware of the industry rules. In a song, the composer holds the highest position because the quality of the song heavily relies on the melody, followed by the lyricist, and finally the arranger, whose role is akin to applying a more suitable makeup to a beautiful woman, enhancing her beauty, but she must first be beautiful. Compared to the lyricist and composer, the singer's share is quite flexible. Top-tier singers can negotiate with the company for better compensation, but new singers receive no more than 0.5 from the 2%, while the remaining 1.5 is divided proportionally between the lyricist and composer. Even so, many singers can live off a hit song for a lifetime. The lyrics, composition, arrangement and performance of this song are all your responsibility, so besides the 80% taken by the company, the remaining 20% is yours. All future earnings related to the song will be distributed this way. If you find no issue, you can sign here. The legal department colleague mechanically introduced the contract and pointed to the area designated for signatures. Lin Yu found it quite reasonable. As long as he continued to create songs, he would be able to earn steadily. After Lin Yu signed, the colleagues from the finance and legal departments took the contract and left. Once the contract is signed, we will push your song to the market. Today is the 13th, it will be released tomorrow. Oyu Xiaohuan stated emphatically. Xiaohuan Jia, half of the month has already passed. It's going to be tough to compete on the new song chart now, Qian Yu said with concern. Every month major entertainment companies release new songs, causing fierce competition on the new song charts. Previously Xiao Mango could secure a spot in the top 3 every month, but now only the top-tier singers in the company have a chance, leaving little room for others. Having finally signed such an outstanding talent as Lin Yu, Qian wanted to make the most of it, especially with the new song charts approaching next month. Xiao Wan shook her head. No, Lin Yu still has momentum online. The popularity of short videos comes quickly and fades just as fast. People previously paid attention to Lin Yu because they didn't know who he was. People love exploring the unknown. But the news of our company signing Lin Yu has already been exposed online, and Lin Yu has become less of a mystery. If we don't capitalize on this momentum once Lin Yu's popularity wanes, we will lose a batch of traffic and fans. Although Xiao Wan believed in Lin Yu's abilities and that he didn't need to rely on popularity, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Qian Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his boss points. Of course, while this approach has its pros and cons, the benefit is leveraging the popularity of Lin Yu's videos. The downside is that entering the new song chart on the 14th might not even secure a spot in the top 10. It would be a wasted opportunity to compete on the charts. Xiao Wan knew that a good composer cannot continuously produce excellent works. A piece of work as high level as a person like me might only be a one-off in a lifetime. If Lin Yu cannot write songs himself, he will have to collaborate with other lyricists and composers in the company. The results are uncertain, and it's possible he may never have another chance to compete on the charts in his lifetime. But she still wanted to take a chance. Lin Yu, do you have confidence? Lin Yu smiled lightly. I can handle it. Jiang Chen. Beautiful animation production company. Lu Qing anxiously ran his fingers through his hair, noticing a few strands of black hair cascading down, feeling distressed, and quickly pulled his hand back from the few remaining strands. Although Huaguo's entertainment industry is developing rapidly, the animation industry has been very sluggish. The beautiful animation production company, which was already struggling, is now on the verge of going bankrupt. The manager stated that if they could not produce an animated film to turn the company around, it would announce its closure. All the capable colleagues in the company had left, and now only Lu Qing remained as the sole animator. He is very confident in his professional skills, but creating good works is easier said than done. Nowadays the standards for animated films are incredibly high. They need to cater not only to children's tastes but also to adults. After all, the true box office drivers are adults. But where can such scripts be found? Most capable screenwriters have left, and now only newcomers are holding the fort. Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. His gaze swept over the various works on the website. Lu Qing had been working continuously for weeks without a proper rest, eating and living at the company. With dark circles under his eyes, he stared listlessly at the screen. Animation had been his childhood dream, and Wei My Animation Production Company was his first job. He had dedicated 10 years of his life here, his entire youth. When he first entered the industry, he silently vowed that he would not marry until he directed an animated film grossing over 100 million at the box office. So he remained single to this day. A good script was the key to a film's success, but a good script was no easy feat. He had no choice but to search for scripts on a website where freelance writers gathered. Even the professional scriptwriters under contract with the company could not produce work that satisfied him, let alone the freelance writers who couldn't even get a contract with the company. Lu Qing felt he might be going mad. He gave a bitter smile and sighed, treating it as a final struggle. Even among freelance writers there were levels. Lu Qing let out a long sigh. He had already reviewed all the level 5 writers but found nothing. Lu Qing was about to give up, his head throbbing with pain. He helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and prepared to close the website. Just then his gaze was caught by a title Spirited Away. Modern Guisha Office Building. Brother Chong Xingkong has released a new song. Wei Zi walked to Zhong Huaqiang's desk and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. New song. Releasing a new song mid-month. Zhong Huaqiang sneered and shook his head. Sheng Kong probably has given up, except for a few top-tier singers who still compete for the charts at the beginning of the month. Every month there was a new song chart. Major companies would fiercely compete to top the list, but since each of the top 5 companies had several reputable singers, they followed the principle of using a fast horse against a slow one to avoid pitting their best against each other in the same month. It was a long-standing tacit agreement to avoid having ultra-top-tier singers release new songs in the same month. Therefore, singers with even a slight competitive edge usually chose to release their songs at the beginning of the month to vie for the charts. Even if they couldn't land first place, making it into the top 5 was still a remarkable achievement for an ordinary singer. The top 5 spots were fiercely contested by the 5 major entertainment companies. Then came the top 3, and ultimately whoever ranked first for the entire month and occupied the most positions in the top 10 would be the biggest winner in music for that year. Huaxia had 5 most renowned entertainment companies. No one had ever truly ranked them from first to fifth, but there was an unspoken hierarchy. This ranking came from cold hard data, charts ratings, box office figures. Each company not only meticulously scheduled their own singers' releases but also kept tabs on other companies' plans. In Zhong Huaqiang's view, a singer releasing a song mid-month was unlikely to make waves. Wei Zi shared the same opinion. At least the singers under his supervision, if they had any real talent, would never release a song mid-month because doing so meant giving up on the chart race. If others couldn't even break into the top 10 by releasing on the first, how could you compete by releasing mid-month with only half the month left? Wei Zi nodded in agreement with his boss. I think so too. Releasing mid-month is a sign of surrender, they've given up, and so has the company probably. Wei Zi curled his lips. I thought Xiao Wan went through all that trouble to sign Lin Yu for some big move, but it turns out she doesn't take him seriously at all. Who? Zhong Huaqiang was taken aback. Xiao Wan. No, you just said who released the new song. Lin Yu, the one you sent me to his home before, and we offered him the highest rookie contract, but he didn't appreciate it. Zhong Huaqiang's gaze wavered. Did he release someone like me? That's the only song he... Wei Zi pursed his lips. He had once thought highly of this newcomer, but even Brother Chong had never offered such a generous contract. Yet the kid didn't appreciate it, and Wei Zi harbored a grudge against Lin Yu. Zhong Huaqiang quickly opened the new song chart. Which singers are competing for the charts this month? Qing Ning has been absent due to marriage and childbirth, but she's making a comeback this month with a new song. And Cheng Xia, who won first place in the newcomer chart last year but hasn't had a hit since. This month we've tailored a song for her. Both of them have a shot at the top 3. There are a few other singers too, all decent. We can definitely snatch several spots in the top 10 this month. Wei Zi was confident in the two singers under his care. Where are Qing Ning and Cheng Xia ranked now? Zhong Huaqiang asked. Wei Zi took out his phone while saying yesterday Qing Ning was first, Cheng Xia fourth. Today Cheng Xia will definitely break into the top 3. Her previous songs hovered around 8th and 9th, but she's invested a lot of effort in promoting this one. We can take for spots in the top 10. Zhong Huaqiang stared at the new song chart on his computer and asked expressionlessly, how long has Shen Kong's song been out? Wei Zi glanced at his watch. It was released at midnight today, so about 10 hours now. Zhong Huaqiang shook his head with a faint smile. Take a look at the current rankings. Wei Zi had already pulled out his phone, his finger sliding across the screen, then suddenly froze. Third. He could hardly believe his eyes. Only 10 hours had passed since the song was released. Wasn't a mid-month release supposed to signify giving up on the charts? Wei Zi's eyes widened. There in the 3rd position on the new song chart was a familiar song title. Someone Like Me, singer Lin Yu. Downloads 233000. In just 10 hours the download count had surpassed what others achieved in half a month. Zhong Huaqiang looked away from the computer screen and gazed out the window. Sister Huan, it's exploded. 238000. 238000. Chen Yu shouted almost in a roar. Xiao Wan smacked her lips. You look like you've never seen the world. Chen Yu rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He had burst in so dramatically that he lost his composure. Xiao Huan's remark made him realize how undignified he had been. Moreover, when Xiao Wan decided to release the song mid-month after recording, Chen Yu had silently opposed it. But he obeyed his superior's orders and didn't argue. Now seeing the song's success, he felt even more admiration for Xiao Huan's capabilities. Chen Yu briefly reported on other tasks, gently closed the door and left the office. Xiao Wan sat upright with a serious expression. The moment Chen Yu closed the door, she slumped into her chair and kicked her legs in the air with excitement. Was she prescient, sharp-eyed, or extraordinarily bold? None of the above. Xiao Wan had no choice. Lin Yu's song Someone Like Me could not be delayed any longer. It had to be released or the buzz would fade. The atmosphere she had painstakingly built would dissipate day by day after the contract was signed. Releasing the song was the only way forward. It was the professional instinct of a chief agent. As for the rest, it was a gamble. She hadn't expected Someone Like Me to be so powerful, nor had she anticipated Lin Yu's popularity. Xiao Wan cleared her throat and dialed a number. Did you see it? She asked excitedly. Lin Yu was telling a story to Little Mango and had no idea what she was talking about. See what? Lin Yu signaled Little Mango to wait while he took the call. Xiao Huan's excitement waned when she heard his calm tone. You haven't checked the new song chart. Your song climbed to 3rd place in just over 10 hours. Oh, I didn't see it. Really? That's good. Lin Yu said flatly. Xiao Wan was momentarily speechless and could only hang up. Didn't every artist obsess over the charts after releasing a new song? This was the first time she had seen a singer so calm after a release, especially a debut release. If she hadn't signed the contract with Lin Yu and seen that his ID card indeed showed he was only 25 this year, she would have suspected he lied about his age. His composure was simply too steady. Lin Yu had no time to pay attention to the new song charts. To him, if he could avoid showing up, he wouldn't want to be a singer at all, but the 0.5 of the earnings was something he couldn't ignore. Signing the contract was just a job for him. Outside of work, he spent his time accompanying Little Mango. He hardly went to the company, as he wasn't merely a lyricist and composer but signed under the identity of an artist, allowing him to avoid frequent visits. Little Mango rested her chubby hands on her chin, looking deeply troubled. Lin Yu gently rubbed the top of her little head. Usually the little one would lean in for a hug, but this time she remained still in her original position. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked with concern. The little one's face was tightly drawn. "I have something on my mind." Lin Yu nearly laughed. At such a young age she was already capable of having worries. "Can you tell Daddy what's on your mind?" The little one wore a look that said, "You wouldn't understand my troubles." "All right." Little Mango turned to her father. "Our kindergarten is holding a talent competition and I want to participate too," she said. "Participating in events is a good thing. If you want to join, then go for it." Lin Yu believed that encouraging children to participate in activities was beneficial, so he always supported Little Mango in such endeavors. Little Mango's face fell as she said helplessly, "But I don't have a performance ready." "Aren't you good at telling stories? You also sing the nursery rhymes from kindergarten beautifully," Lin Yu replied with curiosity. Usually Little Mango would always show Lin Yu the nursery rhymes and dances she learned at kindergarten and tell him stories which he found delightful. The little one seriously corrected her father, saying, "But what I know everyone else at kindergarten knows too." Lin Yu finally understood why the little one looked so troubled and claimed to have something on her mind. She was worried about not knowing what to perform. "When is the selection for the talent competition?" Lin Yu pinched her round little face. "Friday?" Little Mango's heart sank further at the mention of the audition date and she drooped her little head. "There are 3 days left." The little one nodded. "Only 3 days left. 3 days is enough time?" Little Mango blinked in surprise. "Enough? I think that's definitely not enough." In her little heart the reason for her worry was that with only 3 days to go for the audition she hadn't even chosen a decent performance. "Don't worry, if Daddy says it's enough time, then it is enough time." Little Mango admired her father greatly. He sang beautifully and her classmates always talked about him as if he was on some ranking list which they heard from their parents. In short, he was impressive. But she wasn't a genius like her father. 3 days was hardly enough. Lin Yu pinched her chubby little cheeks again. "Let Daddy show you a performance first. You can see if this program works." The little one nodded hesitantly. Lin Yu recalled a lovely song sung by a child which included hand movements that weren't difficult to learn, and the song was very heartwarming. Since there was no accompaniment, Lin Yu sang alone while demonstrating the movements, keeping the time a bit shorter. Within 2 minutes the little one's expression transformed from low to high, from dubious to captivated, then to excited and thrilled. As Lin Yu finished singing, the little one clapped her small hands incessantly. "Mango wants to learn this song." "Sure." Lin Yu ruffled her hair. "What's the name of this song, Daddy?" "It's called Thank You for Listening to Me." The little one initially wanted to start learning it tonight, but Lin Yu refused. It was too late. Little one shouldn't stay up too late. She could start learning when she got back from school tomorrow. Worried that Little Mango wouldn't agree to sleep early, Lin Yu used a provoking strategy, asking her, "Does Little Mango think she can learn it in 3 nights? The best way to deal with kids is to provoke them. Despite their young age, they still care about their pride. "Of course I can learn it. Little Mango can learn it in 2 days, no, in just 1 day." The little one crossed her chubby arms and raised her chin defiantly as she spoke. "Of course Daddy believes in you, which is why I want you to sleep early. There's no need to rush," Lin Yu affirmed. The little one, satisfied with her father's encouragement, went to her room to sleep. Perhaps because she had found a performance to prepare for, the little one fell asleep very quickly and soon soft snores could be heard from her room. Lin Yu opened his computer, preparing to register "Thank You for Listening to Me" on the copyright website. Now that he had a signed company, he could directly have them upload it through their channels, but he felt that since it wasn't his song and Little Mango was just participating in a program, there was no need to report to the company. It was easier to upload it himself. He opened the website and noticed several private messages in the bottom right corner of the page. Since his last login, he had been very busy, having signed with Shinkong and hadn't logged in again. "Hello Ari Mang, I am Lu Qing from the Beautiful Animation Production Company. I would like to discuss the copyright purchase of Spirited Away. Hello Ari Mang, please reply to my message as soon as you see it, thank you. Hello Ari Mang, are you there? Hello Ari Mang, please be sure to reply to me when you see this message." Several hours had passed since the messages were sent, but the 4 messages were spaced about 10 minutes apart, showing that Lu Qing was very anxious for a response. Having waited so long, Lin Yu wasn't sure if the other party was still available, so he tentatively typed 2 words. "Hello?" Lu Qing had been in an invigorated state ever since discovering Spirited Away. This was the story he wanted, this was the animation he desired. The meaning behind the story and the delicate emotions within it, wasn't this the kind of animated film that could educate children while also touching adults? Lu Qing was so excited he could hardly contain himself. However, when he contacted the author Ari Mang, there was no response. When he reached out for the second, third and fourth times without a reply, his heart shattered. The information on the website was somewhat lagging, and many works that had already been sold would still be displayed online for a short time as the paperwork took time. During this period, others could still see the works. In Lu Qing's understanding, if a work hadn't been sold yet, the author would definitely keep an eye on the website information, as everyone relied on this for their livelihood. If it didn't sell, they would be working on construction sites, but if it did, they could go for massages. If there was such a long delay in response, it could only mean that the author was no longer paying attention to the website information, and it was very likely that they had signed with a major production company, no longer needing to work as a freelance screenwriter. With his last hope dashed, Lu Qing's spirit began to crumble, sitting in his chair for several hours in despair. Just then the computer beeped twice, popping up a dialog box. Ari Mang LV1, hello. Hours ago, Lu Qing would have glanced at the screen the moment he heard the computer's beeping. But now he had already abandoned all hope. Years of overtime and an irregular lifestyle had left Lu Qing with an obese figure. His rotund body was completely swallowed by the office chair as he turned his head slightly to glance at the screen. The instant he saw the private message on the screen, Lu Qing jolted up from his chair, unable to believe his eyes. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing 2 words, hello. He didn't dare type anything longer, afraid of wasting even a single second. What if the other party ran off again because he typed too much? 2 words first, just to get a response. Lu Qing continued, I am Lu Qing, director of Wei My Animation Production Company. I came across your work Spirited Away, which fits our company's upcoming production needs perfectly. I hope to collaborate with you. May I ask if the copyright to your work has been sold? Lin Yu hadn't expected to sign with an entertainment company so quickly. She had initially been writing scripts on the website as a way to earn money. Later, after signing her own contract, she became too busy to pay much attention to the website. Now seeing that an animation company was willing to buy the rights to Spirited Away caught her by surprise. If the first wait was agonizing, the second wait was even more tormenting, because the other party's reply had reignited Lu Qing's hope. If the other party were to say the copyright had already been sold, he would break down in tears. The copyright is not sold. When those 4 words met Lu Qing's eyes, he leaped from his chair, punching the air with both fists. To avoid any complications, Lu Qing cut straight to the chase. Our production budget for the script copyright can go up to 5 million. Lu Qing swallowed hard. 5 million was truly not that high, but it was the maximum budget their company could allocate for the script. Anything more and they wouldn't be able to afford it. After all, a great animation required funds in many areas beyond just the script. He feared the other party might find the offer too low. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. 5 million, after the website took half as management fees plus taxes, he'd end up with around 1 million. If one were to speak solely of the value of Spirited Away, the price was absurdly low. But the market price of a work wasn't just about its quality, it also depended on the author's fame and popularity. Some screenwriters came with their own built-in audience. For works of the same standard, people wanted to read those written by famous screenwriters, while those by unknown writers found no buyers. Moreover, the success of Spirited Away in the past life was largely due to its excellent story, but also its simple art style and beautiful soundtrack, all crucial elements that complemented each other perfectly. Lin Yu looked up Wei My Animation Production Company. During the golden age of animated films, they had created many outstanding works, but with the recent downturn in the industry, they had produced nothing. But judging solely by their previous works, Spirited Away suited them well. Time ticked by and Lu Qing sat on pins and needles, staring at the screen, terrified of missing the other party's message. All right. Lu Qing's eyes bulged wide. When he saw the word all right pop up, he let out a foolish, gleeful laugh. Fortunately, the office was long empty. Lu Qing couldn't help himself. He kept laughing until he choked on his own saliva and coughed uncontrollably. He immediately grabbed the phone and called his manager, An-Chi. He didn't care whether An-Chi had already gone to bed for her beauty sleep. He rapidly rattled off everything in a flurry of words. The second call was to the head of the animation production team. From the moment he received the word all right, the preparation for the film had begun. 3 days later. My Bay International Kindergarten Senior Class 2 classroom. Little Mango, you're entering the competition too. Yuan asked in a shrill voice. Little Mango confidently lifted her chin. Yes, my act is singing. Singing is so ordinary, you definitely won't get picked, Hamburger said worriedly for Little Mango. Yeah, Mango, don't you have any other talents? I heard Yuan is playing the piano, Yuan Bao said, covering her mouth as she whispered. Although she tried to cover her mouth, children's voices can't really be controlled, everyone around them heard. Yuan straightened her back. Yes, in playing the piano. Everyone knew that Yuan had started learning the piano at age 3 and had already passed the amateur level for exam, a very impressive achievement for her age group. Yuanbo, what are you performing? Yuan asked. He and doing street dance, Yuanbao said, striking a street dance pose as he spoke. Yuanbao had also started learning street dance in the junior class. After 2 years he was quite good at it, at the very least he could show off a routine anytime without any problem. Nini is playing the guzheng. Qian is doing Chinese clapper talk. The children all chattered at once, talking about their own and each other's acts. These days parents placed great importance on cultivating their children's interests and talents, and many children were multi-talented. Only one child from the entire kindergarten could represent it in the district competition, so the competition was fierce. Parents had also been preparing their children's audition acts well in advance. Because her father was always busy, little Mango had gotten used to not telling him such things. If her father hadn't noticed she seemed troubled that day, she wouldn't have brought it up to him either. Little Mango's act was singing, which everyone considered barely a talent since anyone with a mouth could sing. She would surely be eliminated in the fierce audition. My dad said if I get selected this time he'll buy me an electric self-balancing scooter, Yuanbao said proudly. My mom said if I get selected she'll buy me a new smartwatch, Yuan said arrogantly. My mom said if I get selected she'll buy me a new smartwatch, Yuan said arrogantly. Little Mango stayed silent because she hadn't asked her father for anything. This was a competition she had willingly entered, a chance she wanted to win on her own. She hadn't thought about asking her father for a gift, so the little one kept her mouth shut. Seeing that little Mango was quiet, Hamburger comforted her. It's okay, Mango. What matters is participating. Only one kid from the whole kindergarten gets chosen. It's normal if you don't make it. Little Mango knew Hamburger was trying to comfort her, but she didn't think she would be eliminated. Her little cheeks puffed up. I will definitely get selected. To her friends those words were just little Mango trying to save face, a final act of defiance. When free activity time ended, Chen Jiao returned to the classroom and gathered the children participating in the audition to assemble in the auditorium. The other children who weren't participating continued their activities in the classroom with teacher Liu Ying. 8 children from Little Mango's senior class too were participating in the audition. For the senior classes, the number of participants per class was similar, generally ranging from 7 to 10 children. Although only one child from the entire kindergarten would be selected, parents all wanted their own children to have a try. The children in the middle and junior classes were younger, so fewer participated in the event, roughly 3 to 5 per class. Following class order, the kindergarten arranged a simple performance sequence for the children. As the administrative principal, Xiao Qi was naturally the main organizer of such an event. Seated on her left and right were 2 others. One was the kindergarten's major shareholder and the other was the logistics principal. Together the 3 formed the audition judging panel. Just like the Star of Young Children competition, the Little Talent event was equally important for every kindergarten. However, the Star of Young Children competition not only involved the children competing but also the parents. Moreover, in that competition children's acts could be performed as a group, which allowed for much more creative flexibility. The Little Talent competition, on the other hand, was individual participation with at most small groups of no more than 3. There was very little room for creativity. It was purely a showcase of the children's individual skills. The children from the junior and middle classes had all finished their performances. Xiao Qi marveled at how talented the children were. They had played instruments, sung and danced, but because they were so young, none of the performances were truly outstanding. Performances like those couldn't represent the kindergarten in the district competition. Which act is this for senior class 1? Xiao Qi asked. The logistics principal beside her checked the program list. The 5th one. Xiao Qi frowned. Compared to the junior and middle classes, the senior class children's acts were clearly a level higher, but they were still far from exceptional. Every year she was the one who took the children to the district competition. In previous years she had seen the representatives from other kindergartens. The award-winning acts were always highly creative, never just simple instrument playing or dancing. Even when they were the performers, were prodigies of extraordinary talent that made people's eyes light up. So far she hadn't felt that spark. Little Mango stood in line with the other children. She had been tough talking earlier, insisting she would definitely get selected. But as the little one watched the children perform one after another on stage, her little heart pounded wildly with nervousness. Like adults, children need to use the bathroom when they get anxious. Teacher Chen, I need to go to the bathroom. Little Mango raised her hand. Go ahead and hurry back. With the teacher's permission, the little one dashed to the bathroom in the hallway. The acts are pretty much finished. Sai, not one of them has impressed me. If we really can find someone, let's pick Liu Yuan from senior class 2. Her piano playing isn't bad. Piano performances are too conventional and the pieces she chose had nothing fresh about them. For her age it's decent, but I'm not sure it can compete for a 1st or 2nd place award. It'd be good enough to hold on to 3rd place like last year. All right. Xiao Qi discussed it with the logistics principal, and the major shareholder beside her then drew a checkmark next to Liu Yuan's name. Principal Xiao, our class has one more act. Mango just went to the bathroom, Chen Zhao said, bringing little Mango onto the stage. This is Lin Yu's daughter, isn't she? The logistics principal asked. Xiao Qi smiled and said yes, Lin Yu's daughter. The principals knew which children in the kindergarten had special talents and which didn't. Usually little Mango enjoyed participating in kindergarten activities, but she always joined the group dances and nursery rhymes that the school taught. Of course, when it came to group dances and nursery rhymes, the little one could always stand at the very front because she learned quickly and performed well. But when it came to standout individual talents, little Mango had none. Her father had always been busy and life had been precarious. Where would they find the money and time for her to attend extracurricular classes? Still, the principal smiled at her kindly. Go ahead. Little Mango took her position on the stage. After a brief self-introduction, the little one began her performance. What can the children sing? At this age, very few learn formal vocal techniques. If they truly studied vocal music, the kindergarten would know. Little Mango's performance did not meet everyone's expectations. The little one stood nervously on the stage of the kindergarten auditorium, gripping the microphone tightly, glancing at the judges after a moment. I need to move around. Can the teacher help me hold the microphone? Of course, Xiao Qi replied with a smile. Children tend to be nervous during performances. Xiao Qi found it endearing that this little one was not only calm but also proactively made requests. Chen Zhao jogged onto the stage, half squatting to assist the little one with the microphone. The teachers of the middle and lower classes had already begun organizing the children to return to their classrooms, while other teachers responsible for the venue's order started wrapping up. Little Mango looked around the stage and nodded at her homeroom teacher Chen Jiao, who was by the microphone. Sending you a little heart, sending you a flower. You are too much of a touch in my life. You are my angel, guiding me all the way. No matter how time changes, love is sung into a song. Xiao Qi's eyes brightened. The teachers who had originally walked to the door turned back to look at the stage. The little friends from the lower middle class who had already reached the door were brought back to the auditorium by their teacher. Let's watch this performance before leaving. Director Xiao, this song isn't one of the nursery rhymes we teach at our kindergarten, right? I haven't heard it before. It's not one of our nursery rhymes. It might be a newly released children's song that we haven't heard before. Let's listen first. Listen to my thanks to you. Because of you the seasons are warm. Thank you, grateful for you the world is more beautiful. So beautiful to listen to. I have goosebumps all over. What a warm song. I'm so moved. I want to thank you. Because of you love always resides in my heart. Thank you, grateful for you passing on happiness. The little one had just entered the big class and did not recognize many characters. In order for her to learn the song well, Lin Yu annotated each character with pinyin. Little Mango first heard her father sing and thought the song was beautiful with nice movements, and it wasn't a song taught in kindergarten, so the other children certainly hadn't heard it. But when she began to practice and sing independently, seeing the lyrics, the little one understood their meaning. She wanted to send her father a little heart. Since she could remember, she had been dependent on her father. He was her support and the most important person in her life. She didn't understand what it meant to be moved, but in little Mango's small heart her father was her most admired hero, who would give her the best food and fulfill all her little wishes. Her father would cover her with a blanket while she was fast asleep and carry her back to her little bed when she fell asleep on the sofa. She wanted to sing this song for her father and say thank you, for it was her father who enabled her to live confidently and happily at all times. I want to thank you. Because of you love always resides in my heart. Thank you, grateful for you passing on happiness. Thank you, grateful for you the world is more beautiful. The little one already had a very clear and pleasant voice. She just had not received professional vocal training, but her voice was inherited from her father, which was a gift. With the addition of her expressive movement, she delivered the entire song beautifully. Little Mango's crisp voice lingered in the small auditorium. It wasn't until the little one bowed to thank the teachers that the principals in the audience reacted, and a warm applause erupted, the only enthusiastic applause during the entire audition. I cried. I cried too. It really touched my heart. This is the kind of performance that should represent our kindergarten in the district competition. Yes, this truly reflects our kindergarten's strength. Before, the teachers were arguing over which child performed better and who could represent the kindergarten in the district competition, all claiming their own class child was the best. After hearing Little Mango's performance, no one debated this topic anymore. Xiao Qi called Little Mango over. The other teachers were also reluctant to leave. Where did you learn this song? Xiao Qi touched Little Mango's face. Did you learn it at home? Little Mango replied honestly. Did you learn it from the TV or a website? Chen Jiao was also curious. As the main teacher in the kindergarten, she had a large repertoire of children's songs but had never heard this one. Xiao Qi was also waiting for the little one to answer. Generally, parents can only teach their children a few well-known songs. After years in early childhood education they had certainly heard of them, but this song, Listen to My Thanks to You, was completely unfamiliar, likely a newly released song. Little Mango shook her head. Neither. I learned it from my father. Everyone paused, looking at each other. Everyone knew that Lin Yu could write songs. People Like Me had recently become a hit. However, no one had thought he could write children's songs, as typically songwriters of children's songs only write for children. Let's search online. Yes, the child may not be able to express it clearly. The song is called Listen to My Thanks to You. Many teachers took out their phones and began searching for the song. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find any relevant information either. Nothing came up. It seems it's not a published song. Xiao Qi's expression froze. An original. Another original song by Lin Yu. The crowd was in an uproar. Director Xiao announced on the spot that Little Mango would represent the kindergarten in the district competition, and the little one was surrounded by her peers all day at kindergarten. Various expressions of envy and blessings were present, though there were also some small jealousies among the children. However, everyone had seen the little one's performance and there was no dissent. Once home, the little one immediately shared the news with her father. Lin Yu was not surprised at all. The quality of Listen to My Thanks to You was more than sufficient for the district's talent competition. What surprised him was that Little Mango had not received any professional training, yet her voice was remarkably good. Perhaps this was just talent. Since she was to participate in the district competition, there needed to be an accompaniment. Previously lacking a company, Lin Yu could only work tirelessly at home to produce the accompaniment. Now that he had signed with a company and had access to high-end equipment, he certainly would take advantage of it, especially with an excellent sound engineer like Shui Kai. These were resources that needed to be utilized. The next day happened to be the weekend, so Lin Yu took the little one to the company, not only producing the accompaniment but also conveniently recording her song. This could be a keepsake for the little one. Old brother, your daughter's voice is incredible. It's better than several of the child singers we recently signed with the company. Shui Kai exclaimed. Lin Yu was not being unhumble. He genuinely could not be humble, smiling as he said, it really is good. This was Lin Yu's first time participating in the preparation for his child's competition, and now that the accompaniment was ready, the only thing left was to select a performance outfit. The kindergarten would also assist in designing the child's look, as she was representing the kindergarten in the district competition, but Lin Yu did not trust them. As it was his daughter's first time participating in a district competition, he naturally wanted to take charge himself. Watching his daughter try on the dress he had altered, Lin Yu marveled internally, realizing he had wasted his talents in the entertainment industry. He should have been a designer. A week later, Xiao Mango stepped onto the stage of the local talent competition for the first time. This was a contest for the most outstanding children in the district. As Lin Yu had expected, the little one won first prize. Listen to Me Say Thank You was not only melodious and catchy with beautiful movements, but also had positive and uplifting content, making it very suitable for the competition and truly touching. It resonated with people and could even move the judges. Coupled with Xiao Mango's angelic voice, what was winning first place in a local competition worth really? Of course, this was just Lin Yu's internal thought. He truly believed in Xiao Mango's talent, but when the little one reported the good news of winning first place, Lin Yu couldn't help but lift the little one up and spin around in joy. He even took the child out for a lavish meal, showering them with encouragement and praise. Lin Yu's day of indulgence with the child passed just like that. Though Lin Yu's song was only released in the middle of the month, it topped the October New Songs chart by the end of the month. However, there was a consensus among everyone. Composers cannot frequently produce masterpieces, as many singer-songwriters may only have one song in their lifetime that becomes a classic. While others appreciated Lin Yu's creative talent, that was about it. Releasing just one song still made him a rookie in the entertainment industry. When Xiao Mango went to school, Lin Yu would wander around the company as he had nothing much to do. Due to the explosive popularity of People Like Me, many programs and commercial events had recently invited him to perform. Lin Yu turned down all invitations. His reason was that he didn't want to exhaust his popularity too soon, for now his focus was on creating better works. Without any major events, Yu Xiaowan also let Lin Yu be. At mealtimes, Lin Yu would definitely be at the company. The cafeteria was free. The entertainment department had almost no work except for some minor artists, and they could only mooch food and drinks at the company. The rest were backstage staff from the music and film departments. You're here for lunch again? Yu Xiaowan had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Yu during lunchtime. Although People Like Me brought him decent income and he would receive copyright shares every month along with payments for Spirited Away, Lin Yu felt he was still far from his goal. In September next year, Xiao Mango would start elementary school. He wanted to buy a house in a good school district for the child. However, with the devilish housing prices in Yanjing, this amount of money was simply insufficient. Yu Xiaowan sat next to Lin Yu. It was quite common for Behinthasan staff to eat in the cafeteria as they were company employees, but it was rare for artists to do so. They usually appeared in the spotlight and out of vanity would avoid the cafeteria. Lin Yu was an exception. Xiao knew Lin Yu had to support a child and that he only had one song out with no commercial activities, speculating that Lin Yu was trying to save money. Recently Lin Yu had been unwilling to participate in commercial performances, reasoning that he wanted to create more songs. Xiao understood Lin Yu's feelings. After all, for singer-songwriters their works were vital. She admired such artists for their boldness in composing their own hits. But who could produce 2 masterpieces in a month? Don't be too anxious, creativity comes in flashes of inspiration. The more hurried you are, the less inspiration you may have. Xiao wasn't very good at comforting others. She usually relied on strict reprimands. However, after learning about Lin Yu's long years of silence and struggles to support his child, she felt increasingly sympathetic towards him and couldn't bear to discourage him. Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment before understanding Xiao's meaning. I understand. He didn't want to explain much. It was fine for the other party to think so. Releasing more songs could lead to more income from copyrights, and in the future he could also earn money by writing scripts. Wasn't that appealing? He thought he should have signed with the music department from the start. Why are you so eager to find me? The head of the music department, Nan Gongyang, boisterously sat next to Xiao with a plate. After sitting down and noticing Lin Yu, he nodded. He knew Lin Yu was a new signing of Xiao and that he liked the songs he had written. However, as the head of music, he had seen too many excellent singer-songwriters. Many artists had only one representative work in their lifetime, reaching their peak upon debut and never producing quality works thereafter. Thus, having only one representative work didn't mean much to Nan Gongyang. He wasn't particularly concerned about Lin Yu. Besides, artists who came to the company for lunch every day likely had no work. Xiao saw Nan Gongyang and quickly stopped eating. Today the city contacted our company saying the Ministry of Education wants to publish a collection of classic children's songs and they want to include one of our songs and discuss copyright sales with us. Xiao took a bite of her food. Does your music department have a task for writing children's songs lately? Nan Gongyang looked confused. The office building of Shinkong Entertainment had 10 floors dedicated to the music department, with each floor having independent teams that were also in competition with each other. He would distribute the company's music tasks relatively evenly among the floors. Although there were many management staff, Nan Gongyang was very clear about each floor's responsibilities. Shinkong Entertainment was originally an entertainment company. Apart from the designated children's song works for films and television, they rarely created children's songs independently. Once a creation happened, Nan Gongyang would definitely know. No, we haven't taken on any tasks for children's film scores recently. Xiao frowned. It's strange, the children's songs you write are all for film scores and there aren't many child singers in our company. How did the Ministry of Education determine it was our company's work? Nan Gongyang asked. They saw a child singing at the local talent competition and then sought out the copyright website. This matter had nothing to do with him, so Lin Yu concentrated on eating. The cafeteria's dishes were indeed quite good. Saving money was one reason, but if the food was bad he certainly wouldn't make himself suffer by coming here to mooch. Let me hear the song, Nan Gongyang said. The audio Xiao received that morning was a recording, so it had some background noise likely from the competition venue. Xiao placed her phone on the table and clicked play. Sending you a little heart, sending you a flower, you bring me so many emotions in my life, you are my angel guiding me along the way, no matter how the years change, love is sung into a song. Lin Yu's expression froze. This familiar melody and voice. That child sings so well. Although it's a live recording with quite a bit of noise, the voice is pure and clear. Nan Gongyang couldn't help but marvel. Xiao smacked her lips. I didn't know it was sung so well, and now the question is who wrote the song. The child only sang it in the competition and the song hasn't been released. The copyright website identifies the company as our Shinkong Entertainment. Nan Gongyang thought for a moment. I want to say which genius in our department wrote this song, but as far as I know it really isn't anyone in our department. Are you sure? Could it be someone who privately wrote a new song but hasn't published it yet? Xiao asked. Nan Gongyang waved his hand. No way. Don't you know those old-timers in our music department? Such quality children's songs, even the Ministry of Education wants to buy the copyright. Not only are the lyrics and melody done well, but the arrangement is also complete. Those proud individuals with their noses in the air, could they possibly keep quiet about it? Xiao nodded in agreement. She knew those talented musicians were often eccentric, and the more brilliant they were, the stranger their personalities. Lin Yu hadn't intended to release this song. It was originally sung for Xiao Mango's competition, and once it was sung, that was it. That's why he hadn't thought of having the company register the copyright. However, when filling out the copyright application, he had to include a company name along with his own in the author section. He had no company during his first application. But this time he had a company, and after hesitating for a moment he wrote it down. He never thought anyone would actually come to buy it, especially the Ministry of Education. However, the copyright website had a rule that for author privacy, if there was no intent to reach a contract between both parties, the author section would only be made public up to the company level and specific names would not be disclosed. People from the Ministry of Education couldn't see it. People from Xingkong Entertainment couldn't see it either. So what do we do? Just reject it outright? Nan Gongyang asked. Yu Xiaohuan said helplessly, we can only do that. A one-time copyright sale of 1 million isn't too much. Those big-name lyricists and composers probably wouldn't care about it. But if it's released it would be worth much more, and I feel this song could be a hit, Nan Gongyang said regretfully. The Ministry of Education wanted to purchase the publishing rights which would be printed in publication, so it was a one-time buyout since it was an educational publication. The company would distribute the money according to the signed contract with the artist. However, if the song was published after deducting the company's 80, the remaining 20 would be split between the lyricist, composer and singer. Lin Yu roughly calculated in his mind that he could receive 500,000 in a one-time payment, and after taxes he would have over 300,000. Based on the quality of Listen to Me Say Thank You, if the song was released it would definitely achieve a good result and provide a steady stream of income. Let me give them a call. Yu Xiaohuan picked up the phone. She swiped the screen a couple of times to find the number in her call history. Hello, this is Yu Xiaohuan from Xingkong Entertainment. Sorry, Wait a minute. Before Yu Xiaohuan could finish her sentence, Lin Yu interrupted her and she looked at him in surprise. Listen to Me Say Thank You is my song. Yu Xiaohuan's mouth fell open in shock. Nan Gongyang also found it hard to believe as he stared at Lin Yu. Yu Xiaohuan's eyes widened at Lin Yu, who continued eating his meal with an air of calm. Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. Yu Xiaohuan quickly hung up after saying that, her gaze never leaving Lin Yu's face. My daughter is participating in a kindergarten competition, so I wrote a song for her? Lin Yu felt he should offer some explanation. If they had been shocked when they first learned that Let Me Say Thank You was written by Lin Yu, at this moment they were utterly astounded. They had both listened to the song. It was far from mediocre. A piece of this caliber, if it were a custom commission, might not even be achievable by Nan Gongyang's entire floor working together in collaboration. All that musical brilliance just for his daughter's school activity. Nan Gongyang marveled at how Lin Yu alone could accomplish what an entire team would typically do. But he also knew that great songs weren't created overnight. They were often the result of months, even a year or two of meticulous preparation. From the moment you found out about the competition to the time your daughter mastered the song, that must have taken quite some effort. Nan Gongyang remarked. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Not at all. I only learned about the competition 3 days in advance. The little one picked it up very quickly. Nan Gongyang and Yu Xiaohuan exchanged a glance. Their focus was entirely different from Lin Yu's. Lin Yu simply thought his daughter learned fast. But Yu Xiaohuan and Nan Gongyang were stunned by those 3 words, 3 days in advance. Yu Xiaohuan's expression had been frozen in shock ever since she learned the song was written by Lin Yu. You must have written the song long before, right? Nan Gongyang nodded, indicating that this was precisely the question he wanted to ask. Lin Yu replied calmly, no, I came up with it on the spot after learning about the competition. On the spot? Yu Xiaohuan and Nan Gongyang were simultaneously taken aback. Xiao Lin, how about you transfer to the music department? The most prestigious position there is composing. You could join the composition division directly. A great composer is no less valuable than an artist. Artists live on their youth, but composing a single great song can sustain you for a lifetime. Nan Gongyang didn't care that Yu Xiaohuan was right there beside him, openly attempting to poach Lin Yu. Yu Xiaohuan immediately bristled. Lao Nan, you're terrible at this. Lin Yu is mine. The contract is already signed. There's no way he's going to your department. A contract is just a piece of paper? This isn't a transfer to another company, it's an internal departmental reassignment. All it takes is Xiao Lin's consent. He'll file the report and the higher-ups won't object. Either way, we're all making money for the company. There's no real difference. Lin Yu has a brighter future in the performing arts department. He can generate far more value for the company there. The higher-ups won't approve this. Yu Xiaohuan rolled her eyes. Nan Gongyang laughed heartily. In our music department he can not only achieve personal success but also write songs for other artists. The company has no reason to refuse. Lin Yu clearly has what it takes to be a star. Why would he go behind the scenes for others? Yu Xiaohuan hadn't mentored a new talent in a long time. The only reason she took on Lin Yu was because she genuinely liked him and admired his talents. Even if she herself were transferred to the composition department, she would never let Lin Yu go. Yu Xiaohuan shot Nan Gongyang a fierce glare. If you keep spouting nonsense, he'll kick your ass. Nan Gongyang saw that Yu Xiaohuan was on the verge of losing her temper. If he pushed any harder, she'd probably take a swing at him every time she saw him. Xiao-Lin, what's your own take on this? Nan Gongyang turned to Lin Yu. Yu Xiaohuan also stared intently at him. If Lin Yu had originally signed with the composition department, he would have settled in there without complaint. But since he had first signed with the performing arts department, he had no desire to move. Besides, being an artist was more lucrative at the moment. He'll stay in the performing arts department. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaohuan's nerves relaxed and she let out a long sigh. She abruptly turned and glared at Nan Gongyang. Did you hear that? Stop trying to poach my people. Nan Gongyang refused to give up. Not even a second thought. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Are you done eating? If so, get back to work. Yu Xiaohuan shooed Nan Gongyang away. Short video platforms are frequently swept by imitation trends. Dances with simple moves and finger dances are particularly popular among users. Once something gains popularity, people rush to imitate it. At first, Little Mango's competition video was uploaded online. Then gradually more and more people started sharing it. People loved the song and discovered that the dance moves were easy enough to learn. It gradually spread across the internet. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohuan also released the song officially. Now people could find both the dance tutorial and the original track online. The enthusiasm for imitation grew even higher. On top of it, the Ministry of Education added the song to the list of classic songs every student must learn. Nowadays, Let Me Say Thank You is everywhere on the internet. People can thank their parents. They can thank the medical staff who save lives and heal the wounded. They can thank the teachers who work diligently. They can thank the border guards who defend the nation's frontiers. Countless people contribute selflessly to our peaceful lives, so there are many people to thank. This is the fundamental reason the song spread so widely. I'm completely hooked on it. I listen to it every day on my drive. Same here. Have you seen my Wei-Yin video? I recorded one too. I saw it. I liked it for you. You should go like mine too. It wasn't just ordinary people posting videos, even celebrities began uploading their own versions on Wei-Yin. Modern fruit office building. Xia, did you sing Let Me Say Thank You on Wei-Yin? Wei Zi asked. Cheng Xia was scrolling through her phone. When her manager asked her, she looked up and replied, yeah, and I danced to it too. That counts as dancing. It's just waving your hands around. That's what you don't understand. This kind of dance is all the rage right now, simple to learn and pleasing to the eye. Cheng Xia would upload short videos during her downtime to maintain her fans' engagement. She had only been in the industry for a year and she had achieved moderate fame, better than some, worse than others. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on her side. Ever since she took first place on the Rising Stars chart, she hadn't produced a single song that could make people's eyes light up. She had planned to compete for a high ranking on the October New Song chart, but someone had come out of nowhere and snatched victory right from under her. Wei Zi said with displeasure, delete that video. Why? Cheng Xia asked, puzzled. Do you know who wrote that song? Wei Zi raised his voice. Cheng Xia froze. She genuinely had no idea. She just liked the background music on the short video. Who pays attention to the songwriters anyway? All she knew was that the original singer was a little kid with a lovely voice. Cheng Xia shook her head. No, I don't. Wei Zi's voice grew even louder. It's Lin Yu, the one who came out of nowhere on last month's New Song chart and ruined your chance at a comeback. The more Wei Zi thought about it, the angrier he got. His new artist should have been competing on the October chart, but Shenkong Entertainment had sabotaged it, and to make matters worse, the saboteur was a newcomer. He just couldn't swallow this humiliation. He's releasing a new song this month and you're out here promoting him. In Wei Zi's view, his own artists were not allowed to promote other companies' work without receiving some benefit in return. Cheng Xia blinked. Lin Yu again? She had listened to Someone Like Me, and it truly was far superior in quality to her own songs. Getting beaten by him wasn't a case of him being wrong, it just meant she wasn't skilled enough. And unlucky too to have met such a formidable opponent. Anyway, you're not allowed to help them promote anything. Don't let her leech off your traffic. Wei Zi snapped sternly. Cheng Xia burst out laughing. I think you've got that backwards. Let Me Say Thank You has been released. Although it is a children's song, Yu Xiaohuan thought it could still compete for the New Song chart. It was just a habit to release songs at the beginning of the month unless there were exceptional circumstances like last time when Someone Like Me had to be released mid-month. Generally, Yu Xiaohuan would try to choose the beginning of the month. Fans' ears are strange. You think a song will be a huge hit, but it might not. However, a song you think might not be popular, it becomes a hit and hugely popular. Of course, this is a very rare phenomenon. For most songs, Yu Xiaohuan could tell their quality at a glance. A pleasant melody, lyrics that easily evoke empathy, these are essential for a quality song. Lin Yu agreed to release the song, but he made a request: the original singer Xiao Mango would not participate in any song-related activities and should keep a low profile as much as possible. He didn't want the child to be overexposed. Since it was a children's song, the main revenue source was online downloads. Not participating in commercial activities was fine, so Xiao Wan agreed. Xiao Mango didn't need to sign with Shinkong, but as the original singer she could still receive a share of the song's download revenue. In principle, the singer, lyricist, composer and arranger together could get a 20 share. Since Xiao Mango was only 6 years old and a minor, her income could be managed by her guardian. The 20 of the total song revenue would be settled monthly and transferred to Lin Yu's salary card. After finishing the meal and signing the contract, Lin Yu left the company. Nan Gongyang returned to the music department. Shinkong Entertainment was divided into 3 major sections: the performance department, music department and film television department. Then they were further subdivided. The music department was subdivided into the composition department, lyric department, etc. The film television department was subdivided into the film department, TV series department, etc. These subdivisions were mainly for Behinthasan staff. After subdivision, they only needed to complete the work assigned to them, shining in their respective fields. The music department occupied 10 floors. Each floor was a large group equipped with lyricists, composers, arrangers, mixers, etc. Each floor worked independently. Nan Gongyang was responsible for assigning tasks. He would try to distribute the work evenly among the floors. The different small departments such as composition, lyrics and arrangement on each floor were not in competition but in cooperation. When tasks were assigned, they had to collaborate to achieve the best results and earn performance bonuses together. The real competition was between the floors. For example, if a movie needed a theme song and Nan Gongyang gave it to floor 20 but they failed to produce a satisfactory song within the deadline, Nan Gongyang would let floor 21 or another floor continue the work. If another floor completed it better than floor 20, that proved their strength. In future work, Nan Gongyang would subconsciously favor other floors. The same principle applied to tailor-making songs and albums for the company's singers. Everyone relied on performance for their livelihood and the competition pressure was intense. "What's wrong, Brother Yang?" Zhu Yifan asked. Zhu Yifan was the gold medal composer of floor 20. Each floor had a few gold medal composers who were the pillars of their respective floors. Generally, when tasks were assigned, the gold medal composers would take the lead. Composition had always been the main lifeblood of the music department, holding the highest status because a good melody was like a beauty if everything else was merely her exquisite makeup and beautiful clothes. Makeup and clothes were important, but first and foremost the person herself was beautiful. Therefore composers held a higher status in the music department. The gold medal composers of the composition department had an even higher status. As soon as Nan Gongyang entered floor 20, he looked worried. Zhu Yifan, who had followed the boss for over a decade, could tell at a glance. Nan Gongyang frowned, ignored everyone and walked straight into his office. "What's up with the boss?" "I don't know. Did he mess up some order and get scolded by the higher-ups? I hope it's not our order. I still want to get an extra yen bonus this year. If the order is screwed up, it's all over." Zhu Yifan followed Nan Gongyang into the office. Nan Gongyang sighed. "I just fought with Xiao Wan over a person and lost." In Shinkong Entertainment, Yu Xiaohuan's word was law. She was the absolute big sister. Even those slightly older than Yu Xiao Wan would respectfully call her sister Xiao Wan. Only those with seniority and high status addressed her as Xiao Wan. Nan Gongyang was one of them. Zhu Yifan was stunned. Fight with sister Xiao Wan over a person. He thought he missed her because Yu Xiao Wan was from the performance department and her underlings were all artists. Why would the music department fight with the performance department over an artist? Nan Gongyang nodded. "I found a promising talent who can handle lyrics, composition and arrangement all by himself." Generally, composition, lyrics and arrangement were separate fields, each required specialized skills. Very few masters could combine all three, and among those who could, even fewer could produce gold hits. Zhu Yifan was one of them, so Nan Gongyang valued him highly. He can handle all three perfectly. Why would such a good musician become an artist? In Zhu Yifan's somewhat artistic mind, only those without real talent relying solely on their looks would become artists. He couldn't become an artist not because he was ugly but because he was too talented. In his concept, talented people were certainly not very good looking like himself, like Nan Gongyang. I don't know what he was thinking. Nan Gongyang thought similarly. Why become an artist showing your face in public? Being a musician was so much better. Zhu Yifan rarely saw the boss so troubled over a newcomer. "Who is that person?" "Lin Yu," Nan Gongyang said. "Lin Yu? Hasn't he only written one song?" Zhu Yifan asked in surprise. He knew Lin Yu. Someone Like Me was quite popular and it had only entered the charts mid-month, yet it managed to reach first place on the new song chart in just half a month, truly unprecedented. But to be honest, the competition on the October new song chart was generally average. The various entertainment companies had an unspoken agreement to stagger the release dates of top-tier singers, avoiding direct competition. They would leave 1 month for pure newcomers, the so-called rising star chart, and another month for artists who had been around for a while but hadn't become popular due to various reasons, giving them a chance. The October that Lin Yu encountered was exactly the latter. So the singers releasing songs in October were not very popular with limited traffic, and Lin Yu could compete with them. If it had been a real battle among top-tier singers, Lin Yu joining mid-month could not have achieved such a result. So Zhu Yifan had admiration for Lin Yu, but not to the point of needing to recruit him. In Zhu Yifan's view, someone worth recruiting must have many excellent works. Lin Yu had only written 1 song. Some musicians only have 1 song in their lifetime. Such flash-in-the-pan works often fade away quickly. Therefore a gold medal composer needed to have more than 5 gold hits. Nan Gongyang looked up at Zhu Yifan. Have you heard the song Let Me Say Thank You? That's been very popular on Weiyin recently. I've heard it. Some songs are good for personal listening, but others are better for sharing. Let Me Say Thank You belongs to the latter. Nan Gongyang gave a wry smile that was also written by Lin Yu. Since the script is handled through a copyright website, all matters will be managed by a specialized contracted editor from the site, and the 2 parties do not need to meet. The contract is also in electronic form. After successfully signing the contract, Lu Qing spent several sleepless nights. Although the script for Spirited Away is quite mature, he has sufficient confidence and even feels that the 5 million copyright fee is a bargain. If the other party were not still unknown in the screenwriting industry, how could they sell it to him at such a low price? He is even sure that when Ari Mang writes the second work, it certainly won't be sold at this price. At the beautiful animation production company, Lu Qing is only responsible for the technical aspects while the funding is managed by N-Chi. Lu Qing focuses on filming and N-Chi finds the money. Since the old chairman passed away, the 2 have been collaborating for 5 years. They are not a couple, but their level of understanding surpasses that of lovers. They are good partners for many years. Whether the company's performance was good or whether it is currently struggling, they have fought together. This is the first conference room of the beautiful animation production company. And she stopped Lu Qing outside the door, saying, "You focus on filming the movies, I will handle things here." Lu Qing refused to leave. "Those old men are looking for trouble again, I need to reason with them." And she shook her head. "What good is reasoning? They don't reason, they only talk about interests." "Then I will discuss interests with them." Lu Qing did not want N-Chi to face so many shareholders alone. And she smiled. "I know you care about me, but your strength lies in directing. Besides, we don't have much time left. We need to seize every moment to create, aiming for Spirited Away to be released as soon as possible. Only after it is released can we make money and silence the shareholders' complaints." Lu Qing had nothing to say, but he still did not want to leave. And she continued, "Moreover, it wouldn't help if you went. Besides slapping the table and glaring, what else can you do at the negotiation table?" This statement completely convinced Lu Qing. He indeed knew nothing at the negotiation table. Every time he went, it ended up in discord and a breakup. He was not as smooth in handling matters as N-Chi. Those shareholders were blinded by interests, only knowing how to make money. Their world views were incompatible, and any disagreement would lead to an argument. Moreover, in recent years the company's performance has been poor and the shareholders have become even more aggressive. Lu Qing agreed to N-Chi's suggestion, saying, "Then I will leave. Go ahead, hurry up and get the film released. It is our only hope now." Lu Qing nodded deeply. N-Chi tightened her grip on the conference room doorknob and took a deep breath. After taking a few steps, Lu Qing turned back to glance at N-Chi worriedly. N-Chi waved her hand, reassuring him to leave. Lu Qing sighed softly and departed. As soon as the door to the conference room opened, the noisy discussions within reached N-Chi's ears. "We do not agree to spend so much money on an animated film. Yes, the shareholders' money did not come from the wind. Every year we talk about making animated films that are both acclaimed and popular. Have we succeeded in doing so? Now we must face reality and transform. We cannot rely on animated films, there is simply no way forward. Then we should change the company's name as well. Shooting any film is better than animation, and adults are the main force in box office receipts." As N-Chi pushed open the door, everyone turned to look at her. However, the noisy discussions did not cease with N-Chi's entrance, instead they grew louder. Everyone had their own opinions, but without exception they were all opposing. Simply put, the shareholders had lost faith in Lu Qing, doubting his ability to produce high-quality animated films. "Please be quiet and let me say a few words." N-Chi raised her voice. She was different from Lu Qing. Her father was once a very famous animation director, and this company was founded by her father. However, her father passed away suddenly 5 years ago due to a heart attack, and the shareholders were all friends of her father's. When her father was alive, they showed him great respect, but after his death the warmth faded. Over the years the company has indeed struggled, and the uncles who used to greet her with smiles now revealed their true colors. Despite this, in their hearts they still remembered a little favor from Enchi's father. In their eyes, Lu Qing was merely a worker who could not deliver results. But Enchi was still the daughter of the former leader and deserved some respect. The reception area gradually quieted down. Since my father's passing, the beautiful animation company has indeed not been doing well. It is my failure, and I sincerely apologize to all of you uncles. Enchi bowed deeply to the shareholders. The shareholders did not expect Enchi to start off by apologizing, catching them off guard, unsure of her intentions. They exchanged glances. Well, the company's performance is poor, but it cannot all be blamed on you. Although the old folks complained they had watched Enchi grow up, and seeing the young girl bow in apology made them reluctant to make things difficult. Yes, this is related to the economic tide. The film and television industry is developing so well now, animated films are no longer popular. We need to transform. Little Chi, I have watched you grow up, and I certainly do not want your father's lifelong efforts to go to waste. A prodigal son can return, and as long as we transform well, I believe we can turn losses into profits and all make big money. Ha ha ha. Yes, transformation. No one watches animated films anymore. Even my juvenile grandson does not like watching them. Everyone chimed in again, returning to the starting point. And she stood up and surveyed the shareholders on both sides of the conference table, her expression stern. 28 years ago, my father made his first pot of gold by reselling discs, creating the beautiful animation production company. At that time I had just been born, and my father directed my first animated film. The conference room fell silent for a moment. It is worth noting that movies were just beginning to rise at that time. However, the boss was undeterred and insisted on pursuing it. They trusted the boss and followed along. Films. It is worth noting that movies were just beginning to rise at that time. However, the boss was undeterred and insisted on pursuing it. They trusted the boss and followed along. When the first film was released, the few young men embraced and cried together. Of course, the box office revenue back then was incomparable to now, and everyone's income was very low. However, just one day after the release, all the major newspapers were filled with news about their film. 28 years ago, cinemas were not as numerous as today, and it was particularly difficult to buy tickets. Many parents brought their children to stand at the back to watch, and even brought small stools to sit in the hallway. The explosive success of the first animated film solidified their determination to continue making animations. They never expected that more than 20 years would pass in the blink of an eye. And she continued, I know that animated films are not flourishing now, but please believe me one more time. I have read the script for Spirited Away. It will surely become a classic. If this animated film fails again, the beautiful animation company will never produce animated films again, and I and Chi will no longer hold any position in the company. The conference room fell silent again. This time everyone was not looking at each other but was lost in thought. Suddenly a voice came from the left side of the conference table. I had decided to trust Chi girl one more time. Then from the right side, I have watched you grow up. Uncle Zhong decides to trust you once more. Uncle Liu also believes in you. Uncle Wang also believes in you. I believe in you, and Chi bowed in gratitude to them. Finally, the shareholder closest to Enchi, Chen Jiarun, said, I can also believe in you, but your film must be released within 3 months. 3 months? From production to release takes more than 3 months. And Chi felt a bit uncertain. She fell silent. The conference room, which had just quieted down, could reignite the flames of conflict at any moment. The shareholders looked at her, waiting for her answer. Chen Jiarun curled his lips slightly. Just then, all right. The door was pushed open. Everyone looked towards the direction of the door. Lu Qing gave Enchi a confident smile. Lu Qing stepped forward and entered the conference room. Lu Qing can assure all shareholders that Spirited Away will definitely be released in 3 months. If not, Lu Qing will pack my things and leave. And Chi was astonished and wanted to stop Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled and nodded. And Chi sighed softly. Chen Jiarun achieved his goal and said with a smile, since the director Lu Qing has guaranteed us with so many witnesses, I believe he will not go back on his word. Let's meet again in 3 months. The other shareholders looked at each other and agreed as well. The meeting concluded. After everyone dispersed, and Chi called Lu Qing to her office. Are you crazy? Why would you make such a military order? If the film isn't released in 3 months, they will definitely kick you out. And Chi sighed heavily. She was very familiar with these old guys. Their harsh demands were intended to sabotage the project. Especially Chen Jiarun, who always appeared cheerful but was actually the most cunning and treacherous. When her father was around, he didn't dare to act out, but now that her father was gone, his true colors were revealed. And Chi originally wanted to negotiate with them since 3 months was too short. She hoped to remind them of the past scenes during her father's reign to pull at their heartstrings. Perhaps other shareholders would relent and allow for an extension. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing suddenly intervened, disrupting her plans. They just want to force you out and transform the company. And she said angrily. Lu Qing chuckled unconcerned and sat down on the sofa. I know? If you know, why would you issue such a military order? And she grew even angrier. She didn't want the company to transform and she didn't want Lu Qing to leave. Lu Qing put away his relaxed expression and said seriously, do you believe me? Of course I believe you, but... just believe me. Lu Qing stood up and left the office. In Lu Qing's heart, as long as these profit-driven old men brought out the money and agreed to produce Spirited Away as an animated film, he would agree to any conditions. What's 3 months? Isn't there a precedent for it? There will be one in the future. And she had no words left. She believed in Lu Qing, even though the animations made in recent years had all flopped. She still trusted his talent. She didn't know why, but this chubby guy had a tenacious spirit that made one want to believe in him. However, even if the production could be completed in 3 months, it still had to perform well at the box office. The shareholders wanted to see money, and merely filming wasn't enough, it had to bring in revenue. Creating the best animated film in the shortest time was too difficult. Lu Qing once again wore a carefree smile, patted An-Chi on the shoulder and said, don't worry, just focus on the promotional work, leave everything else to me. Lu Qing thought for a moment and continued, I have another task for you, the theme song is yours. No matter how much it costs, find the best theme song for me. A good theme song is the soul of an animated film. An-Chi nodded heavily. Her phone vibrated. Lin Yu looked at the text message notification on the screen. Salary credited 154725. 32 yuan. Plus the previous 220,000. Lin Yu's small treasury now had almost 240,000. This amount was considered middle class in small third and fourth tier cities, but in Yanjing it was nothing. Lin Yu wondered why the two worlds were completely different, yet the housing prices were surprisingly similar. She sighed heavily. She needed to make money quickly, as Xiao Mango would start school next September and she must secure a house in a good school district. In any world, a child's education is the most important. Although she was earning money faster than the average person, accumulating enough for a school district house in Yanjing in such a short time was still quite difficult. Daddy, Daddy. Lin Yu was worried when she suddenly heard the little one's voice and quickly switched her expression. 2 small feet pattered on the floor, running from behind Lin Yu. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Lin Yu turned around. The little one thought she would miss and flailed her little arms, her face turning red. At the critical moment, Lin Yu clasped her hands together. The little one was lifted securely into the air. The air was instantly filled with the joyful laughter of the little girl. Daddy is so bad, scaring Xiao Mango again. The little one laughed while pretending to be angry. Her little expression was barely contained. Lin Yu also pretended to defend herself. Xiao Mango wanted to sneak up on Daddy from behind. This is just self-defense. I wasn't sneaking up on Daddy, I have something to say. The little one pouted in defiance. Because she often sneak attacked Lin Yu from behind, she instinctively thought that Xiao Mango running from behind must be up to no good. Lin Yu lifted her high again and then gently let her down, quickly tousling the child's hair. The little one pouted, trying to smooth her already messy hair, mumbling, Daddy is really bad. Daddy is bad, but Xiao Mango is the best. Now Xiao Mango, quickly tell me, if it's not a sneak attack on Daddy, what important thing do you have to say? The little one finally had a chance to speak, her eyes wide open. Her naturally big and round eyes, already large, became even bigger. Daddy, look. The little one produced a book from who knows where. Look at this song. The little one opened the not thick book filled with children's songs, flipping through a few pages and excitedly pointing at a song. Thank you for listening to me. Lin Yu read the title of the song. The little one nodded vigorously, puffed out her chest and patted herself. Lin Yu knew that Xiao Mango wanted to tell her father that her song had been published in the book. She was very proud and delighted. However, Lin Yu pretended to be confused. What's wrong with this song? The little one's eyes widened even further. Daddy, didn't you notice this song? It's ours. The little one was a bit anxious. This was the song her father wrote for her. Because of this song, Xiao Mango could represent her school in the district's talent competition and stood out, winning first place. Daddy even took her to record it. That was her first recording. How could Daddy forget it? The little one bit her lip on the verge of tears. Lin Yu quickly appeased her. Oh, Daddy was just joking with Xiao Mango. How could Daddy forget? This is our Xiao Mango song. She is the original singer. Original singer? Daddy, what does that mean? It means the first to sing it. Xiao Mango is the first to sing. Thank you for listening to me. The little one's face instantly brightened. Xiao Mango is the first person to sing. Thank you for listening to me. Lin Yu nodded and patted the little one's head. The little one seemed to think of something and continued, by the way, today Teacher Chen played this song for us to listen to. It was sung by me and Teacher Chen told all the children that this is my song. The little one tilted her chin up, proudly patting her chest. Lin Yu carried his tray and found a table to sit down. The cafeteria food was truly delicious. The home-style dishes were on par with any restaurant. Artists never ate in the cafeteria. Nor did senior management. The main patrons of the cafeteria were the backstage staff. The music department, being the largest, had the most people. Nan Gongyang carried an imposing presence. As soon as he reached the cafeteria entrance, everyone noticed him. Some, seeing their boss bury his head in his meal, avoided making eye contact with Nan Gongyang. These were usually those who had taken on assignments from Nan Gongyang but hadn't completed them satisfactorily, or whose work had just been rejected and sent back for revision. They dreaded being questioned about their tasks during the meal. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, terrified of being spotted by their boss. The other type were those who currently had no tasks or had just finished a project that passed directly without revision. These people would proactively greet Nan Gongyang, hoping to catch his attention and be assigned new work. After all, only with work could they earn money. The monthly guarantee of 10 to 20,000 was far from enough to sustain a high-consumption lifestyle in Yangjing. "Boss, why are you eating here in person?" "Yes, tell us what you want and we'll bring it to your office. Next time just let us know beforehand." Nan Gongyang indeed rarely came to the cafeteria before. Zhu Yifan would fetch his meal and bring it to his office. Nan Gongyang waved his hand and walked straight past his subordinates. Nan Gongyang was irritated, which was why he had retreated to the cafeteria. He knew that senior management didn't eat there, so he wouldn't be caught by them. "Old Yang." Nan Gongyang was about to sit down at a random table when he heard someone call him from behind, startling him. The address "Old Yang" was not something ordinary employees dared to use. Nan Gongyang turned around, relieved. "I thought it was someone from upstairs. You scared me to death." Yu Xiaohuan let out two hearty laughs. "What guilty conscience do you have getting so scared? Afraid someone's after you for revenge?" Nan Gongyang clicked his tongue in annoyance. "If only it were a revenge seeker. What I fear is those who have no grudge yet keep pestering you. Come, Old Yang, let's eat." Yu Xiaohuan had originally spotted Lin Yu and intended to go eat with him. She was heading that way when she saw Nan Gongyang halfway and called out to him. Lin Yu was eating when two people sat down across from him. One was grinning as if enjoying a show, the other wore a look of deep grievance. "I heard you got chewed out by Boss Li again today," Yu Xiaohuan said with a chuckle. Nan Gongyang nodded at Lin Yu and then buried his head in his meal, unwilling to acknowledge Yu Xiaohuan. "Oh, don't be mad. I was just joking. Look at our company, apart from you, who else do I joke with?" Yu Xiaohuan's statement was true. In the company, even when dealing with senior management, Yu Xiaohuan was very tough. After all, she was unrivaled in the field of talent management, so a bit of bossiness was inevitable and everyone would give her some leeway. In her work, Yu Xiaohuan was also decisive and efficient. Her subordinates feared her. The only one who could converse with her on equal terms was Lin Yu. Everyone found this strange. Why did Yu Xiaohuan value Lin Yu so much? As for Nan Gongyang, he and Yu Xiaohuan were old acquaintances. Back when Yu Xiaohuan was still a little-known agent, Nan Gongyang was already quite famous in the music industry. He had helped Yu Xiaohuan many times. It was Nan Gongyang who had introduced her to Shenkong in the first place. Thus their relationship was very good. Nan Gongyang wouldn't get angry over Yu Xiaohuan's jokes. His frustration was due to work. What is Boss Li thinking? Why does a big boss want to sing a song? Nan Gongyang was about to say something more unpleasant, but seeing Lin Yu, he held back. The bosses of Modern Fruit and Mina Entertainment have both released singles. Boss Li cares about face, how could he not join the fun? Yu Xiaohuan said. Nan Gongyang sighed. "I know, but the others just casually put out a song. I listened to them, they're pretty mediocre. No real impact, just for fun." Yu Xiaohuan blinked. "So our boss is different." Nan Gongyang opened his mouth, then swallowed back the words he wanted to say. If it were just Yu Xiaohuan, he would have vented thoroughly, but there was a youngster here. It wasn't good to badmouth the boss in front of a new employee. Yu Xiaohuan nearly burst out laughing. She had known about this matter all along and that Nan Gongyang had been stalling. She had originally thought the boss was just acting on a whim and would forget if delayed. Unexpectedly, Boss Li hadn't forgotten at all. Not only did he not forget, he asked Nan Gongyang every time he saw him, pestering him so much that Old Yang wished he could run away whenever he saw Boss Li. Yu Xiaohuan suppressed a smile, put on a serious expression and patted Nan Gongyang on the shoulder. "Old Yang, as an employee you should properly complete the task assigned by the boss. How can you criticize the boss?" Nan Gongyang said. "I took it seriously. I sent Boss Li 10 songs, but he wasn't satisfied with any of them." Nan Gongyang vented his grievances. "I was clever at first. I had each of the 10 floors produce one song. I figured Boss Li would definitely pick one and the remaining 9 would be our little treasure trove. If there's ever a need later, we can just pull them out." So all 10 songs were written by the gold medal teams from each floor. Xiao Wan asked in surprise. 10 songs and not one satisfied him. Nan Gongyang shook his head helplessly. No, not a single one. I think they all sound pretty good. It's really not that bad that none could be chosen. Now all 10 are stuck in inventory. Previously, when Modern Fruit and Mina released singles, Nan Gongyang would complain that a proper boss shouldn't be releasing singles. So she had thought that Nan Gongyang wouldn't take Boss Li's desire to release a single seriously, that he might just brush it off, which was why Boss Li kept chasing him for songs. It turned out Nan Gongyang was quite serious. You used to look down on Modern Fruit and Mina for releasing singles. Why are you so serious about Boss Li's song? How can that be the same? I listened to their songs. What garbage were they? But Boss Li's voice is decent. He wants to release a song. For a company as big as ours, releasing a song is nothing. So we should make a good one. We absolutely cannot lose face. Xiao Wan nodded, finding Nan Gongyang's reasoning quite sound. Nan Gongyang continued. Who would have thought his demands were so high? What kind of demands could stump your entire music department like this? Nan Gongyang said helplessly. Boss Li told me a story. Xiao Huan's eyes widened with gossipy curiosity. Even Lin Yu was a bit intrigued. Lin Yu knew that custom-made projects were the hardest. It wasn't the multitude of requirements that was scary, but rather requirements that were too broad and vague. For example, in a blind date you could demand the other party earn over 10,000, be over 180 centimeters tall, and own a car and a house. Though there were many requirements, if you stuck to them without wavering, it wasn't impossible to find someone. What was truly frightening was a single requirement: chemistry. That standard was too difficult. What exactly is chemistry? So Lin Yu could roughly understand Nan Gongyang's pain. Nan Gongyang clicked his tongue. He talked about his entrepreneurial journey, how he was once a dashing young man full of dreams, how many difficulties and obstacles he encountered, but he got through them all. Now he still has to solve many problems every day, yet he still holds on to that pure heart. That's it. Xiao Huan's eyes widened. That's it. Nan Gongyang's face was full of misery. Even if He's no longer a youth, He's only 39. I'm 50, we're not even from the same generation. Lin Yu felt that Nan Gongyang seemed to have misunderstood. Boss Li wasn't saying he was no longer a youth, he was saying he still was a youth at heart. But Lin Yu didn't want to get involved in senior management affairs, so it was best to act like an invisible spectator. Nan Gongyang said with a wry smile. Boss Li really went to great lengths. He raised the contract to a 50-50 split. The lyricist and composer can get 50% and he himself takes no money. I thought a generous reward would attract brave men, but I never expected no suitable one has been found yet. Lin Yu was taken aback. 50%. That's right, 50%. Lin Yu put down his chopsticks. 50%, huh? In the past I could only achieve 20% while juggling multiple roles. 5% is simply incomparable. Furthermore, the profits from songs are ongoing. Every month brings revenue. Sometimes even old songs after many years can regain popularity due to short video soundtracks or other reasons. This is why people often say that if you can write a few golden songs you will never have to worry for the rest of your life. Lin Yu is currently saving money to buy a property in a school district. It would be a lie to say he isn't tempted. Lin Yu's attitude caught Xiao Huan's attention. What's wrong? Xiao Wan asked. Nan Gongyang had been lost in his thoughts and had not noticed Lin Yu. Upon Xiao Huan's inquiry, he also looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at Xiao Wan, then at Nan Gongyang, and slowly said, the 50% share won't change, right? Of course not. President Li said it personally, and there's a contract. Nan Gongyang was bewildered by the question. Lin Yu smirked. I accepted this order. You? Both Nan Gongyang and Xiao Wan exclaimed simultaneously. The two exchanged surprised glances. They weren't astonished by the simultaneous exclamation, but rather by Lin Yu's decision to take this order. They certainly knew that Lin Yu had the capability. In just a month, besides 2 golden songs, both of which were top contenders on that month's new song charts, People Like Me and Thank You for Listening to Me could stand out on their own. Yet even so, Lin Yu was merely a newcomer. Moreover, he had not graduated from a professional music school. Having just arrived at Shenkong for 2 months, even a robot couldn't churn out golden songs continuously. Xiao Wan quickly stepped in to relieve her artist, saying having aspirations is a good thing, but let's not take on this hot potato. Nan Gongyang, while admiring Lin Yu and considering bringing him under his wing, never thought to throw such a difficult challenge at him. After all, President Li had very high standards, and even his numerous top-tier lyricists and composers couldn't produce songs that met his approval. Lin Yu was just a young man of 25 at the beginning of his musical journey. How could he possibly know about those enigmatic stories of President Li? Moreover, creating a song isn't something that can be done in one go. Although Lin Yu wrote Thank You for Listening to Me quickly, it was a children's song. Having spent so much time with his daughter, such emotionally rich songs had long taken root in his heart. However, President Li's custom songs are different. Lin Yu only heard a snippet of it at the cafeteria table. He barely spent even 20 minutes on it. In ancient times, poets could compose a poem in 7 steps. But in reality it's not that easy. Especially for a song, one needs lyrics, melody and arrangement. There is so much content required. Nan Gongyang shook his head with a smile. Little Lin, I know you want to achieve something, it's normal for young people. But this task is too difficult and there isn't enough time. I must give President Li an answer by next Monday at the latest. You won't make it in time. I can give it to you tonight. Lin Yu was unaware of what Oyu Xiaowan and Nan Gongyang were thinking, but he was determined due to the 50% share. Oyu Xiaowan thought she misheard her tonight. Lin Yu nodded. Nan Gongyang chuckled. You think you can write a song just from my ramblings at the table for a few minutes? I can't provide it now because I need to go back and use the computer for the arrangement, but I can do it tonight. Nan Gongyang smiled. All right, then prepare it. Once it's done, send it to me. Oyu Xiaowan understood Lin Yu had to raise a child and thought he might want to earn more money. It was only after Nan Gongyang mentioned the 50% share that Lin Yu decided to take on this order. She genuinely felt for Lin Yu. At such a young age, while other artists were busy packaging themselves as idols and acting cute, he alone had to raise a child and shoulder the responsibilities of a father. The hostess blocked Lin Yu, who was about to go off stage. Lin Yu looked at her in confusion. None of us have heard this song before. Can I ask Nan Gongyang felt something was off with Oyu Xiaohuan's words. What do you mean? Are you saying those in our music department can't rely on their looks? Do I need to say more? Just look in the mirror and you'll know. Oyu Xiaowan rolled her eyes. I only use my talent to cover my looks. Nan Gongyang defended himself. The two of them argued for a bit before leaving the cafeteria. Before leaving, Oyu Xiaowan whispered to Lin Yu, if you can't write it, it's fine, and Nan Gongyang can't manage it himself either. Lin Yu nodded. He knew Oyu Xiaowan had good intentions. Lin Yu went straight home. Although he said he would do it at night, he actually wouldn't have time for it then. Because little Mango would be back from school at 4:30 in the afternoon. He needed to finish the song and send it to Nan Gongyang before the little one came home. Lin Yu understood President Li's intentions. In fact, he only represented a certain group of people aged 39 to already in middle age, having achieved success. Reflecting on his youth when he battled through difficulties with dreams in his heart, he felt a lot of emotions. Although his physiological age was increasing, he still hoped to maintain a youthful heart. Why do we say President Li can only represent a certain group of people? Because he succeeded. There are still a portion of people who have not succeeded. They are still adrift in the sea of humanity during middle age, living in mediocrity, having achieved nothing. They still leave home early and return late for a living. Yet they carry a heart of innocence. They have encountered many setbacks and difficulties, but the road ahead remains fraught with thorns and the future remains uncertain. If you are a youth under 20, you might only think about charging forward, moving ahead fearlessly. Because youth is your capital, you can make mistakes, you can start over. When life presses the pause button unmercifully, you still have the courage to keep moving forward. But what about middle-aged people? Do they still dare to move forward without hesitation? Do they still dare to make choices at a crossroads? The answer is uncertain. Because they are no longer young, no longer the youth they once were. They will hesitate, they will feel anxious, and they might even retreat. Yet in truth, difficulties particularly favor the strong. The more you press forward, the more they want to challenge you, to obstruct you. But simultaneously, behind the thorns and weeds of difficulties, there is certainly a brilliant vista. Some might say, no, I have fought hard, I have worked hard, yet I still do not see my future. That's because you haven't run far enough, you haven't run long enough, you haven't reached the distance to overcome the difficulties. Therefore, on the path of growth, regardless of the difficulties we encounter, we must not stop. We must believe in ourselves, or we are still the youth who can wield swords and travel the world. As long as you persevere, you will have your own future. The demo of the song was quickly completed with Lin Yu's voice on it. He checked the time and finished it just half an hour before school ended. He encrypted the file and sent it to Nan Gongyang using the company's internal encrypted email. The file name simply read Youth. In an upscale residential area of Yangjing. President Li, after all these years at Shenkong, do you think I would ever try to fool you? Those 10 songs were indeed written by the gold medal teams from each floor. Our music department is certainly capable of more than that. If the client demands it, we can definitely produce a song to their satisfaction. I'll have it to you by next Monday. Nan Gongyang hung up the phone. He had originally called President Li to have him pick one out of the 10 songs, but after a few goading words he ended up taking the task back on himself. Nan Gongyang took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke. He would have to put more pressure on those guys tomorrow. President Li wasn't wrong. What if a major client had such a request? Could it be that the entire music department couldn't come up with a single song? That wasn't their true strength, there was bound to be untapped potential. But the thought still infuriated him. It was impossible to say that the gold medal musicians hadn't taken it seriously. First, writing a song for President Lee was a great honor, whoever's song was chosen would be immensely proud. And the song would be split 50-50. Although the gold medal team got a higher cut than ordinary lyricists, it was nowhere near half. With such an incentive they still couldn't produce a song that satisfied President Lee. Nan Gongyang let out a heavy sigh. Ding! His phone vibrated. Nan Gongyang picked up his phone. Youth! Lin Yu had actually sent the song. Nan Gongyang had long forgotten about the incident at noon. But when he saw Lin Yu's email he felt no joy, only a measure of reluctance. He admired Lin Yu and had even thought of recruiting him. Lin Yu's current skills certainly couldn't compare to the gold medal musicians under Nan Gongyang, who each had 5 or more hit songs, some even over a dozen. What made Nan Gongyang admire Lin Yu so much was that in his eyes Lin Yu was not only talented but also humble and low-key. There were many talented people but few who were humble and reserved. He had seen too many musicians who were arrogant because of their talent. A little achievement and they'd float away. With 1 or 2 good works they thought themselves geniuses, believing every song they wrote would be a hit, churning out songs and burning through resources. The path of music couldn't be transformed from quantity to quality. It wasn't about writing more or faster, it was about daily accumulation. It was about staying grounded. It was about continuous learning. Nan Gongyang shook his head. Although Lin Yu seemed composed, he was still too young. It was inevitable that he would pick up the bad habit of being frivolous. Such a disposition would lead to suffering in the future. An artist should understand this even more than a musician. If Lin Yu were one of his own musicians he would have called and scolded him harshly. But Lin Yu was an artist managed by Xiao Wan. After a moment's thought Nan Gongyang decided to let it go. He'd leave those words for Xiao Wan to say. What good song could be written in an afternoon? Did they think the gold medal musicians of Shenkong were fools? Others couldn't write one in a month and he could do it in a few hours. Although Nan Gongyang didn't approve of Lin Yu's behavior, listening to a song sent by someone else was the responsibility of the head of the music department. He should give feedback as soon as he heard it. Even if it was poorly written he should offer his opinion. Nan Gongyang entered the company password and opened the email Lin Yu had sent. He couldn't be bothered to put on earphones. A hummed melody accompanied by a lively intro. Then came the verse. Nan Gongyang instinctively sat up straight, stubbing out the cigarette he had just lit into the ashtray. Could a song be written from this angle? His expression gradually relaxed. The verse ended and the chorus began. Nan Gongyang grew excited as if every cell in his body was boiling along with the song's uplifting rhythm. The song had a strong sense of immersion. He had always felt he couldn't understand the story President Lee had told. At this moment he seemed to grasp it. This was no generation gap. It was that he had never understood from the beginning what the heart of a youth truly was. No matter how old you were, you had once been a youth, had walked a similar path. Nan Gongyang took a deep breath and clicked the single-track loop. The air was no longer smoky and oppressive, it shimmered with a clear light. Goosebumps rose all over his body. When the chorus played for the 3rd time, Nan Gongyang couldn't help humming along. Even after the song ended he was still lost in it. He only then realized he had been humming along. Ha 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 ha. Nan Gongyang burst into laughter. He was laughing because he could finally find the song President Lee wanted and complete the task. He was also laughing because the chorus kept echoing in his mind. The music gradually merged with the fervor in his heart. Nan Gongyang, still immersed, downloaded the song. He carefully encrypted it for safekeeping. Then, as if floating, he stood up and walked into the bedroom. Finally he could get a good night's sleep. A sleepless night. Lin Yu sat alone in a corner eating his meal. This had become his usual spot. Others preferred to gather in groups. Even newcomers had a few acquaintances, especially new singers who had to interact with the music department. Whether they could get good work depended on the teachers there. Lin Yu was also a new singer, but he still had no acquaintances. Because he wrote his own songs. Oh, the boss is eating in the cafeteria again. The boss has been coming to the cafeteria quite often lately. Don't you know? Director Nangong is hiding from President Lee by coming here. Didn't Director Nangong ask your music department to write songs before? Of course our department writes songs every day, that's what we do. Are you stupid? I mean the custom ones. He had every floor write a song on the same topic. All the gold medal teams from 10 floors writing together, didn't that seem strange? And now that you mention it, it does seem that way. We thought it was just normal competition, but thinking back it's weird. There's no need to have every floor write a custom song on the same topic. Hey, that's because President Lee wants to release a single. But your boss mobilized all the gold medal musicians and still couldn't produce a song that satisfied him. Now the deadline's approaching and director Nan Gong is toughing it out. Oh, we small fries can't get involved in such big deals. But look at our boss, his eyes are swollen and he has huge dark circles. I heard that Lin Yu from the performance department volunteered to write a song. Lin Yu? Who's that? Haven't you heard someone like me? And thank you for listening. Oh, that newcomer. Yeah, heh. Now newcomers write a couple of decent songs and their tails are in the air. They have no idea how high the sky is. Wanting to get a piece of the custom song for President Lee. He must be crazy for money. Our boss is coming over. What's he doing? What else? Telling Lin Yu to stop wasting his efforts. He can't write President Lee's custom song. They all shook their heads with a smile and sneaked a glance at Lin Yu's direction. Nan Gongyang with dark circles under his eyes floated over and suddenly sat down opposite Lin Yu. Lin Yu was startled. Nan Gongyang abruptly grabbed Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu, from now on if you need anything just tell your big brother. Lin Yu had a mouthful of braised pork and almost choked. Am I seeing things? Why does our boss seem to be holding Lin Yu's hand? You're not seeing things, he is indeed holding Lin Yu's hand. Nan Gongyang looked at Lin Yu with gratitude. Lin Yu felt goosebumps all over from the gaze and silently pulled his hand away from Nan Gongyang's magical grip. Nan Gongyang also realized that he had been overly enthusiastic and cleared his throat lightly. Li Zong is very satisfied with your song. If nothing unexpected happens, the contract can be signed today. Lin Yu calmly nodded. He was not surprised at all. If Li Zong had mentioned other requirements, his song might not have been suitable. However, the story Li Zong told perfectly matched youth. It's not surprising. What would be surprising is if it didn't pass. Nan Gongyang didn't expect Lin Yu to remain so calm. You must know that if such an opportunity were to be seized by those kids in the music department, they would surely boast loudly about it, wanting everyone in the company to know. Lin Yu was simply too composed. Nan Gongyang even felt regretful for previously doubting Lin Yu's maturity. It turned out that Lin Yu was indeed so humble, keeping his surprise hidden, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. Unlike those guys in the music department who would howl at the slightest good fortune. However, he found it hard to believe that Lin Yu would not be surprised. After all, as a young person, how could he not be thrilled to receive such a grand opportunity? Nan Gongyang nodded with satisfaction. Young people should be as steady as you are, remaining unflustered regardless of the surprises they encounter. Lin Yu was taken aback by Nan Gongyang's words and calmly replied, I'm not surprised at all. Nan Gongyang asked in confusion, why not? It's not unexpected. Nan Gongyang. Since Nan Gongyang entered the cafeteria, many people had been watching him walk towards Lin Yu, clearly coming for him. After all, it was an entertainment company and everyone had a gossiping heart. What do you think Minister Nan Gong is looking for that newcomer about? Who knows? But Minister Nan Gong's expression seems strange. I've never seen him like this before. I guess he's going to comfort him. After all, he is Xiao Huan's person. The song was so bad that it got rejected and it wouldn't look good for Xiao Huan. Minister Nan Gong must want to tell him gently. Oh, so that's how it is? The glass door of the cafeteria was pushed open from the outside. Two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses pushed open the two doors and then stood at both sides. A man in a sharply tailored suit walked in through the main entrance. Li Zong? Li Zong came to our staff cafeteria. Is he here to eat? Of course, if he comes to the cafeteria, he's not just looking for someone. May I ask if Lin Yu is here? Li Lin Sen casually asked a nearby employee who was eating at the table. The male employee pointed in the direction. Li Lin Sen spotted the handsome young man sitting with Nan Gongyang, smirked and said thank you. The male employee was seeing Li Zong for the first time. This was the man who lived in the company's internal publications and on the covers of various magazines. Today this man spoke to him. Not only that, but he also thanked him. Until Li Lin Sen had already walked away with a graceful stride, the male employee continued to stare at Li Lin Sen's back. The elbow meat he had just picked up hovered in mid-air, tasting bland. He really came to find someone. Everyone in the cafeteria had forgotten to eat, staring intently towards Lin Yu and Li Lin Sen. The vast majority of them were low-level workers who had no chance to see the company's top boss. Normally high-ranking officials rarely came to the cafeteria for meals, let alone Li Zong. They wanted to know what this man who lived in photos and legends wanted with the newcomer Lin Yu. They couldn't hear the conversation between the big boss and Lin Yu. But they all saw Li Zong stand up and shake hands with Lin Yu after finishing speaking. Yes, it was proactive. He initiated the handshake. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Yu looked curiously at the back of Li Lin Sen as he left and then glanced at his own hand, which had been forcibly shaken twice before, with a bewildered expression. Li Lin Sen truly lived up to being the top boss of Shinkong with high efficiency in his work. In just one day the single was released across the internet. At Lin Sen's level there's no way he could compete with singers for rankings. Any singer whether first line or super first line is still just a worker, albeit a more senior one. Lin Sen is the boss, the real boss. He doesn't release songs for fame but for face. He initially wanted to release a single not because he saw that Modern Fruit and Miner's bosses had released theirs and felt tempted. Rather, after hearing their songs and finding them so terrible, he thought he must release a song that would completely overshadow theirs. He thought the music department was about that level as well, putting some pressure on Nan Gongyang. If better works weren't produced by Monday, he would just pick one from 10 songs. After all, any one of those 10 songs paired with his voice could make Modern Fruit and Miner's bosses regret releasing their songs. Lin Sen genuinely did not expect that just a second after Nan Gongyang had difficulty making a phone call asking for leniency, the next second he would send him the new song he had written. Moreover, it was such an excellent piece of work. When Lin Sen released a single, it caused an explosive reaction throughout the entertainment industry. Firstly, because of his special identity as the big boss of Xingkong Entertainment. Additionally, both Mina and Modern Fruit's bosses had released singles which received a flurry of negative reviews. Fans collectively gave low ratings online, demanding that the two companies return their money. At first, the two companies even spent money on marketing to control the public opinion. However, there were too many negative reviews and later they didn't bother with it anymore. The bosses of Mina and Modern Fruit were teased by netizens for a long time, and just as the heat was starting to settle, Lin Sen from Xingkong Entertainment bumped right into the spotlight. How could it not pique everyone's curiosity? After all, the bench was already prepared and they had brought their snacks just waiting for Lin Sen to embarrass himself. Mina Qianyu Music Department. Boss, I heard that Xingkong's boss Lin Sen released a single, said the gold medal composer Kong Liang. Jiao, who lazily leaned back on the sofa. So what if he released it? These big bosses are just idle and need to waste some company resources to feel at ease. When Miner's boss wanted to release a single, Jiao who opposed it. A good boss without professional training or any talent, wouldn't it be better to stay in the office counting money? Why did he have to come out and make a fool of himself? He was the first to oppose it, but his opposition was ineffective. The reason given by the boss was that since Modern Fruit had released one, he couldn't lose, so he had to release one. Jiao who had no choice but to bite the bullet and produce it for him. And the result? They indeed did not lose, as they both ended up being scolded. Jiao who believed that the song he personally handled would definitely be fine, whoever sang it would be popular. If it didn't become popular, that was the person's problem. Boss, take a listen. Jiao who snorted coldly, what's so good about these big bosses' songs? Don't waste my time. Boss, just listen to it. Kong Liang directly pressed play. They didn't have headphones, so the song echoed through the speakers in the office. It had just sung 4 lines. Jiao who suddenly sat up straight, quick, get me my headphones. Kong Liang hurriedly handed the headphones to Jiao who. Change your life, make yourself happy, let go of your obsessions and the weather will get better. Every step you take is a harvest. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. Jiao who looked at Kong Liang in shock, one hand unconsciously pressing down on the headphones, seemingly afraid that some notes would slip away through the gaps. Kong Liang smiled and nodded. Jiao who was the head of Miner's music department and rarely handled music production himself. Kong Liang was a gold medal composer who often searched for songs online, and he had stumbled upon this song this morning, rushing over to Jiao who. Let the past go, whether it was a joke or a lie. The road underfoot is not complicated, just remember you are you. What kind of song was this that could make someone feel so passionate with every cell in their body rejoicing? I am still that young person from before, unchanged in the slightest. Time is merely a test and the belief planted in my heart remains unwavering. The young person before me still has that same face, and no matter the hardships ahead I will not retreat. Say never, never give up like a fire. Jiao who was completely immersed in the song, his eyes sparkling with stars, as if he had forgotten that Kong Liang was still in the office. No matter who you are, how old you are, or what industry you work in, playing whatever role you do, you are still that young person from before. In the flourishing entertainment industry of the Huagua continent, new songs are released every day. Some will paint a vibrant stroke on the grey trajectories of life. Yet others are but fleeting moments, dissipating without leaving a trace. This circle is both dazzling and ruthlessly cruel. In a hotel in Yinjing, Chengxia comfortably leaned on the sofa with her headphones on as the song entered a loop. The headphones were her haven. No matter how great the troubles were, as long as she put them on, the entire world became irrelevant. She was still the same youth as before, unchanged in the slightest. Time was merely a test, and the belief rooted in her heart had not diminished in the least. The youth before her still bore that initial face, unyielding in the face of adversity. Chengxia had already immersed herself in the song. The youthful self from her past seemed to be alive before her eyes, that boy who was not concerned with rankings or fame but solely with the dream of music. Chengxia closed her eyes, her lips curving into a gentle smile. At that moment she seemed to lose all sense of time. Suddenly the door swung open. Oh dear, my little aunt, why are you hiding here? I've been searching everywhere for you. Wei Zi hurriedly entered, seeing Chen Xia sprawled on the sofa. Chen Xia did not react at all as he approached, still with her eyes closed and a smile on her lips. Wei Zi anxiously asked Xia, what's wrong? As he stood closer, Wei Zi raised his voice an octave, prompting Chen Xia to slowly open her eyes and remove her headphones. Actually, everyone is a youth, Chen Xia said with a smile. Wei Zi was momentarily stunned by her sudden statement. What youth? Chen Xia chuckled and shook her head. I bought a marketing account to use your new song as background music for short videos, posting them on Douyin. I bought a marketing account to use your new song as background music for short videos, posting them on Douyin. Since we couldn't rank high on the charts, we'll take an indirect route to make the song popular. This was the best idea Wei Zi could come up with. Wei Zi was the top agent of Modern Fruit, managing many artists. As the saying goes, even 10 fingers cannot grow evenly, or parents cannot treat their children equally, let alone agents. Wei Zi greatly appreciated Chen Xia. Many people say that those who make the top 5 of the Rising Star chart are all exceptionally talented, but who ultimately takes first place is a matter of luck. Wei Zi believed the first half of this statement, that the top 5 were indeed talented. Yet he did not believe the second half. Because for Chen Xia, being first was not based on luck but on sheer talent. The Rising Star chart is a fierce competition among the 5 major entertainment companies every year. Unlike the new song chart that appears every month, the Rising Star chart only takes place once a year. The results on the Rising Star chart signify the starting point of one's debut. The height of this starting point determines the resources one can obtain from the company and the exposure on major platforms. The results on the Rising Star chart signify the starting point of one's debut. The height of this starting point determines the resources one can obtain from the company and the exposure on major platforms. On the chart, at that time, the seed candidate for Modern Fruit was not Chen Xia but another female singer named Wei Wei. That singer had a fan base from her live broadcasts on Douyin before signing. She was somewhat of a well-known internet celebrity, bringing her own traffic. Modern Fruit signed her because of her internet celebrity status, betting on her. The company tailored a song specifically for her. Wei Wei was skilled in both singing and dancing, and during her live broadcasts she performed songs and dances. The song composed for her had a strong rhythm. It was assumed that Wei Wei would be the best candidate for Modern Fruit to challenge for the top spot. Until Chen Xia appeared. At that time, although Chen Xia had a good voice, not many people paid attention. She graduated from the composition department of Yangjing Music Academy and later switched to being a singer. After signing with Modern Fruit, she remained unnoticed. As long as a signed singer had not released a single, anyone with works could participate in the Rising Star chart. Chen Xia entered the competition under these circumstances. Moreover, her work was not prepared by the company. Even Wei Zi had never heard of the song. It was a piece she had composed during her university years. It was such an unrecognized person and an unrecognized work that unexpectedly cut through the thorns to reach the top. Moreover, the gap with the second place was like a cliff. It was then that Wei Zi noticed Chen Xia. What was even more admirable was that Chen Xia was low-key, never seeking fame or causing conflict with other newcomers from the same company. Having been an agent for so many years, Wei Zi had seen all kinds of people. Naturally, he hoped for such a pure-hearted girl to succeed in her career. However, it was precisely because Chen Xia was too laid back about work that she was unwilling to attend many arranged events. Her sudden rise to first place on the Rising Star chart made her an inevitable target. Jealousy from her peers and hatred from those who failed were unavoidable. Such incidents of pulling each other down were commonplace in the entertainment industry, often escalating into fierce conflicts. However, Chen Xia chose to let rumors stop, with the wise ignoring them and not retaliating. Such behavior was indeed noble, but it also affected her career. Lies told 1,000 times can become truth. Too many detractors attacked Chen Xia online. Her new song was met with scorn. The products she endorsed faced criticism, and even the variety shows she participated in were boycotted. Gradually, the higher-ups in the company began to shift resources towards other artists. The new song, originally intended for Chen Xia, was given to other singers. Relying on Wei Zi's connections, Chen Xia could still maintain her basic exposure. However, as a singer, the most important thing is still the work. Wei Zi was not Zhong Huaqiang. He could not afford to hire top-notch musicians to tailor songs for newcomers. There was no way. Chen Xia could only rely on her original songs to hold on. The response was mediocre. Originally, this month could have been an opportunity to fight for the new song chart, but it was snatched away by Lin Yu. Wei Zi truly felt sorry for Chen Xia. That's why he bought the marketing account, hoping to open another channel for her new song to gain recognition. Chen Xia smiled gently. "Thank you, teacher Wei Zi." "Oh, what's there to thank? You are my protege. If you shine, I shine too." Wei Zi shyly scratched the back of his head. He was not originally Cheng Xia's agent, he had only recruited her after seeing her reach first place on the Rising Star chart. Nonetheless, he had poured his heart and soul into helping her. "Please withdraw the marketing account," Cheng Xia said calmly. Hearing this, her smile instantly vanished and she nearly jumped in anger. "Why not?" Cheng Xia remained calm. "I don't think it's necessary." "What do you mean it's unnecessary? Your song is perfect for short video soundtracks. Several major influencers have already posted and I think it sounds great. Fans love to follow trends, they will definitely replicate the same styles," Wei Zi said confidently. Cheng Xia handed her headphones to Wei Zi. "Please listen to this." Wei Zi frowned, uncertain what Cheng Xia wanted him to listen to, but he still took the earphones. A song. One hand on the earphones, he was ready to listen for a moment and then take them off, continuing to discuss buying marketing accounts with Cheng Xia. Over 30 seconds passed. Wei Zi's brow gradually relaxed. What kind of song is this? A minute passed and Wei Zi surprisingly felt the rhythm of the song infect every cell in his body, thrilling him along with the dancing notes. Another minute went by. Wei Zi leaned back on the sofa, having forgotten his original purpose for coming completely immersed in the song. Until the song ended. The second loop began. The third. By the fourth time, Wei Zi suddenly realized he could hum along. It was too enchanting. He took off the earphones. "What's the name of this song?" Wei Zi asked, still savoring it. Cheng Xia took the earphones. "Youth." "Who sang it?" "Li Sen?" Cheng Xia replied calmly. Wei Zi was puzzled. "Li Sen?" Cheng Xia nodded. The Li Sen he knew was only one person, but it seemed unlikely because he wasn't a singer. He asked uncertainly, "The boss of Shinkong, Mr. Li?" Cheng Xia nodded again. "Even Mr. Li has released a single." Wei Zi shook his head with a smile. "This quality is leagues ahead of our boss." Wei Zi seemed to have a sudden thought. Li Linsen's single must have been personally crafted by Nangong. That old man was a musical genius in his youth, producing many hit songs. In recent years he's gone soft, only managing without releasing new works, but his musical prowess remains. "It wasn't written by Nangongyang," Cheng Xia said. "Not Nangongyang? Then who composed it?" "Lin Yu." "And the lyrics?" "Lin Yu." "The arrangement?" Cheng Xia chuckled. "Also Lin Yu." Again Lin Yu. Wei Zi could hardly believe his ears. If it had been Nangongyang he wouldn't have been surprised, he'd have silently praised the veteran's enduring skill. But Lin Yu. Lin Yu was a newcomer. Why would the boss of Shinkong let a rookie produce his song? No. Wei Zi suddenly felt something was off. He had it backwards. It wasn't that the Shinkong boss had a rookie craft his single, but rather how could a newcomer who had only signed 2 months ago write one high-quality piece after another? He had it backwards. It wasn't that the Shinkong boss had a rookie craft his single, but rather how could a newcomer who had only signed 2 months ago write one high-quality piece after another? Thank You for Listening had not only been included in the mandatory song handbook for elementary school students by the education department, but its dance and imitation singing had become a viral hit on Weiyi in short videos. In just over a month another new song appeared. And its quality was just as high. If the first song was a flash of inspiration after years of accumulation, the second song was luck after rising popularity. Then what about the third? Wei Zi didn't know Lin Yu well. Back when Zhong Huaqiang sent him to snatch the talent, he failed to sign him and merely thought he might be a newcomer the boss valued, nothing more. But now could he still regard him as just a rookie? Could he still dismiss him? Would buying marketing accounts to promote Cheng Xia's songs at this point be asking for embarrassment? As a sharp agent, Wei Zi was certain that youth would dominate every section of Weiyi in short videos in the coming period. Why does Lin Yu show up everywhere? Cheng Xia, seeing Wei Zi's stunned expression for the first time, smiled and said so about the marketing plan. Wei Zi waved his hand. Let's wait a while. Youth is probably going to blow up. Cheng Xia smiled without a word. It was exactly what she wanted. She had never wanted to buy marketing accounts anyway, it was meaningless. She had once been confused, wondering if her agent was right, that her career stagnated because she was too laid back, and whether she should create more buzz like her fellow female artists in the company. Since Lin Yu appeared, Cheng Xia had completely abandoned that notion. She watched how Lin Yu became famous without effort. How he casually made his works go viral. It wasn't by creating buzz, he hadn't even attended a single commercial event, not even a public appearance. Yet major websites still vied to interview him, report on him, and he became a frequent guest on the hot search lists of every platform. Strength. Outstanding works. That was an artist's strongest backing. Wei Zi was right, youth became a hit. As the top leader of Shinkong, Li Linsen, being such a big boss, released a single. Even if it didn't shake the industry, at least he was willing to spend money on promotion. Congratulations, Mr. Lee. You've released a new song. Are you going to become a singer now? Impressive, Mr. Lee. You've outshone everyone. Congratulations, Mr. Lee. You've released a new song. Are you going to become a singer now? Impressive, Mr. Lee. You've outshone everyone before. Haha. Mr. Lee, that's not fair. How can you compete with the artists on the charts? What if you accidentally take first place? Shouldn't you treat everyone to a celebratory dinner? Mr. Lee, you're about to blow up. But your company is full of talent. That Lin Yu keeps producing quality works. Mr. Lee, why are you mooching off the company's song? You're wasting a chance to top the charts. Li Linson's purpose in releasing a single was to show off, and the scope was limited to the circle of executives. He achieved his goal. Whether it was sincere congratulations or sour remarks, everyone around him knew. Li Linson's purpose in releasing a single was to show off, and the scope was limited to the circle of executives. He achieved his goal. Whether it was after all, he was the company boss. He couldn't steal the spotlight from his own employees. And that was exactly the case. On major social media, who exactly is Lin Yu? How does he keep writing songs for others? Isn't Lin Yu a singer? Why is he always writing songs for other people? Why won't Shen Kong let Lin Yu participate in variety shows? I really want to see him in person. Didn't we see him sing in a short video before? That's different. It's not vivid at all. What do you mean by vivid? Just wait outside the Shen Kong building every day and you'll see a fresh Lin Yu. Even if they didn't top the chart, staying in the top 10 would still give them some exposure. But then in the middle of the month, Lin Yu, Someone Like Me, suddenly appeared, and in just half a month it charged all the way to number 1. Even if they didn't top the chart, staying in the top 10 would still give them some exposure. But then in the middle of the month, Lin Yu, Someone Like Me suddenly appeared, and in just half a month it charged all the way to number 1. All the exposure revolved around that one song. Even the second place song became a mere backdrop, receiving no attention. After barely surviving the Black October, November was supposed to be a golden time. Some non-top tier singers hoped to secure a decent ranking and gain some exposure. Tragedy struck again. Lin Yu's Thank You for Listening burst onto the scene. A children's song? Although later many adult netizens covered it. The original singer was a little girl. Yet this children's song managed to dominate the charts for an entire month. Not only did the public love it, but even the authorities liked it. This song became a mandatory song for elementary school students. A song dominating the charts would have very high popularity in the first half of the month, but gradually people would get used to it and the heat would fade. Other singers would then have a sliver of opportunity. But who could have imagined that hope would come like a tornado? Lin Yu churned out another one. I quit. Could Shen Kong please give us a heads up before Lin Yu releases a song so we can dodge it and at least get a sip of the broth? These were the true thoughts of the singers on the charts. Lin Yu has rarely been exposed to the public. Because of this mystery, people are drawn to speculate about him. The internet is filled with countless theories and wild conjectures. Some say he is a wealthy second-generation heir driven not by power but by the pursuit of his childhood musical dreams. Striving diligently without relying on his family, his background necessitates minimal exposure, which accounts for his extraordinary secrecy. Others claim that Lin Yu refrains from attending events and shows under the directive of the senior executives of Shen Kong Entertainment, who intend to keep him as a secret weapon. He is to be unleashed to shake the entire entertainment circle when the time is right. Some also say that Lin Yu is suppressed within Shen Kong, forced to remain behind the scenes. Apart from his first hit song, which he sang himself, the other two were performed by others. The intention is clear. After signing him, Shen Kong cultivates him as a behind-the-scenes worker. If Lin Yu disagrees, he faces being shelled and threatened. These stories are well constructed and compelling enough to become a drama series. Recently, Lin Yu indeed has been unable to go to the company because fans too curious about him have started to block him at the company entrance. Fortunately, Lin Yu dresses modestly, and aside from the short videos that made him viral online, he has barely shown his face in public. A popular star who wears no makeup and ordinary clothes, looks just like any passerby, Lin Yu was essentially just a passerby, at most a very handsome one. Yu Xiaowan did not arrange any appearances for Lin Yu. He could have skipped coming to the company altogether. For safety, it was decided that Lin Yu would rest at home for a while. Nan Gongyang specifically reminded him to rest his body but not his mind. He must continue composing songs. They truly regard him as a member of the music department. Lin Yu internally grumbled. For him, other than missing out on the free delicious lunch in the cafeteria, there was little difference. Because even if he went to the company, nothing much would happen. Lin Yu took little Mango home and placed the backpack on the sofa. Mango, did you get new books? Lin Yu weighed the backpack again. Along the way he had felt it much heavier than usual and planned to ask the little one once home. The little one blinked her big eyes and shook her head no. Didn't you bring home the new books during the parent-teacher meeting? Indeed, new books are usually announced in the parents' group chat. Lin Yu found it strange and opened little Mango's backpack. He was stunned to see various notebooks and a large number of lollipops inside. Lin Yu casually took out a notebook and held it before the little one, asking, "What is this?" "A notebook," she said happily. "Why so many notebooks?" "They are for Daddy." Lin Yu grew more puzzled. "Given to me." The little one raised her index finger and waved it in front of her face. "No, Daddy just needs to write his name on the notebooks. Tomorrow I will take them back to kindergarten." Lin Yu sighed deeply. "What about the lollipops?" He cupped a handful in his palm. "They are the reward for Daddy writing his name." The little one quickly gathered all the lollipops, fearing Lin Yu would snatch them away. Lin Yu thought about it and felt something was off. Shouldn't the reward belong to him? Why was little Mango embezzling it all? He usually picks up and drops off the child. The other parents generally know him, so he had already provided signatures and photos as needed. Why were there bribes to little Mango? Lin Yu leaned close to the little one. Little Mango hurriedly pushed the drawer containing the lollipops shut, her face full of vigilance. "Who gave you all these lollipops?" The little one, relieved that Daddy was not here to snatch the candies, thought carefully and said, "Teacher Liu and Teacher Li from Class 5, Teacher Zhong and Teacher Nai from Class 2, Teacher Chen and Teacher Jiao from Class 1, Teacher Lin from Class 4, An." The little one had a great memory, listing all the teachers who bribed her with lollipops. Lin Yu was speechless. The little one emptied all the notebooks onto the table. "Daddy, you should do your homework now." Little Mango pointed to the notebooks on the table. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. The little one placed her hands on her waist, proudly lifting her chin. "The teacher said this is Daddy's homework." Lin Yu was speechless. He never imagined his beloved daughter would betray him over a single lollipop. There was no helping it, she was his flesh and blood. So he began to write. Meanwhile, at the beautiful animation production company. No, none of these are acceptables, and she removed her headphones heavily after listening to all the samples. "Sister, and it's just a theme song, not that important. Don't be so particular. The shareholders are demanding a release in 3 months anyway. Don't waste time on the theme song and disperse energies. Besides, you're busy with the film's promotion, it's exhausting. Let the music team handle the theme song." Assistant Zhu Xiaomai said helplessly. And she inhaled sharply and looked at Zhu Xiaomai calmly, asking, "The theme song is not important." Zhu Xiaomai had been following An Qi since she joined Beautiful, so she spoke without much restraint, replying directly, "I don't think it's that important. At least in the animations I've watched, people always skip the opening song and they ignore the ending song as well." And she did not get angry but smiled gently. "That's because you haven't encountered a theme song that truly captivates." Zhu Xiaomai laughed loudly. "Sister, and I'm an old anime fan too, and honestly no one really pays attention to the theme songs." "Then we shall see," An Qi said, unwilling to argue but firmly believing there must be a song worthy of their Qian Yu Qian Zun. There must be a song capable of painting the story that begins with "Once Upon a Time." Lu Qing pledged before the shareholders that the animated film would be released in 3 months. Living and breathing at the company day and night, her sole task was the theme song. If she could not master this, she had no right to hold her position at Beautiful. This film was Beautiful's last hope. Whether to replace personnel and transform or to fulfill her father's wish depended on Qian Yu Qian Zun. And she firmly believed that a good theme song would become the soul of an excellent animated film. Though An Qi did not argue, she did not concede. "Since our music team is incapable of completing this task, we shall outsource it." Outsource? Zhu Xiaomai doubted her ears. They always used their own music team for previous animated films. An Qi nodded solemnly. Although their music department was far smaller than those of large entertainment companies with multiple floors, it was still more than sufficient for animated films that traditionally neglected background scores. Though Zhu Xiaomai had many questions, she suppressed her smile upon seeing An Qi's changing expression. "Which company do you want to collaborate with?" After An Qi specified the company, Zhu Xiaomai contacted them to negotiate the theme song's production. An Qi pondered briefly and then said, "Shenkong Entertainment." Nan Gongyang was immersed in the joy of being congratulated. In recent years, Shenkong's performance on major music charts had been lackluster. As the head of Shenkong's music department, Nan Gongyang had no face to show. Every time he attended events, colleagues from other entertainment companies' music departments would taunt him, saying that Shenkong had exhausted its talent and was lacking in capable people. In just 2 months he had regained the face lost over the past 2 or 3 years. How could Nan Gongyang not be delighted? Lin Yu alone had lifted the entire reputation of Shenkong. With high reputation naturally came good word of mouth. Now not only did Shenkong's own people walk with more confidence, but outsourced projects were also increasing. There were theme songs for TV dramas, movies, and even animations seeking their services. Previously each floor fought over tasks as large outsourcing contracts were scarce and people would even quarrel over performance targets. But now with so many orders Nan Gongyang didn't have to balance allocations, everyone got a share, each floor receiving an equal distribution. What are you daydreaming about here? Yu Xiaowan pushed the door straight in. Nan Gongyang pursed his lips. You're the most ill-mannered person in the whole Shenkong. Yu Xiaowan rolled her eyes. She had always been like this, too familiar with old Yang to bother with formalities. The moment I came in I saw you grinning like a fool. Are you getting senile? Nan Gongyang clicked his tongue. How do you talk? I'm not old, I'm in my prime. Nothing much, just seeing what you're busy with. Yu Xiaowan had heard that the song Lin Yu wrote for General Li was a hit, so she dropped by Nan Gongyang's office only to find him grinning foolishly. Nothing much, just seeing what you're busy with. Yu Xiaowan had heard that the song Lin Yu wrote for General Li was a hit, so she dropped by Nan Gongyang's office only to find him grinning foolishly. At the mention of being busy, Nan Gongyang's whole demeanor brightened. I'm indeed very busy. Since last month the music department has been flooded with orders, it's non-stop. Every outsourced project is a big deal. I don't even know how to distribute them, too much work might overwhelm them. Yu Xiaowan sneered, are you flaunting on purpose here? If you have time, have your people write more chart-topping songs for our own singers. You should know why your music department has revived. Before you couldn't even produce a song that could compete on the charts, right? Now with no personnel changes your performance has skyrocketed. Don't you know the real reason? Nan Gongyang's smile froze on his face. He knew what Yu Xiaohuan's next words would be. Yu Xiaowan stood up, a teasing smile on her face. Lin Yu belongs to our performance department. Nan Gongyang's face turned ashen. Yu Xiaowan had already walked out of the office, leaving only her hearty laughter behind. Boss, the theme song we wrote for Wei, my animation production company, was rejected. Zhu Yifan spoke with some helplessness. Rejected? Aren't they in a huge hurry? The movie is supposed to be released next month and they specifically asked us to prioritize their order. Why aren't they satisfied? Nan Gongyang asked. Zhu Yifan nodded. We did prioritize their order, but they said the first version we delivered wasn't what they wanted. Didn't they send you the movie outline? Just follow that. Nan Gongyang had never had a theme song for an animated film rejected and sent back for rework before. Zhu Yifan felt a bit wronged. We did follow the outline, but they still weren't satisfied. Nan Gongyang had confidence in his top composer, but he thought Zhu Yifan might not have assigned the task properly. Did you have the gold-level composer write it? Yes. Who? Me. Nan Gongyang was speechless. Nan Gongyang was well aware of Zhu Yifan's abilities. Moreover, Zhu Yifan was particularly skilled at composing theme songs for films and TV dramas, which was why he had assigned Wei Mei's order to Zhu Yifan's floor. Now passing the order to another floor might be too late. Wei Mei's animated film was set to release next month and the theme song was urgently needed. You'll think it over again? Zhu Yifan left dejectedly. Nan Gongyang nodded. Rejecting Zhu Yifan's first version outright meant rejecting the entire song. There was no way to modify it, they had to scrap it and write a new one. As a gold-level composer, Zhu Yifan would have given his best effort when he first started composing the song. So the first version he produced was the best within his ability. If he had to start over, could he create something that better met Wei Mei's requirements? Nan Gongyang thought it unlikely. Yu Xiaowan came out of the meeting room with Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu had only been signed for 2 months, his prolific output could no longer be described as that of a newcomer. Especially with the added boost of writing a song for Li Linsen. He had written 3 songs in 2 months, all of decent quality. In everyone's eyes he was a monster. The newcomers all wanted to get to know Lin Yu, hoping that someday he might casually write a song for them. This was the idea of both the new artists and their agents. The agents began approaching Yu Xiaowan one after another. Yu Xiaowan was the matriarch of all the artist agents. She not only wanted Lin Yu to thrive but also wished well for all the company's artists. Of course Lin Yu's success was the best. Yu Xiaowan was the matriarch of all the artist agents. Lin Yu didn't want to be too high profile, but he couldn't refuse Yu Xiaojuan, so he reluctantly agreed. He only answered their questions mechanically since he didn't know them, leading to awkward small talk. But the newcomers and their agents were delighted. Their goal was achieved. They believed they had made an impression on Lin Yu. In reality, Lin Yu remembered none of them. Yu Xiaowan noticed that Lin Yu seemed bored and knew he was just going along with it to save her face. She suggested seeing him back. Lin Yu currently had no car or house. Yu Xiaowan understood his low-key money-making state. As they left the meeting room, they soon encountered a gloomy-faced Nan Gongyang in the corridor. Lin Yu found it strange that every time he met Nan Gongyang with Yu Xiaojuan, the latter always wore a look of deep grievance. Minister Nan Gong was beaming with joy earlier but now has all frowns. Yu Xiaojuan teased. Nan Gongyang greeted them warmly when he saw them, but his expression remained. Yu Xiaojuan had only been joking, but seeing the old friend truly troubled, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you take on a project you can't complete?" Nan Gongyang let out a long sigh. The Wei Mai order was extremely urgent. The client had said that if Shin Kong couldn't deliver, they should notify them within a day so they could find another company. That would mean losing the business? It was the most shameful thing. If another company's theme song became a hit, they would surely use it to belittle Shen Kong during their promotion, saying that Shen Kong couldn't produce a song fitting the film, and then they stepped in to save the day under tight deadlines. So Nan Gongyang was very frustrated. Yu Xiaojuan was not afraid of tough approaches, but she softened at gentle ones. Seeing Nan Gongyang sighing and frowning, she relented. "Lin Yu happens to be here. What kind of order is it? Maybe he can help?" Nan Gongyang smiled wryly. "Thank you, but Lin Yu can help with this one." "What kind of order is so tricky?" Yu Xiaojuan asked, puzzled. "It's an animated film. The requirements are very high and time is extremely tight. Are theme songs for animated films really that demanding?" Yu Xiaojuan asked in confusion. Lin Yu didn't chime in, but he believed that theme songs for animated films were very important, not just for films but for many anime works as well. In his memory there were countless hugely popular theme songs. Nan Gongyang laughed bitterly. All theme songs are important, but in recent years animated films have been in decline. Since no one watches the movies, naturally no one pays attention to the theme songs. However, I believe an excellent theme song can become the soul of a great film. Lin Yu agreed with that statement. Yu Xiaojuan felt that since they were all in the same company, she would put up a fight to prevent Lin Yu from being transferred to the music department. But if Lin Yu could help Nan Gongyang, she would be happy. "How much are they paying with such high demands?" Yu Xiaojuan asked. 6 million. Lin Yu was a bit surprised that an animated film would have such a high budget for a theme song. "What's the movie called?" "Spirited Away." "What a coincidence. Making money seemed so easy." "He'll take this order," Lin Yu said. Yu Xiaojuan hadn't expected Lin Yu to agree so quickly. Nan Gongyang was stunned, then patted Lin Yu on the shoulder appreciatively. "Thank you, Lin Yu. I know you're talented and kind-hearted and you want to help me out. But this theme song really isn't something you can do. They need it urgently, even Zhu Yifan couldn't handle it, and they specifically require piano accompaniment." Lin Yu calmly waited for Nan Gongyang to finish. "I can play it for you right now." Now. Nan Gongyang's expression froze on his face. "Lao Yang's deadline is too tight, we'd better not jump into the fray," Yu Xiaojuan said, gently offering Lin Yu a graceful exit. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to accept so readily. With a faint smile he asked, "Does the music department have a piano?" Nan Gongyang nodded mechanically. "Yes. Shin Kong Entertainment is one of China's most prestigious entertainment conglomerates. Its music department ranks among the company's 3 core divisions and houses the nation's finest musical talent. Pianos are merely the beginning. Every conceivable instrument, wind, string, percussion and voice, is present in abundance. The piano serves as a cornerstone of film scoring, and Shin Kong does not merely own pianos, it owns masterpieces, concert-grade instruments of unparalleled craftsmanship and resonance." Nan Gongyang knew full well that within such a narrow window Lin Yu could not possibly compose a theme song meeting the exacting standards of aesthetic refinement. Composing a theme song is no trivial undertaking. Yet Nan Gongyang understood Lin Yu's impulse. Youth, after all, thrives on fervor, especially when buoyed by the recent success of 3 outstanding compositions. A touch of arrogance was only natural. The public failure would sting, yes, but it would also be an invaluable lesson, hard won and deeply instructive. Better for a young person to be humbled early by reality than to plummet from dizzying heights after fame has taken root. This moment offered the perfect opportunity to remind Lin Yu, beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond every master yet another. Producing a handful of fine works means little. Crafting excellence consistently and without exception is the true summit. A theme song is especially demanding. It demands profound immersion in the film's emotional landscape, its unspoken poetry, its soul, before a single note can be born. Nan Gongyang led Lin Yu and Yu Xiaojuan into the music department's 20th floor workspace. "Open Studio 1, he instructed Zhu Yifan. Zhu Yifan glanced curiously at Lin Yu standing quietly behind Nan Gongyang. The commission for Spirited Away had been accepted on the 20th floor, and now Lin Yu claimed he could take it on. Naturally, Nan Gongyang brought him straight there, and briefed Zhu Yifan on the matter succinctly. Zhu Yifan in turn relayed the outline to the surrounding composers. Within minutes the story rippled across the 20th floor, and soon throughout the entire music department. Zhu Yifan unlocked Studio 1. Inside stood a single grand piano, ivory keys gleaming with quiet opulence, its lacquered black surface radiating dignified elegance, the most revered instrument in Xiao music department. Its prestige did not stem from brand or price, but from ownership. It belonged to Nan Gongyang, head of the music department. It was his private piano. Nan Gongyang is a virtuoso pianist, having begun his training at age 3. Had he not entered the entertainment industry, he might well be performing tonight with a symphony orchestra in some world-renowned concert hall. This piano was strictly off-limits to all department staff. Its key remained in Zhu Yifan's soul. I've worked at Xingkong for 10 years, and this is only the second time I've seen anyone play it. The first was during the company's anniversary gala when director Nan Gong performed Xingkong's signature repertoire himself. Today marks the second. The director himself played. Of course, he performed only once in our lifetime. This piano is his personal possession, no one dares touch it. Only head composer Qian enters regularly to maintain it. What on earth does Lin Yu think he's doing? Qian had just confirmed he's taking the Spirited Away commission. As they say, artists are each other's fiercest rivals. In truth, Lin Yu enjoyed little goodwill among music department staff, an artist from the performance division perpetually encroaching upon their domain. Writing songs for himself was tolerable, writing for others crossed a line. If performers began composing their own hits, what purpose would the music department serve? Now Lin Yu sought to seize a commission even their top composers couldn't fulfill, sparking immediate murmurs of disbelief. Work ceased entirely. Colleagues gathered en masse eager to witness Lin Yu's public misstep. If even head composer Qian couldn't deliver, what makes Lin Yu think he can strut in here and succeed? He'll learn how he dies soon enough. I'll summon colleagues from other departments too. Solo amusement pales beside shared delight. Brilliant idea? In moments Studio One overflowed, not only with musicians but actors and filmmakers alike. Nearly everyone in the building, barring the infirm or elderly, had converged to watch. Their collective fascination stemmed in part from deliberate embellishment by those spreading the tale. Lin Yu had stormed the music department. Lin Yu, emboldened by a few decent compositions, had come to challenge its very authority. Lin Yu, emboldened by a few decent compositions, had come to challenge its very authority. Chief Agent Ou Xiao Wan unable to restrain him. Lin Yu, emboldened by a few decent compositions, had come to challenge its very authority. Chief Agent Ou Xiao Wan unable to restrain him. To quell the brewing unrest, director Nan Gongyang reluctantly acquiesced, surrendering his cherished instrument for Lin Yu's performance. Zhu Yifan had not anticipated such a crowd. After all, this was their own commission gone awry, a source of quiet embarrassment, and none wished Lin Yu to falter before the entire company. Here's the outline for Spirited Away, take a look. Zhu Yifan handed Lin Yu the brief sent by Mai. Thank you, I won't need it. Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhu Yifan's mouth parted in surprise. You won't need it? No. Didn't director Nan Gong tell you? We're composing the film's theme song. I know. Then why not read it? Zhu Yifan extended the outline again. Lin Yu smiled. Truly, I don't need it. He turned and walked toward the piano. He refuses the outline. Without studying the film's narrative arc, how could he possibly write a theme song? He signed with Xingkong only last month, probably doesn't even know what a film theme song is. Zhu Yifan frowned deeply and returned to Nan Gongyang's side, still clutching the outline. Nan Gongyang's expression darkened. Ou Xiaojuan's grew even more strained. She felt a pang of self-reproach for having suggested Lin Yu assist, never imagining it would escalate thus. If word spread, Lin Yu's carefully cultivated reputation would crumble overnight. Yet with the 20th floor packed, wall-to-wall silence was impossible. Lin Yu's meteoric rise had long made him a target for rival agencies. Many secretly hoped he'd falter. He'd always maintained a low profile, so what had ignited this sudden recklessness? Ou Xiaowan rubbed her fingers anxiously, already drafting crisis management strategies in her mind. Around them voices buzzed, some whispering, some sneering, others dripping with sour anticipation. Lin Yu sat before the piano and traced his fingers lightly over the keys. He hadn't played this piece in years, yet in his loneliest, most uncertain days it had accompanied him through countless hushed afternoons. It had calmed his heart, and made it beautiful. That train bound for some distant horizon, he knew not its destination, yet raised his hand instinctively in farewell. Before he realized the train had vanished beyond sight, only then did he grasp, startled, that tears streamed silently down his cheeks. With time, memories soften, blur, recede. But this is not forgetting. What we have lived cannot vanish, it merely slips for a while beyond recall. His hands moved across the black and white keys like the telling of an ancient sorrowful tale. Before he realized the train had vanished beyond sight, only then did he. Lin Yu's piano skills were the result of 10 years of painstaking practice during the wasted decade. They were certainly far superior to ordinary people, but still slightly inferior compared to great pianists. But when piano performance reaches a certain height, it relies not only on technique but also on emotion. The moment the piano sounded, the entire 20th floor fell silent. Long slender fingers danced over the black and white keys. The story began a long time ago. The train slowly approached and that person appeared. A gentle breeze blew as if singing their story. Some music always makes one's nose tingle at the first listen. Some people always make you burst into tears even before you meet them. Always with me? 1,000 people hear it and there are 1,000 interpretations. Everyone has a forest of their own and perhaps we have never been there, but it has always been there. There those who were lost became lost and those who met again. The scene was utterly silent, as if even breathing had stopped. Lin Yu loved this piano piece. It was the ending theme of the original Chen Yu Chen Zun. In that summer, they met. They went through experiences together. They grew up together. Things that have happened cannot be forgotten, they just can't be remembered for the time being. The black and white keys rose and fell one after another. Nan Gongyang's clasped hands gradually loosened and his body involuntarily relaxed. Yu Xiaohuan's habit of rubbing her fingers when nervous while thinking about a public relations plan abruptly stopped and she looked up toward Lin Yu. Zhu Yifan's hand holding the film outline drooped naturally. Everyone fixed their gaze on Lin Yu, afraid that any note might slip away from their eyes or ears. People were carried by the same melody into similar yet different stories. In the story, everyone is their own protagonist. And they are moved by themselves. Noses tingled. Eyes reddened. Lin Yu was immersed in his own world. He had started writing scripts on a website because he had just arrived here and that was the first way he could think of to make money. However, he never expected that Wei My Animation Production Company would actually ask Shen Kong to compose the theme song. If it weren't for being dragged to the company meeting by Yu Xiaojuan, he would not have known that Nan Gongyang was worried about the theme song. After going around in circles, this might be fate. At first Lin Yu just saw the little one and wanted to give all children a film worth treasuring for a lifetime. He believed that Chen Yu Chen Zun was not only suitable for innocent and carefree children but also for adults who had been tempered by society. No matter what stage one was in, they could find touching parts in the film. Fortunately, Wei My Animation Production Company did not just pick any song as the film's theme. Always With Me is the soul of the film. When he heard this song countless times, his soul felt as if it had been baptized anew. Lin Yu forgot everything. With the bits and pieces of time spent with Xiao Mango, his memories began to blur. Was he originally from here? Had that original him really existed? Was that previously mediocre person really himself? If not, then why was he still moved at this moment? What he had learned, gained and accumulated were still vivid in his mind. Lin Yu's vision began to blur and become hazy. In the white mist, he saw his stubborn self. The self that rushed toward the distance regardless of all consequences. The self that had cried countless times lying on the piano keys. The self that quietly gazed at the deep sky when no one was around. His eyes were filled with melancholy. His back was always so lonely. He squandered his youth, squandered money, squandered the invisible future. He didn't care about anything, so what was worth caring about? But if he was the real self, then who was the other? He always had a smile on his face. He played the role of a strong man lifting the little one high. He would gently kiss the little one's cheek, watching her skip and disappear around the corner of the school building. He always treasured every moment with the little one because children grow up in the blink of an eye. He never wasted money, always carefully calculating his savings to give the little one a better future. Life relentlessly honed him, suppressed him and mocked him. But he never bowed his head. Because no matter how exhausted his body was when he dragged himself home, there would always be a voice that joyfully rushed toward him the moment he opened the door. That cry of "Daddy, Daddy." It made it impossible to feel depressed. Because she was an angel of light. She was the hope of living. Lin Yu cried. Because he had lost? Lin Yu smiled again. Because he had gained? The nearly 4-minute piano piece seemed to have traversed his entire life. The train slowly departed, gradually fading into the distance. Lin Yu stood in the sunlight waving goodbye to a distant silhouette. The wind had passed. Leaves rustled and strands of hair fluttered gently. The wind had passed. White mist curled, growing fainter along with the train's whistle. The wind had passed. It blew through the mountain stream through his ears. He seemed to hear a distant sound. Like the whisper of the wind. Or like a call from the depths of his heart. For a long time. At some unknown moment. Lin Yu kept waving, already in tears. That person slowly turned around. A ray of brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, obscuring his face. The wind had passed, blowing away the black hair on his forehead. He smiled. He also smiled. Finally the train disappeared at the end of space. The last note gently fell on the keys and Lin Yu's hands rested on the keyboard. Everything had settled, but his story was not over yet. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Everyone was drawn into a beautiful illusion by the piano sound. When the piano stopped, it lingered in the air. No one knew how long it took before everyone emerged from the illusion. Thunderous applause erupted from the entire 20th floor. The sound echoed in the hall, lingering for a long time. They clapped vigorously. Applause for Lin Yu. Applause for the piano piece. Applause for their own illusions. Yu Xiaowan wiped the corners of her eyes vigorously. Nan Gongyang's eyes were red. Zhu Yifan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Zhu Yifan clapped vigorously. He was the first person to study the film outline, and Chen Yu Chenzun had already played in his mind 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He had created the first version? At this moment Zhu Yifan finally understood why Wei Mai said the theme song he wrote did not suit the film of Chen Yu Chenzun. He was very grateful to Lin Yu for taking this job. This was the theme song that belonged to Chen Yu Chenzun. This was the classic theme song. The clamor began with Lin Yu's performance of the theme song. The clamor ended with Lin Yu's performance of the theme song. Only when it ended, besides the noisy discussions, there was also continuous applause. You cried? You actually cried? How dare you say that about me? You weren't exactly holding back your tears either. I was moved. As if anyone else wasn't. I was moved by myself. Me too. Lin Yu walked towards the crowd and stood before Nan Gongyang. The applause still hadn't ended. Is this song acceptable? Could this piano piece serve as the theme song? Nan Gongyang didn't know if it would work. But he knew that if this piece, so beautiful, dared to be deemed inadequate, he would go straight to the Wei Mai Animation Film Company. Nan Gongyang was a pianist by nature, having heard countless technically brilliant performances and many pieces that moved him. Yet this was the first time he felt his soul was being cleansed. He did not show off his skills, nor did he deliberately incorporate flashy, intricate finger work. He used only sincere emotion. And this precious emotion through the sound of the piano was conveyed to every person present. Nan Gongyang had not yet emerged from the emotion of the moment. With a choked voice he immediately spoke, gently patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. The younger generation is formidable, Nan Gongyang said in a hoarse voice. The applause lasted for a long while before it died down. The colleagues who had been called to watch the excitement all thanked the people from the music department. Thank you for bringing me here, otherwise I might never have heard such a moving live performance in my life. Is this the theme song of that animated film that hasn't been released yet? When it's released I must go see it. Thank you for inviting me to listen to such a wonderful live performance. I don't know what I was thinking just now. I started thinking and then cried, ha ha. After growing up my tear threshold is really low. In the future, if your music department has piano performances of this level again, remember to call us brothers. Your music department is truly full of talents. After seeing off wave after wave of colleagues from other departments, the people in the music department had mixed feelings. They dared not deny Lin Yu's talent. Because he played so well. And they were embarrassed to say that Lin Yu wasn't even from the music department. They all forced smiles, repeatedly saying yes, yes, fine, fine. They sent off their familiar colleagues. After all, Lin Yu was now in the music department, so he was considered part of the department. As for the bad-mouthing about Lin Yu earlier, who knew who said it? Because he played so well. And they were embarrassed to say that Lin Yu wasn't even from the music department. They all forced smiles, repeatedly saying yes, yes, fine, fine. Zhu Yifan took the order and hurriedly ran off. Lin Yu's purpose in playing for everyone was to secure the contract from Wei Mai. Let alone the fact that Lin Yu had never even seen the film's outline, yet he could just play the theme song off the top of his head. How much more did Lin Yu have stored in his mind? Nan Gongyang increasingly wanted to recruit Lin Yu under his wing. As he was pondering how to broach the subject, his peripheral vision caught a sharp gaze. Yu Xiaowan was watching him as if guarding against a thief. Nan Gongyang quickly smiled and pretended nothing had happened. Don't get any tricky ideas. Lin Yu is not going to your music department. Yu Xiaowan said bluntly. Just now Yu Xiaowan had also cried. She thought of her childhood, the simple and beautiful times with her family, and the more than 10 years of struggling in the entertainment industry. All sorts of things came to mind until the piano music ended. As she was wiping her tears and clapping vigorously, she saw Nan Gongyang looking at Lin Yu with a suggestive gaze. That look was like he was trying to recruit a live-in son-in-law. Yu Xiaowan had long been wary of Nan Gongyang poaching talent, so she naturally had to give him a strong warning, otherwise the cabbage she had painstakingly raised would be taken by the neighbor's pig. On the other side. In the conference room of Wei Mai Animation Production Company. Xiachi, what exactly are you thinking? Do you need so much money for the theme song? Are you treating the shareholders' money as if it came from the wind? Lu Qing, is this your idea? You pursue art, pursue perfection, but you must start from the reality of our company and this animated film. Xiaoqi, since the film is ready for release, why spend a large sum on the theme song? It's a waste of energy and resources and ultimately not worth it. I think our own music team is good enough. Why not use our own people? Why must we outsource to other companies? Can outsiders really create good work? Yes, while Shen Kong hasn't finished yet, cancel the order quickly and use our own people. Anyway, if it can be released in 3 months, the company will transform. The 3 months are almost up, you'd better figure it out yourselves. The shareholders spoke one after another. And she engaged in a heated debate with the shareholders alone. Lu Qing kept smoking and the ashtray beside him was already filled with cigarette butts. In the past it was always Chi who silently supported Lu Qing. No matter how wild his creative ideas were, Chi would always stand behind him, laboring for him until the film was released and eventually flopped. This animated film was the same. It was Chi who overrode objections, lobbied the shareholders, even signed a military pledge and used both persuasion and coercion to make the shareholders relent and seize this opportunity. But the theme song was the only thing Chi insisted on. Lu Qing's animation part was already completed. He had worked overtime, never getting a good night's sleep, and at his most exhausted he didn't close his eyes for 3 days. Only then did he complete the film within the deadline, and it could be released next month. At that time he entrusted the matter of the theme song to Chi. Lu Qing trusted Chi, so he handled the theme song matter. Is the theme song important? Undoubtedly it is important. But how important is it exactly? It depends on the person. What if the theme song affects the film's release? The 3 months were the final deadline obtained in the last struggle. If it can't be released in 3 months, both Lu Qing and Chi would have to leave Wei Mai. Actually, even if they weren't forced to leave, they would leave anyway. Because by then Wei Mai would no longer produce animated films. Chi's voice was already hoarse as she faced over a dozen shareholders alone. Lu Qing pressed another cigarette into the ashtray. I support Chi. The theme song is the soul of the film, we must be cautious. Lu Qing's sudden words made the entire conference room fall silent instantly. Just now no one had noticed that Lu Qing was also sitting in a corner of the room. The silence lasted only a moment because the shareholders were not buying Lu Qing's argument. The soul. Are you going to delay the release for the sake of this so-called soul? Don't forget our agreement, 3 months. Stop wasting words with this kid. Even if it can be released in 3 months, if it flops the result will be the same. The situation fell into a deadlock again. Chi hadn't expected the shareholders to suddenly learn about her outsourcing the theme song. Just then the door of the conference room was knocked. Zhu Xiaomai walked in slowly and whispered a few words in Chi's ear. Chi was taken aback, her brows furrowed slightly. So soon? The shareholders became restless again. Did Shen Kong send another theme song? Another one in such a short time? The quality is predictable. Xiaoqi, today you will play the theme song for us right here. Let us old folks also know what this so-called soul you're talking about really is. If it's not even as good as our own music department's quality, then get the deposit back. The shareholders were very agitated and Chi had no choice. Lu Qing looked at her with concern. Chi shook her head dejectedly. The previous version had just been rejected by her, and within half a day there was another new one. Even if Shen Kong was a big company with high efficiency, it couldn't be that high. Chi had no confidence at all. The shareholders all wore expressions of watching a good show. Zhu Xiaomai also felt the tension in the conference room. Although the shareholders were shareholders and Chi was her boss. Unless Chi gave the order, she would not play the theme song sent by Shen Kong for them to hear. Chi was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Bring it here. Zhu Xiaomai slipped away in a flash. The shareholders exchanged glances with one another. Some genuinely felt that buying the theme song from outside was not worth it, primarily because they were not optimistic about the animated film and felt it was not worthwhile. Lu Qing smiled calmly and said it's fine. Chi knew these were Lu Qing's words of comfort, but how could it be fine? She wondered about the shareholders' reactions in just a few minutes. Lu Qing smiled calmly and said it's fine. Chi knew these were Lu Qing's words of comfort, but how could it be fine? She wondered about the shareholders' reactions in just a few minutes. Was it really necessary to compromise? Chi took a deep breath. No, she must not compromise. She also knew that the release of the film could not be delayed. The shareholders had a point. If they were only going to get unsatisfactory theme songs, it would be better to use the company's own people rather than outsourcing. Zhu Xiaomai went and returned. It was impossible for everyone in the conference room to have a headset. Even if they did, the shareholders would not use them. They looked down upon listening. Zhu Xiaomai turned on the projector and the conference room speakers directly playing the song. A piano piece began to resonate softly. The beautiful melody instantly silenced the tense conference room. Everyone remained in the posture of having just heard the piano. Some sat, some stood. It was just a piano piece, yet Lu Qing was able to visualize the scenes of the movie in his mind. Every line of dialogue and every warm scene from the film vividly flashed before Lu Qing's eyes. All growth ultimately amounts to a journey. Each person's growth is like Qian Zun's extraordinary adventure, both deeply memorable and filled with love and warmth. Everyone has two names, one is Qian and the other is Qian Zun. The things that have happened will not be forgotten, it's just that they may not come to mind at the moment. Life is like a train heading towards the grave. There will be many stops along the way and it's hard for anyone to accompany you from beginning to end. When those who accompany you need to get off, even if reluctant, you should be grateful and bid farewell. One never knows who after saying goodbye casually will truly not be seen again. Because of meeting you I realized I could also have beautiful memories. Therefore, no matter how you treat me, I will sincerely forgive your hatred and cherish your kindness. Understanding others with a kind heart will make the world simple and beautiful. The world is so vast, yet I am fortunate enough to meet some people. Lu Qing slowly put down the ashtray and stood up, tears streaming down his face. Qian Zun's story had played out countless times in his mind. When he first received the script, he knew in his heart that this might be the last animated film of his life. No one knew the true significance of the film to him. Even An-Chi, who supported him the most, could not understand. Many people live on the fringes, unloved, filled with inferiority and helplessness. Just like No Face expressed to Qian Zun, I am very lonely, I am truly very lonely. Lu Qing was that No Face. He was very lonely, truly very lonely. Some said he was foolish, some said he was crazy, and some said he had achieved nothing, living life in vain. He had never refuted any of it. Deep within him there was still a child residing. A child living in the world of animation. That child possessed something more precious than gold. Lu Qing did not know what he would do if one day he had to leave animation. All he could do was not think about it. When the piano music ended, everyone sat in their chairs silent. After a long while, someone among the shareholders finally spoke. Chen Jiaran spoke first. What is the name of this song? It was a file received by Yu Xiumei, so only she knew the name of this piece. It's called Forever Together. Zhu Xiaomai hurriedly replied. The crowd began to discuss, and those shareholders who had opposed outsourcing the theme song started to express their opinions. Sheng Kong is indeed a big company. This is the theme song that Spirited Away should have. Ah yes, a theme song of this quality is worthy of Spirited Away. And she has always had her own opinions. Your uncle has watched you grow up and will definitely support you. Your decisions are always right. Your uncle has faith in you. From now on we should have a long-term cooperation with Sheng Kong. We could save on the music team and focus solely on the production of animated films. Xiao Qi, why didn't you tell us you had such a good theme song? It made us old folks worry for you. Xiao Qi must have wanted to surprise us. And Qi was stunned by their words, as if the shareholders speaking now were not the same as 5 minutes ago. Zhu Xiaomai could not bear to watch any longer and was internally ranting. People grow old and become theatrical. The animation portion completed by Lu Qing had been viewed by the shareholders. Even though they had said many negative things about the film, when they learned they would spend a large sum on the theme song, they had already tacitly accepted the film's quality. As for the box office, that would be left to the market. They did not doubt Lu Qing's ability, but as businessmen, if the animated film did not make money, they would decisively shift their focus. In their hearts, however, Spirited Away was one of the most classic works in animated films. It was precisely because they had all seen Spirited Away that they were moved by the piano piece Forever Together. It is good, but is it only a piano piece? We also need a live singing version. Chen Jiaran asked. He was the one among the shareholders who had voiced the most opposition. But this time his question was also on everyone's mind. Lu Qing and An-Chi looked at Zhu Xiaomai together. It was Zhu Xiaomai's first time making such an impression at a shareholder meeting, and she swallowed hard. Sheng Kong said that if we think Forever Together is good, they can provide us with a live singing version by tomorrow. An-Chi grabbed Zhu Xiaomai's arm. Quick, now go reply to them that this version is fine. We must have the complete version by tomorrow. Zhu Xiaomai nodded vigorously and dashed off. An-Chi curved her lips, stood up straight and declared powerfully, 3 months until release, we will deliver on our promise. Of course, we have always believed in you and Xiao Lu. We have never doubted you. Everyone has witnessed your abilities. The shareholders spoke all at once. Chen Jiaran sneered twice. Everyone, don't forget the movie hasn't been released yet. The smiles on the shareholders' faces instantly froze. Until the day of release, no one knows what answer the market will give. And she wanted to refute, but she had no reasons. Only after the release could she have the confidence to speak. Chen Jiaran suddenly turned to ask who wrote this piano piece. And she glanced at the file name Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Lin Yu finished playing the piano piece but did not leave, as Nan Gongyang insisted on keeping her in the music department to await the beautiful outcome. Nan Gongyang also stood by without leaving. Yu Xiaojun was worried that Nan Gongyang might have ulterior motives, so as long as Lin Yu didn't leave he wouldn't either. This project originally belonged to Zhu Yifan, so he was very concerned about the outcome. He hoped that Lin Yu's version would pass so that he could feel reassured. A 6 million project might seem significant to others, but in Nan Gongyang's eyes it was trivial. His emphasis was not on the money but on face. Lin Yu was forcibly kept there with no way to escape. He was the calmest one. If Wei Mai rejected this version, it could only mean they lacked vision and he wouldn't expect much from the film. Yu Xiaojun was indifferent to everything else. Wherever Lin Yu was, she would be there too. It's fine, Wei Mai said. Lin Yu's version is good. Let's quickly produce the live version. Great. Zhu Yifan said happily. Nan Gongyang let out a sigh of relief. Although he firmly believed that Forever Together was the best, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party might be deaf and blind. He was prepared to make the call, but he hoped to avoid it if possible. Yu Xiaojun glanced at Lin Yu, signaling that it was time to go. Lin Yu also felt that his part was done. Just as he took a step out, his arm was tightly grabbed. Nan Gongyang held Lin Yu's shoulders firmly. Zhu Yifan skillfully pushed a chair behind Lin Yu. The chair bumped against Lin Yu's calf, and with a little force from Nan Gongyang he was seated. Lin Yu looked at Yu Xiaojun helplessly. Yu Xiaojun rolled up her sleeves, ready to take action. What are you doing? Trying to kidnap someone in public? Do you believe I will beat you up? Don't, Sister Xiaojun, I really can't let Lin Yu go, Nan Gongyang said, who was over a decade older than Yu Xiaojun and was willing to do anything to keep Lin Yu. Yu Xiaojun was unconvinced. In her mind, Lin Yu was like a naive little rabbit being eyed by Nan Gongyang, the big bad wolf. How dangerous. I will call General Manager Li right now. Yu Xiaojun took out her phone. No. In just borrowing someone from you. Why disturb General Manager Li? Nan Gongyang reassured her, gesturing to Zhu Yifan. Zhu Yifan understood immediately and quickly brought over another chair. What are you doing? Yu Xiaojun asked irritably. If you're worried, just keep an eye on him. I won't eat Lin Yu. Nan Gongyang said, speechless. Yu Xiaojun rolled her eyes and sat down. That's hard to say. Lin Yu remained silent, perfectly playing the role of the little rabbit. Lin Yu can't leave yet. The piano piece is ready, but we need a vocal version. You have to help me with the lyrics and arrangement. The piano piece was approved, proving that the composition was fine, but the lyrics and arrangement could not be created in a day or two. Nan Gongyang began to worry about the upcoming tasks. The piano piece belonged to Lin Yu, and its compatibility with the film was so high, and if someone else filled in the lyrics it might not achieve the same effect. Nan Gongyang always believed in feelings. He couldn't say that Lin Yu was better than top musicians, but at least in understanding the animated film Spirited Away, Lin Yu was superior. Nan Gongyang said with difficulty, Lin Yu need to work hard these days. Can you produce the theme song for the vocal version? Wei Mai said one day. Nan Gongyang thought that was pure nonsense. You can't create something in a day. Lin Yu was brought in at the last minute. The piano piece was likely written long ago and just happened to fit well with Spirited Away. It was impossible for him to write a song on the spot right. Creating lyrics and arrangements wasn't easy. Unless Lin Yu was a god, otherwise it was impossible. How many days do you think it would take? I will talk to Wei Mai. Nan Gongyang looked earnestly at Lin Yu. Yu Xiaohuan's statement was true. In the company, even when dealing with senior management, Yu Xiaohuan was very tough. After all, she was unrivaled in the field of talent. Now to negotiate with Wei Mai. Lin Yu said, we can start the vocal version now. Nan Gongyang's eyes widened. Even Yu Xiaojun couldn't believe it. Yu Xiaojun had been present the whole time Lin Yu was helping in the music department. Initially they were in a meeting, and then she encountered Nan Gongyang in the corridor with Lin Yu. It was under her encouragement that Lin Yu helped, and it just so happened that his original piano piece matched the animated film perfectly. This was not a pre-prepared song. How could there be lyrics and arrangement? Lin Yu, this project is not a joke. Although the other party has recognized our piano piece, that is just the composition. You really need to look at the outline and understand the story summary. Zhu Yifan spoke sincerely. Even top musicians, when doing outsourced projects, at least needed to know what the other person's story was. Nan Gongyang nodded in agreement. He meant the same. Lin Yu walked directly to Zhu Yifan's desk and picked up pen and paper. The original version of Forever Together was not in Chinese, but he had a Chinese version. Lin Yu quickly wrote the lyrics on the paper. Nan Gongyang, Yu Xiaojun and Zhu Yifan leaned forward to watch. Their expressions shifted from skepticism, confusion, astonishment to shock. I really have it now? Nan Gongyang picked up the paper and started humming. Zhu Yifan's eyes widened as he looked at the lyrics. Nan Gongyang excitedly grabbed Lin Yu's shoulder. What type of singer do you want? Just say it. Xiaojun is here now. Let her go find someone. Yu Xiaojun nodded, then shook her head, feeling that this sounded increasingly wrong. What does this have to do with me? Lao Yang, you keep Lin Yu and then arrange work for me. Are you trying to rebel? Nan Gongyang originally had no temper in front of Oyu Xiaojuan, but this time he really needed her help. He smiled and said, how could I dare to rebel? Finding a singer is originally the job of the Performing Arts Department. Although it was the Performing Arts Department's job, if Lin Yu were to ask her, she would be more than willing to bring out the singers for Lin Yu to audition. But Nan Gongyang seemed to be assigning her work, which made Oyu Xiaojuan unhappy. Just as she was about to retort, Nan Gongyang shifted his tone. Besides, Lin Yu song giving it to any singer wouldn't that just be a level for the charts? I might not just find any singer, that power should be reserved for our Xiaojun. Oyu Xiaojun felt that Nan Gongyang had a point. As long as this song is released, it will definitely compete for the charts. Among the singers in the company, no one would be more familiar with it than her. Nan Gongyang's words were not wrong. Oyu Xiaojuan, who had just had a tense expression with Nan Gongyang, turned to Lin Yu and smiled gently. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged helpless glances. Lin Yu, do you have any requirements for the singer? Oyu Xiaojun asked softly, as if the person who had just spoken to Nan Gongyang was someone else. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan both looked at Lin Yu. Yes, any requirements? Lin Yu replied calmly. Cheap. Nan Gongyang. Zhu Yifan. Oyu Xiaojuan. Originally, the lyrics, melody and arrangement of a song would only earn him 20%, and naturally he needed to find a cheap singer. Otherwise he was reluctant to share more of the song he worked so hard to write. Regardless of who sings, he definitely needs to find someone affordable and efficient. Lin Yu, being signed as an artist, had no issue singing the songs he wrote himself, allowing him to earn money with a clear conscience. However, Always Together was indeed not suitable for him. Although his voice was perfect, this song required a male singer with an exceptionally high vocal range, or ideally a female singer with an ethereal voice. Perhaps Nan Gongyang felt the same way, which is why he didn't directly suggest Lin Yu sing it himself, but instead asked what kind of singer he wanted. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged strange glances with Lin Yu. Lin Yu cleared his throat and added a new singer. Nan Gongyang laughed heartily and said, so Lin Yu are looking for some fresh voices, right? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded. You could say that. Zhu Yifan also felt relieved. In his mind, Lin Yu had a particularly grand image, but the earlier mention of cheap had bewildered him. Zhu Yifan suddenly brightened. Yes, the tune of Always Together is very soothing. We must find a clean and pure voice to perform it, specifically a newcomer, one whose voice hasn't been overly refined with too many complicated techniques. Lin Yu. Oyu Xiaojun almost laughed out loud. Nan Gongyang and the others didn't know Lin Yu, but she did. Lin Yu was speaking quite literally. Cheaper? Oyu Xiaojun smiled and asked, I'll get you the information on newcomers who haven't debuted yet right away. You can choose and I'll let them know to come over. Lin Yu nodded. Oyu Xiaojun made just one phone call, and within 5 minutes all the information on undebuted newcomers was sent to his email. Can I borrow your computer? Lin Yu asked Zhu Yifan. Zhu Yifan had a very good impression of Lin Yu. He'd let him use a person if he asked. He nodded. Lin Yu quickly reviewed the information of the newly signed singers who hadn't debuted yet and listened to their demo recordings. He selected 2 singers, 1 male and 1 female. He initially thought no male singer could meet this standard, but unexpectedly there was indeed a soaring voice. He figured the demo in the archive and Always Together weren't of the same type. High notes didn't necessarily mean they could sing this song well, so Lin Yu chose 2 for comparison. Wenling and Mo Ran. Oyu Xiaojun directly called Chen Yu, saying, bring Wenling and Mo Ran over. Yes, right now. Okay, it'll give you half an hour. Oyu Xiaojun decisively hung up the phone. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned at the assertiveness in Oyu Xiaojun's voice, contrasted sharply with the gentle demeanor she displayed in front of him. Nan Gongyang couldn't help but laugh. He had often seen Oyu Xiaojun and Lin Yu together recently and thought she had changed her working style. It turned out she was just gentle with Lin Yu. What had just been displayed was Oyu Xiaojun's work style. Why are you all looking at me? Oyu Xiaojun finished her call and noticed Nan Gongyang and the others were staring at her. Old Yang waved his hand and said, no, it's nothing. In less than 5 minutes Chen Yu hurriedly arrived. The Performing Arts Department was downstairs from the music department. Coming out of the office he had to wait for the elevator, and even going upstairs took more than 5 minutes. It could be inferred that Chen Yu must have sprinted down the corridor. Within a quarter of an hour a tall girl rushed in with large strides. When Chen Yu notified her, he explained the situation. What did it mean for a newcomer who hadn't debuted yet to have an audition opportunity? It meant they could debut. Moreover, it was personally arranged by Oyu Xiaojun. Such opportunities wouldn't be limited to one person, it was definitely a multiple-choice situation. Wenling rushed to the company without stopping. She wasn't sure if she could outperform her competitors, but she could at least arrive early and leave a good impression on the leaders. Wenling tightened her belt and rented a place near the company for this very reason. Now it proved she was right. As she dashed out of the elevator and reached the music department, she saw Yu Xiaojun, Chen Yu, Nan Gongyang and others. She quickly stopped, tidied her hair and walked over gracefully. Chen Yu felt a slight sigh of relief upon seeing Wenling. He had sprinted up from downstairs in 5 minutes. However, artists usually weren't present in the company. Newly signed artists often lived far away because the rent was cheaper. Yu Xiaojun's tone was so urgent, only giving 30 minutes. He really feared that if it reached 30 minutes he wouldn't have anyone to wait for. One could imagine how serious his consequences would be. Now that Wenling was here, if Mo Ran didn't arrive within half an hour, he could propose for Wenling to record first, estimating that by the time Wenling finished, Mo Ran would have arrived. Chen Yu approached Wenling, took a few steps forward and introduced her to Yu Xiaojun and the others, saying, "This is Wenling, who graduated from the vocal department of Yangjing Music Academy last year." She had already graduated for a year and still hadn't debuted. If she missed this opportunity, she would have to continue waiting. Without debuting, one couldn't even be considered a newcomer. Many looked down upon newcomers, not realizing that they were no longer at the bottom of the food chain. Wenling respectfully bowed and greeted Yu Xiaojun and Nan Gongyang, warmly greeting Zhu Yifan as well. Although she hadn't debuted, she knew the head of the performing arts department, Yu Xiaojun. As for Nan Gongyang, the head of the music department, and Zhu Yifan, a top composer, they were all well regarded by the company's singers. With too many similar types of singers, sometimes when a golden song is released, the decision of who sings it is entirely up to these big shots. Wenling automatically ignored Lin Yu, who stood behind. Although she hadn't debuted, she knew the head of the performing arts department, Yu Xiaojun. As for Nan Gongyang, the head of the music department, and Zhu Yifan, a top composer, they were all well regarded by the company's singers. Wenling's anticipation grew. Lin Yu, however, was indifferent to whether Wenling greeted him. He wasn't surprised that a girl could sing to that level, he simply thought Wenling's voice was more pure and therefore more suitable. However, Mo Ran's voice could also reach the same height as Wenling's and was equally clear and pure. Lin Yu was curious about what kind of singer Mo Ran was. Time passed slowly and nearly 20 minutes had gone by. Yu Xiaojun glanced at her watch, her expression slightly impatient. A shocking scene occurred. Yu Xiaojun slowly turned around and gently asked, "What do you think?" Was she asking the young man behind her? Wenling felt it was impossible. Just as she told herself that she must have seen it wrong and that she should be asking Zhu Yifan, who stood slightly behind Nan Gongyang. After all, Zhu Yifan might be the author of the song to be recorded later. The young man surprisingly spoke up, "Let's wait a little longer, it's not even 30 minutes yet." Yu Xiaojun nodded upon hearing this, softly saying, "All right, I will follow your lead." If it weren't for Wenling having studied expression management, she might have dropped her jaw. Was this still the formidable Yu Xiaojun who ruled the scene? Was this still the Iron Lady Yu Xiaojun? Manager Chen Yu had just called, clearly anxious, saying that Sister Xiaojun had set a strict 30-minute time limit for her to arrive at the company. Just now when Chen Yu spoke to Yu Xiaojun, he was extremely respectful, not daring to breathe loudly. How could Sister Xiaojun be so gentle towards the young man behind her? Wenling had a bad feeling. Young. Handsome. Great figure? Could it be a relative of President Li? Wenling gasped. Relations like that could be troublesome. Although she hadn't greeted him, at least she hadn't offended him. Such connections usually had no real power, relying solely on their connections. Wenling felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. What if he was also one of the competitors? She knew that although it was said to be fair competition on the surface, it was actually a predetermined competition prepared for one specific person just to silence others. Wenling suddenly felt her heart shatter. She had run all the way here feeling elated. She had thought she had finally awaited her chance to debut, but unexpectedly she was just to be a stepping stone for someone else. Yu Xiaojun's expression turned serious as she glanced at her watch. It's already been 35 minutes. Chen Yu wiped the sweat from his brows. I'll call to urge them again. Lin Yu was all too familiar with the traffic conditions in Magic City. Before debuting, he had always been in the line for public transport. Very few newcomers could afford to rent apartments near the company. If they weren't lucky enough to be close to the company, it would be nearly impossible to arrive within half an hour. If it had been before, Mo Ran might have already lost this opportunity. After Chen Yu made the call, he returned saying they're already on the way and will be here soon. Yu Xiaojun, visibly impatient, frowned. Do your people have no sense of time? We have so many people waiting here. Chen Yu felt a bit embarrassed, especially since not only was Yu Xiaojun present but also Nan Gongyang from the music department. How about we record Wenling first? Yu Xiaojun looked to Lin Yu as if seeking his opinion. This time Wenling clearly noticed. Yu Xiaojun was indeed asking the young man behind her. Not only Yu Xiaojun but even Nan Gongyang was watching the young man's expression. She was certain that if the young man said it was fine at that moment, they would all head to the recording studio. Wenling became increasingly certain of her guess. That young man truly had backing, and given everyone's attitude towards him, the only possible backer could be President Li. She was about to become a stepping stone for someone else, and Wen Ling felt unwilling, biting her lip. Lin Yu had lived 2 lives and spent 20 years in this industry, understanding the struggles of low-tier artists. He had come from that time himself. He couldn't say that Ouyou Xiaojun's strictness was unjust. This was just the game's rules. Everyone in the industry had to adhere to the survival laws here. Wen Ling could arrive so quickly because she likely lived nearby, and the fact that she was willing to spend a large amount of money renting a place near the company indicated that her family was somewhat well off, and also that she wanted such a day to come, to arrive earlier than others and seize a slim chance. With so many people waiting, as the head of the performing arts department, Ouyou Xiaojun could not wait too long. Such temporary work truly depended on luck. And Wen Ling had paid the price of money for such a slim hope. She might never again have an opportunity like this. Therefore, encountering it was also a stroke of luck. It was her luck to become famous. However, Lin Yu, having experienced a downturn, felt a greater sense of empathy. He wanted to give Mo Ran 5 more minutes, otherwise it would be unfair to Wen Ling. Lin Yu thought for a moment and calmly said, "Let's wait another 5 minutes." Ouyou Xiaojun lightly acknowledged. Wen Ling felt discontent, thinking that stepping on others was not enough. She would have to wait for another person. Indeed, how visually appealing it would be to choose from 3 options. Selecting just 1 out of 3 would make for a great story during interviews after debuting. Before long, a short, chubby young man with fair skin ran over, panting. I'm late, I'm sorry." Mo Ran had taken a taxi halfway and then hopped on a shared bike to the subway station, squeezing through the subway and then running all the way. He was completely exhausted. Qian Yu approached softly, reprimanding him. "Everyone has been waiting for you. I told you not to live so far away. Look how conveniently Ling Ling lives nearby. Opportunities like this can vanish in an instant. If it weren't for Lin Yu asking to wait for you, you wouldn't have any business here today." Mo Ran nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile. When Lin Yu saw Mo Ran for the first time, he was quite surprised. He initially thought that a boy with such a capable voice would either be a handsome young man or a striking youth, but unexpectedly he was a chubby white boy, causing Lin Yu to curl his lips. It seemed that voice actors could be deceiving. Mo Ran walked over, wanting to greet Nan Gongyang and Ouyou Xiaojun. However, seeing everyone turn to head towards the recording studio, he had no time for pleasantries. Only Lin Yu nodded at him. Mo Ran didn't feel embarrassed. He grinned excitedly and waved to Lin Yu. Wen Ling recognized Mo Ran, who had signed with her at the same time and also graduated from Yangjing Music Academy as a tenor. She deliberately lagged a few steps behind Mo Ran and asked, "Do you know him?" Mo Ran smiled naively. "I know him, but he doesn't know me." Wen Ling rolled her charming eyes at his. "Not just anyone, even Sister Xiaojun listens to him." "Of course, Sister Xiaojun appreciates him very much," Mo Ran said seriously. Mo Ran hadn't debuted yet. He being a homebody, he was particularly interested in singers who were popular online, unlike Wen Ling and the other girls who only cared about fashion and gossip. Mo Ran recognized Lin Yu and had seen videos of him singing. Although the filming on the phone wasn't very clear, he had watched it too many times to not recognize Lin Yu. Later, Lin Yu's song "Thank You for Listening" and the one he wrote for President Li titled "Youth" were both downloaded by Mo Ran. Wen Ling glanced at the few people ahead and deliberately slowed her pace, lowering her voice to ask, "Is he President Li's?" Wen Ling only finished half her sentence, then made a knowing expression. Mo Ran blinked, recalling Lin Yu's song for President Li titled "Youth," and nodded, affirming yes. Wen Ling snorted coldly. "He's using you as a stepping stone, and you're so eager to greet him." "Stepping stone? Whose?" Wen Ling pointed her eyes towards Lin Yu. "Him." That's not bad either, Mo Ran thought. If he could sing a song written by Lin Yu, being a stepping stone was fine. After all, he was tough-skinned and not afraid. "I don't understand why you have no ambition. We've worked so hard to get this chance to debut while others have it so easily," Wen Ling said, unconvinced. Mo Ran scratched his head, feeling that his difficulties stemmed from only being able to sing. Lin Yu could write lyrics, compose and arrange. Of course, it was easier for him to debut, so there was nothing to be unconvinced about. Seeing that Mo Ran had no response, Wen Ling continued, "I guess this song must have been tailored for him. We are just the stepping stones." Mo Ran looked at Wen Ling with confusion. Is that really necessary? If it was written specifically for him, he could just sing it himself. Why go through the trouble of calling us here? Wen Ling bit her lip. Why wouldn't it be necessary? Do you think all newcomers are like that immortal Lin Yu, capable of handling everything on their own, shining without appearing and being adored by everyone? So it can't be all Lin Yu. Those without ability must create topics. He just wants to use us as stepping stones to create topics for his future debut. Wen Ling glared fiercely in Lin Yu's direction. Mo Ran suddenly stopped, an adorable smile spreading across his face. But he is Lin Yu. If it weren't for the few big shots walking ahead, Mo Ran might have laughed out loud. He was still caught off guard by Wen Ling's words praising Lin Yu while feeling a bit resentful towards him. It turned out she had no idea that the person in front was Lin Yu. Wen-Ling stood there dumbfounded as a bolt of lightning struck through her mind. Wen-Ling hurried over after receiving a call from Qian Yu without asking anything. Upon arrival she saw Ou Xiaojun and the big shots from the music department, instinctively thinking that the song she was about to audition for must have been written by Zhu Yifan. Consequently she naturally regarded the young and handsome Lin Yu behind her as a rival. She had only heard Lin Yu's songs and tales about him, but she had never watched any videos of him. Wen-Ling had always thought Lin Yu was a mature man around 30, but to her surprise he looked like he was only in his early 20s. Mo Ran chuckled quietly for a moment and mysteriously whispered, Lin Yu is definitely here today because he has written a song that he feels is unsuitable for him to perform, and with Ou Xiaojun and Nan Gongyang present it shows this song is very important. Wen-Ling blinked suddenly, feeling that Mo Ran's reasoning made a lot of sense. During the 20 minutes she had been waiting earlier she had imagined so much of it was truly foolish. Xuekai was already waiting for them in the recording studio. Everything is ready on my end, we can start right away. Xuekai winked at Lin Yu. Nan Gongyang glanced over at Mo Ran and Wen-Ling then turned to Lin Yu. Who should go first? Wen-Ling and Mo Ran looked like two job applicants about to be interviewed, each holding a thermos. As a singer one must always keep their voice in optimal condition. Wen-Ling, especially nervous, had already finished a large cup of water in just a few minutes. Lin Yu had already made up his mind and said directly, Wen-Ling, you go first. Wen-Ling was taken aback, not expecting her name to be called first. Qian Yu smacked his lips and said, Ling, what are you thinking? Go on. Having thought Lin Yu was merely a benefactor behind the scenes, she was suddenly quite nervous to find out he was actually a legend among the company's new artists. Lin Yu was unaware of her thoughts but could tell she was very anxious. Familiarize yourself with the score and give a signal when you're ready to sing. Xuekai settled in, nudging Lin Yu with his elbow. Look at you, surrounded by big shots from the performing arts and music departments. Lin Yu was already quite familiar with Xuekai and replied with a smile, just a working person, that's all. Xuekai chuckled but said nothing. The 3 songs Lin Yu had written since joining the company were all recorded in Xuekai's studio. Although he hadn't participated in the composition, he had been involved in the production. Xuekai held great admiration for Lin Yu's professional skills. After all, everyone has their area of expertise. Lin Yu, however, excelled in all areas. Before long, Wen-Ling raised her hand to signal. Although she was nervous being a professional singer, as soon as she grasped the microphone she immediately felt the vibe. This girl has a very clear voice, her enunciation carries a lot of emotion. Xuekai remarked. Lin Yu chose Wen-Ling from among the many Yetodibat singers precisely because her voice was clear and clean, her enunciation casual with a hint of sophistication. Although her high notes were somewhat thin, her mid-range was very rich and her singing style was quite pleasant. Wen-Ling sang through the song. Lin Yu paused for a moment. Wen-Ling performed well and the song Forever Together was not difficult, she had captured the ethereal essence. Yet Lin Yu felt that something was still missing, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. If he had to identify a flaw he wouldn't be able to articulate it, which would be quite awkward. It's like being in a relationship. If you want to break up and the other person asks why, you can't really say anything substantial besides I just don't feel it anymore, which is particularly frustrating and makes you seem like a terrible person. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan both thought she was quite good and nodded in satisfaction. Qian Yu was also very pleased Wen-Ling did not embarrass him. Mo Ran, why don't you give it a try? Same score, just be ready to signal when you are prepared, Lin Yu said. Nan Gongyang glanced at the chubby guy who had just entered and quietly told Lin Yu, I think that girl just now was quite good, let's skip this chubby guy. Xuekai shared this sentiment. Although he couldn't compose songs, he had a good ear, and no matter how big the star, they all had to record in his studio. I also think Wen-Ling was decent. Just decent, Lin Yu replied calmly. Xuekai was taken aback, he meant that she was pretty good, not merely decent. What's up with this kid's comprehension skills? However, since the song was written by Lin Yu, he felt he had no right to say much. In any case, if this chubby guy couldn't do it, they would have to let that girl sing. Usually those who come to record in Xuekai's studio are either rich or prestigious. They are either the company's heavily promoted newcomers or already famous first-tier singers, so he had never seen Mo Ran before. He only thought that this fair and plump guy was completely different from the tall, beautiful girl from earlier. He couldn't understand why Lin Yu had called both of them. Mo Ran was chubby and easily sweated, and upon entering the recording booth he was drenched in sweat. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Xuekai became even more certain of his assumptions. Mo Ran wiped the sweat from his face with a tissue and raised his hand to signal. In his fluster, a piece of white tissue was left on his forehead with a few white specks clearly visible. Xuekai shook his head with a cold smile. To ease Mo Ran's tension, Lin Yu said gently, please introduce yourself. My name is Mo Ran and my vocal range is C3-C6. Xuekai looked up at Mo Ran with a puzzled expression. This chubby guy can sing C6. Lin Yu nodded, indicating that Mo Ran could begin while also responding to Xuekai. Previously when Lin Yu heard Mo Ran's demo he was also taken aback. It was hard to believe it was the same person. Furthermore, with such a poetic name as Mo Ran, Lin Yu had assumed he might be a gentle and refined youth, only to find he was quite rough. Mo Ran took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Teachers, I will begin now." Lin Yu smiled gently. The others did not give Mo Ran any expression. However, for Mo Ran, just having Lin Yu was enough. He was his idol. Mo Ran's voice streamed through the microphone to the outside. Everyone except Lin Yu looked utterly stunned. Shui Kai had never seen Mo Ran before. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan were high-ranking musicians in the music department and had no chance to interact with an undebuted singer. Although Ou Xiaojun and Qian Yu were agents, the company had too many artists and there were even more new singers. They could only remember the standout few, while others were nearly impossible to recall. Because Mo Ran was assigned under Qian Yu, he was somewhat familiar with him, but he didn't understand his vocal qualities. After all, he hadn't debuted yet. Who would pay attention? Most importantly, his image was poor. Although a singer's voice comes first, a terrible image makes it hard to become popular, so Qian Yu didn't take Mo Ran too seriously. If Lin Yu had not called upon Mo Ran today, Qian Yu would have completely forgotten about this chubby guy. Wen Ling, who initially thought she was a sure pick, was now tightly gripping her thermos. She too was captivated by Mo Ran's voice. It wasn't until Mo Ran finished singing and thanked everyone that Nan Gongyang and the others returned to reality, realizing this kid was still the chubby guy from earlier. Shui Kai looked at Lin Yu with immense admiration. He truly had an eye for talent. If Mo Ran hadn't emerged from the recording studio looking so chubby, Shui Kai would have suspected it was a girl singing. Lin Yu's gaze swept over everyone's faces, noticing their stunned expressions, and felt a bit pleased. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to pick up the kids from school. "Let's go with this version by Mo Ran, it's beautiful," Lin Yu said before leaving. Nan Gongyang paused for a moment, then snapped back to reality and urged Zhu Yifan, "Go, hurry up." Lin Yu hadn't woken up yet when he felt as if someone had punched him hard in the face, jolting him awake. He reached out a hand to touch it. A chubby little foot swept across his face, followed by a spinning kick. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, then picked up little Mango and carried her to her small room, gently placing her back on the bed. Since she sang "Thank You, Let Me Love You," the little one had become a star in kindergarten, the finale act at every performance. Lin Yu didn't interfere with the child's love for participating in activities. But it was limited to kindergarten events. He didn't want his child to be exposed too much under the spotlight. After all, this world was chaotic. A solid path of education was the right way. Perhaps because she had participated in too many activities, she started to get a bit carried away. Requests she never dared to make before were now voiced. For example, when going out, her legs would stop working and she became a child without feet. She had to be carried or held the entire way. For instance, she used to sleep obediently on her own, but now she insisted on Daddy accompanying her to sleep. And she never threw tantrums before, always restraining her emotions and being very sensible. Now she often acted spoiled through little fits, pretended to cry or be angry, and came up with all sorts of tricks to make Lin Yu coax her. The little one was clever. She knew what she could do and what she couldn't. Little Mango had already figured out her father's limits thoroughly. She knew that sneaking into Daddy's bed with her small blanket in the middle of the night under the pretext of going to the bathroom was permissible, and she would even be carried back. How wonderful it was to be carried back to her little bed. "Little Mango, this is the last time," Lin Yu said, tucking the small blanket over her again. The little one closed her eyes, her delicate pink face showing a peaceful sleeping expression. Lin Yu said, "I know you're pretending to sleep." "Little Mango, who?" Lin Yu pretended to be stern. "I won't carry you back to bed anymore, he'll just let you sleep on the floor." "Little Mango, who?" Every time was the last time, but the little one pretended not to hear and continued to fake sleep. She could pretend to sleep anywhere, even falling asleep on the sofa, on the floor, sneaking into Daddy's room to sleep. As long as she was asleep, Daddy would carry her back to her little bed. Lin Yu knew the little one was pretending, but he couldn't really kick her awake or expose her, so he indulged her time and again. "Daddy is going out." Lin Yu exaggerated his footsteps and walked to the door. The little one was secretly pleased that she had fooled her father again, squinting her eyes to see what was happening. Not seeing her father by the bed, she relaxed and boldly opened her eyes, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. She lifted her head, ready to sit up. Before she could fully sit up, she met a gaze. The smile froze on her face for only a second. Thump! The little one instantly flopped back down like a fish. Who? Lin Yu was both amused and exasperated by little Mango. Children only act spoiled with their parents when they are truly happy. Many parents hope their children will be sensible, expecting a 5 or 6-year-old to behave like a 25 or 26-year-old, no noise, no fuss, no acting spoiled. Controlling themselves well when they see something they want. Not getting tired when playing, and if tired, walking all the way home alone. Not saying they're sleepy, gritting their teeth even when exhausted. Is that still a child? A real child should act like a child. When tired or sleepy they want daddy to carry them. But she would know when daddy couldn't carry her, such as when his hands were full or when he was also very tired. If she wanted something she would say so, if she liked a toy she would show it clearly. But she also knew when not to buy, such as when there were already many similar toys at home or when mom and dad could buy the same thing at a much cheaper price elsewhere. Crying and throwing tantrums to vent emotions is a child's nature. Sometimes even adults can do it, so why demand it from a child? Lin Yu was also a father for the first time. Precisely because it was his first time he treated little Mango as a very close friend, interacting with her on equal terms. Only this friend was very young and needed more care, a little more patience and more reasoning. Lin Yu's best approach to dealing with the little one was to let her be. After leaving her room he busied himself with cooking. Breakfast was ready but he didn't call her. Ever since little Mango was caught red-handed pretending to sleep, she had been lying in bed waiting for daddy to tell her to get up quickly. But it never came. Not only did it not come, but daddy also left silently. The little one lay in bed growing more uneasy the longer she stayed. Was daddy really angry? Was it because she deliberately kicked him earlier? But she had always played like that with daddy and he never got mad. He would carry her back to her room. Was it because she had done it too many times? The little one bent her fingers counting how many times she had done such bad things. She counted but couldn't keep track. She sat up abruptly. Over the past 2 months she had felt that daddy was different from before. He had become cheerful and was willing to play with her. After a few tests the little one found that daddy never lost his temper with her. So she became bolder. She hurriedly put on her little slippers and ran to the kitchen. Lin Yu had already heard the little one's sounds and was calmly eating breakfast at the table. Seeing daddy already eating breakfast without calling her and no portion laid out for her as before, little Mango's heart sank to the bottom. Over the past 2 months she had been the one to pretend to sleep in and stay in bed while daddy called her to get up again and again from the kitchen, and a beautiful delicious breakfast would always be on the table. Daddy would even prepare her toothbrush and face-washing water. 2 months ago these were things she dared not even hope for. Before daddy had no time for her. On weekdays she could eat breakfast at kindergarten. On weekends the little one would rummage through the fridge for food herself because daddy had to work. Because daddy had changed so much in the past 2 months, spending more time with her, little Mango had started to enjoy it all without restraint. The little one fell into deep self-blame. She must have been too naughty lately. So daddy didn't want to treat little Mango well anymore. The little one felt very sad. Lin Yu had no idea about the drama going on inside her head. He just wanted to tease her a little since she had always been the one pretending to sleep and showing off her acting skills. This time he had to get back at her. Little Mango whispered in going to wash up. She deflated like a punctured ball and went to the bathroom alone. Lin Yu was stunned. Shouldn't the little one have come with her hands on her hips demanding why he hadn't brought her breakfast? And then angrily asked if he had eaten it. Lin Yu had planned to tease her saying he had eaten it. If she really cried he wanted to play a trick on her, but she just left. And lately hadn't she been pestering him to prepare her water and toothpaste? They had agreed to a showdown but the little one didn't follow the script. This caught Lin Yu off guard. The little one was in the bathroom alone holding a small basin and tiptoeing to fill it with water. She wasn't incapable of doing it herself, she just wanted to act spoiled in front of her father. Lin Yu kept sitting at the dining table but his heart was restless, wanting to go over and ask what was wrong if she was unhappy. But she had tricked him so many times and he had said this time he would get even. He couldn't move. He had to stay steady. He fought the urge to stand up and sat firmly, but he couldn't eat another bite of breakfast. The little one finished washing up and went to the kitchen to find food. Lin Yu had planned that she would ask him for it, he would refuse, she would cry, and then he would bring out the prepared nutritional breakfast. But after washing up the little one didn't say a word. Lin Yu couldn't act alone. He could only wait and pretend to eat, though his eyes never left her. The little one searched for a while and finally found her breakfast. She silently carried it to the table, lowered her head and took small bites. Lin Yu was speechless. Every time he was the one bullied by the little one and had to compromise. He thought he had finally come up with a brilliant way to get even, but he felt like he was losing again. Watching little Mango eat in small bites, Lin Yu lost his appetite. His mind was full of how to break the silence and ease the tense atmosphere. The little one kept eating with her head down. Lin Yu always gave her a lot. Usually by the end little Mango would complain that her belly was about to burst and couldn't eat anymore, then give the rest to daddy. But this time it was obvious she couldn't eat anymore. Lin Yu was waiting for this perfect moment. As soon as little Mango said she couldn't eat anymore, he would pretend to be stern and say, "See, you left food again," and then finish her leftovers. But he waited and waited. The little one was struggling to swallow, clearly full but still forcing herself. Lin Yu was afraid she would really hurt herself and couldn't hold back anymore. If you can't eat, don't force it, you'll hurt your stomach. Lin Yu was about to sigh that he had lost again in this battle without gunpowder. But then he heard a faint sobbing from across the table. He looked up. The little one's small shoulders were heaving up and down. Lin Yu had thought she was just being quiet to provoke him, forcing him to speak first and surrender. He never expected her to actually cry. Lin Yu quickly stood up, but suddenly the little one spoke first. Daddy, I'm sorry. I won't be naughty anymore, okay? Please don't be angry. Daddy, please don't go back to how you were before. Please don't ignore Mango. I'll do everything myself from now on. I won't ask you to carry me, or I'll walk on my own. I won't throw tantrums. Woo woo. Lin Yu's heart clenched and he scooped her up. Daddy's not angry. I'm sorry, little Mango. It's Daddy's fault. Little Mango cried. Lin Yu's heart was breaking. He had only meant to play a joke on her? Because lately little Mango had been playing with him and he thought he could pretend to be angry and tease her back. His method was wrong. He knew little Mango well, but he had forgotten the environment she had grown up in. The little one had a strong sense of boundaries, and precisely because of that she carried too much on her mind, not at all like a 6-year-old. It was because Lin Yu's personality never brought negative emotions home and he never lost his temper at the little one. That was why little Mango could show her childish side. But for her this happiness was hard-won. She was afraid of losing it. So she was even more sensitive, terrified that if she did something wrong, Daddy would go back to his old self. Mango, don't cry. Daddy was just thinking, since Mango always pretends to sleep to tease Daddy, Daddy should pretend to be angry to tease Mango too. The little one sat in her father's arms, wiping her tears. Lin Yu continued, Daddy loves it when little Mango asks to be carried. Daddy loves your little tantrums. And Daddy loves the cute way you pretend to sleep. Are you really not angry, Daddy? I kicked you really hard just now. Thinking of the kick she had given to wake him up, little Mango started crying again. Lin Yu hurriedly wiped her tears. Daddy's really not angry. But it did hurt a lot. How about little Mango rubs it for Daddy? Little Mango raised her two chubby little hands and lovingly rubbed her father's face, distorting it all out of shape. A little Mango rubbed Daddy's face and it doesn't hurt at all now. Do your hands have magic? Lin Yu pinched her little cheek. Little Mango looked at her own hands in disbelief. Lin Yu placed her on the chair and said seriously, from now on if you have something on your mind you must tell Daddy. If we don't make things clear, misunderstandings can easily happen. For example, if you guess what Daddy is thinking but Daddy isn't what you imagine, then little Mango will be sad and Daddy will be sad too, seeing you sad, right? The little one nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yu patted her head. Daddy promises little Mango that Daddy will always love you, will never ignore you, and we are the best of friends. Lin Yu extended his pinky. Let's pinky swear. Little Mango also extended her finger. Finally he had calmed his little sweetheart. Lin Yu had no romantic experience in either life and he felt like he had used every trick to coax a girl on little Mango. It turned out coaxing a girl was hard, especially a little girl. The plan for today was to go see a movie after breakfast. Spirited Away was premiering today. The little one already had her own aesthetic sense. Whether to wear clothes or a dress, how to match them, Lin Yu didn't need to worry. In a pink dress with a fluffy rabbit-shaped bag, little Mango bounced out of her small room. Lin Yu wore a t-shirt and jeans with a baseball cap on his head. His songs were still more famous than his face, and not many people recognized him, so he didn't need a mask. Too much disguise would look strange. Both Lin Yu and little Mango were ready. A big hand holding a small hand, they set off. Popcorn and drinks are all bought and Lin Yu has purchased 2 movie tickets. Although the little one might not need a ticket, she cannot take a seat. To ensure a good viewing experience for the little one, Lin Yu still bought a ticket for Xiao Mango. While buying the tickets, Lin Yu took a brief glance. From the screening schedule it appears that Spirited Away does not have any advantages over other films being screened at the same time. It is quite standard and possibly has fewer screenings compared to other major productions. Since the screenings are not dense, the show Lin Yu wants to watch still has some time before it starts. Although the little one had an unpleasant experience during breakfast. But children will always be children. Once they are out to play, they forget the previous matters. Xiao Mango is happily eating popcorn from a large bucket that does not match her petite frame. The waiting area has many round tables for moviegoers to take a break. The distance between the tables is not far and Lin Yu can hear the conversation at the neighboring table clearly. A young couple has not yet decided which movie to watch and is discussing which one to choose. With the 2 tables being close together and their argument being quite loud, it is impossible for Lin Yu not to hear. I want to watch Spirited Away, the girl said. The boy disagreed. What's so good about an animated film? Look at the production team and not a single famous name. Nowadays animated movies are all bad films. I'm not watching it. I've watched the trailer for Spirited Away before. The theme song is particularly beautiful and the story seems quite exciting, the girl replied. The boy laughed a couple of times. You must have been tricked. Trailers are made to deceive moviegoers like you who are easily persuaded, filled with emotional and healing scenes. You buy tickets only to realize you've been duped, but the ticket is already gone. This kind of animated film has no plot and is full of cliches. It only manages to deceive children under 10. Anyone older than that will have to pay an intelligence tax. I bet this animated film will only have 2 or 3 screenings starting tomorrow and it will be taken off the shelves in a few days. The girl seemed to find the boy's reasoning valid. Then what do you suggest we watch? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's The Hunter. That's the new work by director Zhong Xinjia starring Liu Jinhua, the best actor. The boy raised his voice unconsciously when mentioning the director and lead actors' names. Then let's watch The Hunter. The girl was convinced. After their discussion, the two left their seats to buy tickets. Lin Yu looked up at the screening schedule for The Hunter. There were sessions available throughout the day with particularly abundant screenings. A large promotional board for The Hunter stood at the cinema display. After the couple left, 2 boys arrived at the neighboring table, seemingly university students. I heard that The Hunter is a major production that director Zhong Xinjia has been working on for 3 years. I've heard that too. The production team is top-notch in the country and they've polished the script for a long time with his dedicated writing team. Last time Zhong Xinjia collaborated with Liu Jinhua, which led to Liu Jinhua winning the Best Actor award. Indeed, just look at this screening schedule. No other film can compare. I think other films should avoid screening when The Hunter is released to avoid embarrassment. Look, there's an animated film here. It's truly unaware of its own mortality. Animated films should only be released in the summer. Why try to compete with big movies? Haha, animated films aren't watched by anyone. As for me, I won't watch an animated film. It's too childish. Let's go, the movie is about to start. The two also left the round table. After 3 groups of people changed at the neighboring table, Lin Yu's Spirited Away was finally starting ticket checks. With so few screenings, Lin Yu felt a bit worried. Truly, like what the boy said earlier, it would be taken off early. Although movies generally screen for about 20 days, theaters will extend the screening for particularly successful films to boost box office, while those with low attendance will be taken off early to make room for other films. Ticket checks and entry. Today is the first day of Spirited Away screening. The first day's box office usually comes from prior promotions and the box office appeal of the film's creators. Clearly these 2 aspects are difficult to achieve for Spirited Away. Although some promotions have been made, it is still an animated film with limited themes and many people have strong preconceived notions about animated films. It is meant for children with simple plots and rough graphics. So even if there are some good shots in the trailer, due to the limited time of the trailer it cannot fully unfold the plot, leading people to mistakenly believe it's merely a gimmick of the film. As for the appeal of the creators, Spirited Away has almost none. Not to mention the comparison with a major director and best actor of The Hunter. Even ordinary films cannot compare. As long as a movie features actors, it will have some fans which will contribute to its box office. However, for an animated film like Spirited Away, unless it is based on a very famous animation IP or produced by a very renowned team, otherwise it has practically no appeal. Regarding attendance in the session Lin Yu is attending, the occupancy rate is merely 1/3. Moreover, it is mostly parents bringing their children, as adults generally do not watch animated films alone. Since selling the script to Weimei, Lin Yu has no idea what kind of effect it will present. Hopefully it will do justice to such a great work. The cinema lights gradually dimmed. The first thing that caught the eye was a card and a bouquet of flowers. Then came the unhappy face of a girl. The girl's name is Chihiro. Chihiro is unhappy about having to move with her parents, leaving her original school and friends. To take a shortcut, her father drove down a small path. On the small road in the suburbs, they accidentally entered a mysterious tunnel leading them into another world, a medieval town. A delicious smell of food wafted from afar as her parents indulged in eating at a stall without a vendor. Chihiro sensed something was wrong and tried to stop her parents, but it was too late. Both of her parents had turned into pigs. This town gradually filled with many oddly shaped translucent people. Chihiro panicked and ran away, meeting a boy named Haku. Haku saved her and gave her a medicine to prevent her from disappearing. Here one must have a job. With Haku's help, Chihiro secured a position as a worker at the bathhouse. He also told Chihiro to remember her name. Once she forgets her name, she will never be able to return home. From then on, Chihiro embarked on a journey to save her parents. This is a story about a 10-year-old girl thrown into the real world to learn about friendship, love and survival through wisdom. Each of us possesses decisive judgment and action. When faced with unavoidable crises, the adaptability and endurance we were previously unaware of will surge forth. The animation was exquisitely crafted, seamlessly capturing the essence of Lin Yu's envisioned story. He observed the audience around him. Previously, animated films were too tedious for adults to endure. They only attended to accompany their children, spending the entire time secretly on their phones or dozing off. But now every spectator was completely captivated by the film. "Honey, you're actually crying," the woman said, wiping away tears and staring at her husband in astonishment. "Sure, keep your voice down." "Do you want the kids to hear?" the man retorted, stubbornly trying to salvage his dignity. "Mom, Dad, please cry more quietly, you're disturbing the others," said the 10-year-old girl sitting on the other side. The man was speechless. The woman was at a loss for words. The film concluded and the end credits began to roll. No one immediately rose from their seats. Some children stood up only to be gently pulled back down by their parents. Only after the credits finished did the audience reluctantly rise in scattered groups. A few lingered, hoping for a post-credit scene. Lin Yu knew there would be none, so he took the little one's hand and headed out as the music faded. "Dad, can we wait a bit longer?" the little one pleaded. Lin Yu ruffled her hair. "The movie's over? No need to wait." But Mangwa didn't get enough of it. She pouted reluctantly, following him out. "Ha, if you want to see it again, we can watch it another time. A good film deserves a second viewing." If the little one enjoyed it, Lin Yu was willing to accompany her again. The screen went dark and the cleaning staff entered to tidy up. Those who remained finally filed out of the theater. Fragments of conversation drifted to Lin Yu's ears. "I never expected an animated film to be this good. It's the storyline that makes it great. The ending theme is beautiful too. It's called Always With Me. There's so much symbolism in the film. The river spirit is a metaphor for environmental protection, right? Yes, and remembering names is about never losing yourself. There's so much more. I have to watch it again." The first wave of viewers would generate word-of-mouth buzz for the film. That was the true power of reputation. Some movies with strong pre-release marketing and big-name stars achieved high initial box office numbers. But if the film's quality fell short of audience expectations, it would suffer a reputation collapse. Box office figures could plummet like a cliff. However, some films started modestly but gained traction through positive audience feedback. A satisfying viewing experience attracted more ticket buyers. In the internet age, a single social media post or status update could draw in friends and family. Reputation accumulated bit by bit. I stumbled upon Xiao and ended up using a whole pack of tissues. Every line of dialogue tugged at my heartstrings. I tried not to cry in front of my child, but when the ending theme played, this father's dignity was shattered. Things that happen can't be forgotten, we just can't recall them. People never know when a casual goodbye might be the last. The lines are so iconic. Shortly after the premiere, in the conference room of Weimai Animation Film Production Company, all shareholders led by Anqi LV Qing and Chen Zharan gathered to open the country's film rating website. LV Qing sat in the corner. Xiao might be the animated film that changed his destiny. LV Qing had already decided if this film flopped, he would leave the animation industry and the company, never to produce another animated film. Xiao would be his final work. So during production he poured his heart into every detail. Now that the film was released, he felt a sense of release. He realized that when you pour your soul into something, the outcome ceases to matter. LV Qing held an ashtray, not bothering to crowd around the screen to see the rating. Zhu Xiaomai offered to operate the computer, but Anqi refused. This was also a pivotal animated film for. If the film failed, she would have to compromise with the shareholders and the Weimai Animation Company would cease to exist. Whatever they would produce next, it would no longer be animation. This was the legacy her father had built. Could she let it crumble in her hands? If the rating could reach 7, she would have room to maneuver. For an animated film with mediocre distribution and marketing, a score of 7 was already commendable. Chen Zharan and the other shareholders harbored their own agendas. Some simply wanted to make money regardless of what they produced. Others had ulterior networks, hoping to integrate Weimai into other ventures after the transition. And some, like Chen Zharan, sought control of the company. Anqi took a deep breath and clicked on the rating page for Xiao. I was sobbing uncontrollably halfway through. Xiao is the future of Chinese animated film. This is the first film I've seen that can be enjoyed alone or with children. Every profound meaning is worth sharing with them. The ending theme is the masterpiece of the film, many scenes paired with the piano melody replay in my mind over and over. A dark horse, absolutely a dark horse. Anqi scrolled through the comments, nearly all of which were positive. Without any manipulation of reviews, the netizens' spontaneous comments were overwhelmingly favorable, with only occasional questions about the plot. For instance, someone asked what the food Jackson's parents ate actually was. Another wondered how Xiao could be certain among a group of pigs that her parents weren't there. Apart from those questions, all comments praised the film. Chen Zharan, unconvinced, scrolled further back. The reviews were the same. Overwhelmingly positive. The ratings were on another page. Every film had a rating reveal after its premiere, a ceremony that was merely the website's way of creating suspense. After the reveal, the rating would be fixed on the film's main page within 24 hours. "Let's see the score," said one shareholder. Anqi exited the comments page and nervously opened the rating page. LV Qing involuntarily swallowed. The positive reviews were indeed heartening, they reflected the audience's immediate reactions. LV Qing was delighted that so many people loved the film. But he knew some might rate without commenting, perhaps giving a low score without bothering to explain. A film's score was the most direct measure of its quality, the truest reflection of audience opinion. And Chi's heart was in her throat. The ratings for other films currently showing were also on the page. Her mouth fell open as wide as her eyes. LV Qing stood up and stared at the screen. Zhu Xiaomai blinked hard, thinking she was seeing things. The shareholders were stunned into silence. Everyone fixed their gaze on the score. Out of a possible 10, Qianyu Qianxuan had achieved a 9. 3? 9? 3? 9? 3. It's a hit. We've made it. Qianyu Qianxuan is a hit. Wei Mai is a hit. LV Qing and Qi embraced each other. The conference room erupted in cheers and celebration. Some rejoice while others are troubled. Hunting God is the grand production of Huatingxingchen this year. In Huaguo there are 5 major entertainment companies. Each company possesses top-tier comprehensive strength, though they each have slight differences. For instance, Modern Fruit leans more towards music, having the best resources in its internal music department, featuring the most top-tier music teams and numerous first-line singers. Compared to music, their film production is slightly inferior. It's not that their film department is bad, but when compared to the music department it lacks the same star-studded brilliance. On the other hand, Mina Qianyu places considerable emphasis on the production of variety shows, having created many well-rated variety programs. Shenkong Entertainment has developed relatively balanced, yet in their pursuit of balanced growth they find themselves in an awkward situation where music, film and variety shows are all unremarkable. Huatingxingchen, however, primarily focuses on films, sparing no expense to recruit renowned directors and famous actors. The director of Hunting God, Zhong Xinjia, and the male lead Liu Jinhua are both associated with Huatingxingchen. The films produced by Huatingxingchen have become a hallmark. There will surely be a good number of screenings and the quality will not disappoint. This season's box office champion should undoubtedly be Hunting God. Zhong Xinjia casually discussed the film's selection for the film festival with Liu Jinhua. There will surely be a good number of screenings and the quality will not disappoint. This season's box office champion should undoubtedly be Hunting God. Zhong Xinjia casually discussed the film's selection. Zhong Xinjia smirked. Scores are no longer important to us as long as it's not below 7. We generally won't be criticized. What we want is to be number 1 during the same period, and as long as the box office is stable we have no worries. Liu Jinhua nodded in agreement. They already have many outstanding representative works. As long as it's not a completely abysmal film with a very low score, it generally won't be criticized by movie fans. Regarding being number 1 during the same period, Zhong Xinjia is confident. Because currently it is neither a golden week nor summer nor a holiday season, there are no major productions competing fiercely. Being number 1 during the same period, there is no suspense. Zhong Xinjia is confident, and so is Liu Jinhua. A film created by this golden duo, even if its theme isn't particularly novel, will not be overshadowed. Liu Jinhua smiled and opened the rating website. His smile froze on his face. Director Zhong. Zhong Xinjia leaned back on the sofa holding a glass of red wine. What's the score? Liu Jinhua's expression was quite unnatural. 7. 7. Zhong Xinjia laughed nonchalantly. Jinhua, you're still too young. Scores don't represent much. As long as we are the highest during the same period, that's enough. But that's not it, Liu Jinhua said. You think that's not the case? Of course we need to win awards. We can't only look at the box office. Besides profit, we also need fame. However, as long as we maintain the best during the same period, everything else will follow. Currently various data rankings are still based on box office numbers. Zhong Xinjia sipped his red wine, intending to give the younger Liu Jinhua a good lesson. No. Liu Jinhua's words were interrupted once again by Zhong Xinjia. Young man, you must be patient. A few negative reviews are normal. You can't stop movie fans from voicing differing opinions. Even the best films will have criticism, but they know how to rate them. Liu Jinhua shook his head helplessly. That's not what I meant. Do you have other insights? Zhong Xinjia posed with a listening stance. Liu Jinhua said, what I mean is we're not the highest score. What? Zhong Xinjia suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked to the computer. Liu Jinhua pointed at the screen. Look. The highest is Spirited Away. Spirited Away? Which company is it from? Liu Jinhua quickly checked. It's from the beautiful animation production company directed by Liu Qing. Zhong Xinjia frowned. What about the screenwriter? Liu Jinhua looked briefly. Ari Mang. Ari Mang. Zhong Xinjia searched his mind for a screenwriter he recognized but found no answer. He knew a bit about the name. Lu Qing animation films had long been in decline, with audiences getting younger and box office revenues dismal. However, Lu Qing still occasionally produced an animated film. Although each time ended in failure, the director's circle is small and there are few who make animated films. Zhong Xinjia didn't know him but had heard the name. Yet Zhong Xinjia had never taken it to heart. Such insignificant figures might not even match a fraction of his box office and he generally wouldn't pay attention to them. But Ari Mang. Do you know Ari Mang? Zhong Xinjia looked at Liu Jinhua. Liu Jinhua shook his head. I don't know him, I've never heard of him. Zhong Xinjia smirked. It's just a score, don't take it too seriously. We'll know the outcome at the box office. With low screenings and no first-line creative team, I wonder how they can win at the box office. Liu Jinhua took out his phone and opened the ticketing app. Yesterday this movie had only 4 or 5 showings all day. Today there are about 8 in major theaters. Liu Jinhua said. Zhong Xinjia sneered. That's the effect of the website ratings. An animated film can only reach this level. Wei Zi said. Zhong Huaqiang rarely watches movies and even the theme songs they help produce he hardly watches, as he truly doesn't have. Wei Zi said. Zhong Huaqiang rarely watches movies and even the theme songs they help produce he hardly watches, as he truly doesn't have the time. Wei Zi said. Zhong Huaqiang rarely watches movies and even the theme songs they help produce he. Zhong Huaqiang lightly grunted. In his heart he believed that no matter how great a director is, they can't produce classics for every film. It's normal for some emerging talents to arise, that's the conscience of competition in the industry. Noticing his boss's puzzled expression, Wei Zi felt pleased. He continued mysteriously, it's produced by Beautiful Animation. Noticing his boss's puzzled expression, Wei Zi felt pleased. He continued mysteriously, it's produced by Beautiful Animation. Beautiful. Zhong Huaqiang is not in the film industry. Besides the 5 major companies, he hardly knows of any other companies that can produce films. Today the score has already reached 9. First, and the word of mouth is excellent. Zhong Huaqiang thought for a moment, nodded and continued with his work. In the film industry today you might be on fire and tomorrow someone else might explode. It's not that performances are consistently stable. Zhong Huaqiang doesn't care too much. After all, he is in music and the quality of films doesn't concern him. Wei Zi lightly coughed. The theme song of Spirited Away is really beautiful. Zhong Huaqiang nodded. Wei Zi added it was produced by Xingkong Entertainment. There's nothing strange about such a large company taking on a theme song project. Zhong Huaqiang ignored Wei Zi's theatrics. Wei Zi paused for a moment. The composer, lyricist, arranger and pianist are all the same person he is? Wei Zi smirked. Lin Yu. Zhong Huaqiang's expression changed slightly. With the release of Spirited Away, Always Together has also secured a spot on the new song chart. However, since Always Together was released in the latter half of the month, it only has 10 days of charting time until the end of the month. Yet the download rate is astonishingly rapid. It has become difficult to determine whether Spirited Away has made Always Together successful or vice versa. One can only say that both are high-quality works, a win-win. Mo Ran has also officially debuted with Always Together starting at the peak. Unlike other newcomers who debuted around the same time participating in talent shows or singing competitions to struggle for their debut, a single theme song has opened a new height in life. Mo Ran's previously unremarkable appearance has instead become a major selling point. Since it was originally a theme song, almost everyone hearing the song had never seen Mo Ran. His voice is particularly hard to distinguish between male and female. Even girls might not possess the ethereal quality he has in his singing, let alone boys. Then they see him. The contrast is adorable. Mo Ran and Always Together have appeared in trending topics across major websites. Even many celebrities have joked about the mismatch between his voice and appearance. In no time Mo Ran became a sensation throughout Huagua with numerous commercial performances lined up. Sheng Kong also actively promoted him, keeping the publicity tight-knit. He did not miss out on any shows, parties or interviews. Lin Yu was seriously reading a text message on his phone. Salaries were paid. Last month's salary was 100,000 with the copyright for Spirited Away and Thank You for Listening totaling over 2 million. This month 2 more songs, Youth and Always Together, were added. Youth has a 50% share while Always Together gives Mo Ran a cut of 0.5. Though it's a bit regrettable, it still amounts to 1.5. Moreover, the previous 3 songs are still being downloaded, making Lin Yu's salary for this month quite decent. 1.58 million. To an ordinary person, a worker, achieving this is already remarkable. But for Lin Yu it still isn't enough. He must purchase a school district house within 6 months and transfer his child's household registration, ensuring that Xiao Mango's education is not delayed. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Copyrights are indeed valuable. The royalties from sold copyrights are real money, even if they don't flow in as steadily as song downloads, allowing one to live off them for a lifetime. But the advantage lies in the quick returns. Lin Yu put his phone back in his pocket. The cafeteria food is also delicious, especially the free ones. Braised pork is Lin Yu's favorite. He has a physique that doesn't gain weight no matter how he eats. Standing at 183 centimeters, he weighs only 130 jin. This is considered a rather slim build among adult men. Lin Yu picked up a piece of fatty yet non-greasy braised pork just as he was about to put it in his mouth. Teacher Lin Yu love braised pork. I can take you to try all the braised pork in Yangjing. Lin Yu chewed the braised pork calmly. Sitting across from him was Wenling. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen Wenling since their last recording session. If it weren't for Mo Ran's stunning voice, Wenling would have been a good choice as well. However, without comparison there would be no harm. That song was originally meant to be sung by a girl, yet it was overshadowed by such a rough man. It's normal for Wenling to feel reluctant. Wenling looked at Lin Yu earnestly, her big watery eyes sparkling just like her name. Lin Yu glanced at Wenling and continued eating the meat. In the company, although she hasn't debuted yet, she is still quite popular among newcomers. She has good looks, a great figure, and a good personality. It was the first time Wenling encountered someone like Lin Yu who treated her like air. The atmosphere became a bit awkward as Wenling bit her lip. I mean it. Lin Yu was somewhat speechless. Is this girl out of her mind? Even if someone likes a certain dish, they wouldn't want to eat it every day. Lin Yu remained silent, eating his meal and vegetables. He knew Wenling wouldn't approach him for no reason. Wenling felt anxious. She had known of Lin Yu long before, but only because he was so low-key that she failed to connect the name with the person. In the past she only admired Lin Yu's talent in her heart. But now, with such a close opportunity to sing a song written by Lin Yu, she lost to a fat guy at the last moment. Though she accepted her defeat graciously, she still wanted to try hard to see if there might be another chance to collaborate with Lin. Mo Ran has been so popular lately that the entire company is talking about him. Even the top diva Xiao Mango praised Mo Ran's voice on social media. Every time Wenling sees news about Mo Ran, she can imagine the scene of missing out on him, feeling very upset. Envy and jealousy. Lin Yu finished his lunch with great enjoyment. Wenling watched as Lin Yu's plate slowly emptied, nearly bursting into tears. Is something wrong? Out of politeness, Lin Yu still asked. After all, they are from the same company. Walking past someone while holding a plate would seem impolite. Teacher Lin, I admire you very much. I regretted missing the chance to collaborate with you before, and I really want to work with you. Wenling took a deep breath and hurriedly said all her words. Lin Yu guessed Wenling's purpose for coming. From the moment she approached him without a proper introduction, it was evident she had something to say. He and Wenling had no connections. She wouldn't come looking for him unless it was to request a song. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't respond immediately, Wenling quickly added, I'm not in a hurry. I know writing a song isn't something that can be done overnight. He has many songs for female singers here. There are suitable ones for Wenling as well. Yet, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Wenling sensed that Lin Yu was hesitating but didn't know why. She understood that for someone as talented as Lin Yu, money wouldn't be a concern. What she was doing might make Lin Yu unhappy, but Wenling had no other choice. Wenling said, I can forego the money, I'll give you the share meant for the singer. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, appreciating her thoughtfulness. All right. I happen to have a song that suits you. Wenling jumped up from her chair. She hadn't expected that coming at Lin Yu so boldly would actually lead to her being able to request a song. Moreover, isn't it usually the case that requesting a song requires a long wait? 2 or 3 months is considered shorter. Waiting more than half a year is common. How does Teacher Lin still have stock? Wenling, not caring for anything else, kept expressing her gratitude. The next day, Xiaojun approached Lin Yu. It seems that Always Together has become a hit. Your previous songs are also quite good. Lin Yu calmly responded with a light Given the great box office of Spirited Away, it is only natural for the theme song to gain some popularity. Mo Ran is also on fire now, receiving so many offers that he can't keep up. There are 3 endorsements in negotiation this year. He might be the most successful fat guy. Lin Yu was aware of this as well, and now everyone in the company is talking about Mo Ran. Xiaojun discreetly glanced at Lin Yu. And what about you? Lin Yu was taken aback. Me? Xiaojun earnestly said, you've been signed for 2 months and indeed your output is quite high. You've released 4 songs in total. But among those 4, aside from the first one you sang yourself, the rest were written for others. Lin Yu actually doesn't care much about this. As long as he makes money, it's all the same whether he sings or someone else does. The past 2 months have just happened to provide opportunities. Although he loses out on the share meant for the singer, the overall return is still decent. Xiaojun continued, moreover, writing songs for others doesn't guarantee inspiration every time. Writing a song isn't as easy as it seems. Don't just look at you. Even those top musicians under Nan Gongyang can only produce a few songs a year. Mo Ran was previously unknown, but after singing one song he is now constantly running to attend events, participate in shows and commercial performances, maintaining his popularity and generating topics. Lin Yu understood Ou Xiaojun wanted him to participate in shows to gain exposure and promotional opportunities. In the past, Ou Xiaojun was quite laid back about this, and Lin Yu wanted to focus on making money as he wanted to lead a normal life, especially since his child is young. Thus he always refused to participate in shows, and at that time Ou Xiaojun did not oppose it, showing understanding. Mo Ran's rise to fame not only stimulated Wenling but also seems to have affected Ou Xiaojun. Ou Xiaojun's side, likely the competition pressure is immense now. Look at how many unsigned singers are still in the company, it's not easy for them. That girl from last time, Wenling. She has a decent appearance and a good voice, but she hasn't encountered the right opportunity. She's just waiting, and it's said she has been waiting for a year already. Ou Xiaojun wanted Lin Yu to understand that making it to debut is not easy, and he has so many great resources in hand. She is supporting him, and Nan Gongyang also likes him. While he is young he should develop well. Becoming popular is just the beginning. It's important to see if he becomes a superstar or fades away. Lin Yu pondered, then I'll help Wenling debut. Ou Xiaojun's mouth dropped open. It's indeed not easy for unsigned singers, or finding a suitable song is very difficult. I happen to have a song that suits her. Ou Xiaowan took a deep breath, feeling at a loss for words. She was ready to have a serious talk with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I am not complaining about the newcomers not having songs to sing. Lin Yu nodded, knowing that he couldn't help just because Ou Xiaowan was lamenting. It was mainly because Ou Xiaowan had just mentioned Wenling, who had also come over to request a song. Seeing Lin Yu nod, Ou Xiaowan felt he might have understood her point. Although it is said that male artists have a longer career span than female artists, it isn't long enough to squander freely. Isn't there a saying that one should seize fame early? A smile appeared on Ou Xiaohuan's face, thinking that the child was indeed teachable. Lin Yu glanced at the time and said, then I will head back now, Xiao Wan Jie. I will send you the song for Wenling tonight, and you can contact department head Nangong afterward. Ou Xiaowan was taken aback. Lin Yu felt that this arrangement was quite proper, as he was part of the performing arts department and couldn't directly give the song to Nangong Yang. Ou Xiaowan was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yu exchanged a nod with her and left. Just like that he walked away. Ou Xiaowan stared at his departing figure, stunned. Until his silhouette disappeared, Ou Xiaowan scratched the wall in frustration. Lin Yu was unaware of this, returning home to take care of the little one as usual. Little Mango had been raving about Spirited Away after watching it a couple of days ago, making his classmates want to watch it as well. Animated films usually make adults sleepy. Nowadays parents aren't short on money for movie tickets either. They reluctantly took their kids to see it. After returning, it was truly delightful. The little one finished his homework and hurriedly ran to Lin Yu. Dad, don't eat too much in the future or you'll turn into a pig. Little Mango applied what he learned directly. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh, patting the little one's head. Dad is not greedy and I pay attention to my diet. I absolutely won't turn into a pig. The little one nodded confidently. Then he straightened his back with a smile, patting his little chest. It's okay, even if Dad turns into a pig, Little Mango will save him. Lin Yu was amused by the little one's serious expression. Alright, Dad is no longer afraid of getting fat. The little one happily scampered back to his little room. Before long, Lin Yu heard the sound of little footsteps again. Dad, will not working really make you disappear? The little one asked seriously. No matter what question the little one asked, Lin Yu would take it seriously. He rubbed the little one's head and said, everyone needs to have a job, only through diligent work can we live well. The little one fell into deep thought, and after a while he ran back to his little room, making a clattering noise. It seemed like he was looking for something, but Lin Yu did not go to check. Soon enough the little one came out with a small backpack which was stuffed to the brim, and Lin Yu couldn't tell what was inside. Lin Yu looked at Little Mango with curiosity. Dad, I also want to work. Where can I find a job? Lin Yu almost burst out laughing. Little Mango doesn't need to work right now. The little one stubbornly replied, why not? Chihiro has to work. Lin Yu pretended to be angry, saying, oh dear, Dad is really unhappy. Our Little Mango didn't watch the movie seriously. The little one pouted defiantly. Little Mango was watching the movie seriously. Lin Yu held the little one's hand and sat down next to the sofa. When did Chihiro have to start working? He asked gently. The little one thought for a moment and said, when she stumbled into a strange world after Mom and Dad turned into pigs, she worked for Yuba to save them. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, that's right. It was after she left her parents. Did she work while she was with her parents? The little one shook his head, recalling the scenes from the movie. No. So what did she do usually? Lin Yu asked. The little one remembered the beginning of the movie and excitedly said she went to school. She was unhappy about transferring schools and her classmates even gave her a bouquet. Lin Yu pinched the little one's cheek and said, "So little one's job is to go to school. Our little Mango's task right now is to study well." Little Mango seemed to suddenly realize something, nodding vigorously. Actually, just a moment ago he was trying to think about what job he could do. After all, Chihiro could only do odd jobs in the bathhouse. What about himself? Lin Yu continued gently, "Right now little Mango's task is to study hard. When the time comes to choose a job you will have more freedom and options." The little one tilted his head in deep thought. Is it true that only by studying well can you find a good job? This might be something many parents say to encourage their children to study hard. If the child were in another family, the parents would certainly say, "Yes, studying well will lead to a good job, so you must study hard now." Lin Yu did not want that. He didn't want to equate studying hard with finding a good job. What constitutes a good job? Does being an artist count? Does being a civil servant count? Or is it only entrepreneurship that counts? At the student age, one should do what students ought to do, study hard. But high education does not necessarily guarantee a decent job. Not having a high education does not mean there isn't one. It simply means striving to become better and accumulating knowledge to a certain level. When it comes time to choose how to live the next few decades of life, there will be more choices. Moreover, Lin Yu didn't want to instill in the little one the idea that only by studying hard and entering a good university can one change their fate. Why put such pressure on the child? Lin Yu hoped to work hard to earn money and grasp the present. What he could give to Mango was only poetry and dreams. One day when little Mango chooses a career, she shouldn't have to give up her ideals for the sake of survival. She should be able to pursue what she loves and do anything she wants. Because behind her there is a strong shoulder to rely on. Lin Yu seriously pulled the little one in front of him. "Mango, remember, learning is important because it is the most crucial thing at your current stage, but it does not define your future life." The little one nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin Yu knew that at this age the little one couldn't possibly grasp the meaning of this sentence. But he believed that one day she would understand. The little one broke free from his father's grip, carrying the small backpack, and hurriedly headed back to her little room. "Little Mango, what are you going to do?" Lin Yu asked in confusion. The little one didn't look back and walked straight into the room. Lin Yu then heard another round of clattering sounds. "I want to read. I want to study hard." Only after the little one fell asleep did Lin Yu have the time to send the song he wanted to give to Wenling to Yu Xiaohuan. He had already recognized Wenling's vocal characteristics when they recorded the song that day. Today when Wenling came to find him, he had mentally chosen a song for her. This song might still be a bit lacking to become a hit, but it was enough for her debut. Lin Yu encrypted the file and sent it to Yu Xiaohuan. Yangjing Music Academy Staff Building. "Xiaojuan, how have you been considering what your father mentioned last time?" Yu Zhongwo, wearing reading glasses, held his phone to browse Weibo, peering at his daughter through the gap above the frame. Yu Xiaohuan frowned, looking quite impatient. If it weren't for Mom's delicious cooking. If it weren't for working overtime and having no food to eat. If it weren't for having exhausted all takeout options nearby. Would I have fallen to the point of listening to old Yu's nagging here? Yu Xiaohuan asked herself. Seeing that his daughter was ignoring him, Yu Zhongwo persisted in asking, "I think that the son of the Qiao family is quite good. He's the CEO of a multinational company, the same age as you, tall and good-looking. What do you kids call it nowadays? Tall, rich and handsome?" Yu Xiaojuan, while eating, almost spat out her food. "Xiaojuan, Dad is talking to you." Today Yu Zhongwo was determined to get an answer from his stubborn daughter. Cheat Saixia, afraid her daughter would get angry, decided not to come back for dinner. She was already busy with work, and if she didn't eat properly, how would her health hold up? However, she was even more anxious than Yu Zhongwo. Usually Yu Zhongwo would rush her into marriage while browsing Weibo, which Yu Xiaohuan disliked. Cheat Saixia stood on her daughter's side. After all, there was no real evidence for rushing into marriage. Who was she supposed to marry? But this time she had met the son of the Qiao family. Not only did she meet him, but he also brought gifts to visit her parents. Although he didn't say it, having lived for over half a lifetime, didn't she understand the meaning? Why would he just back from abroad to develop come to their house to bring gifts? If it was about old friendships, Yu Zhongwo indeed had been old colleagues with Qiao. But both families lived in the staff dormitory, and they would often run into each other while taking walks, so it wasn't likely that he would come just to bring things for his father. If it were about the friendship with Qiao, then half of the staff dormitory should be sending gifts. They were all old colleagues. Thus it must have been for Xiaohuan's sake. The two had indeed known each other as children and were classmates in elementary and middle school. Living close to the Yangjing Music Academy staff dormitory, they must have gone to school nearby. By the time they reached high school, they were on their own. Yu Xiaohuan got into a key high school in Yangjing. The Qiao family's son went abroad. These two children should have lost contact by now. Now that he had just returned, he paid a visit. Chi Kaixia's mind was racing. Apart from missing their daughter, there couldn't be any other purpose. At this moment, Chi Saixia was also anxious. A mother couldn't help but be worried about her daughter's lifelong happiness. She just understood Oyu Xiaohuan's character better. If there wasn't a clear candidate, she didn't want to upset her daughter. Oyu Xiaohuan still ignored Oyu Jiongwo. Old Oyu, frustrated, took off his glasses and stopped browsing Weibo. You didn't hear what Dad said, did you? Oyu Jiongwo found it most annoying when Oyu Xiaohuan remained silent. He was happy just to argue with him. At least she was willing to reason with him. Ignoring him was the most intolerable. When she was little, his daughter admired him the most, saying that she wanted to be a university teacher like him in the future. Now she was even unwilling to talk to him. In fact, Oyu Xiaohuan didn't mind talking to Oyu Jiongwo. They could talk about stars and moons, life and ideals, even work, just not about finding a partner. But old Oyu just didn't understand. Oyu Jiongwo exchanged a glance with Chi Saixia. Privately, the two old folks had rehearsed their lines and were quite satisfied with the son of the Qiao family. Since it was a matter for two people, one couldn't just charge ahead while the other sat back and enjoyed the benefits. If it were a usual situation, Chi Saixia would definitely have ignored Oyu Jiongwo. But this time she wanted to hear her daughter's thoughts. After all, she was in her 30s, it was time to date and get married. Chi Saixia cleared her throat a couple of times and quietly said, when the son of the Qiu family came that day, I thought he was fine. Oyu Xiaohuan looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. Chi Saixia avoided her daughter's gaze, deliberately looking elsewhere. When his wife was scolded, Oyu Jiongwo became even angrier. See, I'm not the only one saying this. Your mother never rushes you to find a partner, but this time she said the son of the Qiao family is quite good. Oyu Xiaohuan set down her bowl and chopstick, speechless. If it were just her dad saying this, she would definitely finish eating and leave without paying attention. She had heard it too many times, her ears were numb. Every time he came, her dad would bring up this topic without variation. But her mom was indeed mentioning this for the first time, and Oyu Xiaohuan still wanted to give her face. You guys are always talking about the son of the Qiao family, or at least he brought a lot of gifts. You don't even know his name. Oyu Xiaohuan shook her head with a bitter smile. Chi Saixia felt that her daughter's words made sense and gently replied, we are older now. We used to run around in the courtyard often when we were young, but he went abroad in high school. After so many years, we've already forgotten his name. When he came last time, we were embarrassed to ask. Old Oyu glanced at his wife, secretly giving her a thumbs up. Oyu Xiaojuan, unaware that her mom was trying to trap her, directly replied, his name is Xiao Mingxian. Xiaohuan has a good memory. Even after so many years without contact, she still remembers his name, Chi Saixia said with a smile. Oyu Xiaohuan felt that her mom's words had a hidden meaning, but she couldn't find any evidence. She was too lazy to think about it. Xiao Mingxian has just returned to the country. His connections here are still unstable. He wants to reconnect and revitalize his old connections. Chi Saixia spoke in a calm tone, smiling as she said, we are just a retired old man and woman. What connections do we have? He is the CEO of a company, or what could he possibly want from us? Oyu Jiongwo nodded vigorously, feeling that his wife was too clever. This was the art of language. Oyu Xiaohuan's phone vibrated and an encrypted file appeared, sent by Lin Yu. You guys may not count as connections, but I'm still here, and my sister too, she said, changing back into her own shoes after taking off her slippers. Oyu Jiongwo followed her to the door, saying, if he is after your and your sister's connections, then why bring gifts for your mom and me? Oyu Xiaohuan shook her head helplessly. Old Oyu, have you been watching too many short dramas on Weibo? You've concocted a lot of plots in your mind. Oyu Jiongwo didn't understand the meaning behind his daughter's words. Oyu Xiaohuan reached the door, opened it and looked back. After so many years without contact, how would he know my and my sister's contact information? He must have inquired through you guys. Oyu Jiongwo was taken aback. Oyu Xiaohuan smiled slightly, he already contacted me today. And my sister too. Oyu Xiaohuan closed the door, a smirk playing on her lips. The shocked and disappointed expression of old Oyu still lingered in her mind. Xiao Mingxian had indeed called both her and her sister. However, she did not mention the order. He had called Oyu Xiaomin first. His purpose was simply to obtain Oyu Xiaohuan's phone number. Originally, Xiao Mingxian intended to meet Oyu Xiaohuan for a meal, but she had rejected him. They hadn't seen each other for over a decade, and there had been no contact during that time. She felt there was no need to connect again in the future. Thus, Xiao Mingxian took a roundabout approach by contacting the two elderly individuals. Oyu Xiaohuan was aware of all this. However, she looked down on Xiao Mingxian and did not want to think in any other direction. When they were young, Xiao Mingxian was inferior to her in every way, crying and being bullied by a group of girls, and it was Oyu Xiaohuan who helped him regain his dignity. Thinking of this, Oyu Xiaohuan couldn't help but shake her head. She returned to her residence. In the central district of Yanjing, an upscale apartment, a spacious flat of over 200 square meters, luxurious, yet Xiao always felt it lacked a bit of liveliness. She only regarded this place as her residence. Her parents' home was where her heart belonged. Thus, even though she disliked old Yu's nagging, she still visited for meals whenever she had the chance. That was the true taste of home. Xiao opened her computer. Seeing the document sent by Lin Yu made her angry. Did this guy not realize he was contracted to the performance department? Shouldn't he be writing songs for himself first? Although the status of excellent musicians in the company is high, they are ultimately behind the scenes. Why do so many people strive to become stars? Isn't it because they want fame to present themselves beautifully under the spotlight? That's why they work hard, competing in every way, and some even sell out. There's nothing wrong with that in itself. Xiao believed that as long as one does not harm others' interests, pursuing personal success in any way is not excessive. This was her first encounter with someone like Lin Yu, full of unexpectedness. With such a good hand dealt to him, why did he insist on playing it poorly? She knew that Lin Yu wanted to make money and be a musician to support his child, which was indeed quite profitable, but being a star even more lucrative. With Lin Yu's talents, it was only a matter of time before he became a sensation. Why not cherish it properly? Xiao understood that a musician's inspiration is limited. She hoped Lin Yu would use his inspiration to write more songs for her. And what about the other artists in the company? With such frequent songwriting, Xiao couldn't believe Lin Yu could continuously produce high-quality works. Moreover, he was writing for Ling. Lin Yu had barely known Ling for a few days. That day she went to find Lin Yu and casually mentioned Ling's example, saying that it was not easy for artists to debut nowadays. The next second Lin Yu said he had a song for Ling to sing. Ling's voice was very special, otherwise she wouldn't have been a candidate for Forever Together. If it weren't for Mo Ran's mesmerizing voice, Ling might have already debuted. Xiao had no great expectations for the song Lin Yu sent. Even if the music department staff tailored it for Ling, it was impossible to write a song that quickly. Although Xiao was not optimistic about it. But since it was a song written by Lin Yu, she still clicked to open it. Putting on her headphones, Xiao casually picked up a book from the table. She leisurely clicked play. The prelude began a slow song. That was Xiao's first impression. After 4 lines, she put down the book in her hands. Although this song was not at the top level, its quality was still high. Moreover, the vocal range and singing style suited Ling perfectly. Xiao reopened the document. She had only clicked play casually and hadn't even looked at the song title. Chess Pieces. For some reason, Xiao felt a faint sadness after listening. Does it metaphorically compare the feelings between men and women to the chess pieces in a game? What a beautiful description. Even if we all become pieces in each other's hand, sometimes we willingly accept it. This love song is quite interesting. Xiao listened to the entire song and let out a helpless sigh. She really wanted to scold Lin Yu after finishing. She wanted to tell him to give up. Stop writing songs for others. Wouldn't it be better to think about her own performance career? But after she finished listening to Chess Pieces, she simply couldn't bring herself to say it. If given another chance now, all Xiao could do was play it again. She shook her head helplessly. She transferred the encrypted file to Nangongyang. 5 minutes later, a call came from Nangongyang. Xiaojuan, where did you get such a good song? Xiao instinctively moved the phone away from her ear. Nangongyang's voice was too loud and Xiao pouted. Take it, just keep it and stop asking who gave it. Nangongyang said seriously, that's not acceptable. If we use this song, we need to sign a contract. How can we use someone else's song without permission? Xiao rolled her eyes. Of course she knew they needed to sign a contract. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it straightforwardly. Reluctantly she mumbled Lin Yu. Nangongyang could hardly believe his ears, almost shouting, who? Xiao replied, could you keep your voice down? My ears are about to go deaf. Is it really Lin Yu? I was afraid I misheard. Nangongyang said shyly. What's wrong? Do you think Lin Yu is unworthy? Xiao said unkindly. Nangongyang replied, no, I wouldn't dare say that. I just find it unbelievable. How can Lin Yu write another song so soon after finishing one and the quality is still so high? Xiao snorted lightly. You ask me, I ask who? Maybe Lin Yu has a stockpile of songs in his mind. Nangongyang laughed twice. Hey, Lin Yu should come to our music department. His personality doesn't suit your performance department at all. Xiaojuan, already unhappy with Nangongyang poaching people, immediately turned hostile. If your music department doesn't have anyone and our performance department extends a helping hand, do you still want to act all coy? Nangongyang replied cheerfully, I didn't mean it that way. Xiao coldly snorted. So who is this song prepared for? Nan Gongyang asked with a smile. Wenling? Nan Gongyang thought for a moment, is she the girl who sang with the fat guy before? Yes. That's great, this song really suits her. Yu Xiaowan didn't respond but then smiled and said, this song has nothing to do with your music department. I just wanted you to listen to it. I'll directly find Shuekai for the recordings, as for the rest. Actually you don't need to be involved at all, Lin Yu is enough on his own. Nan Gongyang suddenly fell silent. Yu Xiaowan made a good point. Indeed, this song had nothing to do with their music department. So why let him listen? To intentionally annoy him. Yu Xiaowan suppressed a laugh. Nan Gongyang was left speechless by her. I have nothing else? I'll hang up now. After venting her frustration on Nan Gongyang, Yu Xiaowan felt relieved. Who told Lin Yu to be disobedient? It was worth it for old Yang to take the heat for him. Nan Gongyang quickly interrupted, don't hang up yet. Yu Xiaowan had already moved her phone away from her ear, preparing to press the hang-up button when she heard Lao Yang shout and brought the phone back to her ear. What's the matter? Nan Gongyang said with a laugh, this song was written by Lin Yu and all the profits definitely have nothing to do with our music department. Yu Xiaowan frowned, thinking this was clearly nonsense. Lin Yu was part of the performance department. What did the profits have to do with the music department? Moreover, Lin Yu was responsible for the lyrics composition and arrangement all by himself, so there was no need for the music department at all. Nan Gongyang paused for a moment before continuing, the achievements also belong to your performance department. Yu Xiaowan continued to frown, thinking this was all part of the normal process. Lin Yu was originally from the performance department and the achievements created by the performance department should certainly go to them. Even though Lin Yu had written songs, he was still a member of the performance department. Many creative singers in the company, though not as prolific as Lin Yu, nonetheless had precedence of writing songs for their peers. Such achievements were certainly determined by which department held the contract. At the end of the year, the achievements would count towards that department. No problem there. Now came Nan Gongyang's main point. He smiled as if trying to please, saying, "Isn't it almost the end of the year? Our music department hasn't completed its quota for hit songs. Is there anything you can do on your side?" Finally, Yu Xiaowan understood what Nan Gongyang was getting at. He wanted to include Chess Piece in the music department's hit song library. The music department has several quotas each year. Aside from the number of songs produced, there is also a quota for quality songs. The so-called quality song quota refers to a hard target set by Shin Kong regarding the number of hit songs for the music department each year. Generally, it is no less than 50 songs per year. For a song to be deemed a hit by Shin Kong, it must not only rank among the top 5 during its release but also meet download requirements. Originally, the task for this year could have been accomplished. However, it unexpectedly turned out to be insufficient by the end. Next month would be the last month of the year, yet there were still 2 songs missing. The main issue was that Lin Yu's song was of very high quality. He feared that when Chess Piece was released next month, it would occupy a spot in the top 5, leaving their music department with one less position, equivalent to internal competition within the company. The previous 2-month songs Youth With You, Thank You for Listening, and People Like Me all faced the same situation. Nan Gongyang originally thought there would be no problem, but Lin Yu's song occupied the quota, inadvertently consuming 4 songs internally. Although it did not affect the company's profits or performance, everyone attracted fans based on their own merits. However, the quota is hard data. Nan Gongyang lost 4 songs, which is a target set internally by Shin Kong. So this time, fearing a repeat of the previous situation, Nan Gongyang wanted to see if Chess Piece could be counted as part of their music department's quota. After all, it was just internal company data. The performance department did not have this quota, so it completely did not affect any performance. Nan Gongyang really did not want to be scolded during the meeting. After all, he always felt bullied by Yu Xiaojuan, and he did not care if she scolded him a bit more. Yu Xiaowan wanted to mock him again, thinking, was there no one left in the music department? Were they reduced to borrowing people from the performance department? However, she held her tongue. As the leader of a department herself, she understood too well how much pressure it was to provoke another department. Nan Gongyang must have been really out of options to approach her for this. It was not the right time to mock others. Yu Xiaowan swallowed back her teasing words. As for Lin Yu's intention, she indeed found them a bit hard to decipher. She did not know whether he wanted to stay in the performance department or move to the music department. After pondering for a moment, Yu Xiaowan said, "All right then." On the other end of the phone, Nan Gongyang happily pumped his fist in the air. This was stable. "What about Lin Yu?" Nan Gongyang asked. "As for Lin Yu, I told him you don't need to worry about it," Yu Xiaowan said, trying to avoid any opportunities for Nan Gongyang and Lin Yu to meet alone. Moreover, this internal company quota data truly had nothing to do with Lin Yu. The money was his, the fame was his, and the department's performance remained unaffected, so it would not impact the year-end bonus. This is why Yu Xiaowan readily agreed. Nan Gongyang thanked her over and over before hanging up the phone. The next morning, Wenling woke up early to practice her singing. Though the company had not yet arranged for her debut, Wenling always believed that opportunities are for those who are prepared, so she should always maintain her best state of readiness. Unlike other undebuted artists who lived a carefree life, Wenling practiced singing at the company every day, sometimes even sneaking into the dance studio to learn dancing. Although she was not a singer who primarily danced, having multiple skills never hurts. Wenling rented a house very close to the company and walked there every day. Ding dong. Her phone rang. It was her manager Chen Yu. The undeveloped artists like them did not have independent managers. They were assigned to a few experienced top managers. Usually top managers were very busy and had no time to attend to undeveloped artists. When to debut was ultimately decided by the company, and who would debut at what time depended on opportunities. Wenling had a bit of bad luck and had not encountered good opportunities to debut. She answered the phone, and 1 minute later she jumped up excitedly on the street. She had thought it would be another trial singing opportunity, a selection process. Although having such an opportunity was already quite good, she could not avoid feeling nervous. With the experience of her previous failure, Wenling was both hopeful and apprehensive. However, this time teacher Chen Yu directly told her that there was a song for her to sing, and upon the song's release she would debut. He did not mention anything else, just that she should go to the 20th floor at the company for recording with Shui Kai. Wenling danced joyfully on the street, having waited a full year and a half for this opportunity. Having been in the company for so long, undeveloped artists typically debuted through participating in a talent show or a competition program, or from previous trial singing where suitable singers for certain songs were gathered for selection. Because Wenling's voice was very distinctive, it ironically made it harder to choose songs for her. Only artists with backgrounds or those highly regarded by the company would have songs specially tailored for them. How could an opportunity like this, specifically pointed out by the music department, fall to someone like her? Wenling found it hard to believe it was real. If it had been 2 weeks later, she might have thought it was a song written by Lin Yu. After all, she had approached him. But she had only approached him yesterday, and today Chen Yu called. Even a deity would not be able to write a song suitable for her so quickly. Wenling dismissed the idea that it was Lin Yu. It must have been Zhu Yifan, because she had previously gone for a trial singing with Mo Ran, and everyone had high hopes for her before Mo Ran's performance. Zhu Yifan had been there that day. The music department only had Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan. Nan Gongyang was the head of the music department. It was impossible for him to write a song for her. Zhu Yifan had been there that day. The music department only had Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan. Nan Gongyang was the head of the music department. It was impossible for him to write a song for her. The elevator reached the 20th floor. Wenling dashed into Shui Kai's recording studio and happened to see Zhu Yifan standing at the door. Wenling jogged to the recording studio and at first glance saw Zhu Yifan standing at the door. Last time Wenling met Zhu Yifan, it was just for a vocal test, and he was merely an observer. This time she could finally sing a song by a renowned music producer, and Wenling felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. She did not rush over to greet him, but took a moment to calm her breath, which had quickened from running. After all, she would officially start recording soon. Moreover, with no one else competing, she wanted to present her best self in front of the famous music producer. Wenling took a deep breath and said, "Hello, teacher Zhu." Zhu Yifan was a very gentle person. Although he held a high position in the company, he treated everyone with courtesy, whether they were popular artists or unknown newcomers. With a warm smile, Zhu Yifan replied, "Hello. Thank you, teacher Zhu, for giving me this opportunity," Wenling said politely. Zhu Yifan knew Wenling. There were many undiscovered artists in the company, and Zhu Yifan was relatively introverted, often spending his time in the office. He didn't know many of the other newcomers apart from those he had collaborated with before. However, he had noticed Wenling for the first time during the vocal test for the song Forever Together that Lin Yu wrote. At that time, Wenling's voice had left an impression on him. Her voice was quite distinctive. If it weren't for Mo Ran's standout performance that day, Zhu Yifan would have already considered Wenling the best choice after her performance. It was indeed a pity that such a good voice had not debuted yet. If a good opportunity arose, and if he had a song suitable for Wenling, Zhu Yifan would think of her. Although he hadn't done much yet, generally new singers would show respect to music producers. Zhu Yifan, having been a music producer for a long time, was accustomed to such situations. He smiled amiably and said, "Actually, I haven't done much." Wenling had heard that Zhu Yifan was gentle and different from those music producers who often scolded others. He never acted superior in front of newcomers. Indeed, it was as she had heard. Wenling silently thanked Zhu Yifan in her heart. For a respected music producer like him, a song might just be another task, but for an undiscovered artist it was an opportunity, perhaps a chance to change her destiny. Teacher Zhu may feel he hasn't helped much, but we should be aware of our own efforts, Wenling thought. With a determined tone she said, "I will work harder on my singing from now on." Zhu Yifan had heard that Lin Yu had written another song and was coming here to record it today. Coincidentally, he had nothing else to do, so he came to take a look. Zhu Yifan was quite surprised that Lin Yu could write another song in such a short time. When he heard Nan Guiyang mentioning it, he was surprised that the boss was using Lin Yu to stimulate him, but when Nan Guiyang played the demo for him, Zhu Yifan was completely taken aback. This was the gap in talent. Ever since the music department faced setbacks with the theme song of Spirited Away, Nan Guiyang often used Lin Yu to motivate the top music producers during meetings. As a result, many top music producers regarded Lin Yu with envy. On the surface they expressed various forms of dissatisfaction, but internally they cursed him. However, Zhu Yifan was different. He greatly admired Lin Yu. That was why he wanted to observe the recording of Lin Yu's new song. Unexpectedly, Wen Ling as an undiscovered singer displayed such ambition, while he, an experienced music producer, felt utterly lacking in motivation. Zhu Yifan was inspired by Wen Ling's spirit and nodded, saying, "I will also work hard to write songs in the future." Wen Ling was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. "What are you doing standing at the door?" Lin Yu, who was inside discussing the recording of chess pieces with Shui Kai, did not see Wen Ling for a long time and decided to check outside, only to see Zhu Yifan and Wen Ling standing at the door as if making a vow. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Wen Ling was momentarily stunned. "Hurry up and record them in a hurry." Lin Yu had to pick up the child from school soon, so there was no time to waste. Zhu Yifan smiled and said, "Quickly go in and record, don't keep teacher Lin waiting." Wen Ling was filled with questions. Why was it Lin Yu who came out to call her? Why was it said not to keep teacher Lin waiting? Wasn't producer Zhu just at the door? Wen Ling entered the recording studio with a puzzled expression. "I heard the boss say you wrote another song. I thought he said that to motivate us. Later when he played the demo for me, I bow to you, teacher Lin." Zhu Yifan joked with cupped fists. Shui Kai smiled wickedly and said, "Since Lin Yu came to our company, haven't there been plenty of surprises?" Wen Ling froze in place. The song was written by Lin Yu, but she had just sought him out yesterday. Was this song specially created for her? Only took one day. No. It was only one night. Wen Ling felt as if she had cracked open. She recalled what she had said to Zhu Yifan at the door, and her face instantly turned red. She hated herself for not being able to hold back her tongue. Lin Yu had already become accustomed to Zhu Yifan and Shui Kai's teasing and did not respond. He noticed Wen Ling lost in thought and said directly, "The score is inside. Take 10 minutes to familiarize yourself with it, then we will start." Although she had not debuted yet, she came from a professional background and was a trained singer, so Lin Yu felt there was no need for unnecessary chatter. Wen Ling picked up the score and studied it closely, softly humming as she worked. After 10 minutes she said, "Teacher Lin, teacher Shui, I can start now?" The recording began. "I want to escape the domain you control, yet find myself in the battlefield you arranged. I have no strong defenses nor any retreating path." As the 4 lines were sung, Shui Kai nodded. What impressed him was not just that Wen Ling could sing this song well, but that Lin Yu could write a song so suitable for Wen Ling in such a short time. "I want to flee from the traps you set, yet fall into another dilemma. I lack the courage to determine victory or defeat, nor do I have the luck to escape." Zhu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. The composers and lyricists in the music department should come to observe this. Was this the repertoire that Nan Guiyang spoke of? This song suited Wen Ling perfectly. Every ending note she sang was handled beautifully, showcasing her individuality. Such feelings had also been present while singing Forever Together. In that song the handling of the ending notes felt somewhat lacking. However, in this song it became a finishing touch, establishing a brilliant personal characteristic. "I am like a chess piece, my moves decided by you. I am not the only general in your eyes, but an inconspicuous pawn. I am like a chess piece, unable to move freely. When I raise my hand you never hesitate, yet I am controlled in your hands." After the first chorus was sung, Lin Yu felt very satisfied. Indeed, Wen Ling was suitable for singing chess pieces, and his judgment of her voice had not been wrong. This song was enough to help Wen Ling debut. After signing the contract, she would have money coming in next month from the song release. Writing songs was quite refreshing, and money would come without having to toil in the limelight. It seemed they had taken a step closer to buying a house in the school district. Every December is a month when all sorts of creatures come out to play. As the year comes to a close, companies have certain rigid targets to fulfill, so they spare no effort in both production costs and promotional activities. This month is filled with big names, but it is also a time when many new singers join the ranks. The newcomers that the company promotes will release new songs in the current month's rising chart. Even those who do not release new songs in the rising chart will typically debut in a month with fewer first-line singers aiming for a spot on the new song chart, hoping for at least a good start. Debuting in December generally signifies being abandoned by the company. Singers debuting this month often face a fate of sinking like a stone with no one paying them any attention. Are we really letting Wen Ling debut this month? Chen Yu sat down in the chair opposite Oyu Xiaohuan. The song was written in December, so it should be released in December. Oyu Xiaohuan replied nonchalantly. After listening to Chess Piece, Chen Yu felt it was a good song. If they could wait a little longer to release it in March or April of the following year, avoiding the wave of established artists releasing songs at the end of the year and after, it should achieve a good result. Debuting in December is a bit tragic, isn't it? Chen Yu smiled helplessly. Xiao Wan wasn't indifferent to Wenling's debut timing. She had two reasons for wanting Wenling to debut directly. One was her belief in Lin Yu's song being competitive and the fact that Wenling sang it well. The other reason was personal, and Nan Gongyang had repeatedly requested it because if the song couldn't be released in December, it wouldn't count toward this year's targets. Even with the favor of their department head, she wouldn't casually harm her artist's interests. She contacted Lin Yu and Wenling right away. One was indifferent while the other was eager to compete with the big names. Chen Yu was unaware of this. Wenling was one of his artists, and after Mo Ran became popular, he was happy that Wenling could get another song from Lin Yu, who wouldn't want their artists to succeed. Xiao Wan had a serious expression. Even if debuting at the end of the year is tragic, there are still a plethora of others waiting to debut. Are they any better off? Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. He mumbled softly, "At least we should ask Lin Yu's opinion." He thought that at this moment mentioning Wenling might not bother Xiaojuan, so he used Lin Yu as an excuse. "You can call Lin Yu now and ask." Chen Yu took out his phone and dialed Lin Yu. At that moment Lin Yu was being pestered by a little one for a story. Upon seeing the call, he answered. "I heard Chess Piece is going to be released in December," Chen Yu said straightforwardly. Lin Yu responded with a light hum. "I know." Chen Yu was surprised that Lin Yu knew about this and remained so calm, but then he thought that Lin Yu had only been with the company for a little over 2 months and might not be familiar with the rules of the new song chart, so he explained, "December is when first-line singers release songs and newcomers' new songs can easily be overlooked." "I don't mind, it can be released whenever," Lin Yu said calmly. Chen Yu's expression froze. Xiao Wan chuckled softly. She could guess what Lin Yu had said, as she had just spoken to him that morning. His indifferent and fearless demeanor was quite infuriating, yet also helpless. Lin Yu is the songwriter. His previous few songs have already achieved considerable success, so his attitude towards Chess Piece is naturally different from Wenling's. "We need to ask Wenling again," Chen Yu said. Xiao Wan tilted her chin. "Whatever you think." Chen Yu continued to dial Wenling's phone. "The company wants to arrange for Chess Piece to be released in December, and you will debut at the same time." Chen Yu believed that Wenling must understand the stakes involved. After waiting so long for an opportunity to debut, she would certainly hope for a bright future. Wenling took a deep breath and said emphatically, "Teacher Chen Yu, I am ready to face the challenge. This opportunity is hard one, and December will mark a new stage in my life. After debuting, I will inevitably face off against first-line big names. I am fearless like a young calf. Thank you, Teacher Chen Yu." Chen Yu was momentarily stunned by Wenling's words, realizing that both of them had long known about the December release and were indifferent while he was the only one anxious. It truly is a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuchs are calm. Unlike Lin Yu, Wenling was his artist. Do you know how fierce the competition is in December? Only with pressure comes motivation. If this song were released next year, it would undoubtedly compete for the charts. The song is still the same. As long as the quality is good, it can shine no matter when it is released. Gold will always shine. Chen Yu held his phone again, at a loss for words. "What you all say makes too much sense." Xiao Wan smiled. "Do you have any objections?" Chen Yu shook his head. "December is a month of turbulent change. Throughout the year it has always been your turn to sing and then mine. Only December is a ruthless bloodbath of fierce competition. Due to the intense rivalry, more first-line stars hope to release new songs in December. This is the only way to showcase their strength. Those who stand out in December will have resources tilted in their favor for the entire following year." Xiao Wanting had just come out of the practice room when she encountered Chen Yu, who wore a worried expression. Chen Yu had been with her since her debut, helping her grow from an obscure little singer to the queen of the music scene, and they had built a deep bond over the years. In fact, the relationship between artists and their managers is quite varied. New artists typically hold a lot of respect and reliance on their managers. Because managers have rich experience, they can guide their artists. At that time there was a subtle hierarchy akin to a master-disciple relationship. At that point the power dynamics favored the managers, just like Chen Yu and Wenling. As artists spend more time in the entertainment industry gaining their own connections and fame, their relationships begin to balance out and the power dynamics gradually shift towards the artists, making the relationships more delicate. As the artist's status rises, the manager's power diminishes. Some managers may struggle with the artist's increasing demands or may be unable to keep up with the artist's development speed, possibly leading to being dismissed by the artists. Although Xiao Wanting is now a top-tier artist, she still maintains a mentor-friend relationship with her manager Chen Yu, which is quite rare. "What's wrong? You look like a defeated rooster," Xiao Wanting teased. Chen Yu sighed softly. "Wenling is set to debut in December." "Wenling? The newcomer you just brought in?" Xiao Wanting asked gently. At her level she could request a dedicated manager, but she felt it unnecessary, so she continued to follow Chen Yu. Chen Yu was tasked with taking care of new artists, and there were many under him, both debuted and not, whom Xiao Wanting didn't recognize. Chen Yu nodded. Isn't it great to be able to debut? What are you worried about? Releasing a song in December, all those creatures lurking about. Xiao Wanting pretended to be unhappy. Are you saying I'm one of those creatures? Chen Yu suddenly remembered that Xiao Wanting was also set to release a song in December. Ting, you're certainly different. You're a first-line singer, the queen of the Chinese music scene. It doesn't matter which month you release a song. Chen Yu had never worried about Xiao Wanting. Her talent, popularity and status guaranteed her the freedom to do as she pleased. Young people should take risks. Besides, they won't only release one song in their lifetime. If this one doesn't make the charts, there will be another. Who can guarantee which one will become popular? Xiao Wanting comforted him. Chen Yu nodded helplessly. He understood the reasoning but still felt it was a pity. The quality of chess piece was truly remarkable. Xiao Wanting patted Chen Yu's shoulder. At worst, I'll help you with your junior sister. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. Having a singer of Xiao Wanting's caliber to lend a hand would ensure that even if Wen Ling didn't make it onto the charts, she would at least gain some popularity. The housing prices in Yangjing are expensive, yet why do so many people still flock to live here? Because Yangjing offers abundant opportunities. In a third or fourth tier city, no matter how attractive you are walking on the street, you are merely a passerby. However, in Yangjing you might just be discovered by a talent scout and embark on a path to stardom. This only applies to a small portion of young people who harbor dreams of becoming stars. There are many job seekers who, after graduating from university, become drifters in Beijing in pursuit of better employment opportunities. Lin Yu has never considered himself an artist. He is just a worker. A worker must embody the essence of a worker. The 9-to-5 schedule is his idea of a worker's standard. Making money is so easier. Of course, one should enjoy life to the fullest. Money can always be earned, but the little one grows up in the blink of an eye. Thus, when it comes to choosing between making money and spending time with little Mango, Lin Yu will unhesitatingly choose to accompany his child. Unless there is an exceptional circumstance, he generally will not appear at the company on weekends. Yu Xiaohuan is also aware of this. Ever since she advised Lin Yu to be more ambitious, and he retaliated with a song called Chess Piece, Yu Xiaohuan no longer wishes to seek out unpleasantness. Little Mango tightly held onto his father's hand as they walked toward the subway station. Lin Yu was unaware that the little one intended to go to the subway station, and they tugged in opposite directions for a moment. Dad, you're going the wrong way. Lin Yu was taken aback. Where are you planning to go? The little one wore an expression of disbelief. Of course, to the subway station. Didn't Dad say he would take Mango out for fun? Dad, do you not even know where the subway station is? Little Mango expressed a hint of disdain mixed with a bit of pride. Lin Yu hadn't forgotten where the subway station was, he simply hadn't intended to take the subway at all. He ruffled the child's hair. We won't take the subway today, we'll take a taxi instead. Little Mango pouted. Dad, how can you be so wasteful? The subway is both convenient and cheap. But the subway is crowded and Dad is afraid of it being too cramped for Mango. Little Mango's pout deepened. I've always taken the subway since I was little. I'm not afraid of being squeezed. Lin Yu pinched the little one's cheek. All right, I'll listen to you. The little one wasn't wrong. They indeed always took the subway before, as Lin Yu and his daughter could not afford taxis back then. But that was the old Lin Yu. Now that Lin Yu has money, he is not concerned about taxi fares. Although he wants to buy a school district house, it is also for the sake of his child's education. Earning money is all for little Mango. Providing little Mango with the best conditions in every aspect is what Lin Yu yearns for the most. Of course, this also includes a more comfortable mode of transportation. Lin Yu wants to buy a car for commuting, but the original owner surprisingly did not have a driver's license. Getting a driver's license requires a significant amount of time, and Lin Yu is currently preoccupied with buying a school district house before little Mango starts elementary school. He has no time to take the test. He can only wait until the child's schooling is settled before considering it. Although there are not as many people on the subway during weekends as during rush hours, there are still quite a few. The little one and Lin Yu stood the entire way. One of the benefits of earning money quietly is that they can still lead a life of an ordinary person. Many people on the subway might be listening to the songs Lin Yu wrote, but no one knows who Lin Yu is. The house Lin Yu and the little one rented is relatively remote, far from the city center, and it took them a long time on the subway to reach their destination. The little one rarely suggests going anywhere for fun, and even if they do, it's always somewhere that doesn't cost money. As long as they are out with Dad, it doesn't matter where they run around, they are happy. Near Kunda Plaza is a very famous commercial street where both sides of the street feature not only clothing and jewelry but also many entertainment venues for children. Therefore, every weekend these children's entertainment venues organize activities in the plaza and on the commercial street. They hope to increase their brand's popularity and attract some quality members. Dad, look! The little one raised his chubby arm and pointed with his small hand. Lin Yu followed the direction of the little one's finger and spotted a temporary stage not far away. A stage? Lin Yu asked in confusion. This place often hosts business events, occasionally setting up a temporary stage for performances with raffle segments interspersed. All performers are hired by the businesses themselves to attract crowds. The little one shook his head. A rabbit, a really big rabbit. Lin Yu looked again in the direction indicated by the little hand and noticed that near the display board on the stage there were many toys, the largest being a big white rabbit plush toy dressed in a pink skirt. Due to its cute design and considerable size, it stood out prominently on the stage. Surrounding it were many toys, but they were much smaller and not easily noticeable. Lin Yu patted the little one's head. Do you like it? Little Mango nodded vigorously, his gaze never leaving the big rabbit. Dad will buy it for you when we get back. This was the first time Lin Yu saw such affection in the little one's eyes for a toy. The little one shook his head. It must be very expensive. I don't want it. As long as you like it, money is not a problem, Lin Yu casually remarked. For the current Lin Yu, buying one plush toy or even 100 is not an issue as long as little Mango likes it. The little one raised his chin, his brows furrowing. How can you say that, Dad? You weren't always so extravagant. How can money not be a problem? School costs money and rent costs money. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at the little one. Little Mango's teaching his dad looked like an adorable little adult. So what should we do? Mango doesn't often ask for gifts, and this rabbit can be considered an early birthday gift from Dad to Mango, all right? Lin Yu said gently. Little Mango held onto Dad's hand. Little Mango doesn't want gifts. All I want is for Dad to come home early to spend my birthday with me. Lin Yu squatted down and pinched the little one's nose. Dad guarantees that from now on he will be home with Mango for every birthday. The little one nodded happily. Let's go take a look at the rabbit, then say goodbye and leave. Little Mango said joyfully. Lin Yu felt a pang in his heart, but the child's character had already formed and he couldn't change it in an instant. He also couldn't impose his will. The more the child expressed disinterest, the more he wanted to buy it. Initially he had considered buying something similar when they got back, but Lin Yu now had only one thought in his mind: to buy this rabbit right now. Lin Yu approached the front of the stage and asked a young man who looked like a staff member, "How much is that rabbit up there?" The man was dressed in a suit and seemed to be the host of the event, sizing up Lin Yu. "Sorry, Dad, we can't sell that rabbit because it is a prize for the talent competition." The host adjusted his suit. "We are the largest early childhood art training school in Yinjing Peiyou Art School. Our school will be hosting an event soon, and the toys on the stage are all prizes." Upon hearing the word prizes, the little one's eyes lit up. She was no longer the little girl who couldn't even put on a performance. After all, she had released a single even if the song was popular, but she wasn't. Xiao Mango tugged at her father's sleeve, looking at Lin Yu with her big watery eyes. Lin Yu understood what the little one meant. "How can we get the prizes?" The host was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course, by joining the competition." "Well, sign up." The little one raised her little hand, jumping and hopping. She could win the big bunny through the competition without spending any money. Just the thought of winning the big bunny made her happy. The host chuckled softly. "This is an internal competition of our Peiyou school. If you want to enroll your child in any special classes, you can sign up on-site." "Can people who aren't from the school join the competition?" Lin Yu asked. "That's not the case," the host replied, sizing up Lin Yu and then glancing at Xiao Mango. "My dad and I are signing up." The little one raised her little hand again, hopping like a little rabbit. The host looked troubled. "Even if you participate, you won't be able to win a prize. This event is for the teachers and students of Peiyou Art School. Our students are all top contenders in major competitions across Yinjing, and the judge this time is a professor from Yangjing Conservatory of Music, specially invited by the principal." The host's lengthy explanation boiled down to one sentence: participating would only be a foil, meaningless. Lin Yu crouched down and whispered to the little one, "Xiao Mango, do you still want to join?" Xiao Mango nodded vigorously. In the little one's mind, everything the host had just said meant nothing. She had never even heard of Peiyou Art School. As for the major competitions in Yinjing, as if she hadn't participated in them, Xiao Mango had been in them too. Yangjing Conservatory of Music. What was that place? Xiao Mango's eyes were only on the big bunny, only the big bunny. That was why the young calf fears no tiger. The host smiled helplessly and looked at Lin Yu, knowing that children love to join in the fun, but adults are rational. "Well, sign up." The host's expression froze. He had said everything that needed to be said, yet even the adult had lost his rationality. Other people prepare for performances for a long time, at least 10 days to half a month, at most a month or two. How can you just decide to participate on a whim while passing by? The host shook his head. The event was originally open for public registration. It was just that they knew no passerby would actually sign up, so they had their own students prepare in advance. Other people prepare for performances for a long time, at least 10 days to half a month, at most a month or two. How can you just decide to participate? The host needed to register the act so he could improvise the commentary. Singing, Lin Yu said. Singing. The host's lips curled slightly. Everyone can sing, so singing has become the least skillful performance. Song title, the host continued to ask. Please listen to me, the little one said loudly. This was her signature song, so she had to say it loudly. Someone else has already chosen that song. You'd better pick another one. The host said. This song was so popular now that it had been included in the elementary school students' must-know nursery rhyme manual. Everyone could sing it, it had no novelty at all. The host was a bit speechless inside. If you like this plush toy rabbit, just buy one for your child. Why insist on joining the competition and making a fool of yourself? This parent was also clueless. If it were another kind of performance, going on stage for fun would be fine, but this was a competition. What were they thinking? Just a random passerby wanting to win a prize? Although the plush toy rabbit was only the second-place prize, their first prize was a learning card worth 20,000 yuan, meaning free tuition for courses valued at 20,000 yuan at Peiya. The students were all aiming for the first prize. Since they had to pay tuition anyway, it could cover the next year's tuition, making it very attractive. Lin Yu wasn't surprised by the song clash. After all, Listen to Me Say Thank You had indeed become very popular recently. He looked at Xiao Mango with a questioning gaze. Do you want to change to another song? The little one shook her head like a rattle drum. We won't change. It's still this song, Lin Yu said. The host smiled. Wait then. Your act will be the last one. For the host, this was just a pair of father and daughter filling in the numbers. Actually, it might be good. Maybe after the performance, seeing how outstanding the school students are and realizing the huge gap, the little one would cry and beg to sign up. The host went behind the stage smiling, holding the script, and said to the colleague in charge of on-site enrollment, look, there really is a passerby who signed up. Parents nowadays just want to give their children a chance to be on stage. I can understand their feelings, the enrollment staff said. They signed up for the prize, that plush toy rabbit, the host said with a smile. Isn't that just to give the child motivation? I understand that feeling too. Believe it or not, even if they end up at the bottom of the scores, the parent will still buy a similar toy for the child. The host didn't have children himself, so he didn't understand the parent's feelings. He just thought that parent was very irrational. Going on stage would only be embarrassing, so why bother? The students and parents participating in the competition had already taken their seats below the stage. One child would be accompanied by several parents, some even had 6 parents surrounding them. Soon the area around the stage was packed. The principal of Peiya was a middle-aged woman. Although she was older, she was fashionably dressed and very elegant. Professor OU, you're here. Please sit here. Why didn't you let my driver pick you up? Liu Meng said. OU Zhongwo sat down in the central seat in front of the stage, smiling and waving his hand. I'm used to taking the subway. It's green travel. Liu Meng smiled. It's really an honor for our Peiya art school to have you here. Peiya has sent quite a few talents to the Conservatory of Music. When others were polite, OU Zhongwo would give a proper compliment in return, since everyone likes to hear nice words. Peiya was indeed a good art school in Yangjing. However, their target students were children aged 4 to 12. Once they entered middle school, they would generally choose more professional art schools. As for getting into Yangjing Conservatory of Music, who knows what efforts they had to make over the 6 years of middle and high school. Therefore, Peiya didn't directly send talents to the conservatory. But Liu Meng was very happy to hear that. She glanced at the stage. Today's competition is all our Peiya students. You can watch and offer some guidance later. Old OU smiled and nodded. Of course. Since only OU Zhongwo was the invited judge and the others were all Peiya's teachers, the judges' seats were all filled once he arrived. The competition officially began. The stage was filled with people and many onlookers surrounded the area. The second-floor railings around the square were also packed with spectators. The description of a sea of people was no exaggeration. The Peiya Art School organized this grand competition to attract attention and enroll students. Although it was said to be an open registration competition, in reality it was primarily attended by internal students. The nature of the performance was more significant than the competition itself. Except for the first prize, which was a 200,000 yuan study card, the other prizes were merely toys and the rewards were not particularly substantial. However, for young children, the certificates and prizes were already enough to make them happy. The students wanted to participate not only because the first prize could be used to offset the tuition fees, but also because parents hoped their children would have more opportunities to perform. Especially at the preschool stage. Young children are in a critical period for personality development, and every parent wishes for their child to be confident and not shy on stage. Moreover, children in this age group typically do not have heavy academic pressure, allowing parents more time to explore their talents and potential. The so-called quality education generally only lasts until elementary school graduation. Once they enter middle school, almost everyone prioritizes academics unless they are not performing well or have exceptional talent in a particular art, in which case they might pursue further education based on their strengths. The vast majority of children still need to compete rigorously, vying for success in the college entrance examination. The competition pressure is so immense that children hardly have time for anything other than studying. Since retiring, OU Jongwo has only taken on 2 roles, serving as a judge for various competitions and nagging OU Xiaojun. In order to encourage OU Jongwo to fulfill the latter role, OU Xiaojun is particularly eager for him to complete the former. Occasionally she even helps him find judging opportunities through her connections. However, the jobs OU Xiaojun finds are all high-end competitions, while events at training institutions are arranged by OU Jongwo himself. Peiya Art Academy categorizes performances from instruments, vocal arts to dancing. The children's performances on stage feature a wide variety of talents. The quality is quite good. The age range of the children varies from 4 to 12 years old, with older children generally performing at a higher level. As the competition reached its midpoint, a girl around 10 years old stepped onto the stage. Her name is Ju Chuing, and she is a seed candidate in our school's vocal category, known for her exceptionally pure voice. She is definitely a promising student for the Yangjing Music Academy. Liu Meng said to OU Jongwo with a hint of pride. OU Jongwo nodded, waiting for the girl on stage to sing. Every training institution always aims to cultivate a few standout students, and Ju Chuing is one of them. Besides OU Jongwo, the other judges were all teachers from Peiya. Every training institution always aims to cultivate a few standout students, and Ju Chuing is one of them. Besides OU Jongwo, the other judges were all teachers from Peiya. As soon as Ju Chuing sang a few lines, the judges began to score. OU Jongwo glanced at the others and gave a beautiful score himself. He understood that other training institutions hired him to elevate the competition's level, with professors from music academies serving as judges, giving parents a sense of pride in their school standing. The competition itself was secondary. The main purpose was still to promote the school and recruit students. OU Jongwo had done this kind of work often enough to handle it with ease. Ju Chuing had always been a standout among the Peiya Art School students, the unquestionable first choice for various internal competitions. After finishing her performance, she returned to her parents. Ying sang so well. They won't find another child as talented as Ying at Peiya, will they? The first prize undoubtedly belongs to Ying. The 200,000 yuan study card is surely hers. Look at other people's children earning their own tuition without parents having to spend a dime. Although Ju Chuing's parents smiled humbly, they were still immersed in the joy of being praised, and from the scores it seemed certain that Ju Chuing would secure the first place. She planned to continue studying vocal arts at Peiya next year. If she could receive the 200,000 yuan study card, it would mean a year of free learning, which was certainly delightful. As the performances continued, the clarity of Ju Chuing's first-place status became more pronounced. There was simply no one at her level. The parents all held an attitude of participation being the main goal. OU Jongwo checked the time, which should be wrapping up soon. Liu Meng was aware of how many people participated. They were all students from her own school, and the administration had already shown her the programs they would perform. As they approached the penultimate performance, Liu Meng smiled and said to OU Jongwo, "Professor OU, this is the last performance." OU Jongwo nodded. This performance involved a guzheng, which was quite impressive for a 6-year-old. It was said that the child had been learning for more than a year. OU Jongwo and the other judges gave a decent score. Each time he scored, he would glance at the scores of the other judges. Since retiring, he hadn't been idle, continuously serving as a judge for various competitions. He still possessed certain discerning abilities. Liu Meng had already stood up, prepared to give her speech, while the staff could simultaneously tally the scores, allowing her to present the awards without leaving the stage. In fact, the scores had been tallied long ago, sorted from high to low. With the last child's performance complete, the first, second, and third prizes had already been determined. In addition to the first, second, and third prizes, there were also excellence awards to ensure that every child would receive a prize. Liu Meng adjusted her clothing but hadn't yet taken a step. The host came back on stage. "Next we invite a father and daughter who registered last minute. They are very courageous to participate in our Peiya Art School competition without any preparation. Please give them a warm round of applause as they come to the stage." Liu Meng paused mid-step. She hadn't expected that passers-by would really register for the competition. A smile crept across her face. Having passers-by participate was a good thing, indicating interest in their school, potential clients. The parents politely applauded along with the host. A last-minute performance wouldn't affect the final results at all. The judges who had originally planned to conclude their work picked up their markers again. OU Jongwo merely treated it as adding another performance and adjusted his reading glasses back onto his nose. Accompanied by applause, a cute little girl walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Little Mango and today I will sing a song for you. Thank you for listening. This song had not been performed for the first time on this stage. Not long ago Ju Chuing had already sung it beautifully, earning high scores from the judges. Ju Chuing was undoubtedly the first place. Now with another passerby singing, everyone viewed it as merely a cute child performing for fun. This little one's sudden performance on stage caught everyone off guard without any prepared accompaniment. It was awkward to use someone else's. Lin Yu noticed an electric piano on stage and after asking the host learned it belonged to the Peiya Art School and all performing children could use it. With a piano available, Lin Yu could accompany Little Mango. They often practiced at home, one playing the piano while the other sang, so it was not unfamiliar to the little one at all. Lin Yu walked straight to the piano and sat down. The piano was positioned off to the side. He was just the accompanist, leaving the main stage for Little Mango. The stage was small with no curtains. Lin Yu walked on and sat down, and the entire process could be clearly seen by the audience below. Yu Jiongwo furrowed his brow slightly. Are these students and teachers from your school? Liu Meng smiled and shook her head. They are just parents passing by who probably wanted a chance to perform, which is why they registered their child. It won't affect our competition results, you can just score it casually. Liu Meng thought Yu Jiongwo might be impatient with the last-minute addition and quickly explained. Yu Jiongwo's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu. After a moment he removed his reading glasses from his nose and placed them on the table. I send you love, I send you a flower, you bring too many feelings into my life. You are my angel guiding me along the way, and no matter how time changes my love turns into a song. Little Mango's voice echoed above the stage. Everyone was stunned. They had all heard thank you for listening. In kindergarten schools and online they had heard many people sing this song. Short videos with voiceovers, various school activities and competitions from institutions had all featured it. In kindergarten schools and online they had heard many people sing this song. Short videos with voiceovers, various school activities and competitions from institutions had all featured it. Their hearts, despite countless singers attempting, no one had ever managed to replicate the original girl's voice. Although Ju Chuing sang well, it was due to her vocal training and numerous singing techniques. Moreover, the accompaniment was merely a piano. Shouldn't it be rather monotonous? Why did this young man's piano performance seem to drape the song in a splendid cloak? Is he the piano teacher from Peiya? My daughter has been learning piano. I've never seen this teacher before. He looks so young, like he just graduated. But wait, didn't the host just say that this father and daughter weren't students of Peiya but random passers-by? Passers-by? All the parents were astonished. They had all heard this song. What kind of divine father and daughter were they, one singing like the original, the other playing better than the original accompaniment? The Peiya judges had originally intended to just give casual scores, thinking they were passers-by. Later the school would bestow an excellence award and the child would be thrilled with the prize. Certainly the parents would enroll them in special training. At that moment they forgot their previous thoughts, the pens in their hands having been forgotten for scoring. Liu Meng had never anticipated such a twist. Having successfully run such a large training school, she herself had a background in music. Even parents without a musical foundation could discern the little girl's singing level. Could she really not recognize it? And then there was the young man playing the piano behind the girl. Were they here to participate in the competition? Were they here to disrupt the event? Liu Meng's expression of surprise had completely forgotten about her emotional control. She waved for the school teacher responsible for the venue to come over. Who are they? Liu Meng asked quietly. The teacher was even more surprised than Liu Meng. Not long ago backstage the host had been complaining to her about a father and daughter who insisted on participating in the competition without changing songs. At that time she had pretended to understand them and said some words about the heart of parents everywhere. Now reflecting on her earlier comment, she was grateful they hadn't heard them, otherwise her face would be burning with embarrassment. The staff member smiled wryly and shook their head. I don't know. I just heard from Xiao Jiao that this father and daughter were passing by and they seemed to be attracted by our prizes and registered. Prizes? Liu Meng's lips curled into a smile, her expression a mix of surprise and joy. Since they were here for the prizes, it meant they were interested in becoming students at Peiya in the future. After all, the first prize was a 200,000 yuan study card. With this in mind, Liu Meng quietly instructed the internal judges, everyone please score fairly and justly later. This statement was intended for the judges as well as Yu Jiongwo. Originally it didn't matter to Liu Meng who received the first place study card. After all, it was just a chance to learn for free for a year. Since they had come specifically for the prize, they should certainly be given the opportunity as new students. By saying this, she could reflect the fairness and justice of Peiya's competition while also potentially gaining a good seedling. In the future, when the child participates in competitions, they would be a living advertisement for Peiya. Liu Meng's lips once again curled into a sly smile. Little Mango's singing successfully captivated everyone present. Initially the audience clapped politely, but as the little one finished her performance everyone erupted into heartfelt applause and cheers. That was really good. Why does it sound exactly like the original? It feels even better than the original, the accompaniment is more melodious. She sings better than Ju Chuing. This child doesn't use any techniques, it's just pure childlike voice, yet her sound is more pristine. If the parent behind her is the piano teacher from here, I will immediately enroll my son in another piano class. Just moments ago Liu Meng had instructed the judges to score fairly based on the actual performance. The judges began to score. This time Ou Jiongwo did not look at anyone else. Instead the other teachers from Yabei had some concerns as the previous version was not like this. After all, Ju Chuing was a student of Yabei. They all turned to look at Ou Jiongwo. Their gazes startled him momentarily. Then one by one they picked up their markers and confidently began to score. Lin Yu finished playing and left the stage. He was very clear about his role, just a walking accompaniment. The little one stood at the center of the stage waiting for the judges to score. The host approached the little one and noticed that little Mango's expression was completely different from before. He had never expected that the girl who simply signed up on a whim after passing by to see the prizes was actually a champion. He was not only the host of various events at Yabei Art School but also a teacher in the school's hosting training class. This was the first time he felt immensely embarrassed about something he had said. He genuinely felt embarrassed. Luckily the child was young and wouldn't throw words back at him, and the parents were also very low-key, leaving the stage right after the performance. Otherwise he would have been mortified on stage. The other parents who had just surrounded Ju Chuing and her parents suddenly changed their attitude. They had been praising Ju Chuing, celebrating her expected first-place finish and encouraging their own children to learn from her. At this moment some parents chose to remain silent, feeling embarrassed to continue their praises. The child on stage was too outstanding. Even though their earlier compliments for Ju Chuing were not entirely sincere, now they genuinely had nothing to say. Some parents began to comfort Ju Chuing's parents, saying that Ju Chuing was also excellent and that this child must have studied vocal music for a long time to reach such a level. However, discerning eyes could tell that the girl in front of them was only about 5 or 6 years old, while Ju Chuing was already 10. Unless she had started singing before she was born, it was impossible for her to have studied vocal music longer than Ju Chuing. Some parents directly advised their children in hushed tones that there are always people better than them and they should not be arrogant or complacent. It was a harsh reality right there in the parents section. The host followed the procedure, asking the judges to raise their scorecards. The little one was eagerly thinking about the plush rabbit, just waiting for the judges to reveal their scores. Just now her father told her how many people were currently in first place, and if they could score higher than her they could take first place. First place equals the big rabbit. The judges raised their scoreboards simultaneously. The host's gaze froze. The parents standing around the judges also let out some gasps of surprise. Including the invited Ou Jiongwo, there were a total of 5 judges. The host always read the scores from left to right in order. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. All 5 judges gave full marks. All the parents were shocked upon hearing the scores. This included Ju Chuing and her family. Ju Chuing had received unanimous praise earlier and her highest score was only 9. A score of 97 given by her own vocal teacher. In fact, her vocal teacher had hesitated for a moment, wanting to give little Mango the same score as Ju Chuing. But in the end she followed her heart. The last little girl to perform truly deserved full marks. After some uproar the venue erupted into thunderous applause once again. Liu Meng also applauded. Such a lovely girl with a beautiful voice. If she continues to study at their school for a few years, even when she is older and no longer in a lower age training school, she will still be a living advertisement for Peiya. Some rejoiced while others were worried. The little one hopped excitedly next to her father, waiting to go on stage again to receive her award. The awards for the other children were pushed back. Originally expecting to come in first, Ju Chuing ended up in second place. Then someone in third place was pushed down to an excellence award. The children whose names were called walked up to the stage one by one. There weren't many children receiving awards. The event wasn't overly complicated. All the awarded children went on stage together. Only the first prize was announced first, followed by the second and third prizes. The little one stood closest to the host, her eyes filled with the image of the big rabbit. Liu Meng straightened her clothes as she stepped onto the stage. A speech. Award presentation? Little Mango was very excited. This was her first time winning a toy she liked through her own efforts. The little one waved continuously at her father from the stage. Next, please welcome Principal Liu Meng from Peiya Art School to present awards to the winning children. The award presentation consisted of 2-part certificates and prizes. Liu Meng first handed out certificates one by one to the winning children. Little Mango was very happy as she now knew how to show off. Every time she won an award she would stick the certificate on the wall. Once the certificates were handed out, Little Mango's eyes sparkled like stars. A group of beautiful hostesses came up on stage holding various prizes. The big plush rabbit that the little one had been dreaming of was also brought to the center of the stage. Liu Meng wore a ceremonial smile. She picked up the microphone and said, "I am truly surprised that such a lovely girl would participate in Peiya's competition and with such excellent vocal conditions. If she studies here for a few more years she could become an outstanding talent for Yangjing Music Academy. Next I will present the 20000 Yuan Peiya Art School study card to the awarded Little Mango. I hope she can continue her studies at Peiya." After finishing she placed a large cardboard on Little Mango's hands. The little one was originally going to receive the big rabbit but was momentarily stunned by the cardboard. The cardboard faced outward, prominently displaying the words 20000. The little one was stunned for a while before placing the cardboard on the ground. Even when placed down it reached her neck height. Liu Meng wanted to interact with Little Mango as she had come for the prize. Now that she had received a study card worth 20000 yuan she must be very happy. "I heard you signed up on a whim while shopping with your dad." The little one nodded. "Did you sign up because of our prizes?" The little one nodded again. Liu Meng's face bloomed like a peach blossom. "Now that you have received the coveted prize, are you happy?" Liu Meng smiled broadly at the little one. The little one nodded again. Liu Meng's face bloomed like a peach blossom. "Now that you have received the coveted prize, are you happy?" Lin Yu also looked confused. He hadn't seen the large cardboard and thought the first prize was the most expensive-looking rabbit. He never expected there was such a big board. The big rabbit was too cute. She entered the competition just for the big rabbit. The little one swallowed hard, her face tense as she said, "I'm not happy." Liu Meng's expression froze. The little one raised her arm and pointed, "I want the rabbit." No one expected Little Mango to respond this way. Only the host on stage knew the truth behind the matter. Initially the parents brought their child to buy a large rabbit but later learned that participating in the competition could win a big rabbit, which made them excited to sign up. Liu Meng momentarily lost her sense of words and could not say anything. The parents prepared to applaud hesitated halfway, feeling something was off, and the audience fell into silence. Among the judges several exchanged glances. However, Oyu Jiongwo remained the calmest, even smirking. From the moment Lin Yu stepped onto the stage he recognized her. When Little Mango began to sing he knew the original singer had arrived. Initially it was he who recommended Lin Yu's video to Oyu Xiaohuan. He certainly knew Lin Yu's appearance. Later he heard gossip from his daughter about the process of Lin Yu signing a contract, as well as how Lin Yu wrote numerous songs afterward. Although the old man had retired from the world, he was still well informed about its affairs. Having dedicated his life to music education, the old man's ears had become finely tuned. After recognizing Lin Yu and her daughter he found it strange that they participated in Peiya's competition. If we talk about musical talent, those at Peiya would wish to take Lin Yu as their master, but she would likely refuse. Now the simple and adorable behavior of the little one on stage explained the entire situation. The little girl on a whim wanted the doll. Her father, being highly skilled, was unmatched in the martial world, so he went for it. Lin Yu appeared merely as an accompaniment, but without her, although Little Mango was the original singer, she might not have scored full mark. After all the songs downloaded online had been processed in a recording studio with perfect pitch and rhythm. No matter how high the child's musical talent, she was still just a child. It could not be guaranteed that there were no flaws. However, Lin Yu's accompaniment allowed the child to avoid all of that while singing. The host had seen grand occasions before. Dealing with such a blatant blunder was not difficult for him. Since Little Mango wishes to receive our big rabbit, let's ask if Zhu Chuing is willing to trade. Zhu Chuing, would you like to trade? Zhu Chuing originally aimed to win first place, and her parents hoped she could obtain a 20,000 yuan study card as it could offset a year's tuition. Who wouldn't want that? Although first place was now out of reach, a benefit was still good. After all, Zhu Chuing was a child and was stunned by the sudden turn of events. The parents in the audience were anxious, mouthing words to encourage her to agree. Zhu Chuing stiffly nodded, "I am willing to trade." The host exchanged a glance with Liu Meng, who, though unwilling, had no choice but to continue on stage. Thanks to the host's quick thinking, the award presentation was not affected. The little one happily hugged the big rabbit. Zhu Chuing also received the 20,000 yuan study card. Watching Little Mango and Lin Yu leave, Liu Meng felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. The school teachers spoke to her several times, but Liu Meng did not want to respond. It wasn't until Lin Yu and Little Mango disappeared into the crowd that she finally withdrew her gaze. Oyu Jiongwo originally intended to leave directly. However, he felt that might not be appropriate. When Liu Meng saw Oyu Jiongwo, her expression shifted to a forced smile. "Professor Oyu, take care. Thank you for your hard work today." The old Oyu had seen all kinds of scenes and immediately recognized Liu Meng's thoughts. Xiao Jiao, did you hear what Professor Ou just said? Xiao Jiao, holding his phone, happened to walk beside Liu Meng. I heard it. I wanted to... Xiao Jiao, did you hear what Professor Ou just said? Xiao Jiao, holding his phone, happened to walk beside Liu Meng. I heard it. I wanted to tell you about this too. Liu Meng looked at him suspiciously. Xiao Jiao pointed at the screen. I just searched the song Thank You for Listening and found that the original singer is named Little Mango. Previously she had only listened to the song and had not paid attention to the song's name. It turned out that the little girl was indeed the original singer. No wonder she sang so well. If we had recognized it earlier we might have been able to promote the school. What a missed opportunity. Surrounding teachers also learned that Little Mango was indeed the original singer and unable to loudly discuss this in front of the parents gathered around Liu Meng. It's such a pity, Liu. If we had checked earlier it would have been great. But who could have expected this? Such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. Exactly, rare and hard to come by. This opportunity has been missed. There won't be another next time. I just saw Little Mango's father and he looked quite familiar. Could it be the lyricist? Now that you mention it, he does look a bit like Lin Yu. Lin Yu? No way. If it really is Lin Yu, then it seems we missed out on a fortune. Not just a fortune. Every word they spoke felt like a knife stabbing Liu Meng's heart, each stab lethal. Shut up, stop talking. Liu Meng shouted. Her loud voice caused the teachers to instantly fall silent. Liu Meng felt as if her heart had turned to ashes. Lin Yu had not paid attention to chess piece since finishing the song for Wenling. He had muted his phone to accompany Little Mango. After spending the afternoon with the little one, he had long forgotten about his phone. Little Mango paraded around with her big rabbit. The little one with her small arms and legs held a big rabbit toy that was almost as tall as she was but much sturdier, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The little one loved to hear others praise how beautiful her big rabbit was. Moreover, it was something she had won through the competition, so it looked good no matter how she viewed it. Originally they planned to go home after dinner, but the little one insisted on carrying the rabbit around for a bit longer before she would agree to go back. On the way home, Little Mango did not strongly insist on taking the subway. Because she had never taken the subway before, it was more accurate to say she stood on the subway than rode it. She had walked a lot today and was too tired. The two took a taxi home, and by the time they arrived it was already past 9 o'clock. After a shower the little one went straight to sleep. Only then did Lin Yu take out his phone to check for work-related matters. 13 missed calls, 1 was from Ou Xiaojuan and the other 12 were from Qian Yu. Lin Yu felt that he had no connection with Qian Yu, yet he must have some urgent matter to call him so many times. Lin Yu first dialed Ou Xiaohuan's number. As soon as the call connected he heard Ou Xiaohuan's lazy voice indicating she was still working overtime. You finally returned the call. Qian Yu has been going crazy looking for you. Lin Yu replied with a soft 12 missed calls, just that. You aren't still avoiding his call, are you? Ou Xiaohuan said teasingly. Not yet. A burst of hearty laughter followed. Hurry up and call him back. I am contacting you because he has been bothering me to no end. Throughout the afternoon, unable to find Lin Yu, Qian Yu had persistently asked Ou Xiaohuan to call him. At first Ou Xiaohuan was unwilling to call, as Lin Yu would not intentionally ignore Qian Yu's calls. Since he had not answered, it must be that his phone was not nearby or he was unavailable. Unable to get through to Qian Yu, she figured it was the same for her. But later she couldn't resist the persistent knocking from Qian Yu every 10 minutes and helped by making one call. Lin Yu dialed Qian Yu's number. Although Lin Yu didn't know Qian Yu well and they had little interaction, he still considered Ou Xiaohuan's reputation. Since the other had Although Lin Yu didn't know Qian Yu well and they had little interaction, he still considered Ou Xiaohuan's reputation. Since the other had called 12 times without answer, it must be something important. So he felt obliged to explain. I was busy this morning, my phone was on silent and I forgot to turn the ringer back on. No problem, I know you're usually busy. Qian Yu had no idea what Lin Yu was busy with. He was never at the company, and even when he was, he only came for lunch, rarely seen otherwise. What do you need me for? Qian Yu chuckled awkwardly, cleared his throat and said, I want you to help Wenling climb the charts. Climb the charts? Yeah, the December new song chart is a fierce battle. Wenling's status isn't enough to compete. It would be a shame if her debut single didn't make the chart. The chess piece is your work. You surely don't want such a good song to become cannon fodder after release. Lin Yu asked calmly, what do you have in mind? Qian Yu knew Lin Yu was very low-key, but hearing him ask that made his heart leap. Was this consent? I was hoping you could promote the chess piece on Wei Yin. I don't have Wei Yin, Lin Yu said flatly. Qian Yu was stunned. Which artist in their company didn't have Wei Yin? Even the most obscure clisters worked hard on Wei Yin, dreaming of breaking out. Lin Yu claimed he didn't have Wei Yin. Qian Yu knew he wouldn't lie if he said no, it was true. Silence fell over the call. Having entered the entertainment industry twice, Lin Yu's mindset was entirely different and his circumstances were vastly different. Yet he could understand Chen Yu's feelings and considered him a very responsible agent. Though he had many artists under his wing, he would go all out for anyone he could help. This matter could have been handled with a single call. If no one answered, so be it. After all, he had plenty of artists who could earn him money, and Wenling was just one of them. To go to such lengths to help was rare in the cold, indifferent entertainment circle. What requirements do you have for the new song chart? Lin Yu asked. Chen Yu was genuinely disappointed. He had thought that since Lin Yu was so low-key and never promoted himself, if he could build momentum for the chess piece, the impact would be extraordinary. He knew Lin Yu wouldn't agree to excessive demands, like endorsing the song or appearing on shows together. Asking Lin Yu to promote his own song on Wei Yin was the only possible method Chen Yu could think of that Lin Yu might accept. Chen Yu said dejectedly, "I hope Wenling can make the new song chart." Making the chart meant the top 10, as only those appear on the homepage. If it's just the top 10, you don't need to promote, Lin Yu said calmly. He had initially thought Chen Yu was desperate for the top spot. For the top position, besides song quality, many factors were involved. Luck and popularity were indispensable. So the chess piece might not make it. That's why external help was needed. But if it was just the top 10, the chess piece was solid. This month is a devil's month. All the top-tier artists from various companies are competing for the chart. Wenling is a rookie who just debuted. How can she compete with the big shots? Lin Yu didn't know how to comfort him. He checked the time and said, "Well, no, in a few hours. At midnight tonight, all new songs would be released simultaneously. From midnight onwards, the chart battle would officially begin. At the dormitory of the Beijing Conservatory of Music, senior sister Wenling's new song drops at midnight. ISNT December, the group of death. Why is senior Wenling releasing a new song this month? I sent her a message yesterday to cheer her on, and she was full of confidence. Senior's voice is no worse than those superstars. She's just born later and debuted later. But I heard that senior Wenling also participated in the selection for Eternal Together and lost to Mo Ran, so that song went to Mo Ran and she debuted after him." Mo Ran? That chubby guy. But he does have the right voice for Eternal Together. The agent knows how to pick songs. Mo Ran? That chubby guy. But he does have the right voice for Eternal Together. The agent knows how to... Lin Yu didn't graduate from our Beijing Conservatory of Music. Right, he graduated from the Film Academy. A Film Academy grad can write so many excellent songs. It's a real blow to those self-righteous composition majors in our school. I heard he releases 2 or 3 songs every month now. The output is astonishing. I think they might be leftovers from college. He had no way to release them back then, so he's putting them out now. Even so, it's enough to make the composition majors jealous. Wenling graduated from the vocal department of the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Every senior who debuted became an idol for current students. They dreamed of one day becoming like them, stars under the spotlight. They didn't know how much effort and struggle lay in between. They only knew that the starting point was the same, all students of the Beijing Conservatory of Music. So students would automatically help their alumni's new songs climb the charts. This was their hope, their future path. With just over 10 minutes until midnight, not only were dorms discussing Wenling's new song, but the Beijing Conservatory's forum was also abuzz. Previously, when seniors debuted, they would help with charting, but the discussion wasn't this heated. The reason everyone was waiting for midnight was that December's new song chart was a group of fierce competitors with top-tier artists all releasing that month. Does Xingkong letting senior Wenling debut in December mean they don't have high hopes for her? I heard that usually debut singers are given a chance to compete on the charts and achieve a decent result to establish themselves. Did senior Wenling offend the higher-ups? But she seems to have a great personality. Back in the student council, she helped us juniors a lot. She shouldn't have offended anyone. It's precisely because she's nice that it's hard to survive in this circle. Haven't you heard? The entertainment industry is a dog world, very realistic. When you say that, I'm afraid to debut in the future. Stop dreaming. First consider if you even have a chance to debut. Senior Wenling waited over a year to debut, which is already fast. Some graduates sign with companies and then are forgotten until their contracts expire years later, never having debuted. That's so tragic. Then it's better to be a composer. You can make a living for life, no need to rely on youth. Being a composer depends on what kind. If you can be like Lin Yu, it's okay. But if you're a mediocre composer with no representative works, you might get a few years of guaranteed salary and then be kicked out. It's tough for everyone. Stop chattering, it's midnight. The heated discussion continued until 12 o'clock, when the entire forum went quiet. December is an extraordinary month for the new song chart. Top artists from various companies showcase their talents and everyone begins their promotions early. Xiao Mango, also an artist under Chen Yu, is the leading figure among the singers of Xingkong. However, since she has a new song to release this month, although she verbally agrees to help her junior sister promote her song, her focus remains on her own. Amidst the uncertainty of rankings, Chen Yu still wants Xiao wanting to prioritize her own interests, not wanting to dilute her fan base. If the rankings stabilize, he might lend a hand to Wenling later. As the top singer of Shenkong, Xiao Wanting receives numerous promotional opportunities. Competing for positions on the charts in December is a matter of face for first-line singers and their companies. In front of such a fierce competition, securing a place would ensure abundant resources for the following year. I must secure the top promotion spot, Ouyang Xiaojun stated assertively over the phone. Chen Yu stood in Ouyang Xiaojun's office. During ordinary months he could obtain promotional positions on music platforms, but at this moment only Ouyang Xiaojun has the authority to negotiate with the platforms for the prime spots. What? Only half a day? Ouyang Xiaojun expressed her displeasure, glancing at Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded vigorously. All right, half a day it is, but Xiao Wanting must be the first to go up. Hanging up the phone, Ouyang Xiaojun said irritably, modern fruits companies like Mina also want the top promotion spots. To maintain balance they are all giving half a day, but they have promised to let us go first. In fact, the competition for the top promotion is primarily about securing the first 2 days. After that it relies on word of mouth. To everyone they are all first-line singers, yet the first 24 hours can already determine the outcome. Major media outlets and websites will provide reviews. Additionally, the reputation gathered from fans downloading the songs and the feedback from short videos on Douyin will reveal the quality of the songs. The top 3 singers will vie for resources to secure the first place. If a song has been released for 24 hours and is still outside the top 5, it is unlikely to contend for first place. Similarly, if a song has not made it into the top 10 within 24 hours of release, it is essentially out of the running for the new song chart. This is because singers who make it into the top 10 will not give others a chance. No one wants to be eliminated. For the sake of the top 10 rankings, companies, singers and capital will engage in fierce competition. Every year scandals about stars tend to emerge at this time. When they cannot compete through their works, they resort to undermining their opponents in other ways. Thus, in addition to the immense pressure on the singers, the confrontations between entertainment companies and the strategic battles among agents are vividly reflected at the year's end. Every December is like a feast for the music industry. Those who withstand various attacks and remain standing are the true kings of the year. On the music platform, all singers' songs have been released. The selection of songs to download is awaited not only by fans but also by major music media. Support Wanting. I hope she retains her championship this year. I want to download and listen to Xiao Wanting's song. Sister Xiao's new song must be supported. Shenkong's top sister will surely succeed. Wanting is our eternal goddess. So beautiful, truly beautiful. The song Sad Story Without Sadness is so lovely. It's still Sister Wanting's melancholic style. Woo-woo Sister Wanting's songs always remind me of the pain of being in love. Singers of Xiao Wanting's caliber already have many representative works, and it is impossible to release a hit song every year, but whenever she does release one, it is always a masterpiece. Last year she clinched the crown in the December Battle of Gods, and this year Shenkong still bet solely on her. Although Shenkong's new talent performance has been lackluster in the past 2 years, the top sister remains the top sister, and Xiao Wanting's track record has never disappointed. Every December Shenkong only has Xiao Wanting as their sole first-line singer competing for the charts. One is enough. As long as Xiao Wanting is present, securing a top 3 position is guaranteed. Who can ultimately win the championship among the top 3 actually depends on the quality of the songs and the competition between the companies behind them. Last year Shenkong won. This victory was also achieved through Ouyang Xiaojun's fierce negotiations. The platform provides the best and most recommendations for Xiao Wanting. However, this year Shenkong has added another singer, Wenling. Who is Wenling? I don't know her. Chess piece. Is it a love song? I don't understand at all. Looking at the debut time, it seems she just debuted in December. Was she abandoned? Debuting in this month, was she given up by the company? Such a poor girl, forget it, I'll consider it charity and support her? Dude, that's kind of you. Then I'll also contribute $1 of love. Is someone really trying to be a saint? A singer that the company doesn't even support, what hope is there? You guys are generating love here, you might as well support a more outstanding singer. For an unknown singer wanting to achieve something in the month of death, it is too difficult. Some may download out of curiosity, but many more rational singers would rather save their dollar for their favorite singers, as there are many releasing new songs in December. Wei Wei from Modern Fruits has also released a new song. Sweet Sister Wei Wei. Sister Wei Wei is so hardworking. I remember she just released a new song not long ago, and now she has another one. Our Wei Wei is definitely frequently releasing songs due to the company's strong support. Let's download and listen. Cheng Xia from Modern Fruits has also released a new song. Jukai has been signed by Mina, finally joining a big company. Let's listen quickly. Chen Jie's new song is so beautiful it melts my heart. In the office building of Modern Fruits. Zhong Huiqing angrily hung up the phone with a loud click. Brother Chong, how about Wei Wei's top promotion? Wei Zi asked. They only gave half a day, Zhong Huiqing replied angrily. Wei Zi breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, with so many companies competing for resources, getting half a day is still acceptable. You don't understand. For our second day they gave today's 2 spots to Shenkong and Mina, Zhong Huiqing shouted. Wei Zi was taken aback and pondered the singers from the 2 companies. Mina sent 3 singers and Jukai is the only one competing for the top 3. The other 2 are probably there just to secure a few spots in the top 10. Shenkong seems to have only Xiao wanting. No, it seems there's also a newcomer. Ha, forget about the newcomer. They are left with only Xiao wanting as their strong contender. Zhong Huiqing squinted. Last year was Shenkong's victory, this year it must be ours. Wei Zi tell Wei Wei to go live tonight, interact with her fans and actively encourage everyone to listen to her new song. Wei Zi replied with a smile, don't worry, it's already arranged. Zhong Huiqing nodded. Lin Yu did not go to work because the little one was sick. Perhaps it was because she slept with the big rabbit yesterday and the toy was too big for the blanket, causing the little one to kick off the blanket and catch a chill. In the 3 months Lin Yu spent with the little one, he had already come to regard her as the most important person in his life. Though it may sound grand to say fatherly love is like a mountain, the little details of life were enough for Lin Yu to transition from merely relying on the original owner's love to becoming immersed in the role of a father himself. The little Mango's cleverness and understanding her lively and adorable nature had taken root deeply in Lin Yu's heart. They had shared too many beautiful moments together, yet this was the first time dealing with a sickness. Lin Yu desperately searched his memories and surprisingly found recollections of when the child had been sick, which was only when the little Mango was just over a year old. It seemed that once children reach the age of 2 and can express themselves, they rarely fall ill. Sometimes when he felt the child was not as lively, he would ask, but the little one merely replied that she was fine. At that time Lin Yu was too busy struggling to make a living to pay attention. When the child said she was fine, he completely took it at face value. Daddy, I'm fine, the little one said, lying on her small bed with a sulky expression. Lin Yu was not the original owner. A 6-year-old child knew what it meant to be unwell and what it meant to be fine. If even children could understand this, then reaching adulthood at the age of 2 was plausible. Once they could talk, they could all return to the mountains and fend for themselves. Lin Yu picked up the thermometer. 38. 4. We need to go to the hospital. Flustered Lin Yu hurriedly dressed the little one. I don't need to go to the hospital, Daddy. Aren't you supposed to go to work today? The little Mango did not know what Lin Yu did for a living. She always thought that after Daddy dropped her off at school, he went to work. Daddy used to do that, taking a long time to pick her up after school, and he had no time to spend with her on weekends. Now she saw Daddy waiting for her at the kindergarten gate every day after school, and he would accompany her on weekends. The little one thought Daddy must have found a great job. As for why her classmates would ask Daddy for signatures, she only heard her classmates say it was what their parents wanted. In the little one's heart, Daddy was meant to be a superstar. After all, he graduated from the Beijing Film Academy, so he should indeed be a star. Sometimes when she heard the kindergarten teachers say that Daddy was a celebrity, she did not find it strange. Daddy's current job was amazing. He had time to be with the Mango, and such a good job should not be lost. Daddy, you should go to work. Your boss will be upset. I'm fine as long as it's below 38. 5. It's not a fever, the little one said in a small voice. Indeed, children's temperatures tend to be slightly higher than adults. The notion that below 38. 5 does not require excessive worry does not mean that 38. 5 isn't considered a fever, but rather that temperatures below it do not require medication to reduce it. Physical methods are preferred. However, since she had a fever, it certainly indicated some inflammation or viral invasion in her body. Lin Yu scooped up the little one, saying, Daddy has no boss, Daddy is his own boss. Throughout the journey, Lin Yu's mood was anxious until they finally arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the pediatric department, he was taken aback to find so many sick children here. To see a doctor for his child, he would have to wait in line obediently, and since he had not made an appointment in advance, on-site registration typically meant waiting until noon. Lin Yu held the little one tightly, feeling frantic. The little one, weak from the fever, curled up in her father's arms. He had never experienced such a situation before. There were many people sitting in the waiting area, coming from various professions and life experiences, yet they were similar in how they leaned against or held a child. Their anxious expressions focused on the changing names on the large screen. Everyone hoped that their child would be the next to be called. This kind of waiting might be one of the most difficult processes in the world. When people wait, they tend to overthink. Did the little one catch a chill last night? But the child's physical condition was quite good. She shouldn't have such a high fever just from catching a chill. Shouldn't catching a chill lead to a cough or a runny nose first? Was the fever really because of catching a chill? "Daddy-in really fine, you don't need to worry." The little one comforted her father. Lin Yu rubbed the top of her head saying, "You have such a serious fever and still say you're fine." "I really am fine. In the past when I had a fever I never went to the hospital unless it reached 39 and I've never had a fever that high." Lin Yu looked at the little one in surprise. He finally understood why there were no memories of taking the little one to the hospital. It turned out she hadn't been to the hospital at all since turning 2. Who said you don't need to go to the hospital if it's below 39? Lin Yu felt that person must be out of their mind. If a fever has no clear cause, what if it develops into a serious illness without being checked in advance? If one can treat themselves at home, what use is there for a doctor? It was Daddy who said that, the little one replied, looking confused. Lin Yu was left speechless. What nonsense had the original owner been spouting? 63 Lin Mango. The large screen displayed the little mango's name. Lin Yu picked up the little one and headed toward the corresponding consultation room. The doctor was dressed in a white coat, wearing a hat and a mask that covered his entire face. What seems to be the problem? This morning the child felt a bit unwell and then developed a fever of 38.4. Let's do a blood test first. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, the printer had already started spitting out the blood test order. Lin Yu felt a bit displeased but held his tongue, carrying the child obediently as he stood up. He told himself that the doctor probably had seen many cases and could tell a lot just from a glance, and that the blood test was merely a part of the treatment. The doctor did not explain what the blood test was for, and Lin Yu did not know either. Watching the small needle prick the little one's finger, the small child stubbornly did not cry, though tears welled up in her big eyes. The results came out quickly. Lin Yu only saw the report with several upward and downward arrows and a bunch of indicators. He did not understand what any of it meant. After receiving the report, Lin Yu hurriedly carried the child back to the consultation room. Inside, a parent was consulting while holding a child, and the doctor did not wait for the parent to finish speaking, quickly printing out a sheet and repeating the same words. Once the parent left, Lin Yu carried the little mango into the consultation room. "Could you please take a look at the results and tell me why my child has a fever?" Lin Yu was very polite. In his 2 lifetimes he had never spoken so politely to anyone, nor had he ever felt so much at the mercy of another. The doctor glanced at the test results and said, "Viral flu." After just 4 words, he no longer looked at Lin Yu or the little one. The doctor clicked around on the computer and then asked, "Is there a cough?" "Not at the moment, but I'll prescribe some cough medicine for you." Lin Yu's words were once again interrupted. He swallowed his words again. In any case, regardless of whether there was a cough later, having some medicine at home would be helpful. Lin Yu waited for the doctor to finish writing the prescription, wanting to ask about the child's condition in detail. After all, the basic steps of listening to the heart and examining the throat had not been conducted in internal medicine, and he also wanted to inquire about the meanings of the various results on the report. "Doctor?" Lin Yu had not finished speaking when the doctor began calling the next patient. "Doctor, you haven't listened to the heart or examined the child's throat," Lin Yu said with a serious expression. "Haven't I already prescribed medication for you? Just go downstairs to get the medicine." Lin Yu gritted his teeth. He had endured this doctor for too long. They say that a doctor's heart is like that of a parent. How could this pediatrician be so lacking in responsibility? Lin Yu suddenly stood up, saying, "Daddy." Because the little mango was sick. He did not want to argue with others in front of the child, nor did he want to delay the treatment of other parents who were anxious. Lin Yu picked up the little one and walked out without saying anything. He was not without anger, nor was he a nameless nobody afraid to express it, but he swallowed all his frustration. Because the little mango was sick. He did not want to argue with others in front of the child, nor did he want to delay the treatment of other parents who were anxiously waiting. No matter how much he achieved in his career, when it came to the role of a father, all that remained was compromise and forbearance. Lin Yu kept vigil by the little one's bedside through the night. He had always believed his love for little Mango stemmed from duty and obligation, deepened only because it was intertwined with the memories of the original owner. It wasn't until little Mango suddenly fell ill, leaving Lin Yu flustered, unable to eat or sleep, wishing he could bear the sickness himself amid such overwhelming emotions, that Lin Yu finally realized his feelings for the little one were no longer a continuation of the original owner's affections, but a fatherly love born from the depths of his own heart. In this strange and cold world, little Mango was Lin Yu's only hope, his family, his irreplaceable one. After taking her medicine, the little one remained drowsy all day. A trip to the hospital yielded nothing but a bag of expensive medication, doing little to ease Lin Yu's anxiety. The doctor didn't even disclose the cause or severity of the illness, merely prescribing a slew of antiviral cold medicine, cough syrup and antibiotics. After returning home, Lin Yu looked up every medication online and meticulously checked every indicator on the lab report. Being a father for the first time in his life, he finally understood that a child isn't just someone who laughs with you in joy and cries with you in sorrow. She falls ill, she has emotions, and she makes you bear everything with silent forbearance. Some people claim they've never bowed their head to anyone in their lives. Lin Yu had said the same before. If anyone said that now, Lin Yu would smile and tell them that's because you've never been a father yet. Imagine a colleague who since graduation has been charging recklessly through the workplace, constantly clashing with superiors and quitting on a whim whenever dissatisfied. But one day he suddenly stands obediently before his boss, enduring the reprimand without a word, and even humbly promises to deliver even better results. Don't think He's gone mad, perhaps He's become a father. Lin Yu softly told a few stories by the little one's bedside until he heard the faint steady breathing of deep sleep. Lin Yu gently closed the book and tucked the blanket around the little one. She still had a fever and he couldn't rest easy. Even if he tried to sleep, he wouldn't be able to. Without even changing his clothes, Lin Yu lay down beside the bed. A sleepless night passed. "Daddy!" Little Mango's crisp voice echoed in Lin Yu's ears. He hadn't closed his eyes all night and had only just drifted off in the early morning haze. Hearing the little one's call, Lin Yu bolted upright. "Mango! Mango, what's wrong?" The little one sat up and burst into laughter. "Daddy's a scaredy-cat." "Ha ha, Mango scared Daddy." Lin Yu chuckled and ruffled the top of her head, then felt her forehead. He had to admire the little one's resilience. Yesterday she was like a sick little kitten, yet today the fever was gone and she was as lively as a little tiger. Seeing her recovered, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you still feel unwell?" Lin Yu asked with concern. The little one stuck out her tongue and shook her head. "Nope." Lin Yu gently pinched her chubby cheek. Her cheek wasn't warm anymore, she must truly be recovering. The little one looked at her father with a curious gaze. "Daddy's a panda, ha ha." Lin Yu instinctively touched his eyes. Such dark circles, the little one giggled. She had no idea her father hadn't slept all night, nor that staying up late causes dark circles. Lin Yu gently squeezed her cheeks with both hands, still daring to laugh at Daddy. The little one's already round face became even rounder under his playful pinches. "Let's rest one more day," Lin Yu said with concern. "No, I want to go to school." "But you had a fever just yesterday." "But Mango doesn't have a fever today." "No fever means I can go to kindergarten. I don't want to stay home." "Rest one more day and go to kindergarten tomorrow, okay?" Lin Yu feared the illness might relapse. Though people say children don't hide illness, if they seem well they're truly better, the sight of little Mango as a sick kitten yesterday had frightened him deeply. He couldn't afford to be careless. "No. Mango wants to go to kindergarten. If too many little stars fall, we can never catch up." Unable to persuade her, Lin Yu relented and took her to kindergarten. Still worried, he privately spoke with the teacher before leaving with peace of mind. Just then Lin Yu's phone rang. Xiao Wan rolled her eyes at Qian Yu and switched to speakerphone. "Lin Yu, you didn't come to the company yesterday. Did you check the new song chart at home?" "No." Lin Yu simply wrote songs for others and waited for his share of the royalties, nothing more. He couldn't care less about anything else. Besides, with the little one sick yesterday, he had no mind for new song charts. Xiao Wan was used to this and smiled as she glanced at Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked bewildered. He had heard Xiao Wan say Lin Yu never paid attention to download numbers but hadn't believed it. Now he finally did. Xiao Wan continued with a smile, "Chess piece is doing quite well." "Oh." Lin Yu's tone was utterly flat. Xiao Huan's expression didn't change, she simply glanced at Qian Yu again. Qian Yu had dealt with many people in the music department but had never seen someone so indifferent. Most songwriters were like singers, they cared deeply about their song's performance, after all they wrote them. Though unlike singers, they didn't need to stand in the spotlight, who wouldn't want fame? If a song you wrote made it onto the new song chart, with high downloads and stellar results, wouldn't that elevate your standing in the music industry, increase your influence at the company and attract better resources? Isn't all that worth caring about? "Chess piece is currently ranked 9th, Xiao Wan said with a smile. Lin Yu made no response. Qian Yu smirked, thinking Lin Yu must be stunned. Sure, his previous songs had performed well on the chart, but those were other months. This time it was performed by a newcomer, and in December, the so-called month of death. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yu spoke again. "It can do even better." Qian Yu nearly stumbled and fell. Xiao Wan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. After hanging up, Xiao Wan teased, "I told you Lin Yu's indifference will make you feel like a fool and you didn't believe me." Qian Yu muttered, unconvinced. "That was during normal months, this is December we're talking about." He said it can do better, so it definitely can. Just wait for Wen Ling to catch fire. Whether she becomes a hit is still to be seen, but breaking into the top 10 in December is definitely a solid start. She's the only newcomer in the top 10, with a media push Wen Ling will have a great beginning. Xiao Wan was like the matriarch of all the singers, and she genuinely wanted the company's newcomers to have a good start. He'll call the platform later and try to secure some good promotional placements for Wen Ling. Qian Yu answered the phone instantly. You finally are, and he still considered Yu Xiaohuan's reputation. December was destined to be an extraordinary month. Online discussions about the new song chart had never ceased. You might not have watched TV dramas or read web novels, but it was impossible not to have heard of the new song chart. On the internal forum of Yangjing Academy of Music in the cafeterias and dormitories, students had been buzzing about the new song chart for 2 consecutive days. Have you listened to the chess piece? You should be asking who among you hasn't listened to the chess piece yet. At first I was worried for senior Wenling. Look at all the big names releasing songs in December. Was she too hasty to debut? Couldn't she have waited until next month? But now it's just too good. From now on, Sister Wenling is my idol. Don't you see who wrote the lyrics and music? Lin Yu. It's Lin Yu again. Always Lin Yu. Whatever Lin Yu produces is a masterpiece. Lin Yu is so low-key. I really want to work at Shenkong after graduation and see what Lin Yu really looks like. Aren't there videos of him before his debut online? Those blurry, barely visible street videos, can you even call them watchable? Who says you can't? At least you can tell he's tall and young and handsome. Good eye, sis. On the new song chart platform, fans could not only download songs but also leave comments. In fact, the popularity of a song could be gauged not only by download numbers but also by the volume of heated comments in the review section. The comment sections of other singers were filled with words of encouragement, praise or criticism, relatively objective and quite normal. Only Wenling's comment section was distinctively layered. Sorted by time right after the song was released, the comments were all like those of charity ambassadors generously donating their 1 yuan. Then after listening to the song they returned to leave new remarks. Wow, my apologies. The female singer's song really moved me. I feel so touched by her trembling, tearful voice. The lyrics are so well written, comparing love to chess pieces in battle. Each of us could be a pawn in someone else's hand, some laugh till the end, others leave midway. But we are all willing. The singing is also excellent. The last word of every line carries a unique, distinctive tone. If this is the singer's style, she is bound to become a huge hit. A huge hit requires great songs. Have you seen who wrote the lyrics and music? Holy crap, it's Lin Yu again. Has Lin Yu become a god or a demon? Suddenly the other songs I downloaded don't feel as good. Is this a philosophical love song? It makes so much damn sense. If love is really a game of chess, then there is no winner. The reputation of the chess piece was beyond anyone's expectations. Before the chart was released, the media usually made their own predictions and put out eye-catching announcements. The new song chart in December was different from other months. To maintain an air of mystery before the chart release, singers would be coy in their promotions. So the media would stir up speculation to let fans guess the songs. Even the most low-key first-tier singers, having released many albums, had their own vocal characteristics and fans could trace clues. Except for one person. Wenling. She was a singer who debuted in December. Before that she had never released even a single song, let alone an album, so there was nothing to go on. Coupled with the overwhelming word of mouth after the first wave of downloads, it quickly became a trending topic on major social platforms. Wenling, who is she? Test if you are the chess piece in love. New song released 24 hours, 0 negative reviews. Is it human nature distortion or moral decline? Who gave the rookie the courage to defeat the veterans? Wenling's Thetis Spice and Veal Soro Lenu Philosophoio Flove. After Wenling's topics gained traction, Yu Xiaohuan used her connections to give it an extra push. The earlier trending topics were thought up by netizens, while later ones were orchestrated by the company. In the first 24 hours, downloads were still relatively niche. After all, Wenling had no fame, and the later downloads relied entirely on the word of mouth accumulated by the first wave of fans. But after the trending topics on major social platforms fermented. Who is Wenling? A newly debuted singer? A debutant who can already carve out a piece of the pie among first-tier veterans. Impressive. Before listening, who is Wenling? After listening, who am I? Xiao Mango was currently ranked first on the new song chart. After Wei Wei went live to promote her song to fans, Xiao Mango also started a live stream. During the stream, besides recommending her own new song, she also introduced her junior sister from the same company who had just debuted and promoted Wenling's new song, The Chess Piece. On the other side of the camera, Chen Yu hadn't expected Xiao Mango to really help Wenling with publicity. Although she was currently in first place, her position wasn't solid yet. Second place was Wei Wei from Modern Fruit, who was relentlessly chasing and whose company was willing to spend heavily eyeing the top spot. At this moment, the most conservative move for Xiao Mango would have been to vigorously promote herself and urge her fans to listen to her own song. Although Chen Yu was also Wenling's agent, he kept a balanced approach. He would spare no effort to secure recommendation slots and promotional resources for Wenling, pleading with Yu Xiaohuan and the company. But he wouldn't ask Xiao Mango because he equally hoped Xiao Mango could take first place on the new song chart. After the live stream ended, Chen Yu walked over and asked Xiao Mango, "Why did you add that content in the middle of the stream? Didn't I tell you to wait until your position was stable before thinking about helping others? Xiao Wanting smiled gently. I wasn't helping anyone. You're overthinking. I simply thought the chess piece was good, so I recommended it. Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. Xiao Wanting kept her smile. You never told me that the chess piece was written by Lin Yu. Ah. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. I didn't think much of it. Lin Yu isn't a gold medal music producer, so there's nothing to brag about. She is far more capable of creating surprises than a gold medal music producer now. A glimmer of longing flashed in Xiao Wanting's beautiful eyes. In just 1 week the chess piece went from an unknown song to 9th place on the new song chart, and then with a frenzy of downloads climbed to 6th place. On a video platform, 2 music streamers were joking around. One said, "Do you know how to play chess?" The other replied, "No." "Then have you listened to the chess piece?" "Hee, I've heard the song." You can not know how to play chess, but you can't not have heard of the chess piece. Now there are only 2 kinds of people online, those who have heard the chess piece and those who haven't. Ever since the song was released, Wen-Ling had been in a state of ecstasy. At first she was anxious, afraid no one would download it. Before the download count updated, she refreshed the comments over and over. A day later, seeing the download numbers far exceeded expectations, she started kicking her legs in celebration on her bed, then searched for her own name and song on various apps. Wen-Ling felt that the person she owed the most for her current success was Lin Yu. She got Lin Yu's phone number from her agent and dialed it. Lin Yu answered the phone. "Teacher Lin Yu, we won. We carved a bloody path in December." Lin Yu did not have Wen-Ling's number but recognized her voice. "Did we make it into the top 10? Lin Yu remembered that Yu Xiao Wan had mentioned something about being 9th last time. Wen-Ling almost choked, exclaiming in disbelief, "Teacher Lin, you don't know my ranking. Last time I heard it was 9th. Is your home on a 2G network? That was a ranking from a few days ago." Lin Yu truly didn't know. If it weren't for Yu Xiaohuan's phone call, he wouldn't even be aware of that ranking. Seeing Lin Yu fall silent, Wen-Ling thought she had made a bad joke and quickly explained, "I was kidding. The 9th position was the result released 48 hours later, and now we've risen to 6th place." Wen-Ling deliberately paused, waiting for Lin Yu's surprised response to cheer her on. However, after a few seconds passed, she received nothing, revealing her own naivety. To squeeze into the top 10 in December is a significant achievement for a newcomer, especially since she just debuted. Not only has she entered the top 10, but she has also achieved a commendable 6th place. She should be praised for this and encouraged to continue to rise. The more Wen-Ling thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Suddenly the flattery she received throughout the week no longer seemed satisfying. "Teacher Lin Yu, don't you have anything to say to me?" "What is there to say?" In Lin Yu's mind, since the song is yours, what more is there to discuss? Just wait to make money, right? Wen-Ling lightly cleared her throat. "How about saying something regarding the performance of my new song?" She still couldn't directly express that she wanted Lin Yu to praise her. Lin Yu responded with an oath, seeming to understand. Wen-Ling's eyes brightened as she awaited acknowledgement from Lin Yu, the lyricist and composer. Chess piece has probably reached its peak. It will be difficult to rise further. Lin Yu felt that his words were quite reasonable. Wen-Ling nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She wasn't overly ambitious, wanting to break into the top 5, but isn't it true that even if she knows she can't make it, she should still encourage others outwardly? Encouraging others should be positive. "Goodbye, Teacher Lin." Wen-Ling felt she couldn't say another word. She needed to recover from her internal injuries. Lin Yu hung up the phone, unaware of Wen-Ling's inner turmoil, feeling rather confused. He spoke the truth, though it's hard to be honest these days. Although he hadn't listened to other songs on the new song chart, it was not difficult for Chess Piece to reach the top 10. He previously speculated it could rank 7th even in a month bustling with top-tier artists. However, the 5 major companies must also have their preferences. It's unlikely they would spend heavily on promoting every top-tier artist's new song. They should focus on one and try to secure several spots in the top 10 for others. Thus it wasn't difficult for Chess Piece to squeeze into the top 10 thanks to its quality and Wen-Ling's exceptional singing skill, but making it into the top 5 would be challenging, since Shen Kong would likely have other top-tier artists releasing new songs, and at least one of them would be from Wen-Ling's company. It's impossible for both to reach the top 5, especially with Chess Piece. Wen-Ling just claimed to be 6th, which exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. The company must have spent money on promotion. Wen-Ling began to resent herself, scrolling through Weibo, eager to see fans praising her beauty and talent. Why did she voluntarily seek out Lin Yu? It's true that talented people often have quirky personalities. Spirited Away has been released for a month and has been extended by another week. The attendance rate remains decent, with many fans going for a second or third viewing. After Lin Yu's works were sold on copyright websites, they would show up on his personal information. The screenwriter circle is neither too big nor too small. When you're not famous, this circle feels vast because no one knows you. Yet when you gain fame it shrinks significantly because everyone knows you and wants to befriend you. Hello teacher Mang. Your Spirited Away is excellent. Our company is a professional cultural organization and hopes to collaborate with you deeply. Hello teacher Mang. Our company wishes to collaborate with you whether for regular commissions or signing contracts. You can set the price. Hello teacher Mang. Here is my contact information, please give me a call. I would like to discuss collaboration for Ceto Face. We are genuinely sincere and the price will surely satisfy you. The private messages are filled with requests for commissions and collaboration discussions. Lin Yu is now a diligent worker in socialism, eager to earn as much as possible, especially without having to show his face. However, he still needed to carefully consider whom to collaborate with. After all, some companies have promotional requirements for screenwriters. Previously Lu Qing was very good. Spirited Away was so popular that when reporters asked about the original author he only mentioned Mang's name and redirected everyone's attention to the work without following up on the reporters' questions. He was quite principled and kept his promises. In his past life Lin Yu encountered many companies and directors who lacked principles. Many commitments made in the early stages were forgotten once the film was released. After all, screenwriters belong to the behind-the-scenes crew where misunderstandings abound. Thus credibility is paramount. Lin Yu casually browsed through a few private messages and just as he was about to exit the webpage he saw a familiar name. The sender was Lu Qing? Hello teacher Mang. After the release of Spirited Away I wonder if you have seen it. I hope it didn't disappoint you. This film has given me a second chance in life. I hope we can continue to collaborate in the future. I know that creating requires time and if you don't mind we can keep in touch. If convenient, could you leave your contact information? Although Lin Yu was focused on making money, he also hoped that the film could achieve better results. Having previously collaborated with Lu Qing, Lin Yu knew that this person was trustworthy in both ability and character. If they could work together again it would be much better than getting to know a new company. Lin Yu typed in the chat box, "Alright, let's keep in touch. My phone number is..." Because Spirited Away became a massive hit, Lu Qing also rose to the ranks of well-known directors with various interviews and program invitations flooding in. At this moment this was supposed to be the pinnacle of his life, but Lu Qing remained very clear about why he suddenly became popular. Was it because his abilities improved? Did he suddenly have a powerful backer? Did he get lucky? None of that. He was still the same him and his animation production skills had not changed. So why were the previous animated films not recognized? Because there were no good scripts. There was no partner who could write stories. Lu Qing had previously arranged to meet Mang but was rejected, with Mang expressing a desire not to participate in promotional activities for the film. Lu Qing understood that Mang was an extremely low-key person. Generally talented individuals tend to have eccentric personalities. Especially those involved in creative work, they often do not wish to stand in the spotlight. Thus, since Spirited Away was released, Lu Qing has logged onto the website every night hoping to contact Mang again. When Lu Qing saw the reply he stood up in excitement. Last time it was through a collaboration with the platform. As long as the process was completed on the website it was simple and convenient. Benefits come with obligations. The platform takes a 50 cut. If it were the old Lin Yu he might have hesitated to lose that 50 for the sake of convenience, but now Lin Yu is eager to make money to buy a house. Earning is the priority. So besides paying taxes no one should expect to profit from him. This is why he readily shared his phone number with Lu Qing. Lu Qing didn't think too much. He wanted to get in touch with Mang because he was desperate to speak with the person who could help him realize his dreams. He was eager for a long-term collaboration. He even felt that Mang was his kindred spirit. 1,000 gold is easy to obtain, but a kindred spirit is hard to find. Lu Qing had long decided that even if Mang didn't give him contact information he would pursue him relentlessly until he got the phone number. He didn't expect the eccentric Mang to readily give him the phone number. So when Lu Qing saw the reply he stood up in excitement. Lin Yu had just turned off his computer when the phone rang. It was a missed call. In the past he might have hesitated to answer because in both worlds if you browse real estate information online somehow everyone in the world would know you wanted to buy a house. Every day reminding you to work hard to buy a house, telling you where there are developments. Recently there have been more strange calls and Lin Yu always answered cautiously. He hesitated for a moment before answering the call from Wen Ling. But now he guessed it might be Lu Qing calling. As soon as he answered a hurried voice came through the receiver. "Hello, is this Mang?" Only Lu Qing referred to him as Mang. Lin Yu replied yes. The other party clearly jumped up in excitement, their breathing quickening. Lu Qing's reaction was involuntary but he regretted it after jumping. Not because it wasn't worth being happy about contacting Mang, but because he should have been happy after hanging up. Would this make Mang think he was an unstable director? Lin Yu was a bit surprised to hear the cheers coming from the other end. Spirited Away recently announced a box office of 30 billion. For an animated film, this is simply unimaginable. Lu Qing's worth skyrocketed from an obscure director to a 30 billion director. From Lin Yu's understanding of the tendencies of some directors, it's not unusual for a suddenly famous director to forget their roots, not even knowing their own surname. Actors, screenwriters and resources that he previously had no qualifications to collaborate with all came knocking after the sudden fame, and it's rare to stay clear-headed after such a quick rise. When the rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the bird is gone, the bow is hidden. After becoming famous, one might think the team behind them is no longer important. Little do they know, good works are always the result of everyone in the crew mutually enhancing each other. Good directors, good screenwriters, good actors and good characters must mutually enhance each other to present excellent works. But many people do not understand this truth. When Lin Yu initially saw Lu Qing asking for his phone number, he thought it might be because Spirited Away had become a hit, wanting to collaborate long-term, essentially securing a long-term ticket. Many directors have long-term collaborations with screenwriters. After all, everyone is after fame and profit. Lin Yu also wanted to make money without causing trouble, so he was inclined to clarify their collaboration. But he didn't expect Lu Qing to be so excited on the phone like a child. Lin Yu felt he had underestimated others and felt a bit guilty. Lu Qing had been trying to contact Ari Mang since the film's release, and he had been waiting on the website for a month without any news. He was anxious. Today he finally received a reply, and he was directly given the phone number. One can imagine Lu Qing's mood. It was like a confession prepared for a long time finally able to be spoken, and it seemed the other party had some interest in him too. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and he lost his composure. "Thank you, Ari Mang. Without you I might still be eating instant noodles in the office," Lu Qing said sincerely, but his gaze unintentionally fell on the instant noodles on the desk. "I home, although I'm still eating instant noodles now." Lin Yu almost laughed at Lu Qing. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant to say is that whether I eat instant noodles or not, I will always be grateful to you." Lu Qing slapped his forehead, realizing what he was saying. Through these few sentences, Lin Yu initially understood that Lu Qing was a straightforward workaholic and a homebody. Lu Qing still didn't know that his nature had been completely guessed. He disliked socializing to the point that even though his film was popular and many investors wanted to invest in him, he wouldn't go to social events. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he truly didn't know how to. He couldn't speak and couldn't drink. Fortunately, there was An-Chi who handled all the socializing outside. Lu Qing only needed to shut himself in and create. They worked well together. Lin Yu smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. I received a manuscript fee for the Spirited Away. We are in a collaborative relationship, we enhance each other. There's no need for gratitude." Lu Qing suddenly realized that his earlier outburst was a bit impolite, and he chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I was just too excited. You can't say that Spirited Away could have been sold at that price to anyone, and it could have achieved the current results. The film became a hit because the story was good. If you had sold it to someone else at that time, the 30 billion director in the animation industry might be another person now." The sincerity of the other party was something Lin Yu hadn't expected, and he felt a little moved. In fact, Lu Qing didn't need to credit all the achievements to Lin Yu. Lin Yu knew in his heart that while the story of Spirited Away was indeed good, it wasn't just one story that warranted a 30 billion box office. There was also excellent animation production and a strong promotional team. Missing any of these would not work. But he didn't want to keep flattering each other with Lu Qing, so he calmly said, "They complement each other." Right. We complement each other creating together. So can I have the honor to continue collaborating with you, teacher Ari Mang? Lu Qing finally got to the point. Lin Yu was already inclined to continue collaborating with someone familiar, and after this call he was practically certain that Lu Qing was a good person. "Of course you can." Lu Qing waved his fists in the air, careful not to make noise for fear of being mocked by teacher Ari Mang. Spirited Away had been released for a month, although it was delayed for another week. It was still about time. Lu Qing was a workaholic. He didn't socialize or enjoy interviews. He felt like he was empty inside, with a little bug gnawing at him, making him uncomfortable. He wanted nothing more than to start shooting a new animation immediately, but creation requires time. It can't just happen. "Teacher Ari Mang, please take your time to create. I'll be waiting for you on my end." "Do you have any writing plans in the near future?" Lu Qing asked cautiously. Yes, Lin Yu thought of an animation before preparing for collaboration. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. "Can you give me a story for collaboration in 6 months? 6 months is a relatively loose time frame. Generally, a well-established screenwriter wouldn't be able to produce a story in a short time because there are many aspects to consider. Ari Mang had just written Spirited Away, and to start creating so quickly was already diligent. Only inexperienced screenwriters would work day and night, and what they could get are low-paying small projects. So Lu Qing directly asked for 6 months. If Ari Mang could provide him with another animation in 6 months, he would be able to release another film around the same time next year. Just as Lu Qing was daydreaming happily, 2 words came from the phone. No, you can't. Lu Qing was eager to shoot a new movie, but he also understood that creation is not something that can be rushed. Inspiration does not come constantly. Many authors travel the world seeking inspiration, and some screenwriters struggle to produce quality works after one excellent piece. His heart sank as he tentatively said, no problem, 7 or 8 months is fine. Lin Yu could still make money to buy a school district house, so he couldn't delay for half a year. He firmly stated, I'll give it to you tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Lu Qing stood frozen on the floor, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The next day Lin Yu didn't go to the company. He spent the entire day completing the script he had promised Lu Qing. They had privately exchanged contact information and agreed that their second collaboration would bypass the website. Lin Yu was eager to earn more, while Lu Qing found the website cumbersome and was happy to let Amang profit more. Lu Qing wished to pay the manuscript fee in advance, driven by his trust in Amang, but Lin Yu declined, insisting that Lu Qing set the price only after reading the script. Work and personal relationships must be kept separate. Quality alone should determine the price. Lu Qing spent the day holed up in his office. In truth, he simply wanted to avoid social engagement, so he told Enchi that he had arranged to discuss a new script with Amang. Deep down, he did not truly believe that Amang could deliver a new film script within a single day. If the script had been ready in advance, Amang would have uploaded it alongside Spirited Away from the website. The fact that it hadn't suggested it wasn't already written. Writing a new script from scratch in just one day seemed impossible. Yet Lu Qing felt a sense of solace, suspecting that Amang might be the same type of person as himself, a workaholic recluse. Perhaps Amang too was a bespectacled, overweight man. The fact that he had achieved such remarkable success with his latest script yet remained grounded, staying home to write every day, proved his dedication to his craft. As a director, Lu Qing knew that spending too much time in the office could turn anyone into a sedentary couch potato. For a screenwriter who spends hours planted in front of a computer, it was inevitable that he'd become chubby. Lu Qing had been somewhat troubled by his own physique, but now thinking of the brilliant writer he admired also being overweight, he felt a sense of relief. The world was fair after all. Lu Qing's phone rang. On the screen the name Amang Laosha flashed. He glanced at the time, 3:30 p.m., and smiled to himself. Calling at this hour likely meant that Amang couldn't meet the evening deadline for the manuscript. In truth, completing a script in a single day was an impossibility, and Lu Qing had never really expected it. He answered the call with a hearty laugh. Amang Laosha, don't worry. Take your time. We can push back the deadline. As long as you continue creating, I'm fine with waiting 10 days, half a month, or even 2 or 3 months. The file has been encrypted and sent to your email. Lu Qing's eyes twitched and he froze for a few seconds, unable to process what he had just heard. Lin Yu continued, read it and let me know your thoughts. Even after the call ended, Lu Qing found it hard to believe. He quickly opened his email. Lu Qing was astonished, but not pleasantly so. The speed was simply too fast. They say that slow work yields fine work, and there's truth to that. While a project needn't be dragged out indefinitely, it still requires a proper process. Writing a script without any prior deliberation was something Lu Qing had never encountered before, and he knew of no successful precedent in the industry. Even with the success of Spirited Away behind him, Lu Qing felt uncertain. If the script turned out to be unsatisfactory, how would he convey his thoughts to Amang without causing offense? He let out a soft sigh and opened the document. To treat his wife's illness, a father moves with his 2 daughters Mai and Satsuki to a rural house near the hospital where his wife is recovering. The 3 move into an old dilapidated house. The sisters soon discover that the seemingly ordinary countryside hides many wonders. They encounter a variety of magical creatures, like Susuwatari, a tiny chibi Totoro that can turn invisible, a gentle giant Totoro, and the 12-legged cat bus that can transform into a vehicle. Lu Qing's eyes began to gleam, the earlier gloom dissipating entirely. The narrative was devoid of the city's clamor and the adult world's deceptions. There were no perilous adventures or terrifying villains. The audience follows the footsteps of the protagonist Mai and Satsuki, experiencing the beauty of nature, the tranquility of rural life, and the magical world visible only through a child's eyes. One day, after quarreling with her sister, Mai runs away alone to find her hospitalized mother, only to get lost along the way. Unable to find her sister after a frantic search, Satsuki seeks help from Totoro. The kind and gentle Totoro summons the cat bus which carries Satsuki to her lost sister. Riding the Totoro tram, the sisters deliver the corn Mai had picked herself to their mother, hoping she would recover soon. The story lacked dramatic twists, yet Lu Qing was deeply captivated, feeling as though he had returned to his childhood. He recalled walking along forest paths, leaving home before dawn to attend school because the mountain roads were long. There was no fresh vegetables, and every week his mother would pack a jar of homemade pickles for him. In his rural childhood, poverty was a constant companion, and children were lucky not to go hungry. His lunch was always plain rice with pickled vegetables. Yet those days were filled with joy. He would run wildly along the forest paths, occasionally causing mischief and being chased by adults through the village. A smile crept across Lu Qing's face. If you hold kindness in your heart, you will surely meet angels along the way. Perhaps being chubby isn't so bad, at least you can warm others. Lu Qing leaned back in his chair, picked up a cigarette and was about to light it when he paused, chuckled and put it down. 30 million. He clicked send. Almost instantly Lin Yu received the message. He was surprised that Lu Qing would offer such a high price. Lu Qing took a deep breath and typed, "Imang, did you appear just to warm this cold world? You always make a chubby guy cry. Is that amusing?" Lin Yu didn't know how to respond. After a moment he wrote, "I didn't know you were chubby." Lu Qing burst out laughing when he saw the reply. "Don't be smug. You're definitely chubby too, Imang. I bet you're a couch potato." "Huh?" Lin Yu replayed his words, wondering what he had said to give that impression. He decided not to explain. "Huh? You're silent now, aren't you? I hit a nerve. But being chubby isn't bad, at least we can both warm others." Lu Qing was more convinced of his guess. Lin Yu replied with a series of dots. They then discussed the plot and character designs. Lin Yu had his own vision for the design of Totoro. He gave Lu Qing a requirement to create the Totoro design according to his specifications and submit the concept art for his approval. The next day Lin Yu received the copyright fee from the Beautiful Animation Production Company. Originally 30 million in manuscript fees, he ended up with less than 20 million after a 45 tax deduction. Lin Yu felt a pang of heartache for a moment. Having contributed to the country, he realized he needed to earn more money. The more he earned, the less painful the taxes would be. He motivated himself to work harder. This month's salary also arrived, totaling over 2.6 million. The main sources of income this month were the download shares from Chess Piece and Forever Together, along with the residuals from a few earlier songs. Adding the income from the previous 2 months, Lin Yu now had over 23 million in his small treasury, a sum that allowed him to comfortably consider looking at school district properties in Yangjing. Lin Yu decided to finalize the housing matters today. He wasn't very clear about the schooling policies, but buying early was definitely better. Securing a house would allow him to settle his child's household registration. Previously he had only seen in the news how parents bought school district properties for their children to attend school, spending far more than the houses were worth just to secure a modest dwelling for entry into prestigious primary schools. At that time he often laughed at those who seemed crazy. Yet now he found himself willingly engaging in such madness, feeling quite content about it. Without experiencing others' hardships, one should not advise them on good deeds. Having not gone through it personally, he had no right to comment on whether others' actions were appropriate. Lin Yu was not very familiar with the housing situation in Yangjing, uncertain if it was the same as in his previous world, where many school district properties were old and dilapidated. If the environment was too poor, he would have to buy a better house after settling in. Just the thought of spending a large sum on a house that couldn't be lived in made him feel a bit depressed. He still had to work hard to earn money. Earning was the hard truth. The school district properties in Yangjing were all old buildings. Lin Yu found a reputable real estate agent. He had searched online for information about Yangjing Primary School and had a general idea of the area planning. Thus looking at houses with the agent was somewhat targeted, yet he still didn't know how the properties near his desired school were. Lin Yu wore a baseball cap and casually dressed in a sweatshirt and jeans as he stepped out. Qingjiao Real Estate is a well-known agency in Yangjing. Although it may not be the best in Yangjing, it excels in service quality, offering great value for money, and the commission fees are reasonable. Although Lin Yu had enough money to buy a house, saving a bit was still desirable. "Hello sir, may I assist you?" Before Lin Yu could enter, a young man in a black suit approached him with a smile, leading him inside. Out of politeness, Lin Yu nodded lightly in response. The agent displayed a professional demeanor, saying, "My surname is Li, you can call me Xiao Li. We have many 2-bedroom apartments available, perfect for young people looking for a marital home, conveniently located near the subway, facilitating work commutes. There are both fully furnished and unfurnished options. Either furnished ones are movie and ready for marriage, and if you have a budget you can simply redecorate the unfurnished ones. The main advantage is the reasonable pricing." Xiao Li quickly introduced Lin Yu to a property within the 5th ring, all featuring 2-bedroom 1-living room layout suitable for young families with basic needs. Some were new while others were slightly older. Seeing Lin Yu was just in his early 20s, Xiao Li assumed he was looking for a house to get married, likely with parental assistance for the down payment. According to Yangjing's housing prices, parents who could help their child gather enough for a down payment would typically belong to families with above-average conditions. Furthermore, since Lin Yu's son had a decent job, he could shoulder the monthly mortgage payments. In Xiao Li's 2 years of work, this type of client had been the most common, first-time homebuyers. He could see Lin Yu approaching from a distance, likely either a nearby office worker or someone who specifically came to view properties via public transport, certainly without a car. Agents are usually good at reading people, so Xiao Li introduced Lin Yu to a few properties he deemed to offer good value. Other colleagues listened to Xiao Li's introduction with calm expressions as they often repeated similar introductions daily. The transaction prices for first-time homebuyers were generally not high as properties were chosen in more distant locations and small sizes, keeping the total price low. Consequently, the commission fees were also low, resulting in modest earnings for agents. Everyone had plenty of such cases each month. No one paid much attention to Xiao Li's side. Xiao Li spoke quickly and professionally, not giving Lin Yu a chance to interject, so he simply waited for Xiao Li to finish. So which of these properties do you find suitable? I can provide you with more details on any you prefer, Xiao Li said with a gentle professional smile. I want to see school district properties, Lin Yu replied calmly. As soon as he spoke, the agents who had been working at their desks instinctively looked up at Lin Yu, then lowered their heads to continue working. In his early 20s, dressed plainly without a car, looking for school district properties. Some chuckled disdainfully. Others shook their heads. A few whispered, looks like Xiao Li will be working hard for nothing again. Some scoffed, thinking, does this kid even have children? Another one searching for life goals. If he were looking for first-time homes in the fifth ring, the chances of a deal would be much higher, as most genuinely wanting to buy a house would fit that profile. However, at this age, claiming to be looking for school district properties was undoubtedly just for fun, wanting to know the outrageous prices of Yanjing's school district properties to spur himself to work harder. They had seen all kinds of people come in every day, some really were just here to inquire out of curiosity. With prices per square meter reaching 6 figures, a young person in their 20s couldn't possibly afford it. Based on their experience, the typical clients were usually between 35 and 40 years old, with both spouses coming together to view properties, increasing the likelihood of a deal. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback by the mention of school district properties. He felt a chill in his heart, but unlike other agents, he didn't let it show on his face. Although a deal couldn't be made now, it didn't mean it would always be impossible. He believed that as long as one had dreams, they might just come true in the future. Times change, one shouldn't mock the poor for wearing tattered clothes. Who knows? In 10 years, this young man might be able to afford a school district property in Yanjing. Having only worked for 2 years, Xiao Li was full of fantasies about Yanjing and instantly felt a connection with Lin Yu. He decided to give Lin Yu a thorough introduction. Understanding future goals was essential. Do you have a preferred school? Xiao Li thought that the other party probably wouldn't know, but still politely asked. If not, he would offer some suggestions. Lin Yu was familiar with Yanjing's primary schools. While obtaining a household registration in Yanjing wasn't as difficult as in his previous world, school district properties were still hard to come by. Many primary schools required a residence of over 3 years to qualify for enrollment. He had previously checked and found that only the top-ranked Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school had no residency requirements as long as the house and registration were in the parents' names. With the barriers lowered, the housing prices had become the most expensive. Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school, Lin Yu stated his target school. The other agents nearby looked at Lin Yu with strange expressions. Xiao Li's carefully prepared lines got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school was the best primary school in Yanjing, and it could even be considered the best in the entire country. Every year, countless parents coveted the school district housing near this school, but most eventually gave up due to the price, because the school district housing for Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school differed from that of other prestigious schools. The school district housing of other prestigious schools often included small units and second-hand homes, which, though less comfortable, had relatively lower total prices and less pressure. The houses near Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school were generally larger, all nearly new, with high unit prices, which kept many parents who wished to send their children there at bay. Xiao Li looked at Lin Yu with some difficulty. Maybe we should set a smaller goal. Has the school district housing for Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school already run out? Lin Yu asked. Not exactly. We have several properties in hand, all nearly new, fully furnished and ready to move in, but... Xiao Li hesitated. A colleague nearby chuckled and whispered, let him take a look. First tell him the price, then show him the house. He'll know if he likes it after seeing it. The other colleagues around chuckled quietly as if watching a show. Xiao Li meant well. He himself had a dream of establishing roots in this inch-foot-priced Yanjing, and told himself that one day he would become his own client, buying a house from his own listings, and it had to be near the best primary school in Yanjing. So he understood the young man's feelings particularly well. After all, everyone had dreams. But young man, this dream of yours is a bit too big. Yanjing No.2 experimental primary school. The cheapest property there cost at least 15 million yuan. It was truly not a small goal, achievable in just a few years of hard work. The school district housing near this primary school is a bit large in area, Xiao Li said. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He sensed that Xiao Li was hesitating and thought perhaps the house was of poor quality or like the news he had heard about 30 square meter alley houses that could only provide residency but were uninhabitable. Lin Yu was puzzled. What was there to hesitate about if the area was large? Take me to see it. He wanted to settle this quickly, knowing that his child's education would be secured. The houses here are generally over 100 square meters with a unit price of around 130000 yuan, Xiao Li said bluntly. At 130000 per square meter, 100 square meters would be 13 million yuans plus other fees. Lin Yu felt that the money he had was more than enough. Initially he had worried that the house might be too small to live in and he would have to find another larger place for his daughter, using this one only for school registration. If it was a nearly new 100 square meter house, the two of them would be comfortable and he wouldn't need the trouble of buying another house. Within his affordable range he would get the best. Is there anything bigger? Lin Yu asked. Xiao Li thought the other party would calculate the total based on the unit price and area, then ask about a reliable school district house as the ultimate goal of life. Unexpectedly he was not intimidated but instead asked for something bigger. He was momentarily stunned. A colleague behind Xiao Li added with a smile, there's a nearly new 150 square meter house luxuriously decorated under 20 million yuan, but the owner wants to sell for investment and needs the money urgently, asking for at least a 50 down payment. Xiao Li disliked such snobbish behavior from his colleagues. Everyone had the right to pursue their dreams and never bully the young, and never assume someone couldn't afford a school district house just because they were currently poor. So let's look at other options. This one requires at least a 50 down payment, which is not something an ordinary person could afford after years of hard work. It's fine. Lin Yu had never considered a loan. 150 square meters under 20 million yuan, plus agency fees and other costs, the money he had should be just enough. 50% would be over 10 million, Xiao Li added. I won't take a loan. I'll pay in full, Lin Yu said calmly. Full payment. Whenever a client came in, even the unemployed agents would perk up their ears. From the moment Lin Yu said he wanted to see school district housing, everyone considered him a joke, and they laughed even more at Xiao Li for earnestly introducing the properties. They listened to the conversation as a way to pass the time. Now everyone looked up in unison and scrutinized Lin Yu again. He was in his early 20s. Wearing a cap, hoodie and jeans. No car. He didn't look like someone who could pull out 20 million yuan at once. And for school district housing. A rich second generation wouldn't buy school district housing. Their children attended private primary schools, not following the compulsory education path. He didn't look like a rich second generation either. The agent stared at Lin Yu, guessing his identity. Xiao Li was shocked. In his 2 years of work this was the first time he had been so shocked. Although he hadn't been as snobbish as his colleagues judging by appearances, he had patiently introduced the properties, betting that the young man could afford them in the future, thinking it was his goal. But suddenly full payment for 20 million. Let's go see the house. I have things to do later, Lin Yu said, not wanting to waste time. He would decide if he liked it, and if not he would look elsewhere. Xiao Yu snapped back to reality and hurried to get the keys. The owner left the keys with us. We can go now. Soon Lin Yu and Xiao Li arrived at Shengting Yaju, one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Yangjing. This was not a villa area or a large flat. But it had the advantage of being school district housing for Yangjing No. 2 experimental primary school, and with large units. Those who bought houses here were either rich or noble, and many were knowledgeable parents who cared deeply about their children's education. The 150 square meter house had 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, more than enough for a father and daughter. The living room, master bedroom and secondary bedroom all faced south with ample sunlight and a good floor. Lin Yu liked it very much. Thinking of the days renting a place with his little one, he felt that owning a house was truly better. When can I move in? Lin Yu asked. Xiao Li was stunned. Are you satisfied with this one? Don't you need to see more? No need. Xiao Li had dealt with countless clients, some who bought and some who didn't. Even those genuinely wanting to buy often compared prices and bargained repeatedly. Especially for high-value properties, he would follow up for a long time before closing, afraid of losing a potential client. This was the first time he had closed a deal so quickly. Xiao Li swallowed. The house has been empty for a long time. The owner never lived in it, it was an investment. Now he's selling because he needs money urgently, so it should be available for immediate move-in. Lin Yu walked straight out. Sir, let's go back and sign the contract. Xiao Li's eyes widened and he trotted after him. Buying a house is actually not that difficult, the procedures are also quite simple. As long as you have money, many steps can be skipped or someone else can run the errands for you. I'm not advocating that being rich is great, but this is the reality of society. Money may not be omnipotent, but being broke is definitely a major limitation. Once everything was settled, Lin Yu had someone change the locks. This is a basic rule: when buying a second-hand house you must replace the locks. The rental house had not yet reached the end of the contract, so Lin Yu could move things little by little. Not having a car was inconvenient and hiring a moving company seemed unnecessary. They really didn't have much that required a large truck. The furniture and appliances were not theirs. Fortunately, the newly purchased house was fully furnished, matching the agent's description of being ready to move in. The 4 rooms were all meticulously designed: 1 master bedroom, 1 guest room, 1 child's room, and a large study. Even the child's room was designed in a girl's style, resembling a dreamy princess's castle. This was also the reason Lin Yu decided to buy this house at first sight. He had tried to hurry but still arrived later than expected. "Daddy, why are you so late to pick me up today?" the little one pouted, complaining. Lin Yu innocently defended himself. "I was only 10 minutes late, not that late." "Does 10 minutes not count as being late? Didn't Daddy say that even being 1 minute late is considered late? Even if you score 99 on a test you still don't get full marks. Both 59 and 0 are failing grades," the little one said seriously, sternly using words Lin Yu had once said to criticize him. Lin Yu had no retort against the little one. "I'm wrong, I'm guilty, I'm not good, I'll reflect on that." There was nothing he could do. Those words were indeed his own. All right, Daddy knows he was wrong, I won't be late again." Lin Yu knew he couldn't win an argument with the child, so he decided to admit his mistake early to earn forgiveness. Hand in hand the father and daughter walked home. As soon as they opened the door, "Daddy, there's a thief in our..." Hand in hand the father and daughter walked home. As soon as they opened the door, "Daddy, there's a thief in our house," the little one screamed loudly. Since the little one still had preschool, Lin Yu didn't move all their luggage to the new house at once. He originally wanted the child to experience the comfort of the new home on the weekend, so he moved some of their personal belongings, including the little one's toys and books. Lin Yu's plan was that from Monday to Friday they would still live in the rented house. Although the rent was not cheap, he could afford it now. Allowing the child to sleep an extra hour in the morning and get home an hour earlier in the evening was worth it. Then they could stay in the new house on weekends. After all, the new house was spacious and bright, and children definitely love new environments. Lin Yu imagined the joyful scene of the little one moving. Lin Yu patted the little one on the head. "There's no thief in the house, we are moving. Daddy moved some of our things to the new home." Lin Yu thought he explained clearly and was waiting for the little one's watery big eyes to shine with excitement. But instead Mango burst into tears. It was an unexpected outburst. Lin Yu was completely unprepared. He quickly hugged the little one. "Mango, don't cry, why are you crying?" I don't want to move, the little one cried pitifully. Lin Yu didn't know the reason for her agitation, so he could only comply with her for the time being. He stroked her head. "If you don't want to move, we won't move." The little one sniffled, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Once she calmed down, Lin Yu sat her on his lap and tentatively asked, "Why doesn't Mango want to move?" The little one didn't directly answer Daddy's question but looked at him with her red-rimmed eyes and asked, "Daddy, do we owe rent again?" Lin Yu was taken aback. "No, why do you ask that, Mango? Before, when we owed rent, the landlord would make us move out," the little one said sadly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, pulling her into his embrace. "Mango, do you trust Daddy?" Lin Yu said seriously. The little one wiped her tears and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "Daddy promises you that we will never have a problem paying rent in the future. Daddy will earn a lot of money in the future so that our little Mango can eat whatever she wants and play with whatever she wants." "Okay?" The little one happily nodded. Lin Yu continued, "We do need to move, but it doesn't mean we won't live here anymore right away. Daddy bought a new house near the elementary school you will attend in the future. It's big and beautiful. We can go stay at the new house on the weekends, which is why Daddy moved some of our things over." The little one blinked, seeming to understand. "Isn't the rent for the big house very expensive?" Lin Yu tousled her bangs. "It's a house that Daddy bought. All the money has already been paid, so we don't have to pay rent every month. That house will belong to us." "It belongs to us." The little one's eyes widened. "Yes, we can live however we want for however long we want." "Yay, that's amazing." The little one jumped up happily as if she hadn't just been crying. "Mango, can you tidy up a bit and see if there's anything you want to take over to the new house first?" Lin Yu pinched her delicate little nose. The little one quickly ran back to her room. In no time she came back with a small suitcase. "Daddy, I want to live in the new house today." Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Just now Mango was crying her heart out, not wanting to move. But now she was pulling her suitcase, saying she wanted to move immediately. However, Lin Yu understood the child well. While calming her down, he recalled a memory of the landlord pressuring them for rent. Perhaps such memories were too sparse and ordinary, so they had been buried. Although little Mango was small, she could understand adult conversations and felt insecure. This was why she got so agitated at the mention of moving. "We can move into the new house today, but it's far from preschool and Mango will have to wake up an hour earlier for school tomorrow." Can you do that? The little one thought for a moment and nodded. 10 minutes later the father and daughter got into a taxi. Daddy, can we really live here forever? The little one flew around the room like a swallow and returned to Lin Yu's side. Of course, as long as Mango wants to, we can live here whenever you want. If Mango doesn't want to live here anymore, we can sell it and buy a better one, Lin Yu said with a smile. No, Mango doesn't want Daddy to sell this house, she really likes it here. If you like it, then we will stay here. Lin Yu patted the top of the child's head, then we will stay here. Who are Tingxing Chen Film Studio? Is the beautiful animation production company starting a new project again? Zhong Xinjiao asked incredulously. Assistant Liu Xiaokan nodded yes. I heard it's a collaboration with the previous screenwriter, Zhong Xinjiao continued. Isn't it just the gossip media trying to grab attention with fake news? Zhong Xinjiao frowned, lighting a cigarette. I have confirmed it is indeed spread by the media, but the source of this news came from the beautiful animation company. It seems there is some truth to it. They have been maintaining the hype and have also released their next plan, Liu Xiaokan said. It's nothing to worry about. Spirited Away has just finished screening and they can't possibly start a new movie so quickly. Even if Lu Qing has this idea, the screenwriter wouldn't be able to produce something. It's likely just a plan that hasn't begun implementation yet. Zhong Xinjiao exhaled a smoke ring nonchalantly. Liu Xiaokan rubbed his nose with a peculiar expression. I initially thought the same, but I inquired, and Lu Qing's team has already been working overtime. Liu Xiaokan rubbed his nose with a peculiar expression. I initially thought the same, but I inquired, and my college roommate's girlfriend works at the beautiful animation company. She said Lu Qing's production team has been called back to work overtime since last week. It said that Lu Qing has acquired a script and they are now in the production phase, Liu Xiaokan stated. He initially shared the same thoughts as Zhong Xinjiao, which is why he sought connections to inquire, leading to his surprise. Having just released an excellent work with both box office and critical acclaim, such a situation necessitates extreme caution for any new project. They wouldn't recklessly begin production on something they aren't confident about. Moreover, since the production news was released by the company's marketing team, it indicates that it is no longer merely an intention. Zhong Xinjiao had previously underestimated the beautiful animation company Lu Qing and the potential of animated film. Who would expect to stumble so hard? Therefore he would no longer look down on Lu Qing. However, releasing a new work so soon is surprising. Directors might be workaholics, but screenwriters cannot be. Even his go-to screenwriter has never produced works back-to-back. Creativity requires inspiration. Is it still written by Ari Mang? Zhong Xinjiao asked. It is said to be the case that Liu Xiaokan relayed the information he gathered to his superior. Zhong Xinjiao smirked. With such a dense output it will surely flop. Liu Xiaokan didn't understand his boss implication. Before Spirited Away was released, Zhong Xinjiao only knew of the beautiful animation company and had heard of Lu Qing as they were in the same circle. He was curious why so many people loved watching an animated film. It wasn't until he bought a ticket to see it himself that he immediately looked for information on Ari Mang when he got home. Upon investigation, he was shocked to find that this person had no previous works and did not belong to any company. Even Spirited Away was merely listed for sale on copyright websites. Zhong Xinjiao had also contacted Ari Mang through the website but never received a reply. Such occurrences are common, especially since Spirited Away was so popular. Ari Mang was no longer the same as before. Once signed with a company, no screenwriter would want to remain listed as freelance on copyright sites. Therefore Zhong Xinjiao abandoned the idea of contacting Ari Mang through the website. Screenwriters are crucial for directors. Zhong Xinjiao considered recruiting Ari Mang, confident he could offer the fame and fortune that Lu Qing could not. Who doesn't want to become famous? Zhong Xinjiao had been keeping an eye on the activities of the main creative team behind Spirited Away. He was surprised to find that Ari Mang had not appeared at any events. Not even participating in interviews with the main creators. Lu Qing seemed to also be evasive about this screenwriter, deliberately avoiding questions about him during interviews. Zhong Xinjiao had never encountered such a situation. Generally, screenwriters ride the wave of popularity. Who doesn't want to be known? Fame means more people recognizing them, leading to more opportunities to earn money. Yet Ari Mang remained so low-key. Zhong Xinjiao speculated there could be two possibilities. The first is that Ari Mang is genuinely low-key with a quirky personality that prefers not to step into the spotlight. The second possibility is that Lu Qing and Ari Mang had a falling out and Lu Qing no longer wanted to work with him. He hoped for the second scenario, where with some effort he could find Ari Mang to collaborate with him. Winning someone's heart is merely about fame and fortune. If it's the first scenario, it would be somewhat challenging, as such quirky screenwriters are merely walking word machines. After finishing the first work, they might just hide away to write the second. The cycle from conception to creation is lengthy. It's not uncommon not to find someone for a year. At this moment, hearing that the animated film Lu Qing was working on was also written by Ari Mang, Zhong Xinjiao felt little anticipation. The first book had just been released and now the second was coming out. Thinking with his fingers, he could already guess the quality of the work. Arimang is a newcomer, likely a young person. This is also a common flaw among young people who do not know their limitations and lack the depth of experience. They tend to get carried away with slight achievements. Incidentally, Lu Qing is also a newcomer. Spirited Away had just become a hit while his previous works flopped. Zhongxin Jiao pouted nothing to fear. Liu Xiaokan, Zhongxin Jiao's assistant, was the one who helped him investigate information about Arimang earlier. Should we contact Arimang again? No need. Why not? Don't you want to collaborate with Arimang? Zhongxin Jiao leaned back on the sofa, shaking his head with a smile. Some screenwriters can produce many excellent works because they are steady. They refine and polish a single work repeatedly before presenting it to us, which results in good works. However, Arimang has just created Spirited Away and is already able to present another work. Such a screenwriter hasn't invested effort into the conception and creation of the work. Do you think he is an excellent screenwriter? Liu Xiaokan instinctively shook his head. But Spirited Away was written by him. It really is excellent. Zhongxin Jiao waved his hand. A screenwriter who can write an excellent work isn't necessarily a good screenwriter. It could be a burst of inspiration. It's those who can consistently produce excellent works that are truly excellent screenwriters. This requires time to accumulate, and clearly Arimang lacks that. Liu Xiaokan nodded. The little guy wanting to stay in the new house woke up an hour early every day, but after 2 days he couldn't bear it anymore. He started shouting to move back, saying he'd come back to the new house on the weekend. Lin Yu originally wanted the child to sleep a little longer, but since the little guy proposed it, he agreed. Children always like to share happy things they experience with their friends, and soon the whole class knew about the little guy's new house. Little Mango had something to talk about, and the other children also brought up their proud moments. The little guy seemed a bit unhappy after school today. Lin Yu didn't ask too much, just held the little guy's hand. At that moment the little guy suddenly looked at his father with puffed cheeks. "Dad, I want to learn the piano," he said, letting go of his father's hand and pouting. The little one is determined to learn the piano. Lin Yu has thought about teaching the child to play, but every time she tries she lacks enthusiasm and doesn't take learning piano seriously. Lin Yu believed the child wasn't interested in any form of learning requires a willingness to engage. Not to mention the need for persistence. Interest is essential. Since little Mango shows no interest, she has given up on the idea of teaching the child piano. Why has the desire to learn suddenly resurfaced? "Tomorrow Daddy will teach you," Lin Yu said with a smile as she patted the child's head. The little one pouted, saying, "I don't want Daddy to teach me, I want to learn at the piano shop." Lin Yu was taken aback, unable to respond for a moment. He never imagined that one day little Mango would disdain his piano skills. Lin Yu could not compare himself to the professors from music academies or renowned pianists like Nan Gongyang, but among the amateur teachers at local piano shops they were mostly graduates from Yangjing Music Academy, hardly on par with his skills. Lin Yu felt reluctant to lose face in front of his daughter. Daddy's piano skills are much better than those at the shop. When faced with such situations outside, Lin Yu usually just smiles it off. Having lived 2 lives, he no longer cares about competing with others, but he cannot afford to lose face in front of his precious daughter. The little one puffed up her cheeks, saying, "I know Daddy plays the piano well." Receiving praise from his daughter, Lin Yu felt a sense of pride return, and he couldn't help but smile. Previously, even being complimented by Nan Gongyang at the Shenkong music department didn't bring him as much joy. Lin Yu ruffled the little one's hair, saying, "Since you know Daddy plays well, let's practice together starting tomorrow." The little one furrowed her brows in distress and shook her head, saying, "No, I still want to learn at the piano shop." Lin Yu was completely confused by the child. If she thought Daddy played poorly, that would be one thing, but now she had acknowledged his skill. Why then did she still want to learn at the piano shop? Spending money is one thing, but the real issue is wasting it. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Why?" The little one replied, "Because my classmates are all learning at the piano shop, I want to go too." With her arms crossed defiantly, the little one looked stubborn. Lin Yu was almost amused by her stubborn demeanor. It was clear that her kindergarten friends were bragging about how fun it was to learn piano at the piano shop, and she wanted to regain her pride. "All right, let's go learn piano at the shop. Once you finish your homework today, Daddy will take Mango for a trial lesson. How does that sound?" "Yay!" The little one jumped up in excitement, suddenly remembering something. She asked, "Is learning piano expensive?" The little one felt that life was better now, but her ingrained character prevented her from being too willful. She still weighed whether it would be a burden for Daddy. "Ha ha, it's not expensive," Lin Yu said, ruffling the child's hair. The little one quickly finished her homework. After dinner the father and daughter set out. The children from kindergarten learn piano at the nearby music shops as they are convenient for pick-up and drop-off. Parents hope their children develop hobbies within their means, but few consider relying on piano playing for a living in the future, so they do not have extravagant expectations for renowned teachers. As long as the cost-performance ratio is high and the teachers are serious, that's enough. Is it the piano shop in Jindy Plaza? Lin Yu asked gently. The little one nodded vigorously. Jindy Plaza is nearby, just a 10-minute walk. After school it coincides with the time that kindergarten children enjoy learning piano the most. They are not yet in elementary school, so the learning pressure is not heavy and the kindergarten homework is minimal. Living nearby, they come to learn piano right after dinner. There is a long bar counter at the entrance of the piano shop. 2 front desk staff are enthusiastically recommending courses to 2 mothers. Typically it is the mothers who handle their children's learning. Various extracurricular training classes are also organized by the mothers. Training institutions are aware of this situation, so when distributing flyers they purposely give them to mothers with children. If a father is accompanying a child, unless the foot traffic is low and they are handed out casually, they will definitely be avoided. Because fathers cannot make decisions. Lin Yu brought little Mango into the piano shop and the 2 front desk staff greeted him with smiles, asking him to wait a moment while they continued to pitch to the mothers. Lin Yu stood by and waited for a while. The front desk staff were telling the 2 mothers that their shop's teachers were all experienced and graduates from the piano education program at Yangjing Music Academy. The piano shop indeed has a good influx of students. During this time all the teachers are busy teaching and there are no idle teachers. If parents want to hear the teachers play the piano, they can only peek through the door cracks. This also reflects the true teaching situation. Little Mango. Yuan Bao's mother walked in with Yuan Bao. Little Mango politely waved, saying, "Hello, auntie. Mango is really good." Yuan Bao's mother smiled and praised little Mango, then said to Lin Yu, "Are you here to learn piano too?" Lin Yu smiled and was about to answer when the little one piped up, "Yes, Daddy brought me to learn piano." "I'm here to learn piano too," Yuan Bao chimed in, lifting his little head defiantly. Yuan Bao's mother ruffled her son's hair, saying, "We just came to inquire. Yuan Bao insisted on learning piano after school today, so we want to give him a hobby." With all the mothers surrounding the teachers for inquiries, Lin Yu felt it was inconvenient to squeeze in. Little Mango has no foundation, and since her classmates learn here, there's nothing particularly to inquire about, just the price and payment process. It was Little Mango's first time at a piano shop. Her family also had a piano bought by Daddy 3 months ago. However, the small rooms in the shop, each with a piano, brought her great joy. "Daddy, let's play the piano," the little one exclaimed excitedly, her eyes wide open. She quickly occupied a small room. Lin Yu gently closed the door and asked, "What do you want to play?" Without a second thought, Little Mango's small hand started banging randomly on the keys. Lin Yu hurriedly stopped her. The little one felt that randomly playing wasn't fun, saying, "Daddy, play a song for me." "What do you want to hear?" Lin Yu asked gently. "Just play something I've never heard before," the little one said, looking at her father with wide eyes full of anticipation. Something she has never heard. Lin Yu knew many piano pieces, but he had never played any for Little Mango before. He had only played nursery rhymes for her. After pondering for a moment, he decided on Comptine daughter.Lin le Presmedi. It had been a long time since he played this piece. The story of daughter.Lin comes from Greek mythology. In Greek mythology there is a beautiful legend. Long ago there was a lonely king of Cyprus named Pygmalion. He sculpted a beautiful young woman and became infatuated with her, ultimately falling in love with the statue. He prayed to the gods, hoping for a miracle of love. His sincerity and dedication moved the goddess of love, Aphrodite, who granted life to the statue. From then on, the fortunate king lived happily with the beautiful girl. Lin Yu's hands touched the keys, alternating between the black and white keys as the romantic and beautiful melody danced through the air, swirling around and wafting through the cracks of the door, filling the entire piano shop. In his original world, Lin Yu had studied piano since childhood, and his talent showcased during performances always included piano playing. Throughout the 10 turbulent years that followed, he devoted himself to relentless practice. Combining innate talent with relentless effort among everyone he knew, only Nan Gongyang could match his piano skills. Though uncertain of the man's true depth, he was known as a concert pianist. Apart from him, Lin Yu had encountered no worthy rival. Coupled with his years of piano mastery and a repertoire drawn from Earth's vast musical library, Lin Yu was confident he could impress the little one with his piano prowess. But his true intention was simply to play for his daughter, to make Little Mango admire him even more. "Who's playing the piano? It sounds so beautiful. Aren't the teachers all in class? Why is someone practicing the piano?" Parents waiting at the front desk were drawn by the music, turning their gaze toward the practice rooms in the back. The receptionists exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that one of the teachers has finished their class? No, that can't be right. None of the classes should have ended yet. Moreover, they had heard the teachers' performances countless times and knew exactly their skill level. Not only had they never played this piece before, but their abilities fell far short of such mastery. Yet in front of the parents, both receptionists remained silent, hiding their curiosity, though they could hardly suppress the urge to find out what was happening. A few parents had already followed the sound of the piano toward the practice rooms. Unable to resist, the receptionists followed the parents deeper into the building. When they reached the practice rooms, a teacher and a child were standing outside one of the doors. During class, when a master suddenly begins playing nearby, one naturally steps out to see what's going on. As the piece ended, the music came to an abrupt halt. "Come on, let's check if anyone's at the front desk, and then Dad will ask some questions. Mango still wants to hear Daddy play the piano. Dad will play for you when we get home." The little girl was reluctant to leave. Lin Yu opened the door as he spoke. "Little Mango." "Mango's dad." Yuan Bao and his mother blurted out in surprise. "Isn't this the parent who was at the front desk earlier?" "No, he didn't seem to be inquiring, he just stood there for a moment and then brought his child here to wander around." The two receptionists exchanged a look. "A parent with this level of piano skill coming to our school for lessons. Do they have money to burn?" The child who had been brought out by the teacher to peek through the door crack happened to be one of Mango's classmates. "Little Mango, your dad can play the piano?" Yuan asked, utterly astonished. The little girl didn't quite understand why everyone was standing by the door, but since a classmate had asked, she naturally admitted it proudly. "Yes, my daddy plays the piano wonderfully." Of course, everyone outside had heard it for themselves. The surprise was simply that it was Mango's father. Teachers and students from the surrounding practice rooms gradually emerged. They too had heard the performance. Children chattered excitedly as they squeezed into the crowd, while teachers stood back searching for the performer. "Who was playing the piano just now?" "Yes, we couldn't come out during class, and by the time we got out the music had already stopped." Several teachers asked the receptionists. The parents and receptionists all turned their gaze toward Lin Yu in unison. The piano teachers instinctively widened their eyes. They knew it wasn't one of their own, they were all colleagues fully aware of each other's abilities. Moreover, the piece played wasn't in their repertoire. It was definitely beyond the level of a training school teacher. They just hadn't expected the performer to be such a young parent. Another child squeezed through the crowd to stand before Mango, also a classmate. "Children don't overthink things like adults. Little Mango, are you here to sign up for classes?" The expression of the teacher behind her was slightly awkward. With a father who played piano that brilliantly, why on earth would they need to learn here? Perhaps he just passed by and casually decided to show off and crash the place. A receptionist was about to smooth over the awkwardness when Lin Yu spoke. "Yes, we're here to enroll." Lin Yu replied gently to the child. The receptionists, the teachers, the parents, every adult present froze in shock. They all thought they had misheard, but seeing the same disbelief on everyone else's faces, they realized they had heard correctly. An establishment like theirs could only fool parents who knew nothing about piano. If a somewhat knowledgeable parent appeared, it became problematic. Let alone a master of this caliber. The receptionists knew their teacher's capabilities all too well. Better to back down now than to ruin the school's reputation. With your exceptional piano skills, so you could easily teach your own child at home. There's no need to spend money on lessons here. Indeed, we all work hard for our money. A year of piano lessons is quite an expense. You could save that money for your child to learn other talents. The two receptionists spoke in turns. The teachers behind them nodded in agreement. They preferred teaching gifted students but absolutely disliked having parents like this around. "My child wants to learn together with her classmates," Lin Yu said calmly. Yuan Bao's mother nearly blurted out, "If she wants to learn together, have them all go to your house," but swallowed the words, too embarrassed to say them. "Little Mango, your dad plays better than the teacher?" "I think Mango's dad plays better too. Mango's dad plays even better than the pianist my mom plays for me." Several children gathered around the little girl saying these things. At that moment, the little girl felt immensely proud. The teachers behind her had faces flushed with mixed embarrassment and indignation. The receptionists noticed that the children seemed to know each other. There was a kindergarten near the mall. They were probably all classmates from the same one. They had encountered parents like this before, those who admitted they couldn't teach their own children and thus sent them out for lessons. In that case, if they could make a bit of money, they wouldn't turn it away. This parent seemed quite easygoing, not the type to cause trouble or nitpick. "Our best deal is paying by the year, which includes 3 free lessons. That breaks down to 245 per class." Lin Yu had come to pay for his daughter's lessons anyway. As long as the price wasn't outrageous, he was willing to accept it and was about to pay. "Dad, I don't want to learn piano at the music school anymore." Lin Yu was stunned. "I want to learn piano from you, Dad." At home it had been little Mango who insisted she didn't want her father to teach her and wanted to go to a music school instead. "I want to learn piano from Uncle too. I want to learn piano with Mango's dad." "Me too. Mango, can we come to your house to learn piano?" Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. The salesperson's expression tensed unnaturally. "Okay. You can all come to my house to learn piano, but my dad is very busy. He'll have to go back and make a schedule for you all. Yay! Thank you, Mango. He'll tell my mom I don't want to learn at the music school anymore. I want to go to Mango's house to learn. Lin Yu was completely bewildered. Dad, let's go home. I need to make a schedule for Yuan and the others. The little girl took her father's hand and walked out of the music school. The receptionists and teachers of the music school watched the father and daughter leave, their eyes twitching. They had come here deliberately to crash the place, hadn't they? The little one made quite an impression at the piano store. The little girl with her innocent desires always hoped to be noticed. What malice could a child possess? She merely enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by friends. Previously the little one wished to learn piano with her friends at the store, but upon realizing that they all idolized their father, she quickly changed her mind. Children do not think as complicatedly as adults. Their feelings are often genuine and spontaneous. Lin Yu suddenly received 3 calls from parents. The first was from Yuan Bao's father, followed by Yuan's father, and then Xiaoningmeng's father, all of whom had just been inquiring and learning at the piano store. Lin Yu truly had no time to teach the children piano during the foundational stage. 1 year instruction is best. Each child's comprehension and acceptance abilities are different. If several children are taught together, it becomes difficult for them to learn well, as they have to accommodate each other. A child with strong comprehension might learn 2 pieces at once, while a child with weaker comprehension may struggle to grasp even one. This leads to some children not getting enough while others are overwhelmed. Therefore Lin Yu expressed the same sentiment several times, politely declining a few parents. However, he promised the parents that he could come over to their homes when free to guide their children in playing the piano. Hearing what his father said on the phone, the little one felt she had perhaps spoken incorrectly. Dad, did Mango cause you trouble? No, I know little Mango didn't mean it, Lin Yu said, gently ruffling the little one's hair. If it were other parents, they might feel that their daughter had caused trouble, but not him. Lin Yu always felt that the little one had been wronged in the past. Now that conditions were better, he hoped to make her feel valued in front of her classmates. It was merely an innocent desire of a child. Moreover, a child's casual remark wouldn't be taken seriously by other parents. A polite explanation suffices, and it causes no harm. The less Lin Yu criticized little Mango, the more guilty she felt. At 6 years old, she understood many things. The little one obediently held her father's hand. Lin Yu and the little one turned their heads simultaneously. A young man with a short stature and small eyes waved at Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly recognized him from memory, his college roommate Zhu Zibo. Zhu Zibo. Lin Yu greeted as politely and appropriately as possible. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Zhu Zibo excitedly patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu, through the original owner's memories, had a general understanding of his relationship with Zhu Zibo. They were college roommates and the best of buddies. However, since Lin Yu had dropped out for unflattering reasons, particularly due to the uproar over the child, they had lost contact. Mainly Lin Yu felt embarrassed and did not want to reach out to others. Based on the timeline, Zhu Zibo should have graduated from the Yanqing Film Academy 3 years ago. Lin Yu smiled politely, as he was not the original owner. Though he had memories, his mindset had completely changed. Apart from little Mango, he was not yet prepared to face other friends and family. To avoid revealing himself and causing awkwardness, he thought it best to say as little as possible. Hey, why did you leave without a word back then? I looked for you for a long time. I tried calling, but it didn't connect, and I even contacted your parents but couldn't find you. Among us, you were the most promising. The teachers always said that only you could become a big star. I never expected you to drop out because of that incident. Zhu Zibo expressed regret. That's all in the past now, Lin Yu replied with a calm expression. Indeed, it was all in the past. Although Lin Yu had not personally experienced the original owner's most painful phase, the memories were fragmented. But he was satisfied with his current self. If it weren't for the little one bursting into Lin Yu's life, his life might have taken a different path, but then he wouldn't be the Lin Yu of today. Lin Yu's calmness was sincere, yet in Zhu Zibo's eyes it appeared as resignation to fate. Zhu Zibo silently sighed, feeling pity for Lin Yu. He instinctively lowered his gaze, instantly widening his small eyes in surprise. Is this your daughter? She's grown so big. Goodness, when her grandmother brought her to school she was so small then. Zhu Zibo gestured with his hands. After speaking, he felt he shouldn't say such things in front of the child, quickly covering his mouth and laughingly changing the subject. Your child is really beautiful. She looks just like you. Zhu Zibo reached out to pat the little one's head, but little Mango took a step back and hid behind her father. Zhu Zibo ended up patting thin air. What have you been busy with lately? Lin Yu asked, shifting the topic. Zhu Zibo sighed again, just idling around. What else can I do? The handsome class monitor has no roles to shoot with my looks. What opportunities do you think I have? Basically just playing minor roles in dramas. Among our class, Mao Kaiyu is doing well. But even that isn't much. He can play the lead or supporting role in low-budget web dramas, but he still behaves the same way, boasting about how busy he is at every gathering. TCH, I know exactly what he's like. I've run into him several times while playing minor roles, and even though I was a minor role and he was the second lead, we were still scolded mercilessly by the director. Mao Kaiyu was also Lin Yu's roommate, who used to love competing with Lin Yu, and the two often had a rivalry. After Lin Yu dropped out, he was too overwhelmed with his own issues to keep track of Mao Kaiyu's news. Lin Yu was well aware of the rules of the entertainment industry. There were too many good-looking people. Looks were just one aspect, and it all depended on the connections and capital behind them. And whether one was willing to sacrifice certain things. This applies to both female and male actors. However, good-looking individuals tend to attract more who are willing to invest in them. Zhu Zibo with his looks had to rely on his own efforts. The memory of Zhu Zibo helping Lin Yu was vivid. When the little one had been sent to school, Lin Yu was at a loss without money and too afraid to tell his family, so it was Zhu Zibo who supported him. Eventually, it was only when Lin Yu couldn't take it anymore that he chose to drop out. Naturally, he felt too ashamed to contact Zhu Zibo and hadn't repaid the money he owed. I borrowed a lot of money from you back then, Lin Yu said. Zhu Zibo laughed heartily and waved his hand. You still remember that? I've long forgotten. Who are we to each other? My money is your money. It doesn't count as debt. Lin Yu could sense that Zhu Zibo's life wasn't going well. Studying acting without roles to play equated to being out of work. And with Zhu Zibo's appearance, if he didn't have particularly suitable standout roles, he might spend his life only playing minor parts, unable even to take on decent supporting roles with lines. However, when he mentioned the debts from college, Zhu Zibo could still laugh it off and say it doesn't count as debt. Lin Yu was pondering how to repay the money as everyone was struggling. Zhu Zibo continued, what have you been doing recently? Since Lin Yu dropped out, Zhu Zibo hadn't heard from him and thought Lin Yu had changed careers. I signed with an agency, Lin Yu said calmly, adding casually, still developing in the industry. Zhu Zibo's eyes brightened noticeably. Lin Yu had always been his idol. He was afraid that if Lin Yu switched careers, Zhu Zibo wouldn't be able to survive either, as it was tough in the entertainment industry. But hearing that Lin Yu was still persisting, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Although Lin Yu had good looks and strong fundamentals, dropping out midway without backing made it nearly impossible to sign with a big company. However, signing with any agency was already good. At least it offered some support. Signing with an agency is nice, at least it's better than being a wild card like me. Which agency are you with? Shinkong Entertainment. Zhu Zibo choked on his saliva, coughing violently. Zhu Zibo coughed for a long time before finally catching his breath. Shinkong. Lin Yu knew of Shinkong's stature in China's entertainment industry, yet felt no particular awe, nor did he ever consider leveraging that connection to impress others. But Zhu Zibo's reaction surprised him. Lin Yu, you're something else, Zhu Zibo said between coughs, clapping Lin Yu hard on the arm. When did you sign with them? Shinkong only backs major productions. What project are you filming right now? Not yet filming, I just signed. Lin Yu struggled to explain. A dropout from the Beijing Film Academy's acting department had debuted not as an actor, but as a singer. In just 3 months he'd written 5 songs, only one of which he'd performed himself. Still, he hadn't lied. It truly had been only 3 months since signing, and indeed no filming had begun. Zhu Zibo chuckled as he patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Don't rush, take your time. If a giant like Shinkong chose to sign you, it's because they see genuine potential in you, the unmistakable spark of stardom. Shinkong doesn't sign artists indiscriminately on the street. Lin Yu could tell Zhu Zibo's joy was sincere, free of envy, resentment, or even wistfulness, pure unadulterated happiness. That feeling had long eluded Lin Yu, absent both in his past and present. To be celebrated without ulterior motive or vested interest simply for one's achievements, such sincerity had become rare. Give me your number, Lin Yu said, pulling out his phone. Zhu Zibo's already narrow eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he let out 2 soft, foolish chuckles. Sure. What's yours? I'll call you. I'd meant to ask earlier but worried you'd refuse, so I held back. They exchanged numbers, then chatted idly for a few more minutes, though Lin Yu, holding little Mango, couldn't linger long on the street. Though Lin Yu retained memories of Zhu Zibo, his own mannerisms, speech and bearing had shifted, so much so that were it not for Zhu Zibo's talkativeness, Lin Yu wouldn't have known what to say. Having secured Lin Yu's contact, Zhu Zibo felt deeply satisfied. When Lin Yu excused himself citing prior commitments, Zhu Zibo made no attempt to detain him. After all, with a phone number, connection was always possible. The moment Lin Yu stepped through his front door, his phone rang. It was Zhu Zibo. Hello, is this Lin Yu? Yes, it's me. Zhu Zibo exhaled audibly. I'm fine, just wanted to make sure you rest well. Raising a child alone isn't easy. If you ever face difficulties, tell me, no burden too great. One person earns, the whole family eats. I may not earn much, but there's always a little left over each month. Lin Yu paused. This Lin Yu was no longer the man Zhu Zibo remembered. Money was no longer scarce. Yet such truth couldn't be spoken aloud. Okay, I understand. Zhu Zibo fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin Yu, if hardship comes, promise me you'll tell me. Don't vanish again. Remember those nights in dorm beds, lying barefoot boasting about our futures. We swore we'd make our mark in Beijing. Don't leave me behind again. Lin Yu's hand stilled around the phone. A faint wry smile tugged at his lips. All right. After hanging up, a vivid image surfaced in his mind. 2 lanky youths in oversized shorts sprawled across twin dorm beds, talking freely about the world life dreams. That year they were 18. Lin Yu retrieved Yu Xiaojuan's number. The next morning, just after dropping the child off at kindergarten, Lin Yu found himself surrounded at the gate by several parents. Only 3 parents from Xiao Mango's class had attended yesterday, yet word had spread with astonishing speed. Almost every parent now knew Lin Yu played piano exceptionally well. Most parents lacked technical knowledge of piano performance, but they could certainly discern beauty in sound. Even the music studio instructors' reactions confirmed Lin Yu's mastery beyond doubt. Lin Yu had politely declined the 3 parents' requests yesterday, and employed the same gentle refusal today. Though disappointed, the parents offered no protest. Finally extricating himself, Lin Yu headed toward the company. Though performers under the entertainment division weren't required to report daily, prolonged absences reflected poorly. He rarely participated in commercial events, and Yu Xiaowan had already shown remarkable leniency, so whenever possible he made a point to drop by the office. Just then his phone rang. Zhu Zibo's name lit up the screen. No sooner had Lin Yu tapped accept than Zhu Zibo's voice erupted from the speaker. Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Guess what happened? Zhu Zibo shouted, brimming with excitement. What happened? Lin Yu replied calmly. He already suspected. This morning director Zhong from Xing Kong's TV drama division called me. They're producing a new series, and there's a supporting role perfectly suited to my profile. He invited me to audition today. Zhu Zibo's voice boomed with unrestrained exhilaration. That's wonderful news, Lin Yu responded, serene and steady. Tears trembled at the edge of Zhu Zibo's eyes. To be honest, I've graduated 3 years ago, and this is the first time a director has ever contacted me directly. A supporting role, even its name appears in the credits. Lin Yu, I'm overjoyed. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Then prepare thoroughly, and give your best at the audition. Yes, I'll prepare meticulously. It must be meeting you that brought me this luck. Lin Yu, you're my lucky star. Zhu Zibo laughed heartily. Lin Yu shook his head with a quiet smile. It's your own perseverance that earned this. Maybe our dream will come true, making our names in Beijing. You must strive too. You're more photogenic than I am, you'll surely rise higher. If directors seek me out, they'll seek you out as well. Zhu Zibo offered this reassurance. Lin Yu knew his current reality defied simple explanation, so he simply nodded along. Yes, we'll both work hard. Sheng Kong Entertainment's performance division maintained a large WeChat group, home to every signed artist. Since all members were contracted professionals, idle chatter rarely occurred. Only when someone suddenly surged to fame, with a viral song or breakout film or series, did the group stir with act. Even then congratulations remained formal and perfunctory. After all, everyone in the group was a peer, and rivalry ran deep. Genuine warmth was impossible, yet courtesy within the same company remained obligatory. Lately, when Ling had become the group's focal point, her debut single had claimed 6th place on December's new song chart, earning her a steady stream of polite honeyed praise. When Ling, fresh to the industry, felt overwhelmed. Lin Yu had never opened the group chat, not once since joining, and had immediately muted notifications. Though Xiao Wanting topped the same chart, her position carried little surprise, given her legendary status. 1st place was expected, not extraordinary. Wen Ling, however, became a frequent target of veiled envy, dragged forth for public comparison. Wen Ling is truly extraordinary, debuting and instantly holding her ground among titans of the industry. I wasn't shocked when senior sister Wanting charted, but Wen Ling. She stunned us all. That's precisely the meaning of the pupil surpasses the master. Careful, that phrase might earn you a scolding from senior sister Wanting. How exactly has she surpassed the master? Reading these so-called senior brothers and sisters, Wen Ling gritted her teeth in frustration. Although Wen Ling graduated over a year ago, she has yet to make her debut, remaining no different from a fresh university graduate who is utterly unaware of the entertainment industry's intricacies. Previously, she felt quite pleased when praised in the group, and after securing 6th place she even sent out several red envelopes. However, after sending the red envelopes, no one claimed them. The very colleagues who had just lauded her suddenly fell silent. That was the first moment she felt utterly at a loss. Almost simultaneously her manager Qian Yu called and gave her a stern lecture, making her realize that everyone had merely offered polite compliments. No one genuinely congratulated her, nor would anyone claim her red envelopes. Qian Yu firmly instructed her not to send red envelopes in the group. While she could be carefree in smaller circles, she should strive to become invisible in a larger company group. Initially Wenling did not quite understand Qian Yu's words. With colleagues from the same company it seemed strange that not a single person claimed the red envelopes. Didn't everyone love to snatch them? Gradually she began to comprehend Qian Yu's meaning. Almost every day someone would come forth to praise her, often accompanied by Xiao Wan, seemingly to insinuate that her 6th place was even better than sister Wan's 1st. At that moment she felt panic. She remembered the time when they both released new songs simultaneously and Xiao Wan promoted her new song in her own live stream. If sister Wan believed the slander and thought she was getting ahead of herself, what would happen? Wenling wanted to explain to Xiao Wan but realized she had no way to contact her and could not speak directly in the group. She could only reach out to Qian Yu. To her surprise, Qian Yu burst out laughing, commending her for finally grasping a bit of the industry's deceit. However, he reassured her that Xiao Wan would not take it to heart. With Qian Yu's comforting words, Wenling felt slightly relieved. She thought that people would gradually stop paying attention to her, as there should be many other focal points aside from the new song chart. However, unexpectedly discussions about her still surfaced from time to time. Moreover, there were now promotional accounts online writing absurd announcements, such as new artist Wenling might become the second Xiao Wan of Shen Kong. Xiao Wan's position in Shen Kong was precarious. Shen Kong might return Xiao Wan's team to Wenling. Such news, of which even Wenling was unaware, stirred up a frenzy online. Qian Yu told her not to mind it and not to pay attention. However, Wenling couldn't help but want to check. Moreover, she found it strange who these slanderous detractors could be. Previously she believed these detractors were hired by other companies, now she suspected they could be from her own company. Wenling had remained silent for a long time and was now unable to endure it any longer. The group was chaotic and she decided to stand up. She did not wish to suffer this humiliation any further. Before she could send a passionate message, she quickly typed, "Could you also write a song for me, Lin Yu?" This simple line ignited a frenzy in the company's artist group. Xiao Wan personally intervened. This had never happened before. It was indeed the first time Xiao Wan spoke in the company's artist group. Artists of her caliber typically would not concern themselves with the small fries at the bottom of the company. Those who have time to chat in the group often do not have their schedules filled. Wenling, being newly debuted, had just begun her career with the success of Chess Piece and her schedule was not fully booked yet. While Wan is personally stepping in. OU Xiao Huan pouted. Lin Yu reported to OU Xiao Huan's office as soon as he arrived at the company, and for half a day he did nothing but listen to OU Xiao Huan talk about stars, the moon, life and dreams. What? Lin Yu asked in confusion. You definitely never look at the company artist group. OU Xiao Huan chuckled and shook her head. Xiao Wan tagged you. Don't embarrass her, hurry and respond. Lin Yu took out his phone. There were countless chat records in the group and he was too lazy to scroll through them, so he found the message where Xiao Wan tagged him. Write a song. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. OU Xiao Huan happened to be in front of him, so he looked at her. Are you asking for my opinion? Lin Yu remained silent. Xiao Wan tagged you and didn't look for me. It's up to you. Lin Yu nodded, preparing to type a message to decline the request. OU Xiao Huan smirked. Xiao Wan is the queen of the company's music scene. The payment she offers is not the same as what you'd get for writing a song for Wenling. How is it different? Lin Yu halted typing. OU Xiao Huan raised 3 fingers 3 times more. Lin Yu pressed the delete key, erasing all the text he had just typed. He retyped 2 words, okay? OU Xiao Huan observed Lin Yu's every action, nearly bursting into laughter. Lin Yu was oblivious to OU Xiao Huan's reaction. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. He was just that genuine. Lin Yu, okay. Xiao Wan sister Wan Lin Yu has replied to you. Xiao Wan's assistant rushed to the makeup station with the phone. Xiao Wan was about to participate in the recording of a variety show, and during a break in makeup she glanced at the company artist group. In fact, the internal conflicts within the company were quite common. It was just that Wenling had become a target for the first time since joining. He was just that genuine. Lin Yu, okay. Xiao Wan's sister Wan Lin Yu has replied to you. Xiao Wan's assistant rushed to the makeup. By the time they become targets due to their small fame, they will be able to deal with it wisely. However, Wenling had just debuted and was already at the peak, having learned no experience. She had barely received a few compliments before sending out red envelopes. This was the first time Xiao Wan encountered such a genuine and adorable person. So she hurriedly informed Qian Yu, asking him to teach the new recruits under him. Indeed, in the past few days when Ling had become much more low-key, Xiao Mango had traversed a long and arduous path she did not want to see when Ling capsizing right after her debut. It is rare for someone to debut at the peak while good horses are common, good trainers are not. Who can debut and encounter a character like Chu Tai? A single song made one famous overnight. Thus Xiao Mango envied when Ling for having met Lin. Initially she paid no attention to Lin Yu except for the halo of Ou Xiao Huan personally signing him. He was hardly someone who caught Xiao Mango's eye. However, Lin Yu gave her more and more surprises over the 3 months. Each new song released by Xiao Mango was tailored by the elite team of Sheng Kong's music department. Collaboration in recent years had been quite pleasant. However, it had lacked surprises. The quality was decent but no hits emerged. Xiao Mango understood that the reason she could still achieve first place on the new song chart in December was due to Sheng Kong's financial support for promotion and her substantial fan base. If Wen Ling had a similar fan base, Xiao Mango's new song would not stand a chance against Chess Piece. Thus she was not just helping Wen Ling out of trouble, she genuinely wanted to collaborate with Lin Yu. I told you our sister Wan Ting is someone, Lin Yu must be eager to collaborate with her. Xiao Wan shook her head with a smile. Don't say that, there are many good singers but very few who can write songs. Lin Yu responded to Xiao Wanting's invitation to sing in the group chat, and upon lifting his head he saw the usually composed and serious Ou Xiao Wan giggling while shaking her little fists. Lin Yu looked at Ou Xiao Wan with a puzzled expression. Ou Xiao Wan awkwardly lowered her arms. Aren't you supposed to pick up the kids today? Lin Yu glanced at the time. It's only 10:30. The kindergarten is not close to the company, so it's better to leave early. Lin Yu touched his belly. He'll leave after lunch. The cafeteria opens at 10:30. Lin Yu stood up. Then I'm going to eat. Ou Xiao Wan replied. Lin Yu walked out of the office and Ou Xiao Wan let out a sigh of relief. She had just lost control for a moment and felt embarrassed. She always thought Lin Yu lacked ambition. Others struggled to sign with Sheng Kong, each eager to stand out, employing various schemes. While she didn't support these behaviors, at least the desire to become famous was evident. But what about Lin Yu? After signing with Sheng Kong as the chief agent, he had only released one song at the time of signing and had made no further achievements. As the chief agent of Sheng Kong Entertainment, Ou Xiao Wan could not simply sign a person of unknown origins just because of her father's recommendation. What if this person had a tarnished reputation? Even if they were talented, promoting them would only bring trouble, and a hot potato would ultimately have to be discarded. So she had someone investigate Lin Yu's background. To her shock, she found out that he had dropped out of college due to having an illegitimate daughter in his sophomore year. This piece of news was huge. If he debuted with the persona of being unmarried, he would surely be pursued relentlessly by paparazzi and rivals. However, Lin Yu seemed unconcerned. He had never shied away from the fact that he had a daughter. After dropping out, he raised his child alone, taking on minor roles in dramas, accepting advertisements and modeling. He had done it all, presenting himself as an ordinary single father without hiding the fact that he had a daughter. After dropping out, he raised his child alone, taking on minor roles in dramas, accepting advertisements and modeling. He had done it all, presenting himself as an ordinary single father without hiding the fact that he had a daughter. Yet it seemed Lin Yu wasn't particularly eager for fame. However, his desire to make money was quite evident. Was it all for the sake of protecting his child? Ou Xiao Wan believed this was the only possibility. However, there were so many artists hiding their marriages and children, and they managed to keep it under wraps. Moreover, given Lin Yu's personality, he would never conceal the fact that he had a daughter. This could actually be easier to manage. Lin Yu could debut with a video of him participating in a kindergarten competition. This would indirectly confirm he had a daughter in kindergarten. Once he debuted, he could acknowledge this fact and share the struggles of raising his daughter, hoping for a peaceful environment for her growth. Not to mention, even if the media wanted to capture this, fans would fiercely criticize it. Lin Yu being a single father with a daughter, wasn't that an even better persona? Ou Xiao Huan's expectations for Lin Yu were far beyond just being a singer. Lin Yu had passed through a rigorous selection process to get into the acting department of Yangjing Film Academy. How could he not act? With so many resources at Sheng Kong and Lin Yu's various advantages, he should never have to worry about not getting roles. Last night Lin Yu called her to ask about the film department, and Ou Xiao Wan was thrilled, thinking Lin Yu had finally realized his potential and wanted to develop in the film industry. Who would have thought he was just helping a classmate find a job? Ou Xiao Wan felt like a mother watching over her son, with high hopes leading to great disappointment. Why couldn't he see the opportunities? Yet this son was so outstanding, brimming with potential. Just a bit of what he had was enough to make others envious. She was reluctant to let go. Xiao Wanting was a well-known hard worker at Sheng Kong. Without formal training, she had fought her way to become the top singer of Sheng Kong, with her beautiful voice debuting at a young age and enduring a decade of hardships. Last year she ventured into the film industry without any acting background, yet through hard work she portrayed her roles exceptionally well, making a splash with her debut in a drama series. With overwhelming positive reviews and her own efforts combined with a solid fan base, she had practically established herself in the television industry. Perhaps with a bit more time she could break into the film industry. For someone as fierce as her, Xiao Wan hoped Lin Yu could learn from her. Although she was only 2 years older than Lin Yu, her worth was already considerable. Lin Yu, being so focused on making money, couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Thus Xiao Wan intentionally said so, hoping Lin Yu could use the opportunity to write songs for Xiao Wanting and connect with the hard-working artist. Lin Yu was oblivious to all this, just as Xiao Wan was unaware of his thoughts. He too was unaware of Xiao Huan's schemes. After buying a new house, Lin Yu's savings were nearly exhausted. They were genuinely running low. Thus now writing songs for triple the pay, making money, brought happiness. Recently the little one had developed a keen interest in the piano. Ever since Lin Yu played Adelina at the water's edge at the piano store, little Mango seemed to have found inspiration, asking his father to play that song every day and eagerly proclaiming that he would definitely play as well as his father in the future. He showed great enthusiasm for practicing the piano, eagerly sitting down at the piano after meals to practice diligently. Lin Yu approached parenting casually, prioritizing happiness and health. Thus he never pressured little Mango to practice. But since the child was so interested, he decided to put in some extra effort. After leaving the company, Lin Yu went to the Qingtai concert hall to buy 2 tickets for a concert. Since the child liked the piano, experiencing the atmosphere of music was certainly better than watching cartoons at home. In the evening after dinner, Lin Yu took out the 2 tickets for the Qingtai concert hall. "Are these movie tickets?" the little one asked curiously. Lin Yu mysteriously shook his head. "These are tickets for the Qingtai concert hall. Today Daddy is taking Mango to a concert. There will be a famous pianist performing with the symphony orchestra." The little one excitedly widened his eyes upon hearing the word symphony for the first time. Lin Yu briefly explained what a symphony was to little Mango before taking him out. The Qingtai Concert Hall is a renowned music venue in Yangjing that hosts many music events each year. There are often performances by famous symphony orchestras from across the country. It also hosts plays and musical dramas. "Daddy, this place is so big," the little one exclaimed, looking up at the magnificent concert hall. The second-floor lobby serves as a resting area for the audience, featuring an introduction to the Qingtai Concert Hall and information about upcoming symphonic performances. In the center of the lobby sits a transparent grand piano which anyone can play. Those who buy tickets to attend the concert generally have some musical knowledge and a love for music. They might either enjoy music themselves or could be parents bringing their children to experience the atmosphere. From time to time people walk up to the piano and play with various types of music echoing in the lobby. The transparent grand piano never rested as one performer after another took turns. Many relatively professional piano training institutions also sent their outstanding teachers to play in the hall. Incidentally, they would seize the opportunity to profit from parents who brought their children to listen to the concert. Lin Yu could clearly discern that the teachers who waited at the Qingtai Music Hall to stalk opportunities were indeed skilled. Moreover, they must have had some connection with renowned masters from Yangjing, otherwise they would not have dared to show off their skills before the master. There was still a quarter of an hour before the concert could begin. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and white shirt appeared elegant and refined. He slowly walked to the piano, his fingers interlaced and gliding across the keys, displaying a level of skill clearly superior to those before him. The little one could not quite understand, but she believed no one played better than her father. Although she fantasized about showing off her own skills, she knew her limitations, so she kept urging her father to play. Lin Yu was neither a teacher nor burdened with enrollment tasks, nor was he someone who sought attention. Why would he give a free performance here for others? Thus he kept refusing the little one. Little Mango muttered incessantly. Her father did not wish to be admired by the crowd, but she longed for it. She dreamed of everyone surrounding her father praising him, and then she would stride forward proudly and declare, "This is my father." How cool and impressive that would be. Just thinking about it made her thrill with excitement. The middle-aged man's fingers gradually came to a halt, the lingering notes fading away, and the surrounding audience applauded in appreciation of the piano music. After he stood up, many people gathered around him. Some were parents with children hoping to find a renowned teacher for their offspring. Others were adults who wished to fulfill their dreams of learning the piano. In short, they all wanted his contact information and sought to become his students. The man spoke with a measured cadence, answering the questions of those around him. Lin Yu and the little one had also been among the audience just moments ago. The little one had begged her father for a long time, but he had never relented and agreed to perform in the hall. Earlier the piano had been constantly occupied, giving her father an excuse. But now no one was playing. Little Mango had no mind to consider whether the previous performer was good or not. In her eyes her father was the best. "Daddy, please go play. Play Ballade pour Adeline. Oh Daddy, please play. Please?" Little Mango pleaded, shaking Lin Yu's arm vigorously. Daddy will play for you when we get home. Be good, Mango. Lin Yu gently ruffled the little one's hair. No. Mango wants to hear it now. Daddy, play for Mango now. You said earlier that there were too many people playing so you couldn't compete. But now the piano is free. Just play once, please. The little one stared at him with wide, innocent eyes, begging pitifully. Lin Yu's heart softened at her plea. He glanced at the time. There were still 8 minutes left. Not long, not short. That was enough time to play one piece. But if he refused, the little one would keep pestering him with that pitiful look for the entire 8 minutes, and Lin Yu's heart would break. Ever since the middle-aged man in the black suit finished playing, no one else had stepped up to the piano. The others were amateurs playing a piece for fun. If a professional suddenly appeared and someone else played after them, it would be embarrassing. Therefore, apart from those seeking advice or consulting the middle-aged man, no one approached the piano. Helpless against the little one's persistence, Lin Yu gave in, pinched little Mango's cheek gently, and took her hand to walk toward the piano. The middle-aged man stood right in front of the piano. To reach it, Lin Yu had to pass through the crowd that had gathered around the man. He led the little one and squeezed through. The middle-aged man had intended to recruit a group of high-quality students. Those who could afford concert tickets, regardless of whether their children had a foundation, were at least cultured, valued education, and genuinely loved music. Such students were far superior to those recruited through random advertisements. Thus the middle-aged man would occasionally come here to try his luck. He noticed the young man approaching, holding the hand of a delicate doll-like little girl. Is this young lady learning to play the piano? Lin Yu was taken aback by the sudden question but nodded instinctively. Yes, she is. A faint smile curved at the corner of the middle-aged man's lips. Children of this age were perfect for learning the piano, and since she already had some foundation, he assumed her parents had heard his playing and wished to find her a new teacher. The middle-aged man had once been a pianist in an orchestra but later decided to start his own training classes to make money. Initially he believed in the adage that good wine needs no bush, thinking his exceptional piano skills would naturally attract many talented students. After a series of setbacks, he realized his naivety. Marketing was essential and word of mouth alone could not work because the first batch of students would never come to him on their own. Unwilling to loiter outside kindergartens like ordinary training institutions, he resorted to showcasing his skills at concert halls to recruit students. Because of his presence, he virtually blocked other training institutions from recruiting there, as no one had yet played better than him. Unless they resorted to a price war to snatch students from him, they were no match for him. Although he was recruiting, he also looked for a certain chemistry. Parents who dressed neatly and children who appeared intelligent and lively caught his fancy. The father and daughter before him fit perfectly within his selective criteria. How long has she been learning? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Lin Yu, though puzzled by the questions, replied out of politeness. She just started. And who is her esteemed teacher? Lin Yu paused for a moment. He had only intended to play a piece for the little one before the concert began, but suddenly he was bombarded with questions. However, little Mango had indeed never studied under any renowned teacher. Lin Yu answered casually, no renowned teacher. The little one tugged at the hem of her father's coat, signaling him to ignore this man or else they would run out of time. The middle-aged man was secretly pleased. Since she had no famous teacher, it must be that they were genuinely seeking piano lessons. This little girl seems very talented. With my careful guidance, her piano skills will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Yu finally realized why the middle-aged man had stopped him. He had mistaken him for a parent seeking piano lessons. Awkwardly, Lin Yu was about to clarify the situation. The little one, understanding the man's intentions, raised her voice sharp and clear. My father teaches me piano. He plays wonderfully. And we are not here to inquire about lessons, we just want to play the piano. The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at little Mango, then at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded apologetically and made a gesture asking him to step aside. After a 2-second pause, the middle-aged man moved aside. Lin Yu walked to the piano under the gaze of the crowd. He initially wanted to remain low-key and not be noticed, but the middle-aged man had stopped him and asked questions for so long that everyone gathered around him heard Lin Yu's words. After Teacher Li plays, who would dare to go up and play? Oh, parents just play for fun. You also learned a little with the kids, it's just for enjoyment. The surrounding parents didn't take Lin Yu seriously, only the middle-aged man's face turned an unpleasant shade of blue and purple, looking very awkward. But in an instant he found himself sharing the same mindset as the other parents around him. One parent had learned a little piano with their child playing for fun, probably never having touched a grand piano before. Apart from those sold by music stores, very few training institutions use grand pianos for lessons. The middle-aged man resumed his jovial demeanor. It's about time, we can prepare to enter now. The audience around also glanced at their watches and prepared to leave. Lin Yu smiled at little Mango. The little one clasped her hands together at her chest, eagerly waiting for her father to play. Daughter.Lin by the water once again flowed through Lin Yu's fingers. The beautiful melody echoed in the elegant music hall. The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks, turning around. Other audience members preparing to enter subconsciously looked towards Lin Yu. What is this? I've never heard it before. There shouldn't be any famous piano pieces I don't know, but I really haven't heard this one. This is no longer just a simple piano performance, this is creation. It's so beautiful. Is he a teacher too? The crowd that had started to disperse gathered again, drawn back by Lin Yu's piano sound. The little one noticed the reactions of the people around and her big eyes sparkled with excitement. Thanks to the precise timing, Lin Yu finished playing just in time to look at his watch. They could still make it in. The moment he stood up, he realized there were so many people around who hadn't entered yet. Excuse me, do you take students? Our child has already passed the amateur level 10, can they continue learning with you? My daughter just passed level 3, but her fundamentals are quite solid, can she continue learning with you? I've always wanted to learn piano, but I never did when I was young, is it still possible to learn now? In the crowd, voices rose, each asking Lin Yu questions, creating a cacophony. Lin Yu couldn't hear clearly and didn't know whom to respond to. The middle-aged man, who had just gathered a lot of information about potential students, stood dumbfounded at the back of the crowd. He searched for any familiar faces among the big shots, but there were none so young. Moreover, a piano genius like this, someone akin to a musical prodigy, would have long been famous in the Yangjing piano scene. There was no way he wouldn't know. He scrutinized Lin Yu's face carefully. He didn't recognize him and had indeed never seen him before. With skills inferior to others, he could only accept his misfortune. Thinking back to what he had just said, wanting to recruit the man's daughter to study piano under him, he felt so ashamed he wished he could find a hole to hide in. The middle-aged man realized he wouldn't gain anything today. The opponent was too strong. At that moment, a clear voice sounded behind him. It was Lin Yu's new spokesperson, Little Mango, who said, "My daddy is very busy and doesn't take students, he only teaches me to play the piano." The middle-aged man's footsteps came to a halt once more. Lin Yu patted the little one's head and nodded. "Sorry, I just play for fun with my daughter." Under the gaze of disappointed eyes and one relieved gaze, Lin Yu took the little one's hand and entered. Lin Yu was increasingly fond of his current life. Thanks to the little one, life had become particularly regular, enjoyable and goal-oriented. His original goal was to be famous, to achieve wealth and fame. But now the goal was to be wealthy, to provide the little one with a superior living environment, as she was growing continuously, and each of her stages became Lin Yu's goal as well. Lin Yu had very strict requirements for the character design of Totoro. At first Lu Qing's team did not meet his standards, but eventually just thinking about this filled Lin Yu with ambition. Make money. One needs money to have the capital to plan for the future. The initial stage of My Neighbor Totoro with Lu Qing had already been completed, but it had been stalled over the design of Totoro. Lin Yu had very strict requirements for the character design of Totoro. At first Lu Qing's team did not meet his standards, but eventually Lin Yu personally drew a picture for Lu Qing, allowing the project to get back on track. Because of this, Lu Qing called Lin Yu for an hour, inviting him to join his team, appealing to his emotions and reason. Lin Yu could only politely decline. To persuade Lin Yu to invest in My Neighbor Totoro, Lu Qing also suggested that they could collaborate to attract sponsorship, which would increase their investment and ensure better quality production for the film. Having multiple production partners was indeed a good choice, as it could share the risks, and with money everyone could earn together. But the key was that Lin Yu didn't have money right now. 3 months of income had been used to buy a property in a school district, bringing him back to square one. So he told Lu Qing that they could collaborate on the next project. Lu Qing was very pleased to hear Lin Yu's words, because Lin Yu mentioned the next project, meaning they would still collaborate on another piece. As for why they weren't working together on My Neighbor Totoro, Lu Qing understood it to be because he wasn't strong enough. Teacher Ari Mang was definitely testing him, and if My Neighbor Totoro performed well, Teacher Ari Mang would let him take a gamble. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Yu didn't agree simply because he was broke. Lin Yu had indeed found another way to make money. With Lu Qing's workaholic attitude, collaborating on animation films in the future would still yield considerable income. It was time for lunch. Lin Yu had arrived at the company. Today he had another matter to discuss with Xiao Wanting regarding a new song. If it weren't for Xiao Wanting insisting on a face-to-face meeting, he felt there was no need to meet in advance. He had heard her songs and knew what type she excelled at. Lin Yu thought there was no need for prior communication, they could just meet directly when recording the song. However, what Xiao Wanting didn't know was that the songs were already in his mind and there was no need for creative discussions. Lin Yu couldn't say much, so he could only agree to meet. He had never met Xiao Wanting in person, but she was so famous that her news could be seen everywhere, so Lin Yu recognized her. Xiao Wanting also had never met Lin Yu in person, but she had secretly obtained a photo of Lin Yu's signing company from Qian Yu, marveling at his youth while unconsciously praising his looks in her heart. Since all of this was conducted secretly, the assistant was unaware. "Sister Wanting, you just wait in the room, I'll wait outside for Lin Yu," Wang Xiaodao said while adjusting her glasses. Xiao Wanting nodded. "Go ahead." Wang Xiaodao waited at the door for a long time before she realized that she didn't actually know Lin Yu. She only knew that Lin Yu debuted as a singer but had only released one single, with the rest being songs written for others. Although Wang Xiaodao is not a celebrity, having been an assistant to Xiao Wanting for so long, she is well aware of the twists and turns in the entertainment industry. Everyone entering the entertainment industry shares a common dream of stardom, regardless of gender. Anyone with a bit of looks hopes to make a name for themselves based on their appearance. Even those with average looks would seek to alter their image through external means, hoping to carve out a niche for themselves in the cutthroat entertainment world. Following this line of thought, who would not wish to show their face? After all, they have already signed with a big company like Shinkong, opening up endless possibilities, especially with the chief agent personally offering a golden opportunity. Wang Xiaodao could hardly think of any reason to remain ambitious in such circumstances. If she had to force a reason, it might be only one. Wang Xiaodao could hardly think of any reason to remain ambitious in such circumstances. If she had to force a reason, it might be only... Thinking of this, Wang Xiaodao couldn't help but sigh. Heaven really is unfair. Why can't talented people also possess beauty? Suddenly she felt a sense of relief. Could this be the reason for my lack of talent? Wang Xiaodao chuckled to herself. There were quite a few people in front of the cafe. Among the comers and goers, apart from the elderly man at the door, she hardly saw anyone fitting Lin Yu's character. After waiting for a while, she thought everyone looked like someone else, yet no one resembled Lin Yu. Wang Xiaodao decided to head back to find Xiao Wanting and ask for Lin Yu's phone number so she could call and inquire about what he was wearing and his distinguishing features to make it easier to pick him up. Wang Xiaodao walked up to Xiao Wanting's table. Sister Wanting, I don't know Lin Yu, so let's just call him. If we know what color he is wearing, it will be easier to recognize him. Xiao Wanting couldn't personally pick up Lin Yu, but she didn't want to lose her manners. After all, it was her invitation for Lin Yu to write songs. She took out her phone. Use my phone to call him. Just as she was about to hand her phone to assistant Wang Xiaodao, she raised her head and froze mid-motion. Wang Xiaodao followed Xiao Wanting's line of sight. Not far away, a tall and handsome man was walking towards them, appearing to be in his early 20s. Wang Xiaodao frowned slightly. The security guards were becoming increasingly careless, allowing anyone into the company's cafe. Although the cafe wasn't part of Shenkong's office area, it was a place for internal discussions and outsiders shouldn't be allowed to enter casually. Wang Xiaodao did not recognize the young man walking towards her. Even though he was very good looking, it was inappropriate for him to act like a fan. If he interfered with the idol's life, he wouldn't be a qualified fan. Having followed Xiao Wanting for so long, Wang Xiaodao had seen too many so-called fans with ulterior motives. There were rich kids and second-generation wealthy individuals all approaching with the hope of further interaction. Not a single one was a good person. Sister Wanting was in a rising phase in her career and she had no time to waste on them. Even if there was nothing, standing just a bit too close could lead to paparazzi taking photos, which could be twisted into a big story. Too many artists had suffered losses in this regard, and Wang Xiaodao as Xiao Wanting's personal assistant certainly wouldn't allow anything that could damage her boss image to happen. In just a few seconds, Wang Xiaodao mentally concocted various scenarios and solutions. She did not answer Xiao Wanting's call but quickly got up and ran a few steps forward. Hello, please do not proceed any further. This is the exclusive cafe of Shinkong Entertainment, a public area for internal company use and is not open to the public. Wang Xiaodao raised her tone sternly to assert her authority. This was the first step in her plan. Of course, if you have special means to enter, that is your ability, but ahead is a private area belonging to a certain star, so I hope you will stop here. Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment. He didn't understand why this girl had suddenly appeared to block him, but he recognized that it was indeed Xiao Wanting in the distance. It seemed that this girl was probably Xiao Wanting's assistant and might not know him. Lin Yu calmly said, I have business with teacher Xiao Wanting. He thought that if he made his intentions clear, the assistant would understand that they had an appointment. I am really sorry, but everyone who comes to find Sister Wanting has business to discuss, and it depends on what the business is. I am really sorry, but everyone who comes to find Sister Wanting has business to discuss, and it depends on what the business is. Our Sister Wanting is not someone just anyone can meet. Wang Xiaodao intentionally put on a fierce expression. The young assistant was quite protective. Perhaps there had been too many flies bothering Xiao Wanting that she had already developed a conditioned reflex. However, this is good for the artist, as the assistant should be the first line of defense for the artist. If anyone could bother the artist, how could they focus on their work? Lin Yu smiled. All right then. He turned and left. Wang Xiaodao was stunned for a moment. He was leaving just like that. Shouldn't he be more persistent? He gave up so quickly? Instead, Wang Xiaodao felt at a loss. Teacher Lin Yu. Hearing the hurried voice from behind, her body instantly froze. Lin Yu turned back to leave just as he noticed Xiao Wanting walking towards them. Lin Yu, teacher? Wang Xiaotao's mind buzzed. When Xiao Wanting handed her phone to Wang Xiaotao, she saw Lin Yu from a distance. Then Wang Xiaodao refused to take the phone and walked towards Lin Yu. Xiao Wanting thought Xiaodao was going to welcome teacher Lin Yu, so she didn't stop her. She couldn't hear what Wang Xiaodao and Lin Yu were saying, but she sensed that Wang Xiaodao was standing with her hands on her hips and her chest puffed out, which didn't seem like a pleasant conversation. Then she noticed Lin Yu was actually turning to leave. At this moment Xiao Wanting sensed something was off and quickly stood up to chase after them. The three of them sat at a round table. Wang Xiaotao's face burned painfully, turning red all the way to the roots of her ears. Having followed Sister Wanting for many years, she had never felt this embarrassed before. Not only did she block Lin Yu from meeting Sister Wanting, but she also thought Lin Yu was a rich second generation trying to harass Sister Wanting. Ah! Wang Xiaodao lowered her head, not saying a word, wishing she could disappear into her coffee cup. She truly hadn't expected Lin Yu to be this handsome. I'm really sorry, Xiaodao doesn't know you. Xiao Wanting smiled to ease the awkwardness. Lin Yu shook his head, not minding. Being serious and responsible at work is a good thing. Wang Xiaotao's head drooped even lower. If Lin Yu criticized her, she would feel better. Xiao Wanting glanced at Wang Xiaodao and lightly coughed. Wang Xiaodao was momentarily stunned. Hurriedly, as if recalling something, took out a USB drive from her bag and handed it to Xiao Wanting with her head down. This is a song I sang before, please listen to it first. Xiao Wanting smiled as she spoke. She knew Lin Yu was newly signed to Shenkong and feared he might not understand her vocal style and singing characteristics, so she had prepared a USB drive in advance. Lin Yu waved his hand, not accepting it. I've listened to your songs, I understand your singing habits and vocal range. Since he agreed to write songs for others, he naturally had to do his homework. Although Lin Yu was not very enthusiastic about fame at the moment, he was absolutely meticulous about the work that needed to be done. Xiao Wanting was somewhat surprised but felt very pleased. I'm not in a hurry, you can take your time writing. After all, I just released a new song in December. Xiao Wanting knew that writing a song wasn't easy, especially a tailored one. Previously, those top musicians in the music department, a group of people working together to tailor new songs for her, would take a month or even longer to produce satisfactory works. Let alone Lin Yu, who was working alone, it would be even more difficult. Xiao Wanting wasn't anxious, but Lin Yu was anxious. His bank account was running low and the salary earned from living off past glories was hardly sufficient. Lin Yu still wanted to buy a car and a second apartment. I'll send it to you as soon as I finish it won't take too long. Lin Yu didn't say he'd give it to her tomorrow, mainly because he had delivered previous songs the next day. Doing that too often would raise suspicion and would not be good to be seen as a monster. Just give it a couple of days, it can't be any longer, or he won't make it in time to release the song next month. When Xiao Wanting heard that it wouldn't take too long, she felt a surge of joy. This indicated that Lin Yu was very diligent in writing her song. In fact, there are many singer-songwriters in the company. Sometimes they invite each other to write songs, but most of the time they can't even finish writing songs for themselves. Who has the time to write songs for others? Therefore, most are just verbal commitments that end up unresolved. However, Lin Yu saying it wouldn't take too long should count as a good promise. The corners of Xiao Wanting's mouth involuntarily curled into a beautiful arc. Why does Xiao Wanting get a song written by him? I want Lin Yu to write one for me too. In the presidential suite of a hotel, Zhao Yanbing stared at the news on her phone and stomped her feet in fury. Zhao Yanbing was the newly rising star that Shenkong had been promoting recently. Having starred in several hit historical romance dramas, she had become immensely popular. After her breakout, her fame had been climbing steadily. With a solid fan base, many of Shenkong's premium resources were now being channeled toward her. Oh my dear, why are you so worked up over this? Chen Xiaola picked up the throw pillow from the floor and placed it back on the sofa. Aren't you and Qian Yu hired as agents at the same time? Everyone says you two are Sister Xiaohuan's right and left hands. So why can Qian Yu secure resources from Lin Yu's side, but you can't get them for me? Zhao Yanbing whined with a tearful voice. I did ask. I went to Sister Xiaojuan, but she said Lin Yu is very busy and doesn't have time to write songs for others. She also said the previous songs were all privately arranged by Lin Yu himself and she had no control over it. She also said this time Xiao Wanting approached Lin Yu on her own. Chen Xiaola tried to comfort her. It was true that Chen Xiaola had joined Shenkong at the same time as Qian Yu, and it was also true that he was one of Oyu Xiaohuan's trusted right-hand men. They were originally tasked with mentoring and managing new talents for Oyu Xiaohuan. One might assume that managing newcomers was a minor role, but in fact quite the opposite was true. The established top stars had already secured their business deals and resources, and many great scripts and opportunities came to them on their own. Public relations matters were also handled by the company's dedicated PR department. Meanwhile, newcomers had far more room to grow and more uncertain futures. Successfully guiding a newcomer to stardom was the true testament to an agent's capability. Of course, it also depended on the newcomer's own talent and qualities, but the agent's professional skills played an equally crucial role. A few years ago, Qian Yu took on Xiao Wanting, who was not highly regarded at the time. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Wanting's new song was released, she shot to instant fame, and within 2 years she became the reigning queen of the music scene. Every agent hoped their artists would become famous. Not only because an agent's income came from the artists but also because it brought great pride. Chen Xiaola had always been envious until Zhao Yanbing came along. The young woman, a graduate of the Yangjing Film Academy, was incredibly talented. Her very first production brought her modest success and a legion of fans. Riding on that initial popularity, she quickly landed a second role and shot up to become a rising star. Chen Xiaola had turned down all his other commitments to focus solely on Zhao Yanbing becoming her exclusive agent. There had never been any conflict between the two agents. Chen Yu's current roster consisted mostly of singers, while Chen Xiaola's sole artist Zhao Yanbing was an actress. Their resources rarely collided. There might be some overlap in commercial endorsements, but since the two female stars followed different career paths, there was no competition over brand ambassadorship either. But recently Xiao Wanting had started venturing into the acting world, and coincidentally Zhao Yanbing also wanted to try her hand at singing. At first Zhao Yanbing merely satisfied her musical itch by singing the ending themes and interludes for the dramas she starred in. Later Chen Xiaola asked Nang Gongyang to invite the golden music producers from the music department to write songs for Zhao Yanbing. But the reception was lukewarm. Despite Zhao Yanbing's popularity and solid fan base, her songs could barely crack the new music charts. One song barely managed to squeeze in, ranking only 9th. As two artists under Chen Yu suddenly rose to fame, Chen Xiaola began to notice a certain person. Lin Yu. Because the songs of Moran and Wen Ling, who had recently become famous, were both written by Lin Yu. At first he didn't think much of it. It wasn't until he saw in the group chat that Xiao Wanting had also invited Lin Yu to write a song and Lin Yu had agreed that he realized something was going on. That was when he understood it was no simple matter. Lin Yu was the only artist Yu Xiaowan managed personally. He was signed as a singer, yet he frequently wrote songs for other people. And all of those people were artists managed by Chen Yu. So Chen Xiaola went to Yu Xiaojuan only to receive the answer he got. Female artists always compare themselves to one another. Especially those who are proud and ambitious. They polished themselves down to every last strand of hair, so of course they would compare even that. Zhao Yanbing had risen to fame right after her debut without ever facing a setback. Naturally arrogant by temperament, after becoming famous everyone around her spoiled and indulged her, which only made her even more headstrong. Chen Xiaola knew exactly what kind of personality his artist had and how difficult she was to please, but what could he do? He had to indulge her, after all she was his own child. I don't care. I want to book Lin Yu too. I want him to write a song for me. Zhao Yanbing crossed her arms. He'll try to reach out. Chen Xiaola dared not make any bold promises, knowing that talented people often had peculiar temperaments, especially music producers. Lin Yu had finished writing the song for Xiao Wanting at home within a single day, but since he had said a few days, he couldn't possibly deliver it the very next day. He could only set it aside and delay for a couple of days. The mere thought that delaying the delivery to Xiao Wanting meant delaying the payday made him quite frustrated. Just then his phone rang. Another unfamiliar number? There had been quite a few unknown callers lately. If it were before, he would have simply hung up. But now earning money was the priority. Who knew this might be another patron bearing gifts? Hello, is this teacher Lin Yu? A man's voice came through the phone. Hello, yes, this is he. I am Zhao Yanbing's agent. My surname is Chen, given name Xiaola. You can call me Xiaola. Hello, Mr. Chen. Lin Yu could tell the man was older than him, and he wasn't comfortable with overly familiar forms of address from people he didn't know well. Chen Xiaola didn't mind the formality and got straight to the point. Yanbing greatly admires your talent and would like to invite you out to sit down and discuss matters of collaboration. Lin Yu had never heard of Zhao Yanbing before. Since signing his contract, he had been pursuing a path as a singer, so he had listened to songs by various popular artists, but he couldn't recall anyone by that name. Although he wanted to earn money, he couldn't accept just any offer. After all, he was signed with Shinkong and all his previous songs had been approved by Yu Xiaowan. Even if the songs weren't arranged by Yu Xiaowan herself, he had always consulted her directly or indirectly. Only with her consent would he take on the work. After all, everyone was from the same company, so the meat was still in the same pot. But he had no idea who Zhao Yanbing was, so he couldn't immediately agree. What if she was from another company? If he took the job and then couldn't explain it to Yu Xiaojuan, that would be a problem. Regarding work matters, I need to consult with my agent first before making any decisions, Lin Yu said calmly. Chen Xiaola found his reasoning reasonable and scheduled another call to follow up, then hung up. The call had been made right in front of Zhao Yanbing. He didn't agree right away. Zhao Yanbing said indignantly. Chen Xiaola shook his head. Lin Yu said he needed to ask his agent before giving an answer. Nonsense. Last time when Xiao Wanting DM'd him in the group chat to request a song, he directly said yes. Why didn't he need to ask his agent's opinion then? All the throw pillows on the sofa were hurled to the floor. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu searched online for information. No wonder he didn't recognize Xiao Yanbing. It turned out she was an actress. Moreover, she was a rising star recently and an artist under Sheng Kong. Many actors aspire to transition into singing thinking that singing is easy. They believe that singing, like acting in idol dramas, doesn't require much skill or foundation. Little do they know that singing requires more innate talent. Some people are born with beautiful voices while others are tone deaf with discordant tones. However, some pop songs indeed don't require complex singing techniques, but not everyone can sing them well. Xiao Wanting specifically hired a teacher to guide her transition from singer to actress, and she seriously analyzed her character, putting in considerable effort to successfully embody the role. Switching fields is like climbing a mountain. It's not easy. However, it doesn't exclude some actors who are naturally gifted with good voices. That is a gift from heaven. Talent is a mysterious thing that exists everywhere but cannot be clearly explained. Since she is an artist of the same company, Lin Yu thought it would be helpful and a way to earn money, making it a win-win situation. He checked the songs Xiao Yanbing had sung before. After listening for 10 minutes, his expression changed from calm to frowning, then to horror, and finally he shook his head in resignation. He finally understood why Sheng Kong's music department had so many excellent musicians. Her manager did not seek them out but instead came to him, who was hardly a professional musician. Was heaven feeding him with a spoon that poked at his throat? With such a voice, how could she think of singing? Moreover, what he listened to was a polished version. Sheng Kong claims to have 100,000 sound engineers. Even with such powerful post-production, the songs turned out like this. Lin Yu was glad he hadn't immediately agreed. He really couldn't write songs. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. If her singing had been even slightly better, he would have thought of suitable songs. In fact, many songs are just KTV level, but they are catchy and can become extremely popular, at least serving as choices for background music in short videos. But at least you should have KTV level skills. A gentleman has his principles. There are things he must and must not do. Some money simply cannot be earned. Suddenly he felt the money that was almost in hand slipped away, and he was quite unhappy. Lin Yu had indeed intended to inform Ou Xiao Wan about this. However, he now felt that this step could be skipped. It would be better to just refuse outright. The only reason to agree would be to make money. There are far too many reasons to decline. The next morning, as soon as Lin Yu arrived at the company, he was called to the office by Ou Xiao Wan. I heard you refused to write a song for Xiao Yanbing yesterday. Ou Xiao Wan asked calmly. Lin Yu responded with a light hum. Ou Xiao Wan smiled slightly. The reason is that I have arranged more work for you, so you don't have time to write songs. Lin Yu nodded. He had considered many reasons at the time and ultimately felt that using Ou Xiao Wan as a shield was the most suitable, as she was formidable enough that ordinary people would not dare to question her. Good reason, Ou Xiao Wan said, rubbing her nails. I think other reasons are less suitable. So putting the blame on me is the most appropriate. Lin Yu wanted to say yes, but fearing he wouldn't get to enjoy the company's free lunch today, he chose silence. Ou Xiao Wan shook her head with a smile. You the most cunning and clever, just don't apply these brain cells to work. I have been working. I wrote several songs in 3 months and each one made it onto the new song charts, Lin Yu firmly stated, refusing to let anyone say he wasn't working. Ou Xiao Wan clicked her tongue. How many did you sing yourself? They're all company songs. It doesn't matter who sings them, Lin Yu replied calmly. How can they be the same? Ou Xiao Wan raised her voice. Lin Yu had earned the money, but he lacked notoriety. He was well known in the circle, but fans generally only recognized the singers. How many knew who wrote the songs? Even if they did, the names and faces wouldn't match. That means he was just a behind the scenes worker. The artists in the performance department became behind the scenes workers, making clothes for others. However, this time Lin Yu refused Xiao Yanbing, and Ou Xiao Wan was still very happy. Lin Yu was finally starting to focus on his career. Are you starting to prepare to write a few songs for yourself? Ou Xiao Wan asked with a smile. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Not for the time being. Ou Xiao Huan's smile froze on her face. Isn't it hard to write songs for Xiao Wanting? It's easy to write, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Ou Xiao Wan completely did not understand Lin Yu's reasoning. She was indifferent to whom Lin Yu wrote songs for. As long as he had time to write, it didn't matter, because he was still a company artist and the profits wouldn't flow to outsiders. However, if Lin Yu didn't want to write, she wouldn't interfere, as her own career was the most important. Therefore, she always thought that Lin Yu's refusal of Xiao Yanbing was due to lack of time and that he wanted to write songs for himself. Ou Xiao Wan knew that Lin Yu neither knew Xiao Wanting nor Xiao Yanbing, and she dismissed personal feelings and the characters of both individuals. The compensation they could offer Lin Yu should be about the same, or Xiao Yanbing might even be more eager and willing to give Lin Yu a share of the profits. How could a kid like Lin Yu, who was so eager to make money, refuse a business that was guaranteed to be profitable? Then why did you refuse Xiao Yanbing? Because she sings terribly. Ou Xiao Wan exclaimed. Lin Yu calmly stated the facts. Ou Xiao Wan almost choked in disbelief. After a long time she couldn't help but laugh. Is Xiao Yanbing really that bad at singing? Oh, Yu Xiaowan had never heard Xiao Yanbing songs. Lin Yu sincerely nodded. Oh, Yu Xiaowan laughed for a long time, clutching her stomach before finally calming down and saying, although you are clever to use me as a scapegoat, others are not foolish. Recently, besides writing songs for Xiao Wanting, you have no other work. Indeed, Xiao Yanbing wouldn't dare question me, but she would hold a grudge against you. Female artists tend to remember slights, especially those from our company. Lin Yu shrugged. I don't care. Oh, Yu Xiaowan felt relieved. Lin Yu truly was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, a type of person who was almost extinct in the circle. Focusing solely on his career is what matters most. Xiao Yanbing is our company's latest star and the resources allocated to her are substantial. If you don't write for her, she will seek out the music department's Nan Gongyang and others to write for her. Once she has a song, it will be over. Oh, Yu Xiaowan analyzed. Lin Yu genuinely did not care. He was not competing with Xiao Yanbing for songs. He was a songwriter and such things depended on fate. Whoever he wanted to write for he would write for, even if he offended Xiao Yanbing, so what? He didn't need to care about her feelings. As the head of the performance department, Yu Xiaowan had a firm grasp on the personalities of her subordinates. She knew what kind of person Xiao Yanbing was, but only cared about whether she could bring profit to the company. Everything else was irrelevant. However, she also did not want conflicts to arise among the artists within the company and believed it best to avoid them. Xiao Yanbing's song is expected to be released in January. With so many people in the music department, the efficiency should be high. On your side, you only have one person. Xiao Wanting's song shouldn't come out so quickly, right? As long as the songs don't release in the same month, Xiao Yanbing won't stir up trouble. Xiao Wanting's song is already finished. Oh, Yu Xiaohuan's eyes widened. I just sent it to her this morning. Oh, Yu Xiaohuan's face lost all color. Xiao Wanting is a well-known workaholic, rarely having time to rest. After finally having half a day free, Chen Yu brought her a script to look at. Because of her high status in the music industry, she has a large fan base. She is also very dedicated to acting and her shows have good ratings. Now there are many people presenting scripts to Xiao Wanting. Good dramas and actors achieve success together. However, the higher your status, the better the quality of the scripts that want to collaborate with you. There are many actors of the same type and very few roles are indispensable. Some characters just become ingrained in the audience's mind after they are portrayed. If a different group of people were to reshoot, the results might not be as good. Without a comparison, it is hard to say which actor performed a role better given that there are many actors of the same type. The so-called affinity with the script is merely relative. While Xiao Wanting was reading the script, Chen Yu said beside her, we just released a song last month. It's actually fine if we don't release a new one this month. Take a look at these scripts and see which ones you liked. They are all for projects starting after the new year. Releasing songs and filming don't conflict with each other, Xiao Wanting said with a smile. But there has to be a song to release. Chen Yu understood that Xiao Wanting worked very hard, yet he still hoped she could slow down her pace. Releasing a new song is not like a small actor casually singing an opening or ending theme. Xiao Wanting's new songs are highly anticipated and even a slight misstep could lead to other singers using it against her. Chen Yu prefers stability in his work. He would rather do nothing than give opponents a reason to create negative news. Thus every song by Xiao Wanting is meticulously prepared. I have already met with Lin Yu and he agreed to help me write a song, saying he would do it as soon as possible. Xiao Wanting looked up with a smile. But writing a song isn't something that can be completed in a short time. Xiao Wanting thought for a moment and sighed quietly. That's true. At that moment the door opened and Wang Xiaodao rushed in out of breath, saying, it's here. What's here? Chen Yu asked with a frown. Xiao Wanting looked at her in confusion. Wang Xiaodao took a while to catch her breath. Lin Yu sent the song over? Xiao Wanting and Chen Yu exchanged astonished glances. Quick, let me listen to it. Xiao Wanting sat up straight. Wang Xiaodao hurriedly connected the speaker. Xiao Wanting and Chen Yu exchanged astonished glances. Quick, let me listen to it. Xiao Wanting sat up straight. Wang Xiaodao hurriedly connected. Chen Yu frowned slightly. Lin Yu wouldn't just casually send us something from his stockpile, would he? Xiao Wanting's originally excited expression froze on her face. That shouldn't be the case. What benefit would he have in casually sending something to us? Don't you know? Xiao Yanbing also invited Lin Yu to write a song. Chen Yu's expression turned serious. Xiao Wanting was unaware of this news, but she felt that even if Xiao Yanbing invited Lin Yu to write a song, it shouldn't be an issue. Lin Yu is a rising star in the company, and who wouldn't want to ride on that wave? So what does that mean? My singing style is not the same as Xiao Yanbing, so it shouldn't clash. The key point is Lin Yu rejected Xiao Yanbing. Chen Yu said with a cold smile. Xiao Wanting widened her beautiful eyes, unable to suppress a hint of pride in her heart. Why? He said that Sister Xiao Wan arranged many jobs for him and he couldn't spare time because he was writing a song for you. Chen Yu relayed the information he had gathered. So you're worried that what he writes for me is just a perfunctory effort? Xiao Wanting's eyes dimmed slightly. Chen Yu shrugged. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. If he can finish writing a song for you so quickly, there's no reason not to accept Zhao Yanbing's offer. You both have no prior relationship with him, so he should treat you both equally. Although Xiao Wanting really wanted to say that maybe Lin Yu appreciates her more and thus chose to write for her instead of Zhao Yanbing, it was merely her wishful thinking that was impossible. The last time they met, Lin Yu had been distant and focused solely on making money, and he had subtly hinted at profit sharing, which meant that Xiao Wanting was actually giving Lin Yu a cut. It was clear that Lin Yu was primarily interested in making money. If writing a song was that easy, wouldn't it be the same regardless of whom he was writing for? The thought made Xiao Wanting feel somewhat disappointed. Wang Xiaodao finally finished connecting the speaker and pressed play. There was no complex arrangement and the prelude slowly began to sound. On a cloudy day in a room without lights, when all thoughts gradually settle, is love truly a spiritual opiate or merely a trivial distraction at the end of the century? The 4 lines of the song felt like a conversation, yet also like a story being told with a distinctive rhythm. Chen Yu's initially furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Cigarettes create a halo and his photo just lies nearby, 2 silly people smiling sweetly. Xiao Wanting felt her heart race. The lazy yet controlled rhythm was something she had never tried before. Even though it was her first time hearing it, she couldn't help but hum along. The beginning is always wonderful, minute by minute. Everyone believes that passion will never fade except for that slight weariness after the excitement fades, perhaps like someone once said about insatiability, as one deserves what others have said about being heedless of caution. In short, in those years emotion triumphed over reason. Xiao Wanting felt her heart race. The lazy yet controlled rhythm was something she had never tried before. Even on a cloudy day in a room without lights, when all thoughts gradually settle, the doubts within love and desire are so evident, girls should step aside. Even if one experiences the minute details in this song to truly understand it, it may take several years. The lyrics of the second verse were different, depicting a girl growing from 16th filled with naive longing for love to a 26-year-old artistic young woman becoming worldly and melancholic through life's trials, finally coming to understand the stories that were incomprehensible in youth. Recalling that day, the noisy banquet, what was playing in my ears? Was it the prelude or the finale? Isn't love just a matter of mutual willingness? Ideally, love and hate should balance out, leaving neither party in debt. When it comes down to it, one party breaks free while the other picks up the pieces. A man need not argue excessively, and a woman truly need not appear pitiful. In short, in those years the two of you had no fate. Xiao Wanting stood up excitedly, completely immersed in the melody. She seemed to see a girl's journey of growth. There was sweetness, bitterness, sourness and spiciness. But more than anything, there was a sense of helplessness after experiencing it all. The girl's experiences seemed to mirror Xiao Wanting's own. She was young then, and so was he. After that there was nothing more to come. First love is always beautiful. Secretly liking someone is wonderful, but it isn't until you grow up that you realize how foolish you were, for he couldn't even make you happy. The song played through once. Again. And again. Wang Xiaodao unknowingly pressed the repeat button. After who knows how many times it played, Xiao Wanting turned off the speaker. Quick, book the recording studio for me. Wang Xiaodao hurriedly walked out, just reaching the door. Xiao Wanting continued, also invite teacher Lin Yu. Lin Yu was originally at home when Chen Yu begged him to come to the company to record a song. He did not expect Xiao Wanting to be so eager to record. He had just released a new song that ranked first on the new song chart in December. Logically, he should have kept the new song under wraps for a while and not rushed. He could wait until the heat of the previous song gradually diminished before releasing Lin Yu's new song. However, it didn't matter to Lin Yu when he released songs. After all, the earlier a song is released, the sooner it can make money. Shui Kai was momentarily stunned when he saw Lin Yu. What are you doing here? Before Lin Yu could answer, Shui Kai, as if discovering something incredible, pointed at Lin Yu with wide eyes and exclaimed, "It can be that you wrote this, right?" Lin Yu nodded. Shui Kai's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Are you even human? You must have a library of songs in your head." Chen Yu came out to check if Lin Yu had arrived upon hearing Shui Kai's voice. Upon seeing Lin Yu's half-body, he excitedly stepped out and said, "Teacher Lin, thank you for coming over so urgently. You've worked hard." While on the phone, Chen Yu was genuinely afraid Lin Yu would refuse or give a verbal agreement but then delay until the evening. In that case, they would just have to wait. Musicians and singers should mutually support each other, but when the power dynamics shift, the balance can tip. Whoever holds the stronger position wields more influence. Although Lin Yu's status in the company was not as high as Xiao Wanting's, everyone in the company knew of his abilities. If Lin Yu were to open up songwriting to others on a first-come, first-served basis, the singers from Xingkong Entertainment would be scrambling for it. Therefore, Chen Yu took a very humble approach when collaborating with Lin Yu to avoid conflict. He had already thought that if Lin Yu didn't arrive quickly, he would let Xiao Wanting rest in the car first and wait alone until Lin Yu on one side was an unapproachable musician and on the other he had to care for his own artist. Chen Yu felt caught in the middle and could only sacrifice himself. But Lin Yu surprisingly arrived so quickly. It was obvious he had received the call and set off immediately. Jian Yu felt so moved he almost wanted to cry. Naturally, Lin Yu could not be aware of Jian Yu's inner thoughts. Let's get started. Lin Yu was anxious because he had to pick up Xiao Mango from school later, so he was minding the time. If he ran out of time, he might really refuse. Xiao Wanting had originally planned to rest at home today and read a script, but suddenly received Lin Yu's song and was arranged to record it. At this moment, Xiao Wanting could be described with 4 words. Barefaced. Many female artists pay particular attention to their appearance as there are paparazzi everywhere. A single lapse in attention could lead to being photographed and criticized online for their looks. Even if fans defended them against malicious slander from rivals, it could still feel uncomfortable. Looks are something difficult to explain, but one can only swallow their bitterness. Especially since she had to come to the company where there were so many people. If competitors saw her, it would be like providing them with blackmail material. Many female artists endure long nights filming or attending events, facing significant psychological pressure. They often don't get enough rest, leading to poor skin condition. Under normal circumstances, they would not rush to the company without makeup. However, Xiao Wanting never had such concerns. It wasn't that she was confident in her looks, she simply did not care. She believed that her fans liked her for her music, not her appearance. Because of this personality, she gave off a sense of authenticity, which in turn increased fan loyalty. On the internet, there was a unanimous praise for Xiao Wanting's bare face. Xiao Wanting walked into the glass. Shuekai quietly said to Lin Yu, "In our company, not many people dare to come to work without makeup as boldly as Xiao Wanting does." Lin Yu did not even notice whether Xiao Wanting was made up or not, so upon hearing Shuekai's words, he instinctively glanced at Xiao Wanting inside the glass room. She looked just as she did the first time they met at the cafe. Shuekai continued with a smile, "Among our female artists, she is the prettiest without makeup." Lin Yu shifted his gaze back and continued adjusting the sound. He did not care who looked best without makeup, he only cared about who could record the fastest. You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with the melody and lyrics. Lin Yu treated everyone equally. When he recorded songs for Wenling and the others, he also only gave them 5 minutes to prepare. The higher the caliber of the artist, the better their basic skills should be. Lin Yu had no reason to go easy. If they didn't perform better than newcomers, he might have to question the credibility of this so-called superstar. Jian Yu was momentarily stunned. They had just received the song and only listened to it a few times before rushing over. Was 5 minutes really enough to prepare? He felt a bit worried. What if Xiao Wanting wasn't ready and it affected her reputation? Teacher Lin, why don't we let Wanting prepare for a few more minutes? We just received the song and really haven't had time to prepare. Jian Yu smiled and discussed with Lin Yu. If today doesn't work, then let's go back and prepare a bit more and record tomorrow. Lin Yu didn't act like a diva because he had to pick up his child from school. Jian Yu couldn't grasp Lin Yu's temperament and thought he was angry, unsure of how to respond. From the microphone came Xiao Wanting's voice, 3 minutes is enough. Jian Yu was so shocked he almost dropped his jaw. He knew Xiao Wanting's professional abilities, but she had always received the songs early and had thoroughly practiced at home before coming to the company to record. Learning how to sing in the recording studio would be quite unbecoming. The studio might not say anything, but they would definitely have a poor impression in their hearts. Since it was Xiao Wanting's first time learning a song on site, Jian Yu was a bit worried. After 3 minutes, Xiao Wanting gave an okay hand gesture. "Let's start," Lin Yu said calmly. Shuekai began adjusting the equipment as instructed. He was very curious about what kind of song Lin Yu could write for Xiao Wanting given his prolific output. As the song began, Shuekai's expression gradually changed. From curiosity to surprise and finally to enjoyment. Lin Yu silently applauded Xiao Wanting's singing in his heart. One could only say that Xiao Wanting's manager had too little understanding of her artistic abilities. Her musical attainment even made Lin Yu feel a bit ashamed. The recording went very smoothly, aside from a few small details that Lin Yu helped guide. If those were ignored, Xiao Wanting could be considered to have nailed it in one take. Jian Yu had already told Shuekai not to mention anything about Xiao Wanting's recording to others. Shuekai nodded in agreement. He knew that many artists would keep the release of new songs secret, mainly to avoid other singers in the company from deliberately competing. Even though they were from the same company, the competitive nature remained. The company's big pie was limited. If someone took a piece, they could share more. What they did not know was that on another floor of Shinkong Music Department, others were secretly recording new songs. 3 days later, it happened to be January 1st. In this world, New Year's Day is also celebrated. On this day, schools and businesses close, and those who must work will receive overtime pay. Thus, on January 1st, many fans will be waiting in their beds for updates on new songs. With everyone off from work and school, they naturally keep a close eye on various online developments. Artists preparing to compete on the charts in January have already begun to warm up for their new songs since the end of December, with platforms scrambling to create hype. Zhao Yanbing is a favored female artist of Shenkong, currently a prominent rising star. For a celebrity like her to release a new song, especially one that is not just an opening or ending theme, Shenkong places significant importance on it. Regardless of whether it's a large company or a small one, resources are limited. Although large companies may seem to have more resources, they also have more artists, making it impossible to evenly distribute opportunities. Now that Zhao Yanbing's momentum is strong, the company provides ample resources for whatever she wishes to do. After the explosive promotion at the end of December, news of her upcoming new song has been trending. Although she wants to ask Lin Yu to write her song, the decision to release a new song is not a sudden whim. She had communicated with the music department long ago, and the higher-ups, valuing this rising star, directly assigned a top-tier musician to work on it. During the promotion, fans are aware that Zhao Yanbing is set to release a single, but they do not know what the song is, creating a sense of anticipation among them. "Oh my lady, why are you still awake?" Chen Xiala said to Zhao Yanbing, who was still scrolling through her phone. "I'm waiting for the new song release." Zhao Yanbing continued to scroll through news about herself. Chen Xiala sat down beside her with a smile. "You seem more invested in the new song release than you were for the premiere of the drama. Isn't that different?" "I excel in dramas. Singing is just something we are just starting with." Zhao Yanbing replied without looking up, continuing to browse her phone. "As far as I know, our company knows you are releasing a song, and aside from new artists who must release songs, no established singers have been scheduled to release songs." Chen Xiala wore a smug smile. Zhao Yanbing looked at him. "Isn't Xiao wanting releasing a song? I haven't heard any updates about Lin Yu writing for her?" Chen Xiala smirked. "Are you silly? Lin Yu is just one person. Even if he were an octopus, he couldn't possibly write a song in such a short time. You think a song can just be hummed? It requires lyrics arrangement. It's a very tedious process. We informed the music department a month in advance, and a team of top musicians has been assigned to write your song, which is how this single came about." Zhao Yanbing nodded in understanding. Initially, she wanted to invite Lin Yu to write a song, hoping to keep a backup plan. The music department had already started creating for her, and even without Lin Yu, Zhao Yanbing could still compete on the charts. And look at what resources you have available. All the major platforms are promoting you as if they were giving it away for free. After midnight, I'll talk to Sister Xiao Wan to ensure we get a top placement on the platform. Chen Xiala was already looking forward to Zhao Yanbing's song topping the new song charts. Last month, Xiao Wanting had topped the new song charts, bringing joy to Xie Yu for a whole month. Chen Xiala had been secretly competing with Xie Yu in his heart. That's why he focused on mentoring Zhao Yanbing after her rise to fame, hoping to cultivate her into an artist like Xiao Wanting. He hoped Zhao Yanbing could top the new song charts in January. Although the competition in January is different from December, the honor of topping the charts remains the same. Did Sister Xiao Wan really agree to help me get a top placement? Zhao Yanbing asked excitedly. Chen Xiala waved his hand. She said that as long as the song is released and stays in the top 5 for 24 hours without competition from other singers in our company, she will ensure you get a top placement. Don't worry. Zhao Yanbing mentally reviewed the artists that Shenkong had officially announced would release songs in January, and it seemed there was no one who posed a threat to her. The only remaining condition is to stay in the top 5, which should be no problem considering she has a fan base. It's here, look. The new song has been released," Chen Xiala said. At the same time, all new songs appeared on the music website. The initial ranking was unordered, simply based on the alphabetical order of the initial letters. The subsequent sorting would be based on download volume. Zhao Yanbing and Chen Xiala simultaneously scrolled through their phone screens. Almost at the same time, their expressions froze. "Xiao Wanting. Xiao Wanting." Zhao Yanbing suddenly looked up. "Didn't you say Xiao Wanting wouldn't release a new song?" Chen Xiala's head buzzed. He had clearly inquired, and indeed everyone was unaware of Xiao Wanting's new song, and no prior promotions had been made. For a singer of her level, releasing a new song without promotional resources is impossible. Chen Xiala was confused. "Have you ever heard any news about her releasing a new song?" "There hasn't been a peep." Zhao Yanbing had also privately inquired about the artists in their company releasing songs in January and confirmed there was no Xiao Wanting. It seemed she remembered something and quickly lowered her head to open the song. "Lin Yu. Is it really Lin Yu?" Zhao Yanbing exclaimed, almost shouting Lin Yu's name. Lin Yu alone could rival an entire team of top-tier musicians in the music department. Zhao Yanbing had already downloaded the song. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Yu's name was prominently listed as the composer, lyricist and arranger. Lin Yu alone could rival an entire team of top-tier musicians in the music department. Zhao Yanbing had already downloaded the song. In the large room, Xiao Wanting's voice began to resonate. As the song reached 1/3 in, both of them appeared ashen. At the Yangjing Music Academy forum. Didn't Xiao Wanting just release a new song last month? How could she have another single already? There was no promotion beforehand. Quick download and listen. Damn, when will I be able to be like Lin Yu, a one-man team? My name should be behind the composer, lyricist and arranger too. There was no promotion beforehand. Quick download and listen. Damn, when will I be able to be like Lin Yu, a one-man team? My name should be... Why do I feel like Miss Wanting's singing is different from before? That's because the song Lin Yu wrote is different from the previous musicians at Shengkong. It's so beautiful, I feel like crying. I seem to see a girl transforming from innocence to maturity. Lin Yu truly brings glory to us musicians. Gaze from the composition department, doghead. What are you thinking? I heard from a senior that Lin Yu is signed with Shengkong's performance department. He debuted as a singer. Gaze from the vocal department, doghead. You all should take a break. Lin Yu is from the performing arts department at Yangjing Film Academy. He hasn't studied vocals or composition at all. Xiao Wan is the chief agent of the Shengkong Performing Arts Department. If the department is a pyramid, she is the woman sitting at the top. She understands the intrigues among artists and the subtle competitions among agents. She sees through it but chooses to remain silent, allowing them to play under her watch. As long as they do not engage in actions that harm the company's image, Xiao Wan never interferes. She has always believed that everyone in the Performing Arts Department is completely under her control. Because everyone shares the same desire to become famous. Artists want fame and agents want their artists to be famous. As long as Xiao Wan holds the greatest resources of Shengkong and wields the most significant influence, all artists and agents must listen to her. This confidence only lasted until Lin Yu appeared. After Lin Yu's arrival, all the rules were shattered. There was a man young yet mature and steady in character. He possessed both looks and talent, and he was a single father. Any one of these attributes, if magnified and hyped, could pave the way for someone's rise to fame. But he did not want to be famous. While others are desperate for fame, this person truly does not want to be in the spotlight. He only wants to make money. If it were any other artist with such strange thoughts, their agent would firmly tell them that only by becoming thoroughly famous can they earn money. Fame and wealth are interdependent. This statement is absolutely correct. Only by becoming famous can one attract more resources, gain more fans, and with a fan base have more performance opportunities, earning money through constant exposure. However, this mindset, which had been as solid as steel in Xiao Huan's mind, was completely overturned after Lin Yu appeared. Because he truly did not need to be in the spotlight to earn money. Moreover, he would send his child to school and pick them up afterward. Unlike those artists who are busy running around for gigs, he hardly works. Besides occasionally enjoying free lunch in the cafeteria, he is rarely seen. Xiao Wan really wanted to scold Lin Yu and give him a wake-up call, but she found herself at a loss. Because not only could he earn money, but he also brought profits to the company. What could she possibly say? Xiao Wan leaned back in her office chair, gazing at the ceiling and reflecting on life. Last night all the new songs for January had been released, and after 12 hours of competition, results were beginning to emerge. The top spot prominently displayed a song title. Overcast? She had played it on loop countless times. Now she could directly sing it in the recording studio. Xiao Wan felt fortunate that she had rushed to sign Lin Yu at his home. She was glad she had not given up due to pride. Fortunately, she had signed such a unique talent. Otherwise, whether he had been signed by Modern Fruits or any other company, the artists bouncing around on the new song charts these past few months would have been from other firms. Aside from not wanting fame, Lin Yu was nearly perfect in Xiao Huan's eyes. He was not like some musicians who after releasing a few hits become arrogant and vanish. Nor was he like some artists who after gaining a bit of fame become conceited and inflated. Lin Yu treated this as merely a job, a means to earn money, taking the money he deserved and doing what he needed to do. Xiao Wan was frustrated by his lack of ambition, but it was really just a pity for his looks. He was so handsome, why not show himself off a bit? Whenever Lin Yu took on private jobs, he would proactively inform Xiao Wan. She believed that if she told him he couldn't take a certain job, he would obediently reject others. Xiao Wan suddenly found that being such a competent agent felt rather meaningless. She didn't need to manage his public relations, find him resources, negotiate for him, or even arrange his work. As long as she received her share of the earnings each month. This was the first time she encountered such a worry-free artist. Would such a man end up making her lazy? On the other side, Xiao Wanting, though not new to releasing songs, still took her new song seriously. This was her first time releasing a song without any promotion directly. Without any groundwork, she wanted to see how much pulling power her song really had. First, Wanting, you are now number one. Chen Yu almost shouted the word first. Initially, when Xiao Wanting insisted on quietly releasing her song without the company's resources or promotion, he strongly opposed it, but eventually relented after being unable to convince her. Aside from Lin Yu and Shui Kai within the company, only Xiao Wan knew. Because releasing a new song couldn't possibly avoid going through Xiao, and Lin Yu would inform her as well. Chen Yu knew that Chen Xiela was inquiring whether Lin Yu's song was ready. He spread the rumor that it was not. I truly admire you, this is the result of ability. We don't need promotion to stand tall at the top. Jian Yu spoke with a tremor in his voice filled with excitement. Xiao Wanting shook her head. My own ability accounts for only a small part, most of it is due to Lin Yu's excellent songwriting. If this song had been given to someone else they would also achieve decent results. Jian Yu thought about praising Xiao Wanting again but felt her words made sense, so he changed the subject, saying Zhao Yanbing ranked 5th and started promoting since the end of December. Early promotion does have some effect. Let's not worry about others, we need to stay steady ourselves. In Xiao Wanting's mind, Overcast should be number 1. If it was not first, there was only one reason: it was her own problem. Jian Yu nodded. Xiao Wanting's clarity made him very happy. By the way, will Sister Xiao Huan help us? Xiao Wanting had never actively asked Jian Yu for resources before, but this time she really wanted Overcast to maintain its number 1 position. She knew that if she didn't want it, others in the company would, which could threaten her ranking. Although she was confident enough, she did not want any mishaps. Jian Yu chuckled. Sister Xiao Huan said that as long as we rank in the top 5 and there are no other artists from the same company ahead of us, she can help us get a pin promotion. Xiao Huan generally treats all her excellent artists equally, focusing solely on business performance and trying to avoid personal biases. She strives to avoid commenting on personal character. Her position must be this way: if personal bias is involved, it could compromise her judgment of the artists due to emotional reasons. Xiao Huan said the same thing to Chen Yu and Chen Xiaola. Chen Xiaola slowly put down the phone, his expression serious. So what did Sister Xiao Huan say? Sister Xiao Huan said that the promotion before the song release was something Xiao Wanting requested to forego, so the company allocated all promotional resources to you. But after the song is released, the company will only concentrate resources on those with better rankings. Zhao Yanbing slumped on the sofa like a deflated balloon. During the New Year holiday, Lin Yu differed from the company's artists who had no fixed vacation throughout the year. His holiday was the same as Xiao Mango's. As long as the child wasn't home, Lin Yu could do anything. If the company had matters, he would go without any issue of unwillingness to sacrifice personal time. But if the child was at home, no matter who called, he wouldn't go. The little one was on holiday at home for New Year, and Lin Yu was also on holiday at home. Other artists were surely eyeing the new song chart or participating in various commercial activities during the New Year, and actors in film sets didn't even have the concept of holidays. But Lin Yu was different. He increasingly found this kind of life pleasant. "Daddy, I can't draw well, can you help me?" said the little one in a coquettish tone. The little one pouted. Lin Yu tapped Xiao Mango's head lightly. "No, being lazy, draw it yourself." The little one rubbed her head and pouted. "HMPH, if Daddy doesn't help me, what if other kids' parents help them draw and they're all pretty, but only my promotional poster is the ugliest, and everyone sells all their goods but only I can't sell any? What should I do?" The little one pouted with her hands on her chest, looking serious yet unreasonable. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at her. What the little one said seemed to have some logic. After all, she was young, and completing the flea market activity poster alone was indeed difficult. If he didn't help at all, as Xiao Mango said, what if other kids' posters all looked nice but only hers didn't? The teacher would take photos and videos and post them in the group. Not only would the little one feel embarrassed, but he would also feel awkward seeing it. "I can help, but I can only give you ideas. The main designer and painter should be yourself," Lin Yu said seriously. Lin Yu said with a serious expression. Hearing that, Daddy agreed to help. The little one nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice. Xiao Mango had just started learning to write and couldn't recognize or write many characters. So Lin Yu helped write the big characters in artistic fonts and the little one colored them in. As for drawing, Lin Yu absolutely wouldn't help, believing that the more imaginative and less realistic a child's drawing was, the cuter it would be. He couldn't let adult thinking limit the child's imagination. So he would only give suggestions when the little one asked what to draw on the poster. Also suggestions on composition. Sometimes the little one would draw a pattern too large and only at the end realize that part of it couldn't fit on the paper. So Lin Yu would remind her beforehand to draw smaller. The peaceful scene between father and daughter didn't last long, as they would start bickering over which color looked better. "Xiao Mango, how can you paint it purple? The first character is blue, so let's color the second one yellow to make it stand out," Lin Yu said. Lin Yu took the purple marker from her and put a yellow one in her hand. The little one frowned. "I don't want to. He'll paint whatever color I want. Purple is pretty, so I want purple." "Daddy, you have no sense of aesthetics at all. Where does purple look good? It clashes with blue. Either paint it all blue or use yellow or orange for a clearer distinction," Lin Yu said. Lin Yu didn't want his aesthetics questioned by a 6-year-old. The little one ignored her father's persuasion and filled in the artistic font with the purple she liked. In this round of the battle, Lin Yu ended up losing. Where was a father's dignity? Lin Yu was unhappy, very unhappy, saying, "You asked me to help, but you don't give me any say." Lin Yu turned his face away and said sulkily, "Xiao Mango, draw it yourself. Daddy won't help anymore." Xiao Mango pouted, also sulking with her father. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone rang. He made a face at the little one, got up and went to the living room to answer. Lin Yu, you already knew, right? Oh, you, Xiao Huan's voice came through the receiver. No, what? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Overcast sky became number 1. Oh, you, Xiao Wan was surprised that Lin Yu didn't react immediately. Lin Yu calmly said, oh, I didn't know. Don't you know? She wondered. Oh, you, Xiao Wan felt something was off, or why did it seem embarrassing that she knew? Oh, you, Xiao Wan shook her head with a wry smile. This wasn't the first time had done such a silly thing, so she patiently explained the new song chart to Lin Yu, who didn't care about it at all. Other musicians say every song they wrote is like their child, so they cherish it. How can you be so indifferent to your own songs? Oh, you, Xiao Wan couldn't help but ask. Oh, you, Xiao Wan couldn't help but question. I have a child, Lin Yu said in a calm, unruffled tone. Oh, you, Xiao Wan slapped her forehead in wrong. I apologize, I'll self-reflect. You're right about everything. The new song chart was crucial for singers. Its ranking was like fans' recognition of them. There was no faucet in these results. If a song was good, people would pay to download it. TV dramas were free, so even if they were bad, people would endure them, but movies were more realistic. Or would the public spend the price of a movie ticket to watch it? The answer was not necessarily. Singers cared about the new song chart, but he wasn't a singer, so why should he care? After hanging up, Lin Yu had no intention of even glancing at the new song chart. Since Qiu Wanting is now at number 1, she would do everything to keep that position. Lin Yu put his phone away and prepared to continue drawing the flea market poster with the little one. The little one had been listening closely to her father's movements. She had argued with him, but since she had no mother and her father was busy making a living with little time for her, Xiao Mango felt very insecure. So when Lin Yu went out to answer the phone, Xiao Mango was afraid that her father wouldn't come back to draw the poster with her. While her father was on the phone, the little one had no mind for drawing. She just listened intently, fearing that her father wouldn't return after the call. Lin Yu put down the phone, worried about the little one, and wanted to secretly see what she was doing while he was on the phone. So Lin Yu walked softly toward the little one's room, deliberately making no sound. The little one was listening for her father's voice. But her father deliberately made no sound. One wanted to hear, the other deliberately kept her from hearing. Just now the sound of her father's phone call was audible, but suddenly there was silence. The little one waited a while but still heard nothing, so she became a bit anxious. Lin Yu had already tiptoed along the wall to her door, deliberately leaning against the wall to avoid being seen. She wondered, what is Daddy doing? Is he really ignoring me? Why is there no sound? Lin Yu thought, what is she doing? I can't hear any drawing sounds. Could she be upset about what I said earlier? Xiao Mango couldn't sit still anymore and stood up to look outside the door. Lin Yu, worried, stepped away from the wall and looked into the room. Their eyes met. They were both startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lin Yu picked up Xiao Mango and spun her around again and again. The first day of school after the New Year's holiday marks a significant event at My Bay Kindergarten, the annual flea market. The children bring their unused toys and books to set up stalls for sale. To attract customers, each child must create an A3-sized poster. The toys for sale cannot be priced over 10 yuan. Each child is only allowed to bring a maximum of 10 significant event at My Bay Kindergarten. Little Mango is now in the big class. In her previous small and medium classes, her posters were hastily drawn by herself due to her father's busy work lacking any appeal. Moreover, she had no extra toys to sell, and parting with any of her toys would be heart-wrenching, so she generally did not take anything to sell. She also hesitated to spend money on toys she liked. As a result, during the flea market activities of the past 2 years, she was merely a bystander, not participating properly, at most helping her friends sell their goods. However, this time was different. Over the past few months, her father bought her many toys, and she finally had toys she didn't want to play with, toys she could sell without feeling regret, and the financial means to spend 10 yuan without worry. She also had a large poster completed with her father's help. Excited, she was the first to arrive at the kindergarten, holding the big poster high with both hands, afraid that any careless movement would damage it. She also had a large poster completed with her father's help. Excited, she was the first to arrive at the kindergarten, holding the big poster high with both hands, afraid that any After all, even if she didn't want to play with them, the toys still belonged to her. But once sold, they would belong to someone else, and she would never see them again. Lin Yu noticed the little one's reluctance to part with any of the toys. Her beautiful brows were in a tight knot resembling two caterpillars intertwined. Unable to bear it, he promised the little one that for every toy she sold, he would buy her another. Hearing her father's promise, she finally felt able to sell her toys. After all, new toys would still be bought. She lined up her toys and ultimately selected 5. She carried the 5 carefully chosen toys in her backpack. She gently caressed the 5 toys, which included plush toys, Barbie dolls, and a wind-up airplane. The teacher had already moved the tables and chairs to the back of the classroom, and the children were selling their toys and books in the open area in front. She gently caressed the 5 toys, which included plush toys, Barbie dolls, and a wind-up airplane. The teacher had already moved the tables and chairs to the back of the classroom, and the children were selling their toys and books in the open area in front. Each class of children had an opportunity to collectively shop in other classes. Classes that did not get their turn to shop could only sell from their own positions. The prices of Little Mango's toys were low, ranging from 1 to 5 yuan. When the first class came to shop, she managed to sell all 5 toys due to her eye-catching poster, low prices and high value for money. Having sold all her goods and with money in hand, she began to wander around the stalls of her classmates. "How much is this?" she asked, pointing at a toy bow and arrow. 10 yuan, Yuan Bao replied earnestly. "So expensive?" Little Mango raised her pretty chin. Yuan Bao, eager to sell his toys, had not sold anything yet, and seeing other children successfully opening their stalls made him anxious. What he didn't realize was that he hadn't made any transactions because his toy prices were set too high. Each child was only allowed to bring 10 yuan, but his toys were priced at 10 yuan. Which child would be willing to spend all their money on just one toy? Moreover, there were still several classes left to shop. What if there were better toys later? Therefore, everyone just picked up his toys to look at them, asked the price, and then put them down to leave. The children still didn't know how to bargain. But Little Mango did. "If you lower the price, I'll buy it," she said, crossing her little arms. It was the first time a child had bargained with Yuan Bao and had said they would buy if the price was lowered. Yuan Bao replied naively, "How much do you want?" Little Mango extended one finger, saying, 1 yuan, I will buy it. Yuan Bao's eyes widened in delight. He didn't care about the amount, only the phrase, "I will buy." He nodded vigorously, "Okay." In this way, Little Mango bought a toy bow and arrow for just 1 yuan, even though it still had its original price tag of 10 yuan. Satisfied, she walked away and then came to another stall, spotting a beautiful plush kitten. "How much is this?" She pointed at the kitten. Yuan blinked her eyes happily, replying, 10 yuan. Just like Yuan Bao, she had set the price of the toy too high, so 10 yuan no one would buy it. However, most children wouldn't negotiate and just looked before putting it down, even though the kitten was very cute. Using the same method, Little Mango tilted her chin, saying, "If you lower the price, I'll buy it." Yuan, eager to sell, weakly asked, "How much do you want?" Little Mango thought the plush kitten was more fun than the bow and arrow, extending 2 fingers, 2 yuan, I'll buy it. Yuan clapped her hands in joy. Great. With the exchange of money for toys, Little Mango gradually bought toys from 4 or 5 classmates, all at low prices of 1 to 2 yuan. As the next class of children began to shop, Little Mango hurriedly returned to her stall with her loot. "How much is this bow and arrow?" a chubby little boy asked. Little Mango held up 3 fingers, 3 yuan. The boy happily took out 3 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Little Mango, taking the toy bow and arrow. "How much is this plush kitten?" a little girl with a ponytail asked as she picked up the kitten. Little Mango saw that she really liked the kitten and smiled, extending her chubby little hand. 5 yuan. The little girl, showing no hesitation, hugged the kitten tightly and happily handed Little Mango 5 yuan. In this way, Little Mango sold all her toys at a profit. Having earned quite a bit of money, they were from the big class. It was their turn to shop in other classes. Some children in the class had run out of money, while others only had a few coins left. Little Mango was truly a little rich girl. After a shopping spree, she ended up with a large bag of toys. Counting her remaining money, she found she still had a total of 15 yuan left. Little Mango did a simple subtraction. 15 minus 5 equals 5 yuan. Having sold 5 toys, she gained 10 toys. She made a profit. Hee. In the afternoon after school, Lin Yu saw a small figure in the crowd holding a large bag stuffed with various toys. Lin Yu hurriedly approached and picked up the bag. "So many. Did you buy them all?" Lin Yu incredulously opened the bag to examine the assortment of toys inside. The little one tilted her head proudly. "Yes, I bought them all." "Can you really buy so many toys for just a few bucks?" "You must have spent all your money," Lin Yu guessed, thinking that the pricing of toys by the children was quite low. The little one had 10 yuan and could probably buy a bag full of toys by selling some of her own. The little one mysteriously took out her small wallet. "Look, Daddy." Lin Yu casually opened the wallet and counted the money, his eyes widening in surprise. 15 yuan. The little one nodded proudly. "You even made a profit." Lin Yu could hardly believe his eyes. "Of course. Not only did I buy toys, but I also made money." While Lin Yu was puzzled about how the Little Mango managed to buy a bag of toys and still make a profit, their homeroom teacher Chen Jiao happened to walk over after sending the kids off, smiling. "Your Little Mango might be quite the negotiator." Some of the other kids priced their toys too high, others just looked but didn't buy them. Little Mango was particularly good at bargaining, buying toys from her classmates at low prices and then selling them at higher prices to kids from other classes. As a middleman, she reportedly made quite a bit of money before starting to buy the toys she liked. When little Mango was trading, Chen Jiao as the homeroom teacher witnessed everything. At that time she thought about telling Mango's dad about it. Such a clever little head would be ashamed not to go into business in the future. Lin Yu finally understood why the little one could buy so many toys and still make money, gently ruffling the little one's hair. The little one tilted her head with a smile resembling a well-behaved kitten. Lin Yu carried the bag and held the little one's hand as they walked home. Since moving into their new home, Lin Yu and the little one's life had become more colorful with a new place to go on weekends. Lin Yu could feel that the little one's personality had changed since their first meeting a few months ago. Children are sensitive, they cannot hide their feelings, yet they are also forgetful, quickly forgetting unhappy moments. Back home, the little one excitedly jumped onto the windowsill, her little feet dangling below her slender legs swaying. Although teacher Chen Jiao had already informed the dad about her earnings, the teacher did not provide the details. Lin Yu noticed that the little one was eager to boast about it and specifically said, "Can you tell Daddy about it?" Even if Daddy didn't ask, little Mango was ready to share the story of today's flea market. Since Daddy asked, it was even better, perfectly aligning with the little one's thoughts. "Today my first low-priced purchase started with Yuan Bao. His bow and arrow were priced too high at 10 yuan, the other kids wouldn't buy them. Later I bargained asking if 1 yuan would work and he surprisingly agreed. Then I spent 2 yuan to buy a plush kitten from Yuan. And then?" The little one chattered non-stop, and when she spoke proudly, Lin Yu would clap and cheer, laughing along with her. The little one's laughter was so innocent and pure, while Lin Yu admired her business acumen in his heart. However, the little one had no ulterior motives while doing these things, she simply had the innocent thoughts of a cute little girl. The entire evening was spent in pride and praise for the little one. The next morning, just after Lin Yu dropped little Mango off at school, a call from Lu Qing came in right on time. Lin Yu did not hide the fact that he had a child. During their chats he mentioned that he would pick up and drop off the child at fixed times. After school he could barely use his phone, so for matters requiring lengthy discussions it was better to do so during the day while the child was at school. So Lu Qing timed his call with Lin Yu. "Hey there brother, did you just drop the kid off at kindergarten?" Lu Qing's cheerful voice came through the receiver. If Lin Yu did not know Lu Qing's way of handling things, he would have suspected he had installed a tracker. It seemed that every time they discussed matters related to My Neighbor Totoro, it was right after Lin Yu had dropped his child off at kindergarten. "Are you spying on me?" Lin Yu joked seriously. Lu Qing quickly denied. "Brother, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Aren't you only free between dropping your child off and picking her up? I just wanted to chat with you a bit more. It's your fault for having such a fixed schedule. You drop the child off at the same time every day, so I just happened to catch you at that moment." Lin Yu was joking, so he naturally didn't mind Lu Qing's explanation. However, Lu Qing was right, he did indeed drop little Mango off at kindergarten at 8:20 every day. Since the time they leave each day is fixed and the distance is short, it takes them 10 minutes to walk, so it happens to be at 8:20. If there were any differences, it wouldn't exceed a minute. It's just that precise. If one pays attention, it's not surprising to catch the timing. "What do you need me for?" Lin Yu had a very good impression of this friend he had never met. Lu Qing was a hard-working person who was also crazy about his work. He finds joy in work, and that joy has nothing to do with money. Lu Qing's tone involuntarily rose. "My Neighbor Totoro has been completely produced. We will start promoting it this month. If all goes well, it could be released by the end of the month or at the latest early next month. Now we just need a theme song, and Chi has outsourced the project to Shen Kong." Lin Yu marveled at the hard-working efficiency of Lu Qing. Although it was an animated film, the number of actors and other uncertainties involved in live-action filming were much fewer, reducing delays. However, this kind of speed is likely unprecedented. The theme song has also been outsourced to Shen Kong, and he wondered what kind of song Nan Gongyang and their music department would come up with. In the past, the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro was not as popular as that of Spirited Away. As Lin Yu pondered, Lu Qing continued. "Last time the theme song for Spirited Away was outsourced to Shen Kong. What did you think of it?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Lu Qing asked him about the theme song. He thought for a moment and replied it was pretty good. Lu Qing was obviously dissatisfied with Lin Yu's evaluation. "Pretty good? Is that all?" "It was extremely good. That's why I insisted on having Shen Kong do the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro as well." Lin Yu simply hummed in agreement. He only said it was pretty good out of modesty. In fact, he thought it was excellent. However, Lu Qing did not know that Arimang was Lin Yu. This time he did not intend to intervene. This was the music department's own matter, and they should handle their own business. "I specifically requested that Shen Kong bring back the same musicians who worked on the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro. That musician seemed to be called Lin Yu." "Lin Yu?" Lu Qing excitedly rambled on about a lot of things while Lin Yu simply listened attentively. After their previous conversations, he already knew the level of Lu Qing's my neighbor Totoro. Lin Yu enjoyed collaborating with Lu Qing not only because he worked hard but also because this guy was very open to advice. There's a saying, those who listen to advice eat well, and he belonged to the type who could indeed eat well. Perhaps it was due to his trust in Lin Yu that Lu Qing accepted everything Lin Yu said unconditionally. Whatever Lin Yu described Totoro to be, Lu Qing would draw it just that way. When Lin Yu suggested how Xiao Mango and Totoro should meet for the first time, Lu Qing would paint it according to his vision, never doubting Lin Yu's professionalism. Though Lin Yu wasn't a professional artist, he had a clear image of what Totoro was like in his mind. While giving Lu Qing suggestions, he wasn't too worried if the other party chose not to listen. After all, the storyline was good and the people in this world had never seen the original My Neighbor Totoro, so they might actually prefer Lu Qing's version. However, he underestimated his own position in Lu Qing's heart. That fellow Lu Qing insisted on making it exactly like the Totoro in Lin Yu's heart before he felt satisfied enough to move on to the next step. Just after Lin Yu hung up on Lu Qing, his phone rang again. "Lin, where are you? Are you coming to the company today?" The rough voice of Nan Gongyang came through the phone, deliberately adopting a flattering tone that sounded quite awkward. Lin Yu initially didn't want to return to the company. Although the new house didn't require renovation, the little one was a princess and needed some soft furnishings. He had been too busy lately and thought he could finish decorating the house before the child's winter break, but now he found he would have no time once the break began. Lin Yu remained silent and Nan Gongyang grew anxious. "If there's nothing else, just come to the company," Nan Gongyang said with a smile. Lin Yu genuinely didn't want to go to the company. "I have something to do." "What is it?" Nan Gongyang quickly asked. "I have a gig." Lin Yu felt it was better to use a work-related excuse since he was a contracted artist. He couldn't just say it was personal. "A gig?" Nan Gongyang glanced at Oyu Xiaojuan, who was sitting across from his desk. Oyu Xiaojuan had just been about to take a sip of coffee when she burst out laughing, barely managing to hold it in. "Yes, Sister Xiaojuan arranged some work for me." Lin Yu began to spout nonsense earnestly. "Sister Xiaojuan arranged a lot of work for you." Nan Gongyang looked again at Oyu Xiaojuan. She was struggling to control her expression, and due to her effort her face began to distort slightly. Lin Yu lightly hummed in response. Although Nan Gongyang was being deflected by Lin Yu's excuse, he turned to Oyu Xiaojuan, but she provided him with no informative expression. "But that's not what Sister Xiaojuan told me." Nan Gongyang felt overwhelmed. Lin Yu paused for a moment. "Did you ask Sister Xiaojuan?" "Yes, I was in Sister Xiaohuan's office." Nan Gongyang nodded, confused about the dynamics between the agent and the artist. Lin Yu swallowed and cleared his throat. "Well, I have a moment. I can swing by the company." "Great. Where are you?" "He'll send a car to pick you up." Nan Gongyang excitedly raised his voice. "No need, I can just go myself." After hanging up, Lin Yu felt a burning embarrassment on his face. Being caught in a lie was awkward. He didn't know how Oyu Xiaojuan had communicated with Nan Gongyang, but even though he didn't care about offending anyone, being caught out like this was simply embarrassing. Half an hour later, Lin Yu appeared at the entrance of the Shengkong building. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan were already waiting for him at the door. "Lin Yu finally made it," Nan Gongyang said with a smile. Zhu Yifan also approached Lin Yu with a welcoming demeanor. Nan Gongyang exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Yifan. Previously, teacher Lin Yu wrote the theme song for Spirited Away and they were very satisfied. It was needless to say they were satisfied. Just because Mo Ran sang that song, he became incredibly popular. Nan Gongyang signaled Zhu Yifan to get to the point. Zhu Yifan understood and cleared his throat. "The beautiful animated film is about to release a new project, so they want to collaborate with our company again." Lin Yu stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhu Yifan. Zhu Yifan touched his nose. "They specifically requested you to be involved." Lin Yu had just hung up on Lu Qing when he received Nan Gongyang's call. He could guess the purpose of the call without even trying. However, he felt that such matters didn't necessarily have to be handled by the original creator. As long as someone could produce a satisfactory work, no one would care who wrote it. He didn't want to miss out on making money. He simply really wanted to finish decorating the princess room for the little one before her winter break started. The break was just around the corner. Lin Yu even thought about letting the child move in during the winter break. That's why he wanted to refuse Nan Gongyang immediately. Lin Yu wanted to make money, but he wasn't at the point of sacrificing time with his child for it. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Just after Lin Yu hung up on Lu Qing, his phone rang again. "Lin, where are you? Are you coming to the company today?" The rough voice of Nan Gongyang came through the phone, deliberately adopting a flattering tone. They fumbled for words, unsure of what to say after a long awkward silence. After all, taking on the theme song was a task for the music department and the performance would be credited to them. Lin Yu, although not developing as an artist in the performing arts department, was shining brightly as a musician. Nan Gongyang also couldn't grasp what Lin Yu was thinking. Anyway, Xiao Wan had said that if Lin Yu wanted to take it on he could, and she didn't care about the performance metrics. However, if Lin Yu declined, she advised Nan Gongyang not to shamelessly come to her for favors. She couldn't make decisions for Lin Yu. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. I know. You know. Nan Gongyang's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Yu didn't want to explain. He couldn't explain. He couldn't just say that not only was the theme song written by him but so were My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away. Zhu Yifan was quicker to react this time. The other party isn't in a hurry. They can push it to next month. After all, they need to do some promotions for their previous hit work. Nan Gongyang nodded. Lin Yu glanced at the time. He had planned to go to the furniture store that afternoon to buy a princess bed for the little Mango and change the curtains. He actually hadn't been listening to what Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan were saying. An hour should be enough. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged another look, feeling as if they were not on the same wavelength as Lin Yu. They murmured in unison, an hour. Yes, let's go. He'll give you the song today and we can record it tomorrow. Half a day should be enough for you to select the singer. Lin Yu casually walked toward the music department. Zhu Yifan and Nan Gongyang stood at the door, bewildered, watching Lin Yu's figure gradually fade away. Boss, did he say he would give us the song today? Or is he going to write the song with us today? Zhu Yifan couldn't believe what he heard, falling into self-doubt. Nan Gongyang shook his head. He didn't say he would write the song with us. He said he would give us the song because his last sentence was that we could record it tomorrow, and he even gave us half a day to find a singer. Though Nan Gongyang couldn't believe it was true, his ears were not mistaken. It was indeed the case. Lin Yu had already entered the elevator only to realize that Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan hadn't followed. He pressed the door open button. Wait a minute. Wait for us. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan rushed into the elevator. My Neighbor Totoro is a beautiful new animated film, and this is the first time we're seeing someone else's film outline, Zhu Yifan tentatively said. Lin Yu nodded calmly. I know. You know. Knowing that, how could you so hastily take from the stock? Nan Gongyang had already accepted the situation regarding the classic song library. After all, it was like magic for him. Quality new songs were always at hand. But this is tailor-made. No matter how good it sounds, it cannot be used if it doesn't fit the film. For example, Overcast is a classic. It sounds great and it's still at the top of the new song charts. But can this song be the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro? If we give this song to them, it would be too beautiful, directly overwhelming. But can this song be the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro? If we give this song to them, it would be too beautiful, directly overwhelming. For instance, in the previous film Spirited Away, even adults were drawn in, but it still had to match the movie itself. We really aren't in a hurry. This time the beauty company has given us ample time. There's no need for us to rush. Nan Gongyang's implication was that there was no rush. Take your time writing. No one is pushing you. As long as it's done well, everyone will benefit. The elevator had just arrived at the music department, and as the doors opened, Lin Yu calmly said, I'm anxious. Zhu Yifan looked helplessly at Nan Gongyang, who was even more helpless than him. One was the boss of the music department and the other was the capable assistant to the boss, yet they both found themselves at a loss for words at the same time. Everyone in the music department knew that the beauty company had specifically requested Lin Yu to write the theme song for the new animated film, both envious and helpless. Envy because it was a recognition of capability. Helplessness due to Lin Yu's stature, which they couldn't hope to reach. Teacher Lin Yu is here. You've arrived. Teacher Lin is here. Hello, Teacher Lin. Great to see you, Teacher Lin. The lyricists and composers in the music department greeted Lin Yu. Lin Yu politely nodded in response. Teacher Lin Yu. A familiar plump face squeezed into Lin Yu's line of sight. Mo Ran originally came to the music department to hang out. Though they called it hanging out, it was actually to hurry along the new song. For someone like him who rose to fame with a single song, his foundation was quite unstable. If he didn't follow up with new works, he could easily be forgotten. So he often came to the music department to check if there were any songs suitable for him, while also building good relationships with the top musicians in the department, hoping they would think of him when a suitable song came up. His voice was so unique that although he could handle many songs, if they weren't a perfect fit, they could easily flop. Aside from work, he would rush to the music department during his free time, but he hadn't encountered any suitable songs. After all, Qian Yu had more than one artist to manage. He knew Qian Yu was very attentive to each of his artists, but human energy is limited. Recently, Sister Wanting had also been releasing new songs, and the whole company was very focused on her, leaving Qian Yu unable to attend to Mo Ran. However, he had told Mo Ran that if he found any suitable songs, he should let him know and he would negotiate with the music department. Seeing Lin Yu arrive, Mo Ran felt like jumping for joy. He knew Lin Yu wouldn't come to the music department for no reason. If he came, there must be a purpose. What kind of business could an artist from the performance department have in the music department? There must be a song? Mo Ran felt like he had guessed something. He leaned closer to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, "Did the music department invite you again? Is there a song suitable for my brother to sing?" Mo Ran felt that with his image he could sign with the beauty company. Besides having a distinctive voice, he also had the advantage of being thick-skinned. Originally he was just asking. If Lin Yu said no, he would mention that if a suitable song came up in the future he should definitely think of his brother. The main goal was to make himself familiar to Lin Yu. Since their last collaboration, Mo Ran hadn't seen Lin Yu again. He felt that this teacher was like a god in the company, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Lin Yu stopped and looked at Mo Ran for 2 seconds. With a handsome face, deep eyes and eyelashes like wipers, such a beautiful face made Mo Ran feel a little uneasy. Yes? Mo Ran didn't dare to meet Lin Yu's gaze. As soon as he diverted his attention, he was startled by the word and turned his head, suddenly straining his neck and yelping in pain. He held his injured neck, saying, "Brother, did I miss here?" Seeing Mo Ran's awkward appearance, Lin Yu smiled and raised the corners of his mouth. "You didn't miss here, it's really there." Mo Ran was so excited he nearly cried. After hanging around the music department for so many days without getting a song, how did he find one just today when he met Lin Yu? Lin Yu understood his vocal range. If he said there was a song, there must be one. Indeed, Lin Yu was his destined savior. He wondered if Lin Yu was in need of a boyfriend, he wouldn't mind being supported. "Come with me." As Lin Yu reached the entrance of the music department, he hadn't yet decided which singer to choose, preferably someone affordable to not delay the renovation time for the little guy to come work and earn money. He needed to get a better share. Then he saw Mo Ran and thought he could sing too. He just didn't know if Mo Ran, who had gained a bit of fame with one song, was still grounded. Lin Yu suddenly stopped again. "What's your current share?" Mo Ran excitedly following Lin Yu didn't manage to break in time and nearly bumped into Lin Yu. He looked silly and chubby, but he was as slippery as a fish, not foolish at all. He understood Lin Yu's meaning and quickly answered, "Seriously, it's my honor to sing your song. I can do it for free." Lin Yu thought it was nice that Mo Ran was so considerate, but he couldn't let him sing for free. "Let's stick with the previous share." Mo Ran nodded vigorously. "Whatever you say is fine." At this moment, as long as he could sing for her, he had no demands. He saw Lin Yu sit down at Zhu Yifan's desk with a smiling Mo Ran standing beside him. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan had lost count of how many times they exchanged glances. "Is Lin Yu writing a song on your computer?" Nan Gongyang asked in astonishment. Zhu Yifan stared fixedly at Lin Yu and nodded. Mo Ran's features are beaming with joy. Does his presence next to Lin Yu mean the singer is confirmed? Nan Gongyang felt like he was going crazy. Zhu Yifan mechanically nodded. It should be so. The two exchanged another glance. They began to question their life. Everyone knows that the beautiful animated film has called upon Lin Yu to write a song, yet they are still quite curious. This is because their music department has always held a high status in Shinkong, with singers and agents from the performance department coming to request talent from them. This is the first time their leader has brought his subordinates to the performance department to request someone. The funniest part is that the head of the music department is not asking for someone to sing, but rather to write a song. The chief musician of the music department, accompanied by a renowned musician, goes to the performance department to find a newly signed artist and asks for their assistance in writing a song. Just thinking about this scene is quite amusing. Although they all know Lin Yu's capabilities and have witnessed his piano skills, seeing this situation still made them silently think, "Nan Gongyang, look at you now." Where did the imposing atmosphere go that once forced them to write songs, the pressure that demanded tasks to be submitted, and the urgency of getting up in the middle of the night to revise songs? Everyone with a mindset of watching a spectacle put down their work and followed Lin Yu towards the recording studio. Their formation was as follows: first Lin Yu and Mo Ran. Then came Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan. A considerable distance behind them was the large contingent of the music department. Lin Yu, anxious to return and set up a room for Xiao Mango, did not notice the long tail following behind. Shenkong has many recording studios, each manned by a sound engineer, colloquially known as a $1,000,000 sound engineer. Shui Kai is undoubtedly the most formidable sound engineer in Shinkong, with top-notch skills and professionalism, but he has a bad temper. He has a bad temper and loves to scold people. Generally, a singer with poor singing skills wouldn't dare to embarrass themselves in front of Shui Kai. Shui Kai is merciless towards artists who are unprepared and lack basic singing skills, but he changes his demeanor when it comes to Lin Yu being entirely compliant, flattering and humble. Lin Yu is also used to running to Shui Kai because he doesn't know anyone else. Shui Kai is busy slurping his spicy instant noodles. He looks up and first sees the hurried Lin Yu, then the love-struck Mo Ran, followed by the solemn Nan Gongyang and the contemplative Zhu Yifan, and finally the large army of musicians. The crowd is rapidly approaching. The noodles that Shui Kai had picked up are suspended in mid-air unconsumed, and he puts them down. He wipes his greasy mouth and asks, "Are you all here to gang up on someone?" Lin Yu is momentarily taken aback before noticing the crowd following behind. Nan Gongyang smacks his lips and asks, "Aren't you all supposed to be working?" Hee we just want to learn from teacher Lin Yu. I want to see what a 10 million yuan project looks like. We all want to see. The people from the music department chattered half-jokingly. 10 million. Lin Yu murmured. Nan Gongyang hadn't told him the price was so high. Lin Yu suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't turned down this job. One shouldn't get carried away. Nan Gongyang explained it might be because the last film Spirited Away was so well received that the capital behind the beautiful animation is now investing heavily, leading to a larger budget for this new animated film. I heard from Lu Qing that those capital tycoons are very opportunistic. They wouldn't even glance at beautiful animation before, but now they are scrambling to invest in films. However, he hadn't expected that the theme song would cost so much. Perhaps it's due to his lack of understanding of this industry. He didn't think too much about it. The people from the music department just learned about the invitation for the song in the morning, and now Lin Yu can come to record. A song written in one morning is valued at 10 million, which no one could have imagined. They weren't in disbelief, they simply found it hard to accept. Thus most people from the music department are there to watch the spectacle, wanting to see how this young man rises where he can soar and how he ultimately falls. Lin Yu sat down in front of the computer and Xue Kai moved aside with his bowl of instant noodles. Teacher Lin Yu, did you know in advance that you would take on this beautiful job? One of the composers from the music department asked while standing behind Lin Yu. I just found out as soon as I got the call. I came over, Lin Yu replied truthfully, his tone calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the composers behind him began to whisper among themselves. We've been talking too much for half a day. This hasn't even taken an hour? You got the call and came right away. Did you think about it on the way? Several composers behind him were covering their mouths and stifling laughter. Nan Gongyang seemed to suddenly remember something. Yifan, we haven't given Lin Yu the movie outline. Wait a moment, he'll go get it now. Zhu Yifan slapped his forehead. Lin Yu softly said, no need. Zhu Yifan froze in place. No need. Lin Yu really didn't need it. He wrote My Neighbor Totoro, so why would he need an outline? The entire story is already in his mind. But he couldn't say this, he simply didn't want Zhu Yifan to run an errand. You still need to look at the outline, otherwise it will be hard to align with the theme. The theme song must resonate with the film, Nan Gongyang hurriedly said. Although Lin Yu didn't look at the outline for Spirited Away, that could have been a coincidence. He just happened to have a song in his repertoire that fit the film perfectly. But such a low probability event cannot happen every time. Nan Gongyang believes that since Lin Yu agreed, he would definitely be able to write well. Writing on site is just like composing an essay. Some people can compose poetry on the spot, and that is a skill, a talent. However, he doesn't believe Lin Yu can write well without looking at the outline. He has seen the outline for My Neighbor Totoro, and this film leans more towards children, more innocent and carefree. Yifan, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get the outline. Nan Gongyang waved his hand at Zhu Yifan. Got it. Zhu Yifan dashed off. It's done. Lin Yu stood up and said to Mo Ran beside him, you familiarize yourself with it. Mo Ran looked completely baffled. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged glances, each seeing a big question mark above the other's head. What do you mean it's done? Zhu Yifan, who was just about to run, was stopped by Lin Yu's words and didn't know how to move his legs. Nan Gongyang also looked at Lin Yu in confusion. The musicians behind them were also waiting for Lin Yu to explain. Even Mo Ran and Xue Kai remained still. The song is finished. Mo Ran, you should go in and try singing it now. Lin Yu then looked at the astonished Xue Kai. Xue Kai was flustered, nearly spilling his instant noodles. Nan Gongyang stared in disbelief at Zhu Yifan beside him and said, did he just tell Mo Ran to record now? Zhu Yifan felt his mind buzzing from the morning's events and nodded numbly. Yes, he said to record now. Mo Ran went in. Under the urging gazes and the astonished stares from the crowd, Mo Ran entered the recording studio holding 2 sheets of A4 paper. The song was not complicated. After studying it for less than 5 minutes, Mo Ran signaled Lin Yu with an OK gesture. Xue Kai felt utterly bewildered, then was nudged by Lin Yu's elbow. Everyone harbored different emotions. Some were anxious, others doubtful, and a few looked forward to the spectacle. Faces were shrouded in worry, silence prevailed, or whispers were exchanged. But when the light-hearted prelude began, all fell silent, their attention drawn by the cheerful melody. Nan Gongyang, who had been frowning with a worried expression, felt his brows start to relax the moment he heard the opening notes. Totoro, 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 Totoro. Someone quietly buried rice seeds on the path. After the tiny sprouts grew strong, they turned the secret path into a forest ready for a wonderful adventure. Nan Gongyang's brows completely relaxed and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth involuntarily. He seemed to be wearing a sun hat and a loose comfortable shirt, happily riding a bicycle along a leisurely forest path. Just as he was savoring the pleasure brought by the song, Nan Gongyang felt his arm firmly grabbed, instantly yanking him out of the beautiful fantasy. Nan Gongyang followed the arm to see Zhu Yifan, who had a foolish grin on his face but was gripping Nan Gongyang's arm tight. Nan Gongyang tugged his arm and Zhu Yifan finally came to his senses. Meeting the boss' fierce glare, he quickly averted his gaze and withdrew his hand like a child caught doing something wrong. Nan Gongyang tugged his arm and Zhu Yifan finally came to his senses. Meeting the boss' fierce glare, he quickly averted his gaze and withdrew his hand. Next door's Totoro. It has lived in the forest since long ago. Next door's Totoro. It only appears before children. What a wonderful encounter. It only appears before innocent children. Nan Gongyang's eyes sparkled. Had Lin Yu really not seen the outline? Earlier when he saw the outline for Totoro, he was at a loss. If the music department could produce a decent theme song on their own, he wouldn't have insisted on asking Lin Yu. Though the other party had said to ask Lin Yu if he could write a version himself and show it to Wei Mai first, and they were satisfied, why bother Lin Yu? But after reading the outline he had no inspiration at all. So he could only go to Oyu Xiaohuan to borrow someone. The talented lyricists and composers behind him, some tapped along to the cheerful rhythm, others wore dreamy expressions as if lost in childhood fantasies, and still others smiled broadly, recalling fond childhood memories. Empathy is the charm of a song. At the rainy bus stop a plump monster suddenly appeared. Holding your little umbrella for it, that is the passport to the forest. The magical door swings open. All the lyricists and composers in the music department had read the Totoro outline. Faced with such a high price order, they couldn't help but feel a competitive spirit, thinking they were no less capable and that perhaps the gap with Lin Yu was just luck. At that moment they forgot the state of mind they had when they first followed Lin Yu to the recording studio, whether envy, jealousy or resentment. Now the entire music department was steeped in pure innocence. Everyone's heart seemed healed by the song. They forgot the frustration of writers' block, the office politics and the cutthroat competition for performance targets. At that moment they seemed to linger in the summer of their childhood, that carefree, joyful summer. They seemed to see a chubby, honest, soft body holding an umbrella utterly disproportionate to its frame, waiting at the summer bus stop for the magical world to open. Next door's Totoro. Lovely perched on the hill. Next door's Totoro. If you are lucky enough to meet it, happiness will descend. Totoro. At some point everyone was beaming, forgetting their worries and troubles. Mo Ran's cheerful, clear voice touched every soul as if it could purify everything. Only when the music completely ended did Mo Ran still wear a childlike smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. No one knew how long it had been before Lin Yu said, "Come out, it's enough." This remark untimely shattered everyone's dream. It seemed life had returned to harsh reality. Lin Yu, from a professional standpoint, simply felt that Mo Ran's voice was a natural-born talent for anime songs. He didn't notice the changes in others' expressions. Zhu Yifan was still lost in the moment, standing dazed in place until Nan Gongyang patted him and he awoke from his memories. Now everyone had returned from the fantasy to reality. No one spoke of where they had wandered during the brief 4+ minutes, but without exception their faces bore irrepressible sweet smiles. When they caught sight of their colleagues they hastily restrained their expressions and put on their masks again. "Lin Yu, have you really not read the Totoro outline?" Zhu Yifan asked incredulously. Lin Yu couldn't say that Totoro was his own creation, but claiming the song was improvised would be too insulting to everyone's intelligence. "Sister Xiaohuan mentioned it to me earlier, so I had already prepared," Lin Yu said, using Oyu Xiaohuan as a shield once again. Nan Gongyang was taken aback. He had gone to see Oyu Xiaohuan that morning, but her expression and words didn't suggest she knew in advance. Then he reconsidered. Oyu Xiaohuan had always been cunning, that girl never said a reliable thing. If she hadn't known beforehand, how could she have so readily lent Lin Yu to the music department? Moreover, the fact that Lin Yu could produce a theme song that fit the movie so perfectly couldn't possibly be a Spiro Themerman creation. Seeing that everyone seemed convinced, Lin Yu felt relieved. In an office of the performance department a woman sat at her desk sneezing violently. "Is someone cursing me?" Shen Kong sent the theme song. And she rushed into Liu Qing's office shouting excitedly. Liu Qing, with his short legs propped on the desk and his body leaning back, pulled his feet down and sat up straight upon hearing An Chi's voice. "What?" An Chi waved the USB drive in her hand. The theme song for Totoro. Liu Qing had heavy dark circles from staying up late and his eyes were listless. He blinked his heavy eyelids. "Didn't we just discuss the theme song with them today? How did it come so quickly?" "Surprised. Unexpected." An Chi grinned like a child. Liu Qing rolled his eyes at her. "I'm afraid it's a surprise without joy." "Haha, listen, just listen." An Chi had already listened to it once in her own office. She sprinted to find Liu Qing immediately after not even bearing to listen a second time. The song was still fresh. Liu Qing felt that An Chi was acting strangely today, nothing like the strong woman she usually was, more like a silly girl next door. An Chi inserted the USB drive into the computer, waited for Liu Qing to put on his headphones and pressed play with anticipation. The prelude began. A clean, crisp, cheerful voice floated into Liu Qing's ears. His originally murky gaze gradually became clear. After recording the song, Lin Yu's work was done. Nan Gongyang brought in a colleague from the legal department. Lin Yu glanced at the contract. It was the same as the one for Spirited Away, except the total price had changed to 10 million yuan. The singer's share had not increased despite Mo Ran having already released a song which pleased Lin Yu greatly. This young man truly had the right mindset. Under the astonished gazes of the music department's talented lyricists, composers and arrangers, Lin Yu left the Shenkong music department. It was only long after Lin Yu had stepped into the elevator that Yu Xiaowan emerged from another one, hurriedly entering the music department. "You're all here. Did Lin Yu come?" Yu Xiaowan had been busy with work that morning, handling a public relations announcement for an artist who had just given birth out of wedlock. After finishing, she rushed to the music department to see the excitement. Nan Gongyang reluctantly cast one last glance toward the elevator before turning back and nodding. He came? Yu Xiaowan knew in her heart that whenever there was a chance to make money, Lin Yu would show up. Where is he? He left? Did he take the outline home to write? No. Did he refuse? No. Yu Xiaowan asked one question and Nan Gongyang answered each. One was determined to come see the excitement but missed the person filled with confusion. The other had just been hit by a bombshell, unable to tell whether it was excitement, frustration, or the beginning of self-doubt. Yu Xiaowan glared at Nan Gongyang. Then why did Lin Yu leave? Neither had he refused nor had he gone home to write. So where was Lin Yu? He finished writing, so he left? Nan Gongyang's hair stood on end under Yu Xiaohuan's glare, and he finally realized she was not to be trifled with. Finished? Yu Xiaowan turned to Zhu Yifan for confirmation. Zhu Yifan nodded vigorously. Yes, he finished and it's already recorded. Mo Ran sang it? Zhu Yifan, as if seeking help, passed the question to Mo Ran. Mo Ran's plump fair face nodded vigorously, causing the white flesh on his cheeks to jiggle in the air. We were all there. Lin Yu came just as Mo Ran was there. He wrote the song right in Brother Zhu's office. After finishing, he had Mo Ran sing it. Yes, in Shui Kai's recording studio. The musicians who had just witnessed Lin Yu's swift arrival and departure explained to Yu Xiaowan in a flurry of voices. Yu Xiaowan suddenly felt as if she had swallowed countless puzzled fruits. Wasn't it just a matter of being late? Did they have to exclude her like this? Nan Gongyang suddenly spoke as if he had remembered something. Xiaojuan, since you knew in advance that Wei Mai wanted us at Shenkong to write the theme song, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yu Xiaowan was even more confused. You guys in the music department take orders? How would I know? Lin Yu just said in front of everyone that you told him in advance, so he prepared at home and came directly to write without even looking at the film outline. Yu Xiaohuan's face was full of black question marks. After a moment of hesitation, she realized that damn Lin Yu had made her take the blame again. Yu Xiaowan coughed lightly. Yes, I knew. I knew it was meant to be told to our performance department. Why would I tell you music department folks? Yu Xiaojuan, while taking the blame with righteous indignation, turned and walked toward the elevator, cursing under her breath. Lin Yu realized he was truly a master of time management. He had the 8 hours of daylight firmly under his control. He arrived at the furniture city just at noon. Today was mainly for browsing, leaving contact information for anything that caught his eye, casting a wide net, comparing options and making a final decision later. When Lin Yu had made his plans earlier, he hadn't accounted for the money from Wei Mai. Once the payment for this Wei Mai order came in, he would have more options. He hadn't known until he saw. Now he wanted everything. Previously Lin Yu had only fantasized about a little princess bedroom. Now he discovered there were all kinds of little princesses. After an afternoon of browsing, his eyes were dazzled. Suddenly his own house didn't seem so appealing. Why did little Mango have only one bedroom? If the house were bigger and had more rooms, he wouldn't have to agonize over decorating the child's room. He could make each room different and be done with it. It turned out shopping was much more tiring than writing songs. Work truly brings happiness. By the time Lin Yu left the furniture city, he was holding countless flyers and business cards. Dad, look! Little Mango handed a beautiful card to her father. Lin Yu picked up the card. Liu Xingxing invited you to play at his house. The little one nodded. Yes, Liu Xingxing just transferred to our class. He said his house is huge with 4 floors, but none of us believe it. Our new house is already big enough and it's only 1 floor. Lin Yu wanted to explain to the little one that Liu Xingxing's family might live in a villa, but before he could speak, the little one continued. Then today he brought invitation cards inviting classmates from our class to his house. Is the whole class going? Lin Yu asked. No, but most of them received invitations. The back of the invitation card had the date and address written in an adult's handwriting, likely penned by a parent. This address was in a famous upscale district in Yangjing. Since they were so wealthy, why would they attend my Bay kindergarten? Wouldn't families like this usually go to more prestigious ones? Do you want to go? Lin Yu asked. The little one shook her head, then nodded. She wanted to go and yet didn't. She wanted to go because Liu Xingxing had described his house as incredibly wonderful. Although she said she didn't believe it, she was very curious and wanted to see for herself. She wanted to go because Liu Xingxing had described his house as incredibly wonderful. Although she said she didn't believe it, she was very... Lin Yu noticed the little one's hesitation and asked more carefully. Little Mango then poured out all her thoughts. Did your close friends receive invitations? Lin Yu pinched Little Mango's cheek and asked. Little Mango nodded. Yes, they did. Then ask them if they want to go. If everyone goes, you can go along. If no one goes, going alone wouldn't be fun. The little one's mind cleared upon hearing her father's words, and the troubling problem was instantly solved. Okay, I'll ask Yuan and the others tomorrow if they're going. Lin Yu gently stroked Little Mango's head. The child had been in kindergarten for over 2 years, and the parents had known each other for just as long. The children got along well, and the parents had exchanged contact information. Lin Yu directly asked the parents of 2 or 3 of Little Mango's best friends. They all said their children really wanted to go, but their thoughts were similar to Lin Yu's. They wanted to go together as a group. Lin Yu roughly understood the situation of the other families and figured that tomorrow's visit was a must. Since none of the parents felt comfortable letting their children go alone, they would all accompany them. If Yuan and the others are going, then he'll go too. But since it's my first time visiting someone's home, I must bring a gift, the little one said happily. Sounds good. Lin Yu smiled and patted the little one's head, but silently sighed in his heart. Little Mango was truly growing up. She had already started socializing. Regardless of any initial hesitation, when the time came to visit the little friend's house, the child was still very happy. Little Mango was holding the gift prepared for his classmate. The gift was prepared by Lin Yu during the day. If they waited until the little one got off school to buy a gift, it would be too late, so the parents all agreed to buy the gifts in advance. They communicated with each other, and the price of the gift was also discussed, ensuring that it was neither too extravagant nor too stingy. No matter what role Lin Yu played in Shengkong Entertainment to Little Mango, he was just an ordinary father sharing the same thoughts as all parents. Even if he didn't have them, he would still respond like everyone else. When the teacher assigned tasks, Lin Yu would obediently complete them. If the teacher said parents needed to help with some labor, Lin Yu would also willingly lend a hand. Regardless of his identity outside to the child, he was just a dad, a father who must be available at a moment's notice. Lin Yu, along with several familiar parents, brought the children to the entrance of Liu Xingxing's community. In such a high-end villa area, security did not allow outsiders to enter freely without the owner's consent. The only reason Liu Xingxing's parents wanted to invite his classmates over was that their son had just transferred to a new environment and was not familiar with the other children. The parents hoped that through this gathering their son could get closer to his classmates. Originally, a phone call from the owner to the guard would suffice, but Liu Xingxing's father warmly walked to the entrance to greet Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu could understand the parents' feelings. Everything was for the sake of the children. The child boasted about having a big house, as in the mind of a child there is always a desire to show off what they have that others do not. From a small toy car to the large villa at home. However, parents might not necessarily have that thought. Aside from wanting to give their child face, they had no other intentions. Upon entering the villa area, Lin Yu felt that his efforts to buy a school district house were nothing compared to this. This was truly a wealthy area. To own such a large villa in the priceless Yangjing is indeed an impressive feat. Lin Yu had not paid much attention to such material things before, and he finally understood that the reason he didn't care was that he simply couldn't afford them at that time. Once he had the means, he would naturally want to improve the living environment for himself and his family. Although they were all villa areas, they differed due to location, facilities, and building area. Liu Xingxing's house was a villa located in the central area of the community. A standalone villa with a private yard and hot spring access. Lin Yu himself was not one to compare, nor would he say flattering words like other parents. However, when he noticed the little one's astonished expression, his heart felt a little sour. As soon as the little one arrived at the villa's entrance, he rushed inside to play with his friends without even greeting Lin Yu. In the past, he would always ask Lin Yu first, saying, "Dad, can I go play with so-and-so?" Perhaps this time he was truly awed by the luxury of Liu Xingxing's home, and with his mind full of play he was pulled along by his good friends, forgetting to ask his dad. Lin Yu internally crafted a perfect explanation for the little one. Earn money. Earn money. Earn money. To buy a villa? At this moment Lin Yu only wished to be a happy worker earning money so that the little one would smile slightly upon seeing such a villa again in the future, just like that. Not even half as luxurious as my home. Lin Yu didn't want the child to be overly materialistic. He believed that a girl who truly had everything would not compare. She was already at the material apex among her peers, so what was there to compare? Perhaps the thought was simply about giving. He believed that girls must be raised with wealth only after truly having eaten, used, seen and tried everything. Would they not be easily deceived by sweet words or little candies? Suddenly Lin Yu had a deeper realization. While ensuring he had time to accompany little Mango, he needed to utilize his time more efficiently to earn more money. While the children played in the villa, the parents chatted outside. Through their conversation, Lin Yu learned why Liu Xingxing's family was so wealthy and why they transferred to Meibei, a common kindergarten. Because Meibei Kindergarten was expanding and seeking investment, Liu Xingxing's father had become a new shareholder. Being a shareholder, he certainly wanted his child to experience it. Liu Xingxing's parents were not wealthy before. They had a house demolished and built 14 new homes. They only kept for themselves to rent out and sold the rest. Having money on hand, Liu Xingxing's father began investing. With wealth came luck, and in recent years whatever he invested in turned to profit, thus enriching their family. So at his core he lacked both the vulgarity of a newly rich person and the arrogance of an entrepreneur. He was just an ordinary citizen who felt exceptionally lucky. The invitation cards were sent out to those children Liu Xingxing had mentioned wanting to be good friends with. Therefore Liu Xingxing's father subtly inquired about the parents' professions. "I heard that Mango's dad is a signed artist at Shenkong," Liu Xingxing's father asked. Although he did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry, he certainly knew Shenkong Entertainment was a big company. Lin Yu slightly nodded yes. "I haven't watched any new dramas or movies for a long time, but I will definitely support the films that Mango's dad stars in." Liu Xingxing's father merely inquired to find out that Lin Yu was signed with Shenkong, not knowing what works Lin Yu had done, and he instinctively assumed he was an actor. "I haven't acted in any films or dramas," Lin Yu said calmly. Yuan Bao's father laughed and said, "Mango's dad is a singer." "Oh, a singer, that's great. One of my favorite singers is also from Shenkong," Liu Xingxing's father said. "Does Liu Xingxing's father enjoy listening to music too? Which singer do you like? At our age we are really out of touch with trendy things. There are many songs I have never heard of and I don't even know the names of the stars." Yuan's father shook his head with a smile. "My favorite song is called People Like Me. Oh, this song opened up a new world for me. In the past I thought having many houses and some money to live off in Yangjing for a lifetime was enough. But after listening to this song I suddenly realized I was a frog in a well. I'm only in my 30s. Just to retire. So I began to invest the money I had." Liu Xingxing's father spoke of his journey with shining eyes. "People like me?" Yuan's father echoed. "Yes, people like me. This singer is truly amazing. He writes, composes and arranges all by himself." Yuan Bao's father chuckled. "Don't laugh. At my age I never thought about idolizing anyone, but just this once I really want to meet Lin Yu one day. How could he write such a beautiful song? He is simply my idol." Yuan's father put down his teacup, saying playfully, "Then your dream has come true." Liu Xingxing's father was taken aback. Yuan Bao's father turned to Lin Yu. "He is right here." Liu Xingxing's father could hardly believe his ears and incredulously asked again, "You are the singer of People Like Me, Lin Yu?" Lin Yu calmly nodded again. He had never considered himself a star. Being a singer was merely a job for making money. Now being gazed at with shining eyes by Liu Xingxing's father made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Xingxing's father, "Please don't be so excited, you'll scare Mango's father," Yuan Bao's father jokingly said. "I need to take a sip of water to calm down." Liu Xingxing's father lifted his cup and gulped down a cup of tea in one go. The other parents except for Lin Yu exchanged amused glances. In fact, when they heard Liu Xingxing's father talk passionately about his career, everyone felt envious. He lived in such a nice house and had a substantial family fortune, seemingly possessing all the luck, blessings and wealth. He was also very humble and polite, making them feel for a moment that he was truly perfect. However, when Liu Xingxing looked at Lin Yu like a fanboy and openly expressed his admiration in front of Lin Yu, everyone felt he was just an ordinary person, and the earlier envy and even slight jealousy disappeared entirely. "Mango's father, I know my idol teacher Lin Yu, could you give me your autograph?" Xingxing's father took out his genuine leather notebook and held it up in front of Lin Yu with both hands. Lin Yu quickly and politely accepted it with both hands and neatly wrote his name. Xingxing's father waved his fist excitedly like a child. He jumped up and ran into the villa with the notebook. "Wife, come quick and see what this is." Liu Xingxing's father waved vigorously at his wife. Xingxing's mother walked over and picked up the notebook. "This is Lin Yu's handwritten signature. Where did this come from?" Xingxing's father proudly straightened his back. "It's written by teacher Lin Yu himself." "Did the parents outside give it to you?" "They also like Lin Yu and are carrying his handwritten signature with them." Xingxing's mother examined the signature closely. She wasn't as obsessed with Lin Yu, but since her husband particularly liked Lin Yu, she also enjoyed his songs. I wouldn't need to ask others. Teacher Lin Yu wrote this for me personally, just for me alone. Xingxing's father cherished the genuine leather notebook like a treasure. Xingxing's mother was stunned by her husband's words. For you alone? Of course. When did he write it for you? Just now. Xingxing's mother was even more bewildered. Xingxing's father let out a hearty laugh. Even now I can hardly believe it. If it weren't for him sitting in our yard, I would suspect I was dreaming. Xingxing's mother blinked in confusion, and Xingxing's father continued. Lin Yu is a parent to our son's kindergarten classmate. Can you believe it? Isn't it surprising? Xingxing's mother shouted and ran out of the villa towards the yard. She had been playing with the children, and Xingxing had already introduced all the classmates. Among the kids who came today, only one had the surname Lin. Lin Mango? So Lin Yu must be Lin Mango's father? Mango's father? I never expected you were teacher Lin Yu. I'm honored. Xingxing's mother proactively reached out to shake hands with Lin Yu. Don't call me teacher, we are all just ordinary parents of children, the same, just the same. Lin Yu said shyly. Yes, we are all the same, we are all slaves to our children. The parents burst out laughing. The evening passed amidst the children's laughter and the adults' lively discussions. Lin Yu returned home with little Mango past 9 o'clock. The next morning Lin Yu took the little guy to kindergarten, which was the most wonderful day of the month. Salary day. After various taxes, the salary card had 98,000 yuan deposited. Lin Yu had already earned money from 5 songs, so the salary was increasing. The beautiful sum of money should also be arriving soon. This time it was specifically requested for Lin Yu to write, so the payment was distributed according to the contract. Lin Yu could take 40% and the subsequent royalties were calculated separately, with Lin Yu receiving 20% of those. Thus the theme song of My Neighbor Totoro would bring considerable income to Lin Yu. However, compared to Lin Yu's target income, this amount was still far from sufficient. There was nothing to be happy about. Through these past few months, Lin Yu had learned that this world revolved around Hua country. Whether in terms of economy or political status, Hua country was the leader globally, holding a high international status, and correspondingly its cultural industry was also at the forefront of the world. Therefore, Hua country was not only highly valued in film and music, but also had many large companies dedicated to discovering talented individuals. There were also many publishing houses and literary platforms providing opportunities for those with writing talent to showcase their skills. Thus every year Hua country held various literary competitions and events sponsored by numerous entrepreneurs with substantial prize money. In a week there would be a short story competition, and the winning works could receive a 1 million yuan creative fund. The competition had a word limit requirement of 10,000 words. If one won, it meant proving that each word was worth at least 100 yuan. Lin Yu quietly saved the competition poster on his computer, considering using the pen name Arimang to submit an entry. You actually opened your own computer in the company? Oh, Yu Xiaowan suddenly said from behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not want the company staff to know he had another identity and quickly closed the computer. Oh, Yu Xiaowan smirked. She hadn't seen what Lin Yu was looking at, but felt he must be up to no good, as he had previously only come to the company to eat in the cafeteria. Lin Yu's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Recently there shouldn't have been anyone who knew his number looking for him. It wouldn't be another real estate salesperson, would it? Ever since he bought a house through an agency, other agencies often called him to promote properties. Just as Lin Yu was about to hang up the phone, Oh, Yu Xiaowan said, "What's wrong? Are you hiding something from me? If you have something going on, you must tell me first. Sister needs to be prepared to clean up after you, otherwise I can help you with public relations." Oh, Yu Xiaowan said with a sly smile. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and answered the call. "Hello, are you Mango's father?" A slightly aging voice came from the receiver. Very few people called him Mango's father except for kindergarten teachers and parents. Lin Yu frowned slightly and softly replied yes. Upon hearing Lin Yu's affirmative response, the other party excitedly exclaimed, "I'm so glad to find you. In the conductor of the Qintai Concert Hall's Philharmonic Orchestra? My surname is Yang, and I found you through the nickname and phone number you registered when purchasing tickets." Lin Yu wondered why the conductor of the Qintai Concert Hall's orchestra would be looking for him. "Do you have something to discuss with me? I watched your piano performance video at the Qintai Music Hall. May I ask if that piece was your original composition?" Yang Yishan's deep and steady voice slightly raised in pitch. Lin Yu somewhat understood the reason for the call. It was about the piano piece he played at the Qintai Music Hall with the little one. In this world that song indeed does not exist, and he silently murmured an apology in his heart. "Yes," Lin Yu replied. "Can you tell me the name of the piano piece?" Yang Yishan was already quite excited after a long time. "Adelina at the Water's Edge," Lin Yu said calmly. Yang Yishan's voice trembled. "What a lovely name. May I ask who Adelina is? Could you share the background of the composition?" Adelina comes from a story in Greek mythology, but this world is different from the original one and he could not explain it according to the original author's background. Lin Yu could feel that the other party genuinely wanted to know the background of the composition, and if he didn't say anything it would seem very impolite. He could only make some simple modifications and adaptations to the original background. This piano piece is inspired by a fairy tale I heard in my childhood. Long, long ago in a mysterious kingdom there was a lonely king who sculpted a beautiful maiden. Every day he gazed at her obsessively and inevitably fell in love with the statue of the maiden. He prayed to the gods hoping for a miracle of love. His sincerity and dedication touched the gods who granted life to the sculpture. From then on the fortunate king lived happily with the beautiful maiden. The maiden was named Adelina. Lin Yu said. He spoke calmly while Yang Yishan listened intently. Many veteran artists are easily empathetic, sometimes they can be moved to tears just by attending a concert. They listen not only to the performance itself but also to the story behind the music, which is why they resonate so deeply. So it's a love story. Yang Yishan said slowly. Lin Yu felt that the other party might just be an elder passionate about music, which is why he would carefully inquire about the piano piece. After explaining seriously, he intended to politely hang up the phone. May I visit you? Yang Yishan suddenly said. Now? Lin Yu was taken aback. Yes, right now. I can't wait to meet you. Yang Yishan always referred to him with honorifics. Being addressed as you by someone obviously older made Lin Yu feel a bit shy. I'm Lin Yu, you can just call me Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, please tell me your location. I'll come over right now. Yang Yishan said sincerely. It was Lin Yu's first time not knowing how to refuse someone, and he could only mention that he was in Shenkong. Yang Yishan happened to be near Shenkong and soon arrived downstairs. Lin Yu had originally wanted to wait downstairs for Yang Yishan but was stopped by Oyu Xiaojuan, who asked him a lot of questions, and more than 10 minutes passed. By the time he went downstairs, Yang Yishan had already taken another elevator up. Yang Yishan forgot to ask which department Lin Yu belonged to. Lin Yu did not take the initiative to mention it because he wanted to wait downstairs for the other party, so there was no need to clarify his work department. As a result, the two of them perfectly missed each other. With such excellent piano skills, you must be from the music department, Yang Yishan muttered to himself. The old man was already 68 years old but was full of energy. Ever since the staff at the Qingtai Music Hall sent him the video of Lin Yu playing the piano, he had been searching for the pianist through various means, eventually finding Lin Yu's phone number via ticket information from the concert hall. Yang Yishan was dressed appropriately in a grey-black suit paired with a tie of the same color, his hair graying and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Teacher Yang. Just as Yang Yishan stepped out of the elevator, he was recognized by someone from the music department. Hello? The old man was in a good mood, smiling as he greeted them. Many people recognized Yang Yishan. He was a nationally renowned orchestra conductor and a famous pianist who had once taught at the foremost music academy in Huaguo with countless outstanding musicians as his students. This included Nan Gongyang. When his assistant saw Yang Yishan, he ran to report to Nan Gongyang that his mentor had arrived, and Nan Gongyang hurried out to welcome him. Yang Yishan was momentarily stunned upon seeing Nan Gongyang. The old man knew that Nan Gongyang was the head of the Shenkong music department but couldn't recall it at that moment. Having had too many top students throughout his life, the old man was aware of their achievements and felt happy for them, but he never considered that he would need their help for anything. Thus in his heart, students were still students, in his eyes they would always be spirited youths. As for their professions or positions, he really did not care. The old man was also very pleased to see his student and greeted Nan Gongyang warmly. What brings you to Shenkong, old friend? Nan Gongyang helped his teacher sit down. The old man was actually anxious to find Lin Yu, but upon encountering a student he hadn't seen for a long time, he couldn't rush to leave and naturally sat down. I want to invite a pianist to perform at the Spring Festival concert next month, Yang Yishan said with a smile. Nan Gongyang's eyes suddenly brightened, feeling both honored and surprised. In the entire music department, he was the only one who could be called a pianist. Nan Gongyang could think of it, and so could his subordinates. What good news, Minister Nan Gong. Congratulations, Minister Nan Gong. Our composition department truly has face. Of course, our composition department is full of talent. Nan Gongyang immersed himself in the praise from his subordinates. Yang Yishan thought everyone said this because Lin Yu was from the music department and everyone felt proud as colleagues from the same department. Moreover, since Nan Gongyang was the head of the music department, everyone congratulated him. With a beaming smile, Nan Gongyang asked, when shall we practice with the orchestra teacher Yang? Yang Yishan replied earnestly, we can practice anytime, it mainly depends on you. The old man referred to meant the working hours of the music department. He knew that the songwriters in the music department were just like ordinary office workers, needing to clock in and out and sometimes working overtime. Therefore they were bound to have rehearsals every day while the orchestra was freer and should naturally cooperate with Lin Yu, who needed to work. The same words held a different meaning in Nan Gongyang's mind. Oh, since you specially came to invite me, I will definitely cooperate fully. How can I let you accompany me? Nan Gongyang said respectfully. As the minister, you can come and go as you please. Who would dare to stop you? The old man chuckled heartily. I can just go with you alone regardless of others. That won't work. What use would it be for you to go without Lin Yu being available? The old man said very seriously. Lin Yu. Nan Gongyang's smile froze on his face. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. The other members of the music department looked at each other in confusion. Yes, I came to find Lin Yu to play the piano, the old man said. Nan Gongyang. Nan Gongyang felt as if he had been dealt a critical blow. You didn't come for me, he asked again, unwilling to give up. Old Master Yang Yishan was taken aback by his student's question. He had never said he was looking for him. No, I'm here to find Lin Yu from your music department. Is he in? Nan Gongyang opened his mouth, concealing the embarrassment on his face. Everyone knew that the renowned conductor and pianist Old Master Yang Yishan was Nan Gongyang's teacher. The master's fame in the music world was unmatched. As soon as the old master sat down in the music department, people from the entire floor rushed over to watch. Even colleagues from other floors of the music department came down to listen to him speak. Everyone was eager to learn. If the old master deigned to impart even a little wisdom, it might just add some inspiration to the new songs they were racking their brains over. At this moment, Nan Gongyang's expression was dark. Zhu Yifan had just returned from an errand and heard at the door that Nan Gongyang's teacher, the famous musician Master Yang Yishan, had come to Shenkong. He quickly squeezed through the crowd. Teacher Yang, you've come all this way to see our boss. Our entire music department feels honored. Zhu Yifan had visited Master Yang with Nan Gongyang before, so they were acquainted, and his tone was relatively casual. Nan Gongyang's face darkened even more. He wasn't angry that his teacher had come to see Lin Yu, he was simply embarrassed. Zhu Yifan, unaware of the truth, added another stab to his boss' pride. Everyone looked at Zhu Yifan with sympathetic eyes. What's wrong? Zhu Yifan asked in confusion. From his years of experience working beside Nan Gongyang, Zhu Yifan sensed an ominous pressure emanating from his boss. He swallowed hard. Nan Gongyang certainly wouldn't lose his composure in front of his teacher. He merely shot a cold glance at Zhu Yifan without saying a word. Teacher Yang is here to see Lin Yu. Someone whispered in Zhu Yifan's ear. Lin Yu. Zhu Yifan gaped in astonishment. Nan Gongyang asked respectfully, is Lin Yu in the company at this time? He is? I just called him, the old master said kindly. Nan Gongyang felt irritated. His own esteemed teacher had come to find him, yet that brat Lin Yu didn't even bother to come down and greet him. I'll call Lin Yu right now and have him come to the music department, Nan Gongyang said. Although in his heart Nan Gongyang admired Lin Yu's talent and had gone to Ou Xiaowan more than once to ask for Lin Yu's help, he didn't mind going to find Lin Yu himself. But how could he allow his teacher and elder to search the entire building for Lin Yu? Isn't Lin Yu in your music department? The old master seized on the key point. Lin Yu is in the performance department, Nan Gongyang replied. It was then that Master Yang realized he had made a huge blunder. Master Yang also realized that his earlier words might have caused a misunderstanding. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he stood up to go to the performance department himself to find Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was a younger generation, it was only proper. Lin Yu walked slowly out of the elevator. He had been waiting downstairs for a while when he met a colleague from the music department who said that Master Yang Yishan was in the music department and that he was rushing back to pay homage to the master up close. Only then did he realize that Master Yang had gone to the music department. Lin Yu decided to head over there. Lin Yu is here. Someone with sharp eyes in the crowd spotted him first. I didn't expect you to be in the performance department. I thought a talent like you would be in the music department, Master Yang Yishan said with a smile. Nan Gongyang felt as if he had been dealt another blow. He had been thinking the exact same thing, damn it. Shouldn't Lin Yu be in the music department? Why did such a talent end up in the performance department? The key point was that if Lin Yu were in the music department, he could be easily dispatched. After all, Nan Gongyang was his top supervisor. But since Lin Yu was in the performance department, every time he had to go begging and pleading through Ou Xiaowan to get Lin Yu's help. Lin Yu politely bowed slightly to Master Yang Yishan. While waiting for Master Yang outside, he had looked up the master's identity on his phone and learned that whether in terms of musical achievements or status and seniority in the music world, Master Yang deserved Lin Yu's respect. I'm sorry I was waiting for you downstairs. We might have just missed each other, Lin Yu explained. The old master waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. I happened to run into Xiao Yang and we chatted for a bit. Nan Gongyang stood behind Master Yang, his face dark as he glared at Lin Yu. Was it your first time performing at daughter.Lin by the water in public last time at the Qingtai Music Hall? Master Yang asked. I played it once at a training institution, Lin Yu said. This song had only been played once at the music store and later he played it at home for the little one. He wasn't sure if playing it once at the music store counted as a public performance. daughter.Lin by the water. Never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either. I've heard all the famous piano pieces but I don't know this one. Who is daughter.Lin? The colleagues in the music department began to whisper among themselves. His technique was decent but not top-notch. In fact, in terms of skill he wasn't even as good as a professional like himself. So why would his teacher ask him to perform? Now that he thought about it, his teacher's philharmonic orchestra was a nationally renowned symphony orchestra. Why would they suddenly ask Lin Yu to perform? Nan Gongyang had heard Lin Yu play the piano before. When he was writing the theme song for Spirited Away, Lin Yu had played. His technique was decent but not top-notch. In fact, in terms of skill he wasn't even as good as a professional like himself. So why would his teacher ask him to perform? daughter.Lin by the water. An original piano piece. This kid can even write piano music. Nan Gongyang looked at Lin Yu as if he were a monster. We'd like to invite you to perform at our concert next month playing daughter.Lin by the water and we'll accompany you. As an artist you must have a lot of engagements. I'm not sure if you can fit it into your schedule. Master Yang said kindly. Lin Yu was a bit surprised and hadn't had time to reply immediately. He has time? He's not very popular so he doesn't have many engagements. Nan Gongyang nudged Lin Yu with his elbow and answered for him. Lin Yu could only nod in agreement. I have time? I have time during the day. Nan Gongyang sneered inwardly. At least the kid had said something sensible. If he dared to be arrogant he would be the first to punch him. Master Yang Yishan was unaware of Nan Gongyang's inner thoughts. He only cared about the music, not about age or seniority. The old master was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Can I hear daughter.Lin by the water live once?" Master Yang Yishan had only heard the recorded video and had never heard the song live. He was very much looking forward to it. Nan Gongyang called out to Zhu Yifan to quickly open his piano room. Holy shit, Lin Yu is going to play the boss piano for the second time. In just 3 months Lin Yu has been to the piano room twice. That's talent. I'm also really looking forward to it. Master Yang came all the way here himself. What kind of piece is it? We're in for a treat. We'll find out when we hear it. Lin Yu was not visiting Nan Gongyang's piano room for the first time, he was very familiar with it. Shui Kai with his messy hair and unkempt beard squeezed into the crowd in a pair of slippers despite the winter chill. He just happened to squeeze next to the old man Yang Yishan. The moment their eyes met, the rebellious Shui Kai lowered his gaze like a well-behaved little sheep saying, "Teacher Yang." Yang Yishan smiled slightly and kindly replied, "You still haven't taken care of your appearance." Shui Kai awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "I didn't have time to tidy myself up this morning." "You seem to never have time to tidy up," Nan Gongyang chuckled. Shui Kai was Nan Gongyang's junior apprentice, though they had chosen different paths later on. By the time Shui Kai enrolled, the old man Yang had already reduced his teaching duties, but he had still heard of this distinctly different yet talented student. Lin Yu sat before the piano silently praising it once again in his heart. It was truly a wonderful instrument. His slender fingers danced over the black and white keys and a beautiful melody floated throughout the music department. Nan Gongyang knew Lin Yu could play the piano and was aware of his composing abilities. The last piece, Forever Together, had been played solely by Lin Yu with all the accompanying music arranged by him as well. However, he still felt that Lin Yu was far from being a true pianist. Although both were compositions, pop songs and piano pieces were completely different. When he realized that Teacher Yang had only watched a video and listened to Lin Yu's piano performance through his phone rather than being present live, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the old man was getting on in years, even the sharpest ears could make mistakes. He knew Lin Yu's level of performance, it wasn't worth the old man making a trip. He estimated that once the old man heard Lin Yu play live, he would abandon the invitation. The old man was a straight shooter. If he truly felt it wasn't suitable, he would say so immediately. At that time he would still have to help Lin Yu save face. After all, he was young and such a blow could easily damage his mentality, especially for a kid like Lin Yu who had always been treated like a prized possession, rejecting others rather than being rejected himself. The sound of the piano intertwined in the air. At this moment Nan Gongyang suddenly realized that he was actually the fool. Setting aside Lin Yu's performance level, it was indeed not world-class. Nan Gongyang could no longer think of anything else. He was completely immersed in the piano piece. While Lin Yu's technical skill could not compare to Yang Yishan or Nan Gongyang, he compensated for. Nan Gongyang could no longer think of anything else. He was completely immersed in the piano piece. While Lin Yu's technical skill could not compare to Yang Yishan or Nan Gongyang, he compensated for that shortcoming with perfect emotion. In Yang Yishan's eyes, emotion outweighed technical display. At his level, any technical showcase was a common occurrence. Being overly showy could even evoke disdain. Infusing a piece with soul relied not on technique but on emotion. As the piece concluded, his fingers hovered in midair. The notes appeared to freeze above the music department embedded in the air. The lingering sound resonated, refusing to dissipate. Time seemed to come to a standstill and everyone remained in a listening posture. It was not until Lin Yu exited the piano room and approached everyone that they finally reacted, realizing the song had ended. The love story Lin Yu had portrayed through the piano had come to an end. However, the love belonging to Adelina had not yet concluded. Yang Yishan applauded. Nan Gongyang and Shui Kai joined in the applause. Everyone clapped. Lin Yu, you can write piano pieces too, Shui Kai said, grabbing Lin Yu's shoulders and shaking him back and forth. Let go, Lin Yu still has to collaborate with the teacher for a performance. Don't hurt his arm. What if he can play the piano and you have to take his arm off? Nan Gongyang pushed Shui Kai's arm away. Zhu Yifan originally just felt that he lacked a bit of talent in composition compared to Lin Yu and perhaps a bit of luck as well. However, over the years Zhu Yifan had produced many hit songs with over 10 tracks exceeding 1 million downloads. Without solid achievements he could not have become Nan Gongyang's right-hand man and secured the position of a top composer. He merely maintained a production rate of 1 or 2 hit songs each year, unlike Lin Yu who produced 1 or 2 songs a month. That was simply exhausting. In the past, when Nan Gongyang forced them to complete tasks, they always said that no one could write more than 3 hit songs. Yet after Lin Yu appeared, any excuses they made would be countered with a single retort, forcing them to quietly work overtime. How can Lin Yu do it? However, at this moment Lin Yu had completely become a god in Zhu Yifan's heart. Yang Yishan gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder, saying the younger generation is to be feared. The old man still has rehearsal later. Although he is older, it has been his habit to rehearse on time every day. Before leaving, Yang Yishan scheduled rehearsal time with Lin Yu. As long as it was during the day, Lin Yu was fine with it. He could rehearse every day. The old man candidly discussed the profit sharing with Lin Yu. The orchestra had many musicians, all with clear salaries and bonuses, including excess profit sharing. But since Lin Yu was an external collaborator, the old man offered him a share based on ticket sales. A week later, My Neighbor Totoro was released. This was the second animated film following the success of Beautiful. With both movies released so close together, many industry insiders were not optimistic. Typically, directors would prepare for a long time before starting the production of a second film after creating a blockbuster. After all, with high audience expectations and increased investment, there were more elements to coordinate. Directors like Lu Qing, who did not follow conventional methods, were rare in the industry. I always thought My Neighbor Totoro would need to be promoted for a while before its release. Yes, previously, after the first part of Peacock ended, they released a trailer for the second part, but that was just a teaser. Production hadn't even started. It wasn't until a year and a half later that the second part was released. Haven't you heard the saying? The eager cannot eat hot tofu. Still young, suddenly famous, and people become unsteady. Let's stay calm and watch the excitement unfold. All the film departments of major entertainment companies were gossiping about Beautiful. Previously, Lu Qing's sudden rise to fame had made these entertainment companies equipped with famous directors and actors quite displeased. If Beautiful really had prepared a major surprise after 1 or 2 years, they might have felt some apprehension. But now another new movie had come out just a few months later. Everyone was mocking Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at the comments about himself online, disdainfully lighting a cigarette. Yet another film in the capital circle. In today's film industry, many are controlled by capital. If the first part lacked funds, the second part suddenly has money, then it is no longer up to them. The director is still Lu Qing and the screenwriter is still Ari Mang. Let's not talk about the director, just consider the screenwriter. What kind of mind can continuously produce masterpieces? Hearing you say that makes me not want to watch it anymore. The internet is filled with negative comments about My Neighbor Totoro. When Spirited Away was released, the animation company was still relatively unknown and Lu Qing was a little-known director. At that time, people's skepticism about the film stemmed from their lack of fame. They thought they couldn't produce a good animated film. But now the animation company has become famous. Lu Qing has gained recognition, and after Angel put in extensive promotion, negative news about My Neighbor Totoro still floods the internet. At that time, it was because Lu Qing encroached on others' profits, blocking their financial paths. Lin Yu glanced at the news about My Neighbor Totoro online, exited the app, turned off his phone and pinched the little one's cheek. Today is the premiere of My Neighbor Totoro. Lin Yu bought 2 movie tickets. The little one hasn't yet reached the age where a ticket is needed, but Lin Yu wants the child to have an independent seat, so he always buys 2 tickets when taking the child to the movies. The father and daughter were waiting in the lobby for entry. The little one was holding a large bucket of popcorn, munching away happily. Lin Yu looked at the little mango with a puffed-up mouth, his gaze filled with tenderness. Xiao Wan knows he wants to make money and has explained to him multiple times that being an artist is the most profitable, especially for quick cash, shooting commercials, participating in variety shows. If one works hard enough, the company is willing to support them. Even if not famous, one can still outperform most people. Living in a villa and driving a luxury car is not an issue. Lin Yu is unwilling to walk that path because once he becomes a highly visible star, it will be nearly impossible to enjoy carefree moments with the little one like eating or watching movies. Countless eyes scrutinize your every move. If he must live that way, he hopes it will be when the little mango has grown a bit more. At this moment he only wants to accompany the little one and be an ordinary father. Daddy Totoro is so cute. The little one pointed at the promotional poster in the viewing hall. The poster depicted a large Totoro lying in a tree hollow with a cute little girl standing on its belly, the two gazing at each other. Does little mango want a big Totoro? Lin Yu asked, ruffling the little one's hair. The little one lifted his chin proudly. I already have a big Totoro. You have one? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Yes, Daddy is Mango's big Totoro. The little one giggled after saying that. Lin Yu pinched the little one's chubby cheek. Suddenly he felt he resembled a chubby Totoro just a bit, not in body shape but because the little one often sits on his belly like that. He remembers the first time they were alone together, the little one's eyes were filled with curiosity. His curiosity is unimaginable. He has become a father. The little one's curiosity might stem from sensing the subtle changes in Daddy's personality. But now when Lin Yu looks at the little one, his eyes are filled only with affection. Entering the hall 5 minutes early, Lin Yu held the little one's hand with one hand while the other cradled the large bucket of popcorn, and he also had 2 cups of fruit tea. Lin Yu walked into the screening room and looked around. After all, it's an animated film and most attendees are parents with children. Perhaps due to the explosive reputation of Spirited Away, there are also some young couples in attendance. My Neighbor Totoro tells the story of a father who teaches at a university and moves to the countryside with his 2 daughters to be closer to his wife who is recovering in the hospital. The 2 daughters are filled with curiosity about everything in the countryside and discover many interesting things. They find themselves in an environment that belongs to them, encountering many strange phenomena in their world, and even become friends with a large plump Totoro. Totoro and the little spirits use their magical powers to bring the sisters many wondrous sights, opening their eyes to new experiences. Wow, so cute! Totoro is adorable. When Totoro appeared, Lin Yu heard a young couple nearby exclaiming in admiration. Some surprises can only be seen by children because their eyes are filled with innocence. They are pure and beautiful, allowing them to see even more beautiful things. Although My Neighbor Totoro is an animated film, Lin Yu never thought such movies were solely for children. On the contrary, in the noisy city and the busy lives of working people, one should return to this tranquility, should pause and view this beautiful world through the lens of childhood innocence. Only in this way can life develop in a positive direction. When work hits a bottleneck and feels hopeless, or when one feels they are in a low point in life, it might be helpful to return to one's true self and face it with a child's smile. When life reaches a certain level of badness, it will improve because it cannot get any worse. After striving, one realizes that many things just require persistence to overcome. Previously, Lu Qing sent Lin Yu an early version to preview, but Lin Yu refused. Now that it's at the final stage, revisions are impossible, thus showing it to him is merely to let him see. Since it can't be changed even if it's bad, he firmly refuses to be spoiled. He still needs to take the little mango to the cinema, who would want to see the early version first. Although Lin Yu has watched My Neighbor Totoro many times before and the script was also provided by him to Lu Qing. However, he had never seen the version drawn by Lu Qing. To be honest, even though the design of Totoro was his idea, Lin Yu also contributed some suggestions for the main characters and scenes which Lu Qing adopted. But after all, this animation was created under completely different teams and cultural backgrounds, so there are still some differences. In Lin Yu's view, these differences are just right. The movie is not long until the theme song played. The clean and crisp sound echoed in the theater, yet people were still reluctant to leave their seats. In not leaving, there might be post-credits. I don't want to leave either, but there seems to be no post-credits. Then I also want to listen to the song. The theme song is so nice. I also think the theme song is lovely. I heard the lyrics and music were written by the same person who did Forever Together, and it was sung by Mo Ran. Haha, only that flamboyant chubby guy can sing so carefree. But is that carefree? That's innocence. Right, innocence. I really don't understand what's so good about Mo Ran. What do you like about him? If you were a fan of a handsome male star, I could tolerate it, but I really don't understand why you keep using a chubby guy's photo as your wallpaper. Is it for good luck? The young couple beside Lin Yu were exchanging playful jibes. As the film concluded, the father and daughter walked hand in hand out of the screening room, passing by the promotional posters once more. Dad, let's take a picture together. The little one pointed to the My Neighbor Totoro poster. Sure. Lin Yu took out his phone. Dad, I want to pose like them. The little one demonstrated the pose. On the poster, a little girl was standing atop Totoro's round fluffy body. All right, Dad will hold you for the picture. Lin Yu lifted the little one up and leaned back. The couple who helped take the photo happened to be the one sitting next to Lin Yu earlier. The young man knew how to find the right angle, making it appear as if the little one was standing on her dad. The pose was too difficult to maintain and Lin Yu couldn't hold it for long. Just as the photo was taken, he put the little one down, thanked the couple and retrieved his phone. The little one zoomed in on the photo, enlarging it repeatedly, then compared it to the poster, giggling happily. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. The little one seemed to have transformed. Lin Yu recalled the first meeting with little Mango. He had just arrived in this world, and although he bore this face, everything felt so unfamiliar. The only familiar thing was the overwhelming love for the little one. Yet she was so understanding that it tugged at his heart. To win a bet with her classmates, out of the 28 kids in the class, she claimed she would buy only 27 egg tarts, saying she wouldn't eat any. Just to save her dad the cost of one egg tart, she resisted the temptation of food while other children her age were throwing tantrums, crying for treats from their parents. The little one hardly ever made any demands. Despite her strong desire to eat, play and have her dad accompany her, she kept everything bottled up inside. However, a child under 6 couldn't act convincingly, and Lin Yu easily saw through her every time. He wanted to fulfill her wishes, buy her delicious food, get her toys and free up time just to spend more moments with her. Lin Yu had never wanted to get married or have children. Each time he saw other people's kids rolling on the ground for food and toys, crying when they didn't get what they wanted, he felt a strange fear of children. Until little Mango appeared, he realized that other people's kids were just that, other people's. His own was the best little angel. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks, pinched the little one's cheek and affectionately stroked her head. Suddenly little Mango hugged her dad tightly, saying, "Dad, please don't ever leave Mango." This unexpected statement left Lin Yu momentarily dumbfounded. His thoughts had been comparing the lively and adorable child of the moment to the sensible and reserved little one from months ago. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked gently. He didn't realize that as he noticed the changes in the little one's personality, the sensitive little Mango had also sensed the changes in her dad over the past few months. She noticed that her dad no longer stayed out as often, locking her alone at home. Unlike before, when fatigue would cause him to lose his temper, leaving her trembling in silence, nor was life as difficult as it once was, often lacking food and clothing while being scolded by the landlord. Now Dad was gentle, playing with her every day, always picking her up from school on time, never failing to spend time with her. Plus he was now very wealthy, fulfilling all her wishes for delicious and fun things. He even bought a big house, a very, very large house, and said they would never again be pressured to pay rent because this house was theirs. Even if they rented it out one day, it would still be them asking for rent from others. Little Mango told her dad that asking others for rent was wrong because in her little heart landlords always appeared fierce, coming to the house to yell at Dad and threatening to kick them out. Thus in little Mango's young mind, collecting rent was simply wrong. However, this was just a small thought. In her little head, they would never move out of the big house. It was their home, not to be rented to anyone else. With such a dad, such a life, the little one didn't want to lose it. That's why she was afraid that one day Dad would revert to his former self. Afraid that the current dad was just a phantom from a mysterious world like in cartoons, and once the dream ended she would return to reality, back to the old life. Lin Yu would never know that in his heart the most ordinary life was something that little Mango had once dared not hope for. The little one hugged her dad tightly, saying, "Dad, I really like you now." Lin Yu looked down affectionately at the little one who had wrapped her small arms around him, her big watery eyes filled with tears. Lin Yu gently stroked little Mango's hair, saying, "Dad likes you too. How could Dad ever leave? Dad will always be by our little Mango's side." "Really?" The little one blinked her big eyes. Lin Yu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise, okay?" The little one obediently nodded, extending her small finger. "Pinky swear 100 years without changing. If you do, you're a puppy." Lin Yu extended his finger, chanting the same spell with her. "Dad, after watching the movie I feel you're more like Totoro now." The little one held an ice cream, having already forgotten her earlier sulk. "There's nothing an ice cream can't solve, and if there is, then it takes two." "Why is that?" Lin Yu asked curiously. "Because you spoil me just like Totoro spoils my dad, spoils little Mango too. And just like Totoro, Dad is also mysterious, always bringing surprises for Mango." The little one licked her ice cream, proudly analyzing the similarities between her dad and Totoro. Lin Yu felt that the little one had a point. Then Dad will always be little Mango's Totoro? "Dad, here, you eat this, I can't finish it." The little one held out her half-eaten ice cream to Lin Yu. Lin Yu often ate little Mango's leftovers, but this time the ice cream was too unappetizing, looking terrible after being licked by her. "I don't want it, it's all licked like this." Lin Yu turned his head away, not even wanting to look. The little one loved to tease her. The more Dad didn't want it, the more spirited she became. "No, Dad, eat it." "Not eating." "Is Dad disgusted by Mango?" The little one pouted, pretending to be unhappy. Lin Yu smacked his lips. "No, it's not that I'm disgusted by little Mango." "Then what is it?" The little one held up the melting ice cream in front of her dad again. Lin Yu awkwardly glanced at the deformed ice cream. This is just too unappetizing. The little one pouted again. Lin Yu truly didn't mind the little one. His daughter was sweeter than any candy, so how could he ever be disgusted? It was just that the ice cream was melting too badly, making Lin Yu hesitant. But he didn't want to make the little one unhappy or be seen as rejecting her. Lin Yu leaned in, opening his mouth. Just as Lin Yu was about to take a bite of the ice cream, the little one dodged, pulling the ice cream away and playfully sticking out her tongue. HMPH Mango won't give Dad any. Lin Yu had turned off his phone before the movie, casually doing so to avoid any disturbance. Whenever he was with little Mango, he always forgot about his phone, and thus it remained off afterward. It wasn't until evening, when the tired little one had fallen asleep listening to a story, that Lin Yu thought of checking the news and remembered his phone. He had just turned it on. Messages burst forth like an explosion, one after another. Teacher Lin Yu, my new song has reached number 12 on the new song chart in just one day. It's already the end of January, yet one day's worth of downloads has surpassed most others' half-month totals. Teacher Lin Yu, am I about to become famous again? Brother Lin replied, please. Brother Yu. Brother Ari Mango, my neighbor Totoro has done quite well. I originally thought its healing storyline wouldn't suit adult audiences, but the box office has managed to hold up. Now netizens are buzzing about the classic lines from my neighbor Totoro. Brother Ari Mango, I feel like you're my lucky charm. Reply please. Husky staring, you're making me nervous like this windblown mess. We're revolutionary comrades, you can't abandon me wrapped in a little blanket. Teacher Lin Yu, the performance of Cloudy Day is excellent. Though January hasn't fully ended, it's basically secured the top spot. Thank you this time. I wonder if I could invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. Young man, do you have time at 10 tomorrow morning? Our orchestra usually starts rehearsals at 10 on weekdays. With 5 songs exceeding 1 million downloads, you can become a golden music producer in our music department, receiving a higher revenue share. How about considering joining us? Wicked grin. If you don't reply, I'll assume you're considering it. Lin Yu, after thinking it over, if you truly don't want to be in the public eye, I understand. After all, your child is young and you want to give her a peaceful life. The music department's hierarchy is different from ours in the performance department. They're more straightforward. With 5 songs exceeding 1 million downloads, you get a higher royalty rate. Tomorrow I'll go to Manager Lee to get a special quota for you. We can let the music department have it all for free. Lin Yu skimmed through all the messages and then began composing his replies. He could ignore Mo Ran's message. That kid was probably overwhelmed by happiness coming too fast like a tornado and had lost his senses. He'd think of him again when there was a suitable song, mainly because the kid was cheap and easy to deal with. He needed to explain to Liu Qing, or else he'd sink into depression. Busy during the day, phone was off. Just saw your message. The moment the message was sent, Liu Qing fired off a barrage of replies. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly and chose not to respond further. When it came to animated films, he had never considered anyone else. He would always collaborate with Liu Qing. Next was Xiao Mango's message. Since the diva was willing to forego a high royalty share, Lin Yu was naturally happy to let her sing his songs. After all, everyone wants a singer who performs well and comes cheap. As for dinner, Lin Yu wasn't yet ready to have a meal alone with any woman other than little Mango. Not replying was the best response. Xiao Mango was smart enough to understand, unlike Liu Qing and Mo Ran, who would blather on endlessly. The next message was from Elder Yang Yishan. For the performance at the Qintai Concert Hall, Lin Yu would start rehearsing with the Elders RE Orchestra from tomorrow. This would be Lin Yu's first time playing in such a grand hall, and little Mango was the most excited one. When Lin Yu had told little Mango the news, the little one had jumped up with joy. Lin Yu thought little Mango was happy because her father would perform on stage, but later he found out that she was thrilled because she could sit in the front row and listen to the concert for free. Such a money-grubbing daughter, Lin Yu confirmed with a glance that she was indeed his own flesh and blood. Lin Yu replied, okay, I'll be there at 10 tomorrow. With Nan Gongyang, Lin Yu had always been firm. Although Nan Gongyang was a department head, he wasn't Lin Yu's direct superior. One's stance depends on one's position, so Lin Yu's confidence was unshaken. Lin Yu replied with just 2 words, no thanks. Then came Ou Xiaohuan's message. The entertainment industry in this world was no different from the original one. The only difference was that capital had shifted from region-based factions to a monopolistic operation by 5 major companies. The same fierce competition for resources, the same scheming for profit. But in this world he had met a more considerate agent. From the moment Ou Xiaohuan came to his home eager to sign him to his later entry into Shinkong, her boundless tolerance and indulgence had filled Lin Yu with genuine gratitude. No matter how talented an artist, if the company decides to shelve them, one person cannot fight against the capital bloc. But Ou Xiaohuan didn't do that. She chose to understand Lin Yu. Though she occasionally nagged at him with frustration, Lin Yu knew it was a parental wish for his well-being, a genuine care devoid of any ulterior motives. In the dialog box with Ou Xiaojuan, Lin Yu typed 2 words "thank you." After replying to all messages, he turned on his computer. He found the poster for the short story competition he had saved earlier. First prize 1 million yuan. After taxes it was all his own with no platform cut. Lin Yu felt such a good opportunity was worth pursuing. The word count ranged between 2,000 and 10,000. There were many such stories. In his original world, anyone with 9 years of compulsory education could recite a few. Besides, during his 10 years of seclusion, Lin Yu had read countless works. The entertainment industry in Huaxia was in a period of vigorous development. The rise of the 5 major entertainment companies had nearly monopolized the entire entertainment market, but there was one area they hadn't covered: literature. It wasn't that the 5 companies didn't want to, it was that literature had always been a weak link in the development of entertainment. Even though capital offered substantial prizes to encourage various types of literary competitions, the number of outstanding works that could be published remained pitifully small. Whether it was short stories and novellas in magazines or published novels, none were on the same level as those in Lin Yu's original world. If singers and actors could still compensate for their lack of skill with good looks, the competition in literature was far too realistic. A book is either well written or it isn't. An author can't just paste their photo on the cover. Even if they did, people wouldn't buy it just because you're good looking. If readers want to see pretty people, wouldn't it be better to buy a fashion magazine? Why buy a novel? After roughly understanding the literary world in this realm, Lin Yu opened his office software. The next morning, just as Lin Yu arrived at Shinkong, Shui Kai slung an arm around his neck and pulled him aside. "You've got some nerve, kid. Sister Xiao Wan and boss Nangong got into a fight over you at the senior management morning meeting. I heard it was quite intense. If President Li and a few other executives hadn't been there to mediate, they might have come to blows." Shui Kai flashed a malicious grin. Lin Yu glanced at him calmly, suspecting that Shui Kai was exaggerating. After all, people of Ou Xiaowan and Nangong Yang's stature wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of the higher-ups over a nobody like him. Shui Kai knew that Nangong Yang had always wanted to transfer Lin Yu to the music department because, given Lin Yu's current development, he clearly contributed more to the music department and could play a better role there. But he didn't know what boss Nangong, who usually only pulled strings behind the scenes, had said at the morning meeting that made them directly clash. Lin Yu recalled the 2 text messages he had received from them the day before and seemed to guess the reason for their quarrel. After listening to a few more of Shui Kai's boring jokes, Lin Yu went to find Ou Xiaowan. He had mentioned the performance at Qingtai Concert Hall to Ou Xiaowan before, and she hadn't objected. She said that as long as it didn't violate the company's interests, she wouldn't oppose him taking on such private work, especially since it was during his personal time. However, Lin Yu felt he should also inform Ou Xiaowan about the rehearsals, since going during work hours might not be appropriate. As soon as Lin Yu arrived at the door of Ou Xiaohuan's office, he sensed a strange atmosphere around him. It seemed many eyes were fixed on him, but whenever he turned around, everyone appeared busy with their own tasks, no longer looking at him. Just as Lin Yu was about to knock the office door open from the inside, Nangong Yang stormed out and their eyes met. He was about to speak. Behind him, Ou Xiaowan strode to the door with an overwhelming presence. Nangong Yang forced out a stiff smile and walked away with long, swift strides. It all happened so suddenly that Lin Yu didn't have time to react with any expression. Originally, Nangong Yang thought Ou Xiaowan would readily let Lin Yu go, since after signing, Lin Yu had brought no benefits to the performance department. He had released 7 songs, but only 1 was sung by himself, and he was unwilling to cooperate with the company's activities. Clearly he wasn't the type Ou Xiaowan favored. Ou Xiaowan hated disobedient artists the most. Previously, Nangong Yang only thought she was being arrogant, trying to trade Lin Yu for better resources from the higher-ups, which was why she never agreed to let him go. So Nangong Yang hadn't bothered to work on Ou Xiaowan. He believed that once Lin Yu agreed, she would release him. But unexpectedly at the morning meeting, Ou Xiaowan made the first move by proposing to increase Lin Yu's song revenue share. This was Nangong Yang's trump card to win over Lin Yu. With his ultimate move stolen by someone else, his mentality instantly shattered. The reason Nangong Yang was so furious was that Ou Xiaowan had deliberately tricked him into a lose-lose situation. If he agreed to Lin Yu's revenue increase, he would be doing Ou Xiaowan a favor, the very gift he had planned to give Lin Yu himself. But if he disagreed, Ou Xiaowan would surely tell Lin Yu, and then Lin Yu would resent him. Nangong Yang cherished talent and didn't want to make an enemy of Lin Yu. Nangong Yang could only curse Ou Xiaowan in his heart. This woman was too cunning, too malicious. So he directly laid it out at the morning meeting, demanding that President Li transfer Lin Yu to the music department. Then he listed 1, 2, 3 reasons why Lin Yu would benefit the music department and how he was being shelved and underutilized in the performance department, blah blah blah. After Nangong Yang started the battle, Ou Xiaowan refused to back down and the two began to argue. Outsiders said they were fighting, which was a bit exaggerated. They were just debating, engaging in a war of words and veiled sarcasm over Lin Yu's position. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Li Linsen didn't care which department Lin Yu was in. The company had many artists. As long as they could make money, they were good artists. However, he had a favorable impression of Lin Yu since Lin Yu had written the song Youth for him, which had earned Li Linsen considerable face among the CEOs of various companies. So whether Lin Yu stayed in the performance department or moved to the music department, Li Linsen didn't intervene. However, he did decide to increase Lin Yu's song revenue share. Thus Nan Gongyang lost his bargaining chip. On the surface he remained still, but in reality he had already lost, unless Lin Yu couldn't bear to stay in the performance department and voluntarily came to the music department. Yu Xiaowan watched Nan Gongyang's back as he left the performance department with a stern face, then turned around and smiled warmly at Lin Yu, speaking gently. "Did you need something from me?" At that moment Lin Yu felt a bit dazed. If he hadn't witnessed the entire transformation of Yu Xiaohuan's expression, he would have thought they were two completely different people. Lin Yu cleared his throat. "Old Master Yang asked me to be at the rehearsal by 10. Go ahead. This is a good thing. As long as it helps your career, go ahead boldly. The only bottom line is not to harm the company's interests. Other than that, you can do as you please," Yu Xiaohuan said nonchalantly. In fact, this was Yu Xiaohuan's consistent policy with her artists. Her so-called not harming the company's interests applied not only to Lin Yu but to everyone. Harming interests included not accepting commercial activities from competitors, not choosing brands that had obvious conflicts with the company, and avoiding personal conduct issues. This covered anything that could damage an artist's image, including romantic scandals, bad habits, and so on. After this minor incident, Lin Yu was no longer a nobody in the company. Previously, he was only known among singers for having released 7 hits in just over 3 months. Now the staff of the film and television department were also curious about Lin Yu. They all wanted to know what kind of man could make Sister Xiaowan and Nan Gongyang fall out. Lin Yu hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the Qingtai concert hall. Others usually practiced in rehearsal rooms, but because they had so many people, even rehearsals had to be held in the hall itself. They took advantage of the daytime when there were no performances at Qingtai to rehearse. Old Master Yang had always been strict with the orchestra management. Although the rehearsal was scheduled to start at 10, everyone generally arrived by 9:30. Since the instruments needed tuning and other preparations, everyone came early. "I heard that Teacher Yang is bringing a pianist back." "A pianist? I heard he's an amateur." "Amateur? Then why are we supposed to accompany him?" "Maybe he has connections above. Didn't you see? Teacher Yang went out personally to welcome him. Ordinary people don't get that treatment. In the music world, no one can get above Teacher Yang." HMPH, another nepotism case. Yang Jing is full of them. He can't play well but still wants to embarrass himself on stage, dragging us down with him. Well, what can we do? Teacher Yang is doing it for the sponsorship. Touring costs money. If the nepotism case wants to entertain himself, we just have to go along. The musicians whispered among themselves. "Mister?" Yang Yishan's understanding of Lin Yu deepened step by step. Initially he was impressed by a video of Lin Yu playing the piano, which prompted him to seek him out. Later, when he heard Lin Yu's live performance of daughter.Lin by the water's edge, he was filled with deep admiration for Lin Yu. Furthermore, Nan Gongyang told Mr. Yang about Lin Yu's extraordinary achievements, composing 7 hit songs with over 1 million downloads in just over 3 months. What Mr. Yang appreciated most was Lin Yu's character. Despite being part of the entertainment department, he did not seek fame or profit, willingly supporting others and promoting the talents of his company's artists. This spirit was truly admirable. Of course, he was unaware that Lin Yu had a child and did not know about his obsession with making money. As Lin Yu arrived at the entrance, Mr. Yang warmly welcomed him and led him into the music hall. This was Lin Yu's first time visiting the Qingtai Music Hall during the day. Mr. Yang held significant sway in the orchestra, not only due to his character but also because of his professional capabilities. Everyone respected and admired him because of Mr. Yang's standing in the music industry. A significant portion of the orchestra were his former students. Each musician here is of the highest caliber in the country. Talented individuals tend to be aloof. When they are in the concert hall, they only respect those who are more talented than themselves. Connections mean nothing to them, viewing them merely as the foolish sons of wealthy families possessing nothing but money. You all are familiar with the score I provided yesterday, right? Today we will be practicing this piece, Mr. Yang said to the musicians. Everyone expressed their familiarity with it. Mr. Yang smiled and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, saying, "This is our piano performance teacher who will be collaborating with us shortly." Lin Yu humbly replied, "I don't dare to call myself a teacher. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yu." He sincerely looked at the musicians. Only the first chair violinist on his left smiled and nodded at him while the others avoided his gaze. A few violinists sitting at the back began to whisper among themselves. Such a wonderful piece as daughter.Lin by the water's edge is being played by this kid. What a waste. Indeed, I was also surprised when I received the score yesterday. I had never heard this piano piece before. It must be a new composition by Mr. Yang, but I wonder what kind of connections this kid has to be able to play Mr. Yang's piece. This is a premiere, Mr. Yang should be playing it himself. Alas, there's nothing to be done. We can't blame Mr. Yang if they insist on sending someone in. He has no choice but to endure it. The first chair violinist turned and shot them a stern look, causing them to cease their discussions. The first chair violin teacher is the deputy conductor of the orchestra, second only to the conductor himself, thus possessing great authority within the orchestra with musical skills only surpassed by Mr. Yang. Apart from Mr. Yang, he is also the oldest. Just as Lin Yu's gaze met his, Cheng Manjiang smiled and nodded to greet Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood the position of the first chair violinist in an orchestra and slightly bowed in return. Setting aside everything else, they were all elders to him. I wonder what kind of piano you usually practice on. Why don't you familiarize yourself with our concert hall's piano first to get a feel for it? Mr. Yang pointed to the piano located in the center of the orchestra. Normally the orchestra does not have a piano for every performance. Today they had specifically moved the piano in for Lin Yu. As Lin Yu approached the piano, he realized that he was still far behind Mr. Yang in terms of piano skills. Moreover, this world had different piano brands than he was accustomed to, and he barely recognized any of them. Previously, when Nan Gongyang had dragged him into a discussion about pianos, he almost embarrassed himself. At this moment his fingers gently glided over the keys, and he could feel that this piano was hundreds of times better than the one he had at home for Little Mango's practice, and even superior to the one provided by Nan Gongyang at the company. The sound of the piano gradually filled the Qintai music hall. Initially some people were whispering in the back, but when the music began, everyone instinctively closed their mouths. It was not that they held Lin Yu in such high esteem, but rather that they had a profound respect for music. Each of them had only received the score belonging to their small groups. The violinists had the violin score. The clarinetists had the clarinet score. They were only responsible for accompanying the piano performance and enhancing the atmosphere. They had only received the score for daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge yesterday, making today their first time hearing the complete piano version. At this moment they had cast aside all speculations regarding Lin Yu's identity and were deeply captivated by the piano piece. There were no excessive displays of skill or overly difficult techniques, but the music was filled with deep emotion. At the end of the piece, Lin Yu's slender fingers hovered in the air. The musicians could not help but put down their instruments and clap their hands. They were not applauding for Lin Yu but for daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge, a piano masterpiece they had never heard before. This is my first time hearing the piano version of daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge. Who isn't? We should all be hearing it for the first time. Mr. Yang's skills remain sharp. At this age he can still compose such a beautiful piano piece. What a pity that this kid is taking advantage of it. Alas, what a loss for this piece. Although this kid played well among the piano masters, he's still lacking. Exactly how could Mr. Yang let this kid play daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge? I really can't accept it. He looks barely in his 20s. I can't accept it either. Cheng Manjiang glanced back at the two young musicians behind him, casting a stern look. Teacher Cheng, look at me. I can't accept it either. How did this kid get to play daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge? Yes, I can't accept it either. Cheng Manjiang was the first chair violinist and the deputy conductor of the orchestra. The violinists behind him were all trained by him. Teacher Cheng gave them a deep look and smiled. Because daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge was composed by him. After saying this, Cheng Manjiang stood up and walked over to Lin Yu, discussing performance details together with Mr. Yang. His voice was loud enough for the half of the musicians to hear, and initially everyone was in disbelief about the information they had just heard. They began asking each other until they received a unified answer confirming they hadn't misheard. They were instantly stunned and then began to fervently discuss. The other half, who had not directly heard Cheng Manjiang's words, saw what he said before leaving, and the expressions of the musicians behind him underwent a drastic change. Cheng Manjiang's words spread like wildfire, igniting discussions from the left side of the stage to the right. What? daughter.Lin by the Water's Edge wasn't composed by Mr. Yang. No, it was the first chair Cheng who said that this kid composed it. What's his name? Lin Yu. I think it's Lin Yu. I didn't pay close attention during his self-introduction just now. You just said he had connections and someone backing him. I was blind. No, I was deaf. I wonder if he heard what we were saying about him just now. Let's not worry about whether he heard. Such a young composer, we should hurry over to pay our respects. Just one word from him could be invaluable for us throughout our lives. All right, let's go. In an instant the musicians clustered together and rushed to Lin Yu, surrounding him completely. Lin Yu was startled, his face filled with confusion. Just moments ago the musicians, who wouldn't even spare him a glance, suddenly rushed over to ask him questions. The editorial department of the Yu Reading magazine. Zhong Xiaochu rubbed her temples and uncontrollably yawned, stretching her arms widely. It's been exhausting lately. Ever since the launch of the Starry Sea Short Story Literary Prize, the editorial department has not finished work on time, working tirelessly at the computer every day, their eyes nearly going blind. Although they have trained themselves to read quickly, there are still countless articles that seem never-ending. To develop the literary industry, major magazines spearhead various literary events every year with funding from behind the scenes. Some are long novel competitions where the winning works can be published. There are also themed writing contests where winners can become contracted authors, effectively securing a stable job. However, it is the first time a competition has offered a direct prize of 1 million. Both the initial promotion and the subsequent attention are the most grand in the history of Huogua. Because of this, submissions have flooded in as if they were free, causing the editors' inboxes to overflow. From the very first day of submissions, Zhong Xiaochu has been reading day and night, and by the time the submission deadline arrived, short stories piled up in her inbox like mountains. The quantity of articles is high, but the quality is lacking. Many renowned authors typically do not participate in competitions, as they are primarily opportunities for newcomers hoping for fresh blood from new and potential authors. However, due to the high prize this time, many excellent writers have also entered the fray. Most of these writers excel in medium to long novels. Short stories are usually published in magazines, while well-known authors prefer to publish books. Though all are novels, writing long and short pieces is fundamentally different. How can one possibly convey all the stories clearly within just a few thousand words, with conflicts and climaxes all present? It truly tests one's writing skills. Such writing prowess is evidently not something everyone possesses. Zhong Xiaochu is an editor, and editors are the initial gatekeepers, sifting through numerous short stories they deem acceptable before sending them to the chief editor for review, who then forwards the shortlisted works to the senior editor. As the bottom of the food chain, it is also the most laborious role. She tugged at her hair, removed her glasses, leaving deep red marks on the bridge of her nose. She placed her glasses beside her, leaned closer to the screen, preparing to read the last piece before heading home to conclude her overtime work for the year. Zhong Xiaochu rubbed her eyes and put her glasses back on. She opened a submission in her inbox sequentially. Chameleon. Is it about animals? Zhong Xiaochu sighed, preparing to skim through the article like the others, and shut the computer to go home. Officer O.Q. Milov wore a new military coat, holding a small bag as he crossed the market square. Following him was a patrol officer with chestnut hair, holding a sieve filled with confiscated currants overflowing. The writing background is fictional without specifying a country or year, it is a created setting. This officer should be the protagonist of the story, with the preceding section being detailed descriptions. It seems it's not about animals but a person. This is a metaphor. Zhong Xiaochu grew interested in the reading, adjusting her glasses to continue. How dare you bite someone, you damned creature? O.Q. Milov suddenly heard a voice. Boys, don't let it escape. Biting people is unacceptable now. Catch it. Ouch. Ouch. The dog's yelping echoed. The officer encountered someone in the street who had been bitten by a dog. What does this trivial matter have to do with chameleons? So far there hasn't even been a mention of such an animal, instead a dog has appeared. Zhong Xiaochu's curiosity grew. Next came the description of the victim named Heliujin and the dog's appearance. Officer O.Q. Milov listened to Heliujin's account, seemingly asking for reasonable compensation. Normally, if bitten by a dog, if the dog has an owner, going to the hospital for treatment and getting a shot is a necessary process. As for compensation, it depends on how both parties negotiate, Zhong Xiaochu thought. It seems Officer O.Q. Milov also intended to handle it this way. Zhong Xiaochu gradually lost interest in the article. What kind of novel is this? At this point the story is basically over. The person bitten by the dog calls the police, and the police find the dog's owner for compensation. Sure enough, it's all about the title. Zhong Xiaochu shook her head, preparing to read a few more lines. If it continues like this, she'll just abandon it and head home. This dog seems to belong to General Rees-Higelorf. Someone in the crowd said. General Rees-Higelorf's. You Daughter.Lin, take off my coat. It's hot today. It might rain soon. But one thing I don't understand, how did it bite you? O.Q. Milov said to Heliujin. Could it reach your fingers? It's a small creature, but you must know how tall you are. Your finger was probably pricked by a small nail, and then you absurdly expect compensation. People like you? Everyone knows what you're about. I know you devils. Zhong Xiaochu was momentarily stunned at this point. Not only the victim present, but even through the screen she could be shocked into opening her mouth wide. This guy turned on a dime faster than flipping a page. Just a moment ago, Officer O.Q. Milov was saying he would find the dog's owner and show those who let their dogs run amok a lesson, even saying he would kill the dog without delay. How did he suddenly change his face? She noticed the crowd's remark that someone had said the dog belonged to General Rees-Higelorf. Indeed, when dealing with a dog, one must consider its owner. A dog that bites also reflects on its owner. Zhang Xiaochu shook her head with a bitter smile. The onlookers in the crowd also started to stir the pot. The victim and the crowd began to argue about why they were bitten. No, this dog is not from the general. The patrol officer said pensively. The general doesn't have such a dog. Most of the dogs in his house are large hunting dogs. Oh ho, the patrol officer beside the officer stated that it was not the general's dog again. Zhang Xiaochu couldn't help but smile slightly. Let's see how this officer handles the situation next. I know myself. The dogs in the general's house are all valuable purebreds. What about this dog? Who knows what it is? With poor fur and an unattractive appearance. It's completely a lowly mutt. Would he raise such a dog? Where is your brain at? If such a dog were to be encountered in Petersburg or Moscow, you know what would happen. They wouldn't care about laws. In the blink of an eye it would be left breathless. You Heliugen have suffered. This matter cannot be overlooked. They need to be taught a lesson. It's time. Zhang Xiaochu burst into laughter. It felt as if she was watching a real farce, while her colleagues, who were as miserable as she was working overtime, cast her dead fish-like glances. Zhang Xiaochu had no time to pay attention to her colleagues. But it might also be the general's dog. The patrol officer shared his thoughts. It doesn't have a label on its face. A few days ago I saw such a dog in his yard. That's right, it is from the general. Someone in the crowd said. Daughter.Lin put on my coat. It seems the wind is picking up. Quite cold. Take this dog to the general's house, ask there. Just say I found this dog and sent you to deliver it. And there's another twist. Officer Okumilov was taking off and putting on the coat, which perfectly reflected his changing mindset. The author's attention to detail is remarkable. Zhang Xiaochu found it as fascinating as watching real gossip. The general's chef has arrived, let's ask him. Hey Proka. Come here, dear. Look at this dog. Is it yours? Nonsense. We've never had such a dog. Zhang Xiaochu covered her mouth, nearly laughing out loud. Goodness, even the chef said it's not the general's dog. This should make things easier. Then there's no need to go through a lot of trouble to ask, Okumilov said. This is a stray dog. No need to say more. Since he said it's a stray dog, then it is a stray dog. Just kill it. The officer's attitude changed again. Zhang Xiaochu covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. So the chameleon in the title refers to this officer's shifting attitude based on the dog's owner. It's truly fitting. Just when Zhang Xiaochu thought the story was about to end, another twist emerged. This dog is not from our house, Proka continued. But this is the general's brother's dog. He was here a few days ago. Our general doesn't like such dogs. His brother does? Ha ha ha, indeed it's not the general's dog, but the general's brother's dog, and a more formidable person, someone even more untouchable. In the end, Officer Okumilov even praised the dog for being clever for biting someone. Proka called the dog over and took it away from the woodyard. That group laughed at the victim Heliugen. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Okumilov threatened him, then wrapped his coat tighter and continued patrolling the market square. Seeing this ending, Zhang Xiaochu couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Officer Okumilov constantly changed his face based on the dog's owner, demonstrating the art of adapting to the wind. Zhang Xiaochu didn't want to waste a single minute, saved a copy of this chapter and sent it to the chief editor's inbox. At the same time, she called the chief editor. In a crowded residential building in Yangjing City, Meng Haiyang was enjoying a rare early sleep. Since the launch of the Stars and Sea Short Story Literary Award, his days had become increasingly difficult. Recently the literary market had been sluggish and every magazine was in a similar situation, so Yueju was neither particularly good nor particularly bad. The chief editor occasionally nagged him but did not scold him too harshly. However, now that a big shot had chosen their magazine to promote the Stars and Sea Literary Award with such generous prizes, the pressure had intensified. Everyone was focused on this event, eager to see what kind of works would emerge. They all said that great rewards would undoubtedly attract brave souls. Yet based on the responses from the editors, all they had were a bunch of useless submissions. Meng Haiyang, now in middle age, had managed to become an editor-in-chief, but he was neither particularly outstanding nor lacking. 3 people lived in a more than 70 square meter commercial apartment with a commute of over an hour each way. Their child attended a nearby school which, although not prestigious, was acceptable, still placing them in a mediocre position. Life was manageable at first. However, due to the pressure from the Stars and Sea event, he was often left dizzy and overwhelmed by the chief editor's demands. The chief editor said that the magazine was a collective unit. When one flourished, all flourished, and when one faltered, all faltered. Thus such an important event as Stars and Sea should not be the task of a single department, but rather a collaborative effort from all departments. Each department was required to submit a short story as a potential entry, ultimately leaving the selection to the readers. While it appeared to be a joint effort, it was in fact a competition. In the end, whoever could present the most satisfying short story for the readers would be the victor. The choice of which piece to submit was crucial. The editors were working overtime, and even Meng Haiyang as the editor-in-chief found it challenging. Every day the editors would send him various short stories that they deemed acceptable. However, to Meng Haiyang those pieces were hardly worth his time. He scolded the editors under him. The chief editor then berated him for being the editor-in-chief. Not only was he being scolded, but all the editors-in-chief were facing the same fate. With so many submissions and renowned authors participating, it was challenging to weigh their merits, making it even harder to select works worthy of the award. Today, after finally finishing the last short story sent by the editor, Meng Haiyang wanted to get an early night's sleep. Just as he fell asleep, a harsh ringtone jolted him awake. Normally he would have hung up the call without hesitation. However, during the event period, the chief editor occasionally called late, and Meng Haiyang, groggy, instinctively shrank away as he reached for the phone. He sprang up from the bed, rubbed his eyes, and focused on the flashing name on the screen. Zhong Xiaoju. Meng Haiyang's face darkened. A newly hired junior editor making a call at this hour. What was wrong with her? Meng Haiyang hung up the phone and tried to go back to sleep. Not long after hanging up, the phone rang again. Meng Haiyang reached for the phone again. It was Zhong Xiaoju once more. Meng Haiyang answered the call, his voice filled with anger. What could possibly be so urgent that it can't wait until tomorrow? It's already so late, don't you know others are trying to sleep? For Meng Haiyang, sleeping was the only way to relieve his stress, so he was extremely frustrated at that moment. Zhong Xiaoju glanced at the clock on her desk. It was already 11:30. She realized she had been working late. I'm sorry, Editor Meng, I truly didn't know you were already asleep. I just came across an exceptionally good short story. My inbox is flooded with what you call exceptional short stories every day. Just send it to my email first. I've already sent it to your email, please take a look, it's really very good, Zhong Xiaoju insisted. Meng Haiyang, feeling irritable, ran a hand through his hair. He wanted to lash out, but thinking of how the junior editor was still working late, he patiently said, you've worked late enough already, hurry home and rest. Be careful on the way. Just look at it, I promise you that once you do, our team won't need to work overtime anymore, Zhong Xiaoju insisted. Meng Haiyang sighed and said, fine, I'll look at it now, you head home. Great. Please make sure to check it out right now, I beg you. Zhong Xiaoju, who had just graduated from university and joined UEDU in July, was very enthusiastic about her job. Since the editor-in-chief agreed to look at it now, Zhong Xiaoju happily hung up the phone and packed her things to go home. Once home, she planned to call Meng Haiyang to ask his thoughts after reading it. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Chameleon was absolutely the best short story she had read in a long time, bar none. Meng Haiyang tossed the phone aside, truly wanting to just lie on the bed and sleep, letting any novel go to hell. Just as he lay down, he suddenly sat up, shaking his head in resignation, threw on a shirt and got out of bed to open his computer. Chameleon. Writing about animals. The author is Ari Mang. The author isn't someone I recognize. Meng Haiyang's interest faded by half in an instant. If it turned out to be another mediocre story, he would have to give Zhong Xiaoju a thorough scolding in the morning meeting. Without professional capability, no amount of effort would suffice. Employees who could not create value were not needed in the editorial department. Meng Haiyang opened the document. The author's writing style was quite unique. It was somewhat awkward to read, but had distinct characteristics that made him want to continue. Meng Haiyang's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He intended to skim through it, but that proved impossible. With only a little over 2,000 words, there was not a single word of fluff. In fact, even if he didn't read a specific sentence closely, he'd find it hard to follow the plot. There were too many twists. The character Archaeomelios was obsequious to those above him and oppressive to those below. When he heard the word general, his fawning demeanor stood in stark contrast to the arrogance of Heluojin. Yet all of this was reflected through his praise and criticism of a dog. Meng Haiyang felt as if he was a spectator witnessing this farcical drama unfold. It was too brilliant, he simply wanted to applaud. The text conveyed 2,000 words worth of content, while in reality it might have only taken a few minutes. Archaeomelios underwent 5 transformations. It fully showcased his opportunistic and sycophantic traits, adept at adapting to his surroundings and changing his colors, cleverly combining with the chameleon's ability to change color to adapt to its environment. Through the depiction of 5 color changes, the story ruthlessly mocked, sharply satirized, and completely exposed the grotesque faces of people like Archaeomelios. If the dog belonged to an ordinary citizen, Archaeomelios would kill the puppy, punishing the owner for profit. But if the dog belonged to a general or the general's brother, he would flatter them, taking the opportunity to ingratiate himself and intimidate the common people. Having read countless texts, Meng Haiyang was profoundly shocked by this short story. Each character in the text seemed to represent a specific type of person. The sycophantic and opportunistic officer Archaeomelios. the timid and ineffectual patrol officer whose task seemed only to assist Archeomeliov with his coat, yet every word he uttered facilitated Archeomeliov's transformations. Then there was the pitiful Heluogin Elabora living at the bottom of society, senselessly struggling in the mud, cold and numb. What amazed Meng Haiyang even more was the group of onlookers. They should, like Heluogin, be ordinary people from the lowest strata of society. Yet when Heluogin complained about being bitten by the dog and ultimately received no fair judgment, they didn't help him seek justice. Instead, they laughed heartily, showing no sympathy. These onlookers would suddenly appear when something happened on the street, as if watching a spectacle was the most meaningful thing in their lives. They were ignorant, apathetic and cold-hearted. Meng Haiyang stood up excitedly and picked up his phone to call Zhong Xiaochu. "Xiaochu, starting tomorrow our team won't need to work overtime anymore." Originally Zhong Xiaochu had wanted to wait until she got home to message Meng Haiyang about the situation, but unexpectedly she received his call before she even got home. Ecstatic, she spun around in the empty subway car during her night shift. After Lin Yu finished preparing breakfast, he heard noises coming from the little one's room. At this hour she was usually still rolling about in bed. He tiptoed to the doorway, intending to steal a quiet glance at whatever mischief she was up to. As Lin Yu crept to the door, the sounds within fell suddenly still. Curiosity mounting, he did not push the door open but instead eased it ajar, leaving only a small crack. The little one, hair-tousled and face-smudged, sat at a small table earnestly scribbling and drawing. Numerous little scraps of paper lay beside her, their irregular edges betrayed that they had been torn by hand. Lin Yu longed to see what she was drawing but felt that barging in would be impolite. Entering her room without permission would surely earn him a reprimand. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu tapped the door softly. Before he could enter, the little girl's head tilted, and in an instant she opened her small arms and covered both the finished and unfinished scraps beneath herself. "Won't you show Dad?" Lin Yu asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he watched her protect the papers. Her two little arms could barely keep up, having made no prior arrangement. The papers were scattered across the table and she shielded one side then the other. "No, Dad, don't look, you're not allowed," she said in a fluster. If she had been more frank, Lin Yu might not have been so curious. Children draw all the time after all. Yet precisely because Xiao Mango cared so much and reacted so strongly, Lin Yu's curiosity deepened. He felt more surprised and more eager to learn what the little girl was hiding. Had they not promised to be a father and daughter without secrets for life? Weren't they best friends who could share secrets, joys and burdens alike? In that instant Lin Yu felt a pang to his heart, as if his spirits had toppled into a deep valley. So disappointed that he forgot to manage his expression. Indeed, what use was restraint now? His chest tightened and his face betrayed the same constriction. The little one saw that Dad seemed upset. Loving him most of all, she could not bear to witness his sorrow. Besides, she had never intended to keep anything from him. Her first instinct to shield the drawings was only because they were not yet finished. How could she show Dad something unfinished? Though she did not want him to see the half-complete work, she would not cause him to be sad for her sake. "No, Dad, it's not that you can't see it, it's just that I don't really want to show it yet. But if it would make you sad, then you may look." She withdrew her small hand from the papers. Lin Yu turned his face away. "Since Mangwa doesn't want Dad to see, then Dad won't look," he said. Though he spoke those words inwardly, he was clawing at his restraint. He desperately wanted to know what the little one had been mysteriously doing behind his back. The little one tugged at his sleeve. "Dad, please look, please." Lin Yu relented. "If Xiao Mangwa insists on showing Dad, then Dad will take a look." Feigning a touch of pride, Lin Yu turned his head back and picked up a small scrap from the table. Across the top, a mixture of pinyin and characters declared Qintai Yinue Hui Hall renowned pianist, Lin Yu. The combination of pinyin and characters sat at the very top of the scrap. Below it she had drawn a curious little figure seated before an instrument that looked like a piano. Because the paper was so small and the child's imagination unbounded, the overall picture looked rather abstract. Lin Yu studied the scrap in puzzlement. "What is this?" "Tickets," the little one said with a bright smile. "Tickets?" Lin Yu was even more bewildered. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, Dad, aren't you going to perform at the Qintai? These are the tickets I made." Lin Yu picked up the other tickets on the table and examined them. Each one bore the same motif, though the handmade nature lent each a few charming differences. All of these tickets were made by Xiao Mango. "Yes," she answered, full of pride. "Mango made them all. Today I'll give them to my classmates so they'll all come to Dad's show." Lin Yu felt equal parts amused and helpless. He wanted to explain that tickets for Qintai Concert Hall were not something one could simply fabricate. Passing counterfeit tickets bordered on fraud and was illegal, but the child's innocent earnestness made such a lecture pointless. After a moment he said, "You can really draw tickets yourself. Remember when we went to Qintai Concert Hall to watch a performance? Dad bought the tickets at the official box office." The little one replied earnestly, "Last time Mango and Dad went to see the Qintai Orchestra, so the Qintai made tickets for sale. But this time Dad is performing, of course Dad will also make tickets for people." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. It sounded strangely reasonable. So Xiao Mango is helping Dad make tickets? Yes? She nodded solemnly. These are the tickets I made to help Dad, but I can't give the first batch to Dad yet. I want to give them to my classmates first. They promised that after they take the tickets they'll help me draw more to sell. Mango is going to make tickets with her classmates for Dad. Lin Yu gaped. The little one lifted her chin, brimming with pride. Of course. Dad is so busy practicing the piano, he surely doesn't have time to arrange ticket making, so only Mango can help Dad with this. Xiao Mango even patted her chest, beaming with self-satisfaction. Of course. Dad is so busy practicing the piano, he surely doesn't have time to arrange ticket. Only moments earlier he had assumed the child was keeping secrets from him and had pettily pretended to be angry to coax a reaction. At his years, how childish that was. Though his anger had been feigned, his discomfort was real. The thought that his daughter would show the drawings to classmates but not to him made his heart ache with a sourness. Feeling foolishly immature, Lin Yu wished he could slip into a crack in the earth. Fortunately the little one had noticed nothing. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled the child's hair. Mango, you don't need your classmates to help you. Chintai Concert Hall has already taken care of producing Dad's tickets. The little one blinked in astonishment. Chintai Concert Hall did that? Then Mango won't need to ask Yuanbao and the others for help. Lin Yu nodded gently. I'll give the tickets I drew to my classmates. They really want to see Dad perform. I told them my father will perform at Chintai Concert Hall, such a grand high-class venue. They were also envious. Many of the children have never been there and really want to go, she said, folding the handmade tickets one by one. The little one stacked her drawings carefully. Lin Yu counted the ones she planned to take to kindergarten, 13 in all, and resolved to ask old Master Yang Ishan for real tickets. After all, the little one's homemade tickets would not grant entry to Chintai Concert Hall. Lin Yu did not tell Xiao Mango this. Lin Yu happily sent the little one off to school, watching as the child bounced joyfully into the kindergarten. Only after a few moments, when the tiny figure completely vanished at the end of the corridor, did Lin Yu turn to leave. He realized that his mood was entirely influenced by the little Mango. As long as the little Mango was happy, he would feel happy too. If the little Mango was downcast, his mood would also sour. If the little one had secrets, Lin Yu would feel even more restless. For instance, this morning the little one suddenly had a secret that she didn't want Lin Yu to know, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Yu sighed wryly, shaking his head. The little Mango was only 6 years old now. He could hardly imagine what the future would hold. During the rebellious phase at 16, she might not want to tell her father anything at all. At that time, understanding the thoughts of a young girl would be quite a challenge. And by the time she reached 26, the age of dating, Lin Yu dared not think further, for just the thought of it made his head ache. He felt that no boy would be worthy of his daughter, who was a priceless treasure that he held delicately in his hands, afraid of breaking, and cherished in his mouth, afraid of melting away. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't control what would happen in the future. He could only cherish the moments when the little Mango could still rely on him without reservations, trust him, and share her joys and secrets. To earn money, to strive for wealth. Just then Lin Yu's phone rang. It was another unfamiliar number. With more channels to make money now, unfamiliar numbers had also increased. Hello, are you Mr. Ari Mang? Zhong Xiaochu said cautiously. Anyone calling him Ari Mang must be related to writing, either discussing scripts or the short story Event of Stars and Sea. I am, Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhong Xiaochu struggled to control her excitement. I am Zhong Xiaochu from the You Reading magazine. Today I wanted to inform you that your work Chameleon has passed our magazine's preliminary review and can enter the next round of competition. Lin Yu responded with a light He wasn't surprised at all. Chameleon was a highly renowned short story by Chekhov. If a story of such quality couldn't pass the preliminary review, it could only be because of some insider dealings. Zhong Xiaochu initially expected to hear an excited response. Even if he had good composure and didn't show his excitement, he would still ask questions about the next steps, especially considering the substantial prize money. Zhong Xiaochu raised an eyebrow, bringing the phone closer to her ear with a charming smile. Actually, our competition doesn't have many stages. Once you pass the preliminary review, it goes straight to the final online voting round, with only 6 short stories making it to this stage. Lin Yu couldn't see Zhong Xiaochu's expression on the other end of the line and didn't know what she expected from him. He just felt this was quite a routine matter. After all, it was Chameleon. Wasn't it rather ordinary to pass the preliminary review? Lin Yu replied with another light Zhong Xiaochu glanced blankly at her colleagues in other groups nearby who were engaged in the same task, making calls to shortlisted authors. Their faces clearly displayed expressions of lively conversation. If she hung up the call now, the other party would likely just politely say goodbye. Zhong Xiaochu felt a bit unwilling and cleared her throat. Mr. Ari Mang, our final prize is 1 million to be used as the creation fund for the award-winning authors. She thought the only reason he could be so calm was that he might not know about the prize money, although the likelihood was slim. I know, Lin Yu replied. Well, that closed the last avenue as well. In fact, Ari Mang was the only one not a famous author among the select group. The other 5 chosen authors were either renowned short story writers or had published novels, all having some standing in the literary world with their own representative works. Only Ari Mang was not. Meng Haiyang hoped to sign Ari Mang as a long-term author for You Reading. You Reading is the most famous short story magazine in the country, and many renowned short story writers have risen to prominence from here. Thus any author wishing to develop in short stories would hope to sign with You Reading. It was quite an attractive piece of cake. Zhong Xiaochu smiled and said, "Mr. Ari Mang, we at You Reading can offer you a long-term collaboration. As long as your work meets our requirements, it can be published continuously. Newcomers all hope for a stable platform to publish, as treatment and traffic are the most crucial factors. And You Reading has both." Zhong Xiaochu believed that such an enticing invitation would be hard for any new author to refuse. They might already be jumping for joy. She waited for an excited response from the other end. However, "I'll think about it," Lin Yu said politely, his tone still calm. "Think about it, to consider signing with You Reading. Does he know how many authors submit to You Reading hoping to sign only to be met with silence?" And now she was directly offering Ari Mang a long-term contract. A long-term author means that as long as the content isn't particularly poor, it can essentially be published, equivalent to a stable job. And yet he still had to think about it. Zhong Xiaochu felt her voice stuck in her throat. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yu responded. Zhong Xiaochu swallowed hard. "Please note down my email. From now on I will be responsible for your work here, and any manuscripts can be submitted to me. I will send you the procedures for the online voting event shortly." "Okay?" After hanging up, Lin Yu didn't notice anything unusual about Zhong Xiaochu. Zhong Xiaochu hung up the phone and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Meng Haiyang happened to pass by Zhong Xiaochu's desk. "Did you make the call? The other party is a newcomer, right?" Meng Haiyang asked with interest. Zhong Xiaochu was still recovering from the shock, nodding mechanically. "From the sound of it, they don't seem very old. They should be a newcomer. Is he particularly excited? Did he express a desire to sign with us at You Reading?" Each group has performance indicators. The group with more talented authors and better performing works will score higher in evaluations and earn more bonuses. As the chief editor, Meng Haiyang must consider the group's performance. Zhong Xiaochu, still thinking about the call she just ended, instinctively believed the other party would be excited and eager to collaborate. However, Meng Haiyang shared her thoughts, believing the other party should be excited. But that wasn't the case. Zhong Xiaochu shook her head. "No, he didn't express any initiative. Did you tell him we wanted to sign with him?" "I did. I told him everything." Meng Haiyang frowned slightly. "What did he say?" "He said he would think about it." Meng Haiyang. Today marks the final rehearsal at the Qintai Concert Hall, and the evening performance is about to commence. Lin Yu had asked old Master Yang Yishan for tickets in advance. Such tickets were not accessible to every musician. It was entirely thanks to Master Yang's prestige. For both children and their parents, Lin Yu obtained more than 20 tickets and gave them to the little one's promised classmates beforehand. After the little one gave the hand-drawn tickets to his friends, their parents proactively contacted Lin Yu to inquire about the situation. Parents nowadays are quite sharp, and the fact that Lin Yu could play the piano was no secret in the kindergarten. So everyone came forward to ask if he was really going to perform at the Qintai Concert Hall. Lin Yu then took the opportunity to mention the tickets and handed them out when picking up the children from school. He had initially thought not every parent would contact him, since the hand-drawn tickets the kids brought home could not be taken seriously. But to his surprise, all the parents, 13 in total, reached out to him. As a result, he had no tickets left, so even Nan Gongyang and Ou Xiaowan could not get any from him. They all said Lin Yu was stingy and then went off to find their own connections to get tickets. Lin Yu was not stingy at all. He simply felt too embarrassed to ask Master Yang for more tickets. The IUA Orchestra's tour tickets were always in high demand. He had already asked for more than 20 tickets. How could he bring himself to ask again? Master Yang Yishan and his orchestra would perform 10 pieces, but only one was a collaboration with Lin Yu. So everyone was very considerate toward him. Whenever he came, they would set aside the pieces they were practicing and rehearse Ballade pour Adeline with Lin Yu. Originally, the promotional poster for the Qintai Concert Hall featured Lin Yu's photo. At his strong insistence, although Master Yang did not understand, he still replaced it with one without Lin Yu. Not only did Master Yang Yishan not understand this, but the whole world to know. Whether it was dancing, playing, artists from Shinkong, if they had any talent at all, would want the whole world to know. Whether it was dancing, playing an instrument, singing, or even just eating, they could always create a gimmick for publicity. They would not only post videos through various channels, but also buy trending topics and press releases to create hype through the media. If another artist had the chance to perform at the Qintai Concert Hall, even if the orchestra did not print their name on the poster, they would demand to have their photo and name included. But Lin Yu actually refused and he was adamant about it. Master Yang Yishan approached Nan Gongyang about this, hoping he could persuade Lin Yu. Nan Gongyang was also quite surprised, so he went to Oyu Xiaowan. When it came to Oyu Xiaojuan, all she could do was sigh. She had previously hoped Lin Yu would do some publicity for the performance to boost his reputation, but he had refused. Having his photo on the poster was even more out of the question. The Qintai concert hall was already packed. The little one and his friends sat in the inner area. The Ayue Orchestra's classic pieces were presented one after another, drawing rounds of applause. The piano had been placed at the center of the stage early on. The host came on stage to introduce the upcoming piece to the audience. Amid warm applause, Lin Yu walked onto the stage. "This is my dad," the little one eagerly announced to the children around him. "Mango's dad is so handsome." Yuan Bao watched Lin Yu dressed in a black suit walk onto the stage, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yuan clapped vigorously and said to her father beside her, "This is Mango's dad. Mango is my best friend, so what's hers is mine." Yuan's father looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. It was only when Lin Yu walked to the piano, bowed deeply and slowly sat down that the applause gradually subsided. Except for little Mango's classmates, everyone was there just to see the Ayue Orchestra's performance. Master Yang Yishan's appeal was so immense that his concert tickets were extremely hard to come by. Since Lin Yu's name and photo were not on the poster, nobody knew who he was. The reason he received such a long applause was because of the host's introduction and Master Yang's prestige. It was merely out of courtesy. "Honey, have you heard daughter.Lin?" a woman in elegant attire whispered to the man beside her, covering her mouth. The man, well-dressed, took a closer look at the center of the stage and shook his head. "No." "Then do you know this pianist? He looks so young." "I don't know him. There's not even any promotion on the poster. Usually collaborating pianists would have their promotional photos and names right." The woman continued in a low voice. "Of course. Pianists who collaborate with the Ayue Orchestra are all notable figures. Who wouldn't want to ride on Master Yang's name to fame in the music world? Why wouldn't they include their names? They'd want their names in bold and enlarged font." The man chuckled. "Then why does this pianist have no name?" the woman asked in confusion. The man smirked and whispered in her ear, "Isn't it obvious? He's too mediocre." The Ayue Orchestra disdains to put his name on the poster, afraid of future backlash and ridicule. You know how developed the internet is nowadays." The woman nodded thoughtfully, then tilted her head toward her husband as if recalling something. A backdoor entry. The man glanced at his wife with a smile and made a shushing gesture. The woman smiled knowingly and said no more. Every industry has its unspoken rules. Wherever there are people, there is a social battlefield. Sometimes one must bow to certain interests. Although Master Yang was a titan in the music world, he would sometimes have to compromise for reasons like sponsorship and the orchestra's development. He might be forced to collaborate with protégés of influential figures, giving them a chance to perform, essentially letting them bask in the Ayue Orchestra's reputation. Later they could add a gaudy line to their resume. Nan Gongyang only managed to get 2 tickets. Although he had absolute authority in the music department of Shinkong, his influence with Master Yang was not as great as Lin Yu's. He had originally planned to bring Zhu Yifan, but Oyu Xiaowan insisted on coming, so he had to give the ticket to her. Zhu Yifan was unhappy about it all day. Nan Gongyang had to promise him that the first big project next month would be assigned to their floor, only then did he appease his capable subordinate. Nan Gongyang suddenly felt that he was the most aggrieved of all, unable to offend anyone. But once seated in the golden concert hall of Qintai, his mood improved remarkably. Nan Gongyang turned his head and whispered to Oyu Xiaowan beside him, "It's really great that you haven't heard Lin Yu play the piano before." Oyu Xiaowan rolled her eyes. "How could I not have heard? When I was writing the theme song for Spirited Away, I was right there." Oyu Xiaowan hated it when Nan Gongyang acted as if he understood Lin Yu better than she did. Nan Gongyang shook his head vigorously. "Not that one. That piece only represents 1/10 of Lin Yu's piano skill. You haven't heard daughter.Lin, have you?" Oyu Xiaowan did not want to admit it, but she truly had not heard it, so she could only ignore Nan Gongyang. Nan Gongyang for once felt triumphant in front of her and deliberately sat up straight. Lin Yu sat at the piano but did not start immediately. He looked at Master Yang and nodded slightly. Master Yang raised his arm and tapped his baton lightly. Lin Yu's fingers danced across the black and white keys while the instruments around him rose and fell in a harmonious interplay of their respective parts. Though Oyu Xiaowan had never studied music, she had spent years in the entertainment industry and had seen and heard far too much. This was the first time a piece of music had utterly stunned her. She glanced at Nan Gongyang. No wonder the fellow had been so smug about having heard daughter.Lin before. If she had heard it first, she would have flaunted it everywhere too. Nan Gongyang was now struggling to keep his expression in check, doing his best not to appear as if he had never seen the world. He had heard this piano piece before but never the version performed by Lin Yu and the RE orchestra. It was too brilliant, too overwhelming. If the former elegance and grace of daughter.Lin was merely a solitary bloom, then this collaboration with the orchestra was a garden of 100 flowers in full blossom. It was 100 flowers blooming around Lin Yu. "Honey, honey, have you heard this piano piece before?" the woman asked excitedly. The man shot a stern glance at his wife. "Sure." The woman quickly fell silent. They knew a piece of music wouldn't last long and neither wanted to miss a single second. All the audience members were hearing Ballade pour daughter.Lin for the first time. At that moment no one made a sound, even their breathing seemed to freeze. Those who had pulled strings to get tickets for the RE orchestra's performance were all music lovers even if they couldn't play instruments themselves. They could appreciate and understand music. But at this moment they felt that every piano piece they had ever heard paled in comparison. Lin Yu played with deep emotion as if he were practicing alone, seemingly bestowing a soul upon every single note. The violin bow danced gracefully across the strings. The black and white keys rose and fell like a host of adorable little sprites, until the final note ascended from the keyboard. The performance officially ended. Lin Yu nodded to the esteemed Master Yang Yishan, slowly rose and bowed to Master Yang, then to the musicians behind him and finally to the audience below the stage. Only after Lin Yu stood up did the audience on the floor realize that the piano piece had ended, already ended. They hadn't had enough. "Honey, is he really a connection higher?" the woman couldn't help asking. The man was stunned. "This? He? Probably not." The two exchanged a puzzled glance and said no more. Lin Yu walked off the stage, the entire performance concluded and the whole audience rose to their feet in applause. The applause lingered in the golden concert hall of Qintai, refusing to fade away for a long time. Orchestral performances might not be mainstream, they don't dominate trending topics or spark heated online discussions like pop star concerts. But in the music circle, an outstanding pianist commands far more respect than your average idol singer. Nangong Yang's ears were still ringing with Ballade pour daughter.Lin. "Nangong, did you go to Master Yang's performance today?" A message popped up on Nangong Yang's phone. He glanced at it but had no desire to reply. He was still savoring the performance at the Qintai concert hall. Soon Nangong Yang's phone was flooded with messages, both from alumni groups and private chats. His phone suddenly rang. "Nangong, did you go to Master Yang's performance?" "I did." "Me too, but I didn't see you." "Anyway, forget that. Do you know the guy who played the piano?" "Know the pianist?" "What's up?" "Find him, I want to collaborate with him later." Nangong Yang rolled his eyes internally. "Do you know why his name and photo didn't appear on the promotional poster?" "Hey, now that you mention it, I didn't notice." "Really, why?" "Master Yang doesn't seem like the type to mind putting someone else's name on his orchestra's poster. Even if he only played one piece, there's no reason not to at least credit him." Nangong Yang shook his head and smirked coldly. It was him who wouldn't let Master Yang put his name. Master Yang tried to persuade him, but he just didn't want fame. Not even a photo, not even a credit at the end. Really? There are people like that? Nangong Yang didn't want to dwell on it. "Get it now." He hung up. He suddenly felt that Lin Yu's decision to leave no trace on the poster was very wise. Given the situation, many people would surely find him through various channels seeking collaboration. But wasn't that a good thing? Win-win cooperation? Nowadays newcomers would pounce on any opportunity to gain exposure, and fans even willing to sacrifice a little, and many would go so far as to flatter and drink with others. The more Nangong Yang thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Yu was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. He looked more and more appealing. But how could he get him transferred from the performance department? Nangong Yang racked his brain but couldn't come up with a way to get past Yu Xiaowan. He gave up thinking and went to sleep. On the other side, after Master Yang Yishan returned home, his phone never stopped ringing with one call after another. "Old Yang, you can keep all the good things to yourself. Why didn't you introduce such a promising talent to us earlier?" said Kong Xianyan, the president of Yangjing Conservatory of Music, with a hint of reproach. Yang Yishan and Kong Xianyan had been classmates, colleagues and close friends for many years. They were university classmates, pursued further studies together, and then returned to teach at Yangjing Conservatory of Music. Kong Xianyan was more diplomatic and suited for an administrative career, so he gradually climbed to the position of president. Yang Yishan preferred to immerse himself in music, so he traveled the world performing. Their different paths did not affect their bond. Having received too many similar calls that evening, Yang Yishan chuckled. "I only met him not long ago and I immediately showed you all by having him perform. Don't try to brush me off. You know that's not what I mean. Such an outstanding young man should pursue a professional path and work in a professional setting." Kong Xianyan spoke earnestly. Yangjing Conservatory of Music was the highest temple of music in the entire Huaxia Kingdom. Every notable musician was either a current or adjunct faculty member of the conservatory or a graduate from it. Yang Yishan smiled. At this age you're still scheming like a little accountant. Kong Xianyan clicked his tongue. How can you call it scheming? It's all for the country's music career. By the way, if such an excellent child graduated from a domestic music school I would definitely know about him. Brilliant piano playing wasn't rare and Lin Yu's skill level wasn't enough to make them fight over him. The main reason the seasoned veterans coveted him was his ability to compose, to write such outstanding piano pieces. He didn't graduate from a domestic music school, Yang Yishan said. Kong Xianyan nodded, finally confirming his guess. Studied abroad, just returned home, so we never heard of him before. No wonder. Yang Yishan laughed heartily twice. He graduated from Yangjing Film Academy. Film Academy. Yes, he plays piano as a hobby. Kong Xianyan was speechless. Such a talented person isn't a professional. Why? Because his other job pays more. Kong Xianyan fell silent. Early the next morning Lin Yu clocked in at the company. Although he didn't have to endure the constraints and lack of freedom like other artists, nor did he have to punch in and out every day like Behinthason's workers. Nevertheless, Lin Yu still made it a point to regularly check in at the office, and if he had personal matters he would promptly inform Ou Xiaowan. This attitude was one of the reasons she appreciated him. Because Lin Yu wasn't deliberately disobedient, he simply had his own pursuits in life. He could earn money for the company without causing trouble, and he appeared obedient and well-behaved, so naturally the company didn't impose too many restrictions on him. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu saw many things with great clarity. In truth, no matter which world one resided in, interpersonal relationships were among the most vexing issues. Few people could truly disregard others' opinions and remain aloof and indifferent. Being too self-righteous would ultimately lead to self-destruction. So it was better to learn to be tactful from the start to maximize one's own interests in the smoothest possible manner. That was Lin Yu's approach. Now everyone's impression of him was that he was the part-time composer without ambition in the performance department of Shengkong. He posed no threat to the artists in the performance department, as he never craved exposure, never showed his face in public, and never competed with other artists for resources. Nor was he a threat to the composers in the music department. After all, he wasn't even part of the music department, he belonged to the performance department. Different departments, different rice bowls, what threat could there be? Thus Lin Yu offended neither side nor curried favor with either, which ironically earned him a good reputation. With Nan Gongyang he never refused an opportunity to make money. With Ou Xiaojuan he was obedient and dutiful, reporting any private gigs in advance, and he showed up at the company almost every day. He made sure to appear before Ou Xiaojuan, placing her on a high pedestal and showing her great respect. Now, as usual, Lin Yu planned to make a brief appearance at the office and then drop by Ou Xiaohuan's office for a chat. But today the company entrance was crowded. Security guards were blocking the way, having set up a barrier with a single gap for employees to enter while non-employees were denied access. Lin Yu, who was never interested in such trivial matters, slipped through the small gap into the company without anyone noticing. As soon as he entered the lobby he spotted Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan inside. One wore a grave expression, the other a peculiar one. It was obvious to anyone that the two were troubled. Lin Yu didn't want to go over, but to reach the upper floors he had to pass by them. Completely pretending not to see them would have seemed impolite. Lin Yu had no choice but to walk over, intending to greet them and then head upstairs. Lin Yu. Zhu Yifan's eyes widened when he saw him. Nan Gongyang's originally somber expression flickered rapidly upon seeing Lin Yu, then settled back into gravity. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine under their stares. He sensed that a simple good morning wouldn't be enough to get him out of there, so he forced some small talk. There are a lot of people at the entrance, they must be here for you. You've been working hard. Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged a glance, then stared at Lin Yu in bewilderment. Lin Yu had intended to leave after a brief remark, but Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan exchanged a glance, then stared at Lin Yu in bewilderment. Lin Yu had intended to leave after a brief remark, but their gazes made him unable to take that step. Perhaps his words hadn't been profound enough. Maybe Nan Gongyang and Zhu Yifan found them too light and insincere. Putting himself in Nan Gongyang's shoes, Lin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Managing such a large music department was no easy task. He not only had to collaborate with Shengkong singers but also handle song requests from various external projects. It was an understatement to say he was beset with troubles both inside and out. Countless singers in the company were hounding him. Newcomers demanded songs to launch their careers. Fresh debutantes hoped for hits to make them famous.